Yeah, this is great. Everyone watching right now, this is good practice. We can practice our Thai and they can practice English. It's a good little
Sure.
trade-off there. So that's, yeah, definitely for sure. So in terms of social media, of course, as you can see on the screen, don't forget to post any work you have, any IDV
Mhm.
related things related to COA, anything like that that you post on social media. Hashtag COA6 global support and mention Identity5 as well. So don't forget to do that in your posts here. We're going to look into the rankings for day number one. We saw GGAXC, DOU, and GR taking victories in their respective divisions. Moving on to the first seeds so far in those groups, and we will continue with each of these groups and with more matches. Of course, we see Wolves versus Zeta Division, the most anticipated matchup of this entire event. B4U versus GW, another very close and exciting one. OM versus ZT. I'm really looking forward to see how that goes as well. This is the first big appearance on a COA stage for Omega, and then ZT as well. But a lot of experienced players from ZT are of course playing here, and then we have Weibo versus Reborn as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just excited for all the all the matchups that we're gonna see today. Everything is essentially the most interesting you're ever gonna find throughout this annual event. But of course, I would be lying if I say I'm not looking forward the most towards Wolves versus Zeta, and of course, the second to go would be OM versus ZT, because ZT and OM, NAU versus C. So I'm really excited for that as well. But now, the best of Japan versus the best of China. Anything can happen. I'm so excited to see the players here. The posters, look at them. The poses. I don't know, man. Some people say it's cute. Some people say it's cringe. For me, it just looks lit. Lit as hell, man. I would just say even Zeta as well. They're just having such um they not only do they look sharp, their gameplay is also really sharp. I just keep getting fooled by Kazuneko's smile and keep forgetting that he's like the crazy, like the crazy prospector making things happen, the
All right.
forward. That's just overall how I see them, like cool and just sharp as always. Maybe that's why they're the best, right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, a lot of these Japanese teams, they have Zeta's just their lineup is just so stacked. They have some of the best players all on one team, and they play so well. Such great team chemistry here. We're going to see the Zeta Division survivors taking the stage over here in Tokyo, Japan, and then over in Guangzhou, we're going to see the Hunter side. I believe for Wolves will be Alex. So it is Zeta Division survivors versus the Wolves Hunter first, which of course begs the question, as always, are we going to see which map is chosen? Which side was able to choose the map here? And there it is, Alex taking the stage for Wolves here.
Yeah, that's the exact thing. Like Alex, I mean, I love this dude, man. Alex is really, really strong and stable. It's just that I would say in this team, being in Wolves, like one of the best teams, if not the best, he actually track record shows that he actually lost 10 games. I was like really surprised to see this actually, but um, he still found the balance and won 5 out of these games and tied 3 games and ultimately securing the win. But I'm just wondering if that's actually enough, because the clash of the Survivor Titans versus among these two teams, right? Zeta versus Wolves, right? I would say that it will be really close. But for the Hunters, what do you think though, Eli? Like, as in Alex versus Van P and Alf. Like, who would you give the advantage to if the survivors are neck and neck though?
Uh, it's really interesting. We see a lot of something I wanted to bring up is this happens a lot in Japan, and I'm not entirely sure why, but um, we see a lot of the Japanese teams. They use both their hunters in both the matchups,
Mhm.
in the best of three. And typically Alf has been a lot more consistent. Alf has been one of the most consistent hunters. I would actually go on to say the most consistent hunter in the world. Alf rarely loses. He is the most consistent in terms of getting ties. We've seen him get 4-kill eliminations with hunters that really shouldn't be 4-killing, such as things like Bonbon.
Mhm.
So he's extremely consistent, and that's what makes him the best late round hunter in the game. He does not lose hardly ever in the later rounds. And that's
Yeah.
crucial. If you're able to, the goal in round one is to go out and play a win hunter like Dreamwitch or Clerk or something and try to get as many kills as possible, right? When you get into rounds 2 and 3 and those type of hunters are banned, you need to stay consistent. You need to tie, at least tie every round. Alf does that so well. So that's why, in my opinion, Alf is one of the most valuable players in the entire world. As for Vampy, we'll probably see him leading the charge on the hunter side. We usually see Vampy in the first round because he does have those more aggressive win hunters such as Dreamwitch in comparison to things like Alf. Alf has more like Geisha and Bonbon, which are a little bit more tie-oriented hunters. So the key to this matchup is really, can Vampy have a strong start? If Vampy can have a strong start, he can hold the Wolves survivors to a draw, maybe even get something, get a higher kill with an aggressive hunter. And as long as Zeta can have a strong opening round, Alf can hold the lead from there. That's always how Zeta plays. They try to win the first round, and Alf holds the lead for the rest of the matchup. But the key is the first round in this matchup for Zeta.
Exactly. I mean, just to add on a little bit to that, while we are looking through the player profiles as well, Zeta survivors do have a tendency to win at the later rounds, actually, where they've been taking a lot of the first BO1s to BO3s, BO4s, getting 2 wins out of the best of 5s. Whereas the Hunters, they actually get more wins in the earlier rounds. And fun fact, Alf actually picked up Nayat and Wax Artist, in the best of 4s and best of 5s, and he actually lost like a 3-man escape during those times. So I totally agree that he's actually really strong going towards the late games, but I wonder if Wolves is actually really prepared to go against him. Because they're just so familiar with him. Like, just look at Alex, he's just ready to go and just calm as always. Like in the interview itself, it's mentioned they have nothing else to prove. They're just here to focus and do their thing as always. So I don't know, man. I feel like stats tells a story, but I feel like being on the live event, everything changes, right?
And that's why Wolves is one of the best. They have arguably one of the best Survivor teams in the world, if not the best Survivor team in the world. I mean, we've seen them. They constantly are able. The support, the chemistry, the teamwork is more impressive than we've seen from almost anyone. I mean, it's just so strong. It's such great coordination. You have a great Survivor team of Zeta, but then Wolves is just it's just so. They've been together for so long. You know, Wolves has been such a strong Survivor team for so many seasons. Even before Alex, this team was together for the most part. They did add a new Survivor recently, but I'm not entirely sure how that's affected the lineup overall. But for the most part, it's just this Wolves Survivor team has been around for a very long period of time. So we do see, I think that's a wax artist.
That's so funny, man. I like how they just take all the funny faces from the commentators or the team members and then just Photoshop it into pictures. How would you feel like if you're the face of Wax Artist here?
That would.
Who would fit as the as the head on your shoulder? No?
I'm not sure.
Karina should fit. Hey, Karina, if you're here, you should audition to being the head.
I mean, Karina makes all the Wax Artist thumbnails for me, so I could never do that myself. I'm really bad at drawing stuff, but shout out to Karina for that. That's pretty clutch.
And shout out to all you guys as well. I think you guys have missed our shout outs to you guys. In the beginning of the game, we were actually saying hi to all of you, welcoming you all to the game itself. Day number 2 is really exciting. Again, let me just properly reintroduce us. No stranger to the screen itself, Eli O, the one and only, one of the best, if not the best analyst. You see, I'm building up a story here. And of course, it's me, Nello Mello as well. We're going to be pairing up today, bringing you the best between the clash of the best in Japan versus seeing the best in China. And it's happening right now. And oh my God, Kazuneko's smile is priceless. Can I say that?
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like we are getting into our first map here. So it is going to be Arms Factory. So Wolves actually gets map selection in a matchup like this between two powerhouse teams. Map pick is so crucial. The fact that Wolves gets to pick map right away, they go straight into Arms Factory. This is going to be extremely beneficial for them. And we're going to see exactly what Alex is going to be prepared to play. He has a lot of options available. I think Arms Factory Prospector first, immediately off the table from Alex here. This is, what do you think about this now? This is a bit of a surprise pick, I would say.
I mean, I think he just doesn't want to deal with Kazaneko's Prospector. Is again and again, he's proven to be so lethal, right, in this
Yep.
point. But you take away the Prospector, it's fine, because he can definitely play something else, which is the forward. But they prioritize the Dancer this time, and forward is going to be banned, along with Antiquarian. So he's taking out all the stunners and harassers. So what do you make of this, Eli?
I actually really like that. Of course, it depends on what Alex is trying to play here, but if he is going with something like Bonbon, getting rid of those characters, any character that can support a rebound kite or help support a rescue against something like a Bonbon is really crucial. They're going to go first officer here. I actually really like this. If Alex does opt to go Bonbon, this does give you a safe rescuer against a Bonbon in that officer. But for the most part, Seer is a bit of a interesting choice. I mean, obviously, Seer is very nice in a lot of situations against a lot of hunters, but can struggle a little bit against something like a Bonbon. Acrobat, of course, a very versatile kiter. Dancer here as an option is very good for Zeta Division. Dancer on Arms Factory is incredibly strong with the support. You can set up boxes middle map, you can set them up factory, shack. There's so many places where Dancer support's going to be extremely crucial as this match plays out. And then additionally, see, another interesting thing that I'm thinking about is Alex chose Arms Factory, which means he's probably not playing Wax Artist right away. So he's probably going to be playing more of a tie hunter, such as I guess such as Bonbon. That make the most sense, I think, right?
Yeah. I mean, he does have Bonbon, he does have Sculptor, he does have Spider, but between Bonbon, I think that's one thing that I don't know if I think you've picked up on it as well, but I think a lot of people noticed since yesterday, people have been picking Nayat a lot, and I don't know, is it like the rise of the Nayat? I mean, just food for thought. Like, is there something about Nayat that makes people pick him more now? Because everyone's using him yesterday.
I mean, I'm trying to think if it has to do with any sort of meta shift, and it really wouldn't in theory, because characters like the only real meta shift that's really changed is Antiquarian being introduced, and Antiquarian actually counters Naiad, so it doesn't. Like if you think about it from a survivor meta standpoint, it doesn't really make sense. However, I think that it's just that a lot of hunters have found that Naiad is just very consistent, and Naiad's very the meta with Antiquarian being released, it's become even more and more survivor sided. So a character like Naiad being a very consistent tie hunter is really going to benefit a lot of hunter sides.
Yeah, and speaking of which, we are going to be seeing the spawn locations. I don't know, man. You take away Prospector forward from Kazuneko, but he's still a very impressive kiter, and with the Dancer as well, I feel like the key is like he's just gonna be placing those music boxes. He's gonna give Alex the juke of his life, pirouetting away just to juke bombs. I feel like it's just gonna be so hard to catch either one of this. Even though Lisu's just like positioning himself as the acrobat in the factory itself. Yeah, it looks like a really, really tough time, but I totally agree with you, Alex making a wise choice, removing all the stunners and harassers, right? Because I think the last thing he wants is someone just wasting his time by poking him out of the ballooning the survivors and cheering them. So that's a really good draft, honestly. Good picks and ban session. But what do you make of this Peepers Bonbon though?
Yeah, that's not really something we see every day for sure. Also, Flywheel on Dancer is kind of interesting. I would have expected that we would have seen all broken windows in preparation of a Bonbon, but actually Flywheel for Dancer. Peeper Bonbon, yeah, I don't really. It's definitely a less consistent build because you don't have a quick kill option with Blink. It works really well in areas like because there's a lot of walls that break line of sight, such as Middle Factory, Shack, the Ruins area. Peeper can be good on Arms Factory for that particular reason. However, considering that you don't have your chase is just so much more limited, especially because there's a Seer Owl available too. It forces you sometimes to go for an extra hit. Immediately going straight for the Seer here. This is definitely the correct play from Alex. If he finds Seer right away, oh, does he find Seer? This is definitely the best chase target for him. And Seer breaks line of sight, is able to rotate away towards Shack. He waits the Peeper in this area too, and he's not able to locate the Seer, losing Tinnitus too. And Zeta, that one play right there is actually a huge game changer for Zeta. That buys a ton of distance and a ton of time for free decoding.
Yeah, not to mention he doesn't have mobility, right? No blinks, no teleports. Because sometimes if you can't find people in the early games for the first 60 seconds, well, at least you have teleport to catch up, right? But hey, at least he's catching up now. He lost line of sight, but he's finally found Sasori again. Or was it actually Sasori who wants to be found and kite first?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, probably Sear's probably the oh, he does have slow boxes set up at middle. Okay, so this is exactly the setup you want to see here. They're not going to be able to. Oh,
Oh,
actually clips the dancer there. And he may actually just change targets to the dancer now. But the problem is there's so many boxes set up in this area. Dancer's probably going to flywheel one of these bombs, I would imagine. No,
yo!
doesn't flywheel the bomb. She does have a spin though, and they actually know he has peepers. And she is going to flywheel that one. And you see how slowly he breaks the pallet. This is going to give Dancer a ton of distance now, and because there's no blink, and there's still Zero available, and there's Factory to work with, this kite is probably going to last a pretty good amount of time still.
Yeah, looking really good for Zeta Survivor so far. Alex placing a peeper inside the factory. Kazuneko knows that his moments, he's gonna go down any moment, but the Seer Owl might make a difference. It made a difference this time, buying so much time. Alex has nothing. Places another peeper, but without the blink to blink in and like securing, just closing in the gap. It's gonna be so hard for Alex.
Yeah, he is going to go down in this area, but this is it's technically enough Cypher progress here. I mean, because you do have a guaranteed rescue with that first officer, there will be a first rescue for sure. The biggest question is, we see about 63%. The biggest question is, can the officer get the rescue without getting doubled down? If the officer doesn't get doubled down, he can pop another Cypher machine or go for a second rescue with a second watch. But if he does get doubled down, that might be enough for Alex to tie. We'll have to see. So far, able to dodge all these bombs. We're going to see the second watch here. That was actually out of range, though. He needs to get inside the range here. And I think he's still outside of the range now. Yeah, and the watch is out. The guaranteed rescue is no longer available.
Oh no! Oh no! But he still manages to get it. Wow, that was good timing then.
That's huge.
Yeah, that was really huge. I mean, we've seen first officers yesterday getting Terra Shock to a Naiad, even while in hypnosis form. But Mochi making it work, just showing why he's one of the best rescuers, right? Outside of having Mercenary as well. But Kazuneko, he's pretty much cornered. He's just gonna accept his fate and die in the corner at this point. So the ciphers are pretty much enough, right, Eli?
They're enough, yeah. The last cipher, 40% here. They could probably even go for a double rescue if they wanted to. The biggest problem is there's no tide turner, so there's a small risk of a farm, but there is flywheel available as well. So if Alex tries to farm, because if you farm with a hit in the Cypher's prime, then they're just going to pop the Cypher machine. So Alex needs to try to drop a bunch of bombs and kill the Dancer using only bombs, so there's no attack recovery. But Dancer also has flywheel, so you can potentially flywheel one of these bomb ships as well. Looks like we're going to see Seer come for the rescue. They want to wait until the Cypher's prime. They're double decoding it. Seer taking an early chip here. But keep in mind now, the Cypher machine is almost ready. It should be primed in a moment here. And he's going to get knocked back. They're going to pop the Cypher machine, but he's knocked back so far. Does he get the hit on the Dancer? He gets the hit on the Seer. That's actually good for the survivors because the Seer is not dead on chair, and he actually killed the Dancer first here.
Yeah, and the Peeper's going to slow down the healing process of the Seer as well, so it just makes perfect sense. Oh, but the Kazuneko pulling one off and dodging the time bomb as well, Eli. He's making it. He's running far away. He wants to give Seer the time, but Seer's only at 40% healing progress. Can he buy enough time though? No, he goes down finally. But the gate's already, it's about to be open. In fact, it's already open, so Seer, you think it's going to be a tie? You think they're just going to settle for a tie?
Yeah, they're not going to rescue Seer. I mean, they'll just take a draw here if Seer can't get up. The problem is, even if Seer gets up, he's just going to switch to Blink, and he's just going to Blink the Seer, guarantee the kill here. There's no reason for Alex not to just... He's just going to wait. He's going to get closing some distance here. You can see he's looking through the wall. He's going to Blink right through here, and yeah, there's the down onto the Seer. And that's going to secure the second kill here, and that is going to be a tied game. That looked like a winning position for Wolves there, for Zeta Division there, but just a little bit short. That knockback on the Seer was so far. I think Seer revealed himself a little bit too soon. He needed to wait till the Cypher machine was a little bit more primed. That way he didn't take the early chip. That early chip was so crucial because he only needed one more chip after that. Then you could swing, knock him back far enough, and then prevent or at least delay the rescue as long as possible. So that first chip was really crucial. Seer needed to evade line of sight a little bit longer, but yeah, Alex able to pull a tie out of a losing position there, and that's exactly what Wolves wants to see.
Yeah, I mean, my goodness, if I was in that position, if anyone was in that position, I think they would have panicked, because it's seriously, like what you said, it really looked like a Zeta's win at that point. The survivors were doing really well. Kazuneko bought so much time, and even the Owl support allowed him to buy even more time. So I think Alex, I would say moral victory belongs to Wolves at this point, because Alex managed to rise from the possibility of losing into securing a tie. So I feel like that's a moral victory for Wolves. And Zeta, I mean, it's not really too bad, right? Because this is
Yep.
in fact the map that Wolves chose first.
Right.
Yeah, so
Right.
I guess it really depends on what's gonna happen in the second half. So thoughts on second half? How they're gonna run this through? Or
Yeah, I mean, we kind of talked about how important it is for Zeta to tie or win the first round. If they lose the first round, that's when things get difficult for them. If they're able to tie or win the first round, then Alf comes in. They're able to kind of hold their lead. So a tie here for survivors is not exactly ideal. I mean, obviously, as you mentioned, it is Alex's map selection. It is a tie hunter like Bonbon. So you kind of get the bare minimum by tying a Bonbon. But considering that they had a winning position, it's a strong start. That one hide from the spear in the rotation there usually would be enough for a win. They were just a little bit short on that rescue at the end there. And that allowed Alex to get a tie. So now the crucial thing is for Vampy, can you tie against Wolf survivors in this round? If Vampy can tie here, and this results in a 4-4, that means Zeta ties on their opponent's map selection, which gives them a slight advantage, and then they go into the later rounds where Alf comes in and sort of it takes over. They get to have their map selection for the second round. They are advantaged moving forward from there. But if Wolves is able to win this first round, that's when things work into Wolves' favor and can be an uphill battle for Zeta to work out of.
I mean, since it's already on Sec 3, right, and Alex has already used Guard 26, you think Vampy might just mirror what Alex is doing, ban all the harassers, and then just go with a Guard 26 itself? Because Vampy has been choosing Guard 26 every single time he's playing best of one. You think that might be the game plan? Like, similar game plan?
Yeah, I mean, I think it would definitely make sense. Because again, if Wolves, if Zeta ties this first round, they're in a great position. Right, they get through the first round with a tie on their opponent's map selection. That's great. That's exactly what they want to see. So if Zeta can get this first round with Vampy getting a tie here, that's exactly that's probably one of the best possible outcomes for them. So I think Vampy playing a tie hunter like Bonbon would definitely make the most sense. We're going to see the Wolf survivors take the stage here. That would make the most sense for Zeta in this situation, and getting rid of harassment characters so there's no free rescues, such as getting rid of Ford, as you mentioned, Ford, Antiquarian, things like Prospector as well, maybe Dancer as well. That would open up some more of an easier time for Vampy overall.
I mean, just look at them; they're just getting ready. No smiles. I feel like they're just really focused.
Yeah.
Can I just say, like, like there's so much hype for like being the best survivor teams, right? I feel like being crowned the untitled the title of the best survivor in the world, the best survivor team in the world. I think it does give a little bit of pressure. And you think it will affect them in any way, like in the way that they're playing, or in the way that Vampy might has to change his mindset towards dealing with Wolves? Because Vampy so far playing Bonbon against other teams in IGL, he's been enjoying great success, honestly. So you think there's anything he has to be wary of in terms of Wolves? Like, who should he really be wary of in what Wolves might have to do in this second half?
Well, I think Wolves is going to be prepared to play. I think Wolves is actually more scared of Bonbon than Dreamwitch, just because again, because think about it this way, right? Bonbon is a very consistent draw hunter, and Wolves really wants to win this first round. If Wolves wins this first round on their map, then that's exactly what they want. That's sort of their ideal first round situation. Okay, so if they're gonna win, they have to potentially take down a tie hunter like Bonbon. If you get a Dreamwitch, it's easier to beat a Dreamwitch than it is a Bonbon, but then you're also more likely to get 3 of them or 4 limbs, right? Because Dreamwitch has more win potential. So you're more likely to lose to a Dreamwitch than a Bonbon, but you're also more likely to beat it because Dreamwitch is a little bit less consistent in securing guaranteed ties, right? So I think that they're actually more scared of Bonbon, and we see 487 there because they want to get a 3 survivor escape here.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with you, and I would also like to say it's how can this be possible that someone plays so good and looks good at the same time? But that's 487. I know I sound like a sim for him, maybe I do, but oh my god. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to their performances. No bias for sure. Everyone in Wolves is definitely pulling their own weight, and like the teamwork's also really great, but out of that, the individual skills are no joke, and I'm definitely looking
Yeah.
forward to that. But Vanpy, there are some people in the chat saying, "Hey, Vanpy, you can do this." I can see a lot of supporters for Vanpy as well. And then personally, I feel like it's Alex has done his best, and this time it's Zeta's turn as the hunter to do his best as well. So you know what, guys? Hashtag Zeta wins if you think that Zeta's gonna pull this one through, or hashtag Wolves win if you think that Wolves is going to take game number 1. So go ahead, hashtag Zeta win or hashtag Wolves win. And I don't know, personally, I feel like doing one hashtag, but will it be biased?
Yeah. And yeah, we see Vampy on the hunter side here. Yeah, honestly, I don't even know who's
He looks confident though.
Yeah, he looks confident. This is good.
Yeah, he's smiling.
Yeah. I like how they always like change their hair. I think Lion dyed his hair differently there, and Vampy Vampy didn't he have like a hair dye earlier, and then he changed
Yeah,
it?
yeah. Now he changed it to like Alucard or something.
Yeah.
to fit the weed community.
But yeah, we see Vampy on the hunter side there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, here we go though.
No, oh my god! Why am I seeing this? They're actually photoshopping their favorite characters and best female versions. 487 being as popular as he is in the team that he represents. Well, when you're popular, not only do you get the good, you also get the funny as well, and that's exactly what happened. Yeah, but I'm really glad that you bring up hairstyles, because I'm also very impressed with your hairstyle. You look like you look how would you put this? I would say you look like Shaggy, but you look like nothing like Shaggy. No, wait. Your hair looks permed.
Yeah. I change it up a little bit every day. I do a slightly different angle or whatever.
Looks good. Yeah.
Unique difference.
Yeah.
Little difference.
To look different every day. That pose is so funny as well. But yeah, just keeping things lighthearted here, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys have anything to comment in the stream, do feel free to do it. And yeah, we're definitely looking through the chats once in a while. And Hanako, I see you. 487 hot. I agree. I don't know. I mean, there's just so many fans gathered here. I just feel like because they're in different studios, if they are actually in the same studio, I think the stadium would just explode. But this is in 2 different studios, right? Like one is in Japan.
Yeah, one's in Japan. Yeah. So yeah, Zeta's in Japan and Wolves in China. Yeah.
Yeah. Best time to be playing IDV, ladies and gentlemen. Who knows, one day, with all your support, who knows, one day we're gonna have a convention as well for IVC, and everyone's gonna be there, the entire group stage until the finals. Let's just make it happen, man. We won an IVL, IJL for Southeast Asia too, so let's make it happen, okay?
Right. Yeah, so we were just waiting on the. Oh, here we go. Perfect timing. Picks and bans here. Let's see what Vampy opts to ban first. Will he go straight into one of those harassing characters like we talked about originally, or is he gonna go for Dancer right away here? I think this is perfectly fine. Getting rid of that Dancer character, as we talked about. Dancer support. Slowbox is center map. Slowbox is over in factory as well. Are just such a difficult situation to deal with if you are playing Bon. So getting rid of that character right away is very strong here for Vampy.
Yeah. He's actually going a different route, right? He's allowing the antiquarian to go through. He's thinking that Dancer, because Alex was having such a hard time with Dancer first round, right? So maybe prioritizing that might not be a bad idea, but leaving antiquarian out might prove to be disastrous, because if he decides to play Bon, well, let's just say antiquarian is a menace to deal with. But who's gonna be playing Antiquarian? I think that's the question. You have any idea? You think who's gonna be handling Antiquarian on both sides?
I'm not really sure. I think maybe 487 for Jelly.
They don't really. Yeah, I mean maybe 487, right? Because he plays forward, but Jelly also plays forward. Yeah. forward?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we're gonna. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I mean, Antiquarian being a new character into this sort of meta here, so we haven't seen Wolves playing qualifiers either because they already pre-qualified. So I'm not really sure. It looks like we're gonna see First Officer as well, and again, just a very stable rescuer against a character like a Bonbon. So I think that Psychologist here is actually interesting. Oh, and actually Mechanic too.
Oh,
So they're really Mechanic. I think is quite good here.
hmm,
And I mean, just against a character like a Bonbon, Mechanic is one of those Cypher Rushing characters where Bonbon struggles to control that sort of Cypher Rush. And I think that they're just going to try to out Cypher Rush Bonbon if Vampy does opt to go with that. And they do have a bit of a Dream Witch counters as well. Antiquarian and Psychologist both work effectively against Dream Witch. So they're trying to covering all the bases here that Vampy could potentially go with.
yeah. I mean, I don't know about Venpi, but if he's gonna go with the same route, playing a Bonbon, maybe Peepers might not be such a good idea because it took Alex so long to secure it down. So if he wants to get an advantage, maybe a Blink, more aggressive one at it would make sense, or a teleport up down build. Oh, what are your thoughts though about this up down build, teleport, or the standard 236? Detention, detention
Um,
should be a must, right? Like,
Yeah, I feel like we've seen a lot of Bonbon players. They go trump card detention and they start with Blink. But you could also go up down as well, just oh, he's gonna go Dream
no.
Witch actually. So we haven't seen this for a little bit, as you mentioned. Vampy's been playing a lot of Bonbon. So this is a bit of a surprise pick from him here. I guess the idea is that dealing with something like a Mechanic can be quite difficult. Antiquarian could also help support Bonbon rescues and support rebound kites. So I think eliminating the I think they're trying to play around Bonbon, and Vampy's trying to come back with Dream Witch. The only problem is like Psychologist, Antiquarian are really strong counters to Dream Witch. So I think that's going to be a bit of a problem for them to deal with, for Vampy to deal with. But again, all he really needs to do is get a tie here, and Zeta sits in a pretty strong position.
Yeah. I mean, he's already done a pretty good job of semi-fooling, semi-bluffing Wolves into thinking that he's going for Bonbon, which is why he didn't even need to ban the Barmy. They managed to just secure a Psychologist. Having a Barmy might be even worse, right? At this point. But we're gonna see the set has been staged, ban picks have been decided. Vampy going for the unexpected Dream Witch, sort of. And let's see if the trend of first picking best of one, unexpected hunters are going to pay off. Because yesterday it paid off. It paid off big time. Like best of ones, hunters that they did not expect, and then the hunters were just cooking the entire day yesterday. So let's see if Vampy is able to cook as well this time. Did I get that cook right? Cooking.
Yeah, we'll see.
Okay.
And
Which?
yeah, the only thing I now that I think about it is they don't really have. I guess the good thing with going Dream Witch as well is you don't really have like a stable rescuer against a Dream Witch, because First Officer is a good rescuer against a lot of hunters. However, against Dream Witch it's quite difficult because you can still get patrolled while you're in your pocket watch. So you can actually get cut off from a distance as an officer, which means that your watch might run out, or you're able to get 2 hits before that 5 seconds of tide turner has worn off. So it's kind of difficult for Officer rescuing against a Dream Witch. This is like the one character that Officer can struggle against, and he does actually spawn into Mechanic as well. Oh, but they actually brought all Flywheel, so they actually are prepared for this, and that actually is going to be that's gonna be pretty beneficial for the survivors here. But again, he did spawn into Mechanic. That is the ideal spawn here for Vampy, and I think that's gonna he'll definitely just go straight for Mechanic right away here.
Yeah, I mean that's the game plan, right? Like what you pointed out earlier on, mentioning that yes, this is the map pick of Wolves. So if they can get a draw here, Zeta is also in a better position. So without further ado, it's me, Nelo Mello, and Eli will bring you the action in the game number 1 second half. Vampy spawning into the Mechanic, bot has been dropped, so now Vampy has to decide, will he go for the bot first or go straight for Jelly? Apparently Vampy's gonna come for the person himself. He's gonna be leeching. It's gonna be leeching Mechanic
Oh,
first.
he does get the bot, yeah. It's sort of a mind game, which a lot of Dream Witches do is they put the leech onto the Mechanic to bait the Mechanic into running away, and while she's running away from the leech, then they use the other follower to kill the bot. And that's exactly what Vampy did there. And he's just going to continue after Mechanic. I mean, there's no reason to change to anybody else. Mechanic still has half a bot available. And it looks like, yeah, he's just gonna go right into the main body patroller here. Oh, cancels it right
Oh,
away. And this actually, no, it doesn't work. He's like the
oh,
flywheel off, and he's forced to use a leech hit here. And is he get it? No, he doesn't even get the leech hit.
oh my
Mechanic is able to
god.
avoid both hits, and there's no main body patroller anymore. All of a sudden, this kite is gonna be infinitely longer than it really should have been. I'm not sure why he switched off there. I guess he thought he could have gotten away with a free spawn follower hit, which would have wasted less time. But it's so risky, and it worked perfectly here for Jelly. Took advantage of that play.
Oh my god, exactly. Like I think the patroller would have secured that hit much earlier. Now, yes, he's gonna get that leech hit, but oh my god, he has to leech again, right? And Jelly, he's just gonna keep rotating in the factory. Like he's transitioning away now, but he's already buying so much time. Two ciphers have been done. Third cipher gonna be done soon. Oh goodness, the leech hit is gonna hit Jelly again, but right now his leech is on cooldown. 30 seconds more. He has to wait for his spawn follower. Finally gonna chair mechanic for the first time, and it's totally fine because 3 ciphers have been done. In
Yeah.
fact, the last 2 ciphers are being done at this as we speak. What an amazing start for Wolves.
Yeah, the biggest thing is this is the rest. Well, the thing is, there's just no extra leech to camp with. So it's honestly a free save. Bots out in play as well. This is exactly what Wolves wanted to see. They wanted to win this first round. And it's
Yeah.
really looking like this is exactly how they played this out here. He's going to use a leech, but to potentially pressure that factory cipher. But Mechanic's just going to run away. She's just going to take this hit. She's
Ooh.
just going to run away to the front gate. We're going to see Patroller main body onto the first officer, trying to force the rescue after half. Gets the save before half. That is actually really important. Gets the hit onto the officer, not even the Mechanic. And Mechanic can potentially rebound here. She's going to get away from Factory, away from these Cypher machines. The last Cyphers are almost primed here, and Wolves has a very strong position. This is definitely winning here. And yeah, that's exactly what Wolves really wanted to see here. And you're going to see why Antiquarian is so strong against the Dream Witch. You can just stun the follower when it goes to pressure you, and she's able to pop the Cypher machine for free. The last one is now primed, and Wolves will be playing for the end game in a moment here.
Oh my god, things are looking so good. By the time Cypher pops, it's just gonna be 4 men running around. I think they're just taking that time to remove the leech now, right? Because I feel like yes, they just want to play safe. But again, oh my god, Antiquarian 487! God, with the Antiquarian, not only stunning, but now pallet slamming the Dream Witch as well. Vanpy is in a pinch at this moment. Zeta, will they be able to come back from this situation? Cypher is primed. Actually, they're just wasting time. They're just priming their leeches at the moment, removing the followers. Jelly gonna be the target this time, but a pallet slam again. How many pallet slams can a Dream Witch in a day, in a match?
Yeah, quite a bit for sure. He's gonna get the leech onto the Mechanic here. I mean, at this point, it's really he just needs to get he needs to make sure he gets one kill. The upside for Vampy at least is Mechanic doesn't have an item. So Officer did not drop his watches anywhere. I was gonna say Officer might try to drop his watches towards the center of the map here. Well, he hits with the leech, but the
Oh my
Cyber's
god!
primed. Why would you hit with the leech?
Oh my god!
I don't
Yeah, I was
understand.
thinking the same thing. I don't understand too, honestly.
I don't.
Because yeah, and his leash was on cooldown as well. But I guess he
Yeah.
just wanted to get that decisive hit instead of using a blade. So teleporting away, things are still he's still trying to keep it under control as long as he can have time to leech Mechanic, put him on a chair. He'll be able to teleport using his followers again. But no, there's no leech available. I think it's gonna be really hard. Probably gonna use the
Yeah.
Mechanic leech,
He,
right?
he needs to teleport with main body right now to the other gate. If he doesn't, then well, the follower's not gonna. Yeah, they're not gonna make it anyway. The survivors will have enough time. The other gate is already open. He does get the one kill though, so I mean that's really the kind of the. I guess the bottom line is you can't get 4 escape. I'm really surprised that Wolves didn't set up any sort of items in the center of the map. But yeah, all 3 survivors out the exit gate here. That's a 3 escape for Wolves
Yeah.
here. This is exactly what they wanted to see here. And this puts them in a winning position right off the gate here. They win round 1. This is just a classic winning round 1 on your map selection, 5-3 victory. Exactly what Wolves wants to see.
My God, and not to mention the bot placement as well at the factory. It kind of fooled Vanty for a moment, right? That's why he was hesitant to teleport straight away. Like you were saying, come on, teleport straight away. But why isn't he teleporting? So the tinnitus fool, the tinnitus bluff by the Mechanic. I mean, this guy must play poker a lot, man. He dodges the bullets left and right. But Well, Wolves got it in their map selection, a very standard 5-3, as what you've witnessed just now. It's not over yet, though, ladies and gentlemen, because they are still heading into the next game where ZETA will be the one picking the map. So, ideally, let's just talk a little bit about what happened in the match just now. Like, what do you think was the crucial moment that made Vanpy lost that game? Like, where was the point where he's like, okay, this is the point of no return? It's kind of
Honestly, it was really really early. As soon as he canceled the main body patroller, then missed the hit, and then the leech got pallet stun, and he didn't get that free hit near the paladin factory. That it was over. It was just already over from there, because mechanic is already going to transition away, waste a lot of time. It's already been a long kite at that point. Mechanics still hasn't taken a hit, and you don't have your main body patroller anymore, which is your best weapon in your first chase as a Dream Witch. So you literally, Vampy loses everything. As soon as he cancels that main body patroller, misses the spawn hit, he already loses a lot because he's missing out on a free spawn hit. If he used main body patroller, he would have been able to get the spawn hit. And then as soon as he missed the leech after that, then it was just, there's no coming back from that position.
Yeah. Man, I wish I could play as good as the mechanic, though. I mean, mechanic, yes. There's sort of like a removal of a little bit of debuff. Now he vaults pretty normally, right? Like this removal. Yeah. So, but still being able to kite that long, taking the first kite against a Dream Witch, I think that's really huge. And Vampy, I think we've mentioned this about Vampy before, right? Before this, we were like, Vampy is not really doing that good in Dream Witch, like in the previous tournaments that we've casted about him. So we thought that he would be using a Bonbon. You think a Bonbon would have worked much better, considering what he has banned all throughout during the ban pick phase? You think a Bonbon might work better than a Dream Witch here?
I think it would have, for two reasons. One, they've all brought Flywheel, and Flywheel is, you bring Flywheel to counter Dream, which you don't really bring it. Broken Windows are stronger against Bonbon. So they bring Flywheel to counter the Dream Witch there, and it worked out perfectly. Vampy played right into it, right? And so, you know, if you go into that game with a Bonbon, you have, not only do you have a good chase against a bunch of Flywheel characters, you also spawn on top of the mechanic. He spawned right next to the mechanic. So you have your best chase target right away, and you're chasing a mechanic with no broken windows. That's a very easy kill for a Bonbon. If you get that kill within 60 seconds, even with bot in play, there's a good chance that Vampy's able to tie that position. So I think realistically, Bonbon, would have been a lot better choice there.
Yeah, not to mention it would have been a great mirror image, right? Just like, you know, seeing the Bonbon of Alex getting pitted against Vampy. But you know what? When all has been said and done, ladies and gentlemen, that is the score. Wolves has turned out to got the better out of this exchange in game number 1. But game number 2 is still up. We are still gonna see a lot of things. I'm really excited to see Alf coming out in the best of 2. He has a lot of nicknames, as we know, like, you know, Gandalf. I don't know about Gandalf, but Alf the Great. And yeah, for very good reasons as well. 4K is just a monster on Bonbon as well. A monster, a lot of hunters. But yeah, we're gonna look into highlights at this moment. So just enjoy all the nice spams they have.
All right. Yo. Oh, back to us. That was quick.
Yeah.
See that coming.
Yeah, I was seeing someone spamming in the chat.
Bit of a jump scare. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, right? Jump scare. Dream Witch jump scare? Okay.
Anyways, yeah. So, you know, we saw in that first round 5-3 in favor of Wolves right away. They picked the map that they wanted, and they got a win on it. And it's actually kind of a surprise as well, considering that Arms Factory is also a good map. I forgot to bring this up before, but Arms Factory is a good map for Vampy's Hunters as well. So they picked that map entirely in favor of what Alex wanted to play, which was Bonbon, and Bonbon is good on Arms Factory. But the thing is, Dream Witch and Bonbon, which are both of Vampy's Hunters, are also very good on that map, right? So you kind of gave Vampy a very good map to work with, but he just wasn't able to take advantage. He really just missed out there. And so it actually just worked out perfectly for Wolves. And we see Wolves do this a lot. A lot of teams, a lot of Survivor teams like to pick sort of unique maps, such as, not really unique maps, but maps that have a lot of different kiting options, such as, Ever Sleeping Town, you have your corner house, you have your portal setups, you have a hotel on what's the map called? Chinatown. But on Arms Factory is just so limited. There's just not a lot to work with. But Wolves has always done this, where they like to go Arms Factory, and then they have some sort of setup that just works out very, very strong for them. And honestly, in this case, it was just a strong mechanic kite.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think they were prepared to have the setup come in, like they set up to have the support happening if they needed to. But Mechanic was just doing so great on his own. Like there wasn't even a need for the psychologist, the psychologist heal to come in. There wasn't any need for Antiquarian to come into OB. It was just purely Mechanic, and everyone was just happily decoding the ciphers, which I love to do. So yeah, very well played. And I guess that's the chance that Vampy has. At least he got a 1K, right? Rather than rather than allow it to be like a 4-man escape. That would have been devastating. 5-3, not too bad to come back from. But I do have to say though, ZETA has to be really careful in game number 2 in order to not make it a quick 2-0. Because even if they lose by a little bit of points, they might get caught in a trap, right? Oh, not too much of a point deficit. But at the end of the day, round wins comes before points, so they have to be really careful going into game number 2. So if you were in ZETA's corner, what map do you think they should go for in order to maximize it? I mean, I heard you talk about Chinatown, but what do you think? Do you have any ideas to this?
Yeah, I think the only issue, I think you want to try to go onto a map that's not, it's kind of interesting, right? Because it depends on what kind of hunter Alf really wants to play, because Alf's going to be coming in no matter what, obviously. So it really, and obviously, perfect timing. There you go.
Gandalf. Sorry, he doesn't look that old, but Alf the Grey. Sorry, it's a big moment. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So it's sort of like you want to pick a map that's going to be good for, because Alf really wants to play either Bonbon or Geisha, but then Alf also has Dreamwitch available. So you might want to pick a map that's going to be good for a lot of those hunters, but then you also want to go for something that's not going to be good for Alex. Specifically, if you pick a map that's bad for Wax Artist, and then you ban Alex's Bonbon, you kind of force him, you kind of only leave him with something like Sculptor. I mean, he obviously has some other options, but if you go something like Red Church, and then you ban Bonbon, then you don't really want to play Wax Artist in Red Church. It's not a good map for Wax. It's not good for Alex's Geisha. So he's kind of just left with Sculptor, and Sculptor hasn't been used as much in the current meta. And then in that situation, then Alf maybe can play like Dreamwitch or Bonbon, which are both not bad on that map. So it's kind of curious. Yeah, I mean, what's ZETA's plan? Or do they just go with a good Geisha map, like Moonlit River Park, force them to ban Geisha, and then you have all your other hunter options available? That's also a potential possibility.
Yeah. I mean, regardless of what his choices are, I mean, Alf definitely has a really deep hunter pool. He has the Guard 26, he has the Clark as well. We've seen him using Geisha, Nayat, Wax Artist, although Nayat and Wax Artist wasn't that good. Sorry. Lakeside Village.
Yeah,
so,
they go Lakeside.
Wow.
I think the idea here is similar to Moonlit. Lakeside's also very good for Geisha. And what this also does is that you can you can give Alex Bonbon, because Lakeside Bonbon is not that strong. So you could potentially give Alex Bonbon and then go with something like a Wax Artist ban. Maybe you ban Bonbon if you're really worried about it. But Lakeside Village is very good for Geisha. And as you see here now, this forces them to ban Geisha. They have to ban Geisha because you don't want to play against a Lakeside Geisha, especially against Alf. And that gives Alf every other hunter available as an option to him. We've seen this very common strategy from the China Survivors, where they go Mercenary and Antiquarian first as the first 2 picks. We saw this, I think, every single match yesterday from the mainland China teams, where they go Merc Anti first. We actually see Toy Merchant get banned as well. I think this is a very smart ban. Toy Merchant is incredibly strong on Big Bow. You can infinite loop against almost every hunter, against the majority of the hunters in the game, and it's very difficult it's just really difficult to deal with in general.
Yeah, not to mention if the hunter doesn't break the catapult, right? I think there was a game yesterday. There were a few games where the hunter didn't even break the catapults, and it
Yeah.
resulted in Toy Merchant just freaking leaping with the catapult to the second floor, then loop around, and then jump and glide through. I think that's one of the most annoying things having to play against Toy Merchant.
Hmm.
But if you're planning to play with using a geisha, maybe that's not going to be an issue. So maybe he's not planning on a geisha yet in best of two in this big map. Because I mean, he's banned Toy Merchant and Priestess, right? So
Yeah. Well, Geisha's banned anyway, so he can't play.
yeah.
I'm thinking like Seer and Merchant ban. So Geisha counters Merchant, but Geisha is
Nope.
bad against Seer. So I think the idea with Merchant and Seer is you ban Seer in case they ban Geisha. Wait.
Okay.
No, in case they ban Bond. If they give you Geisha, you ban Seer, and then you ban Merchant in case they give you Bon, because Merchant's strong against Bon. So you're kind of covering all bases here. And then also Merchants just go to this map in general. We actually see Mechanic from Wolves. This is the exact same team comp except for Mercenary instead of Officer as the last round. I think the idea with Mechanic is that Wolves knows they have the lead. So they just need to, as long as they don't lose to Alf, they just play consistently and get at least ties here from here on out, they can just draw out the rest of these rounds and just hold on to the lead. I think that's kind of the strategy with this Mechanic.
Wouldn't it be nicer to have an Embalmer? Like,
yeah.
I mean, Embalmer is pretty good in this map too, right? Like,
yeah, you're right.
If they really want to go for a draw, right? Because Wolves, yes, Jelly had been doing amazing with the Mechanic against Van P, but that was in Arms Factory. And this is Lakeside, so if Alf positions himself next to you and he finds you first, that's pretty much going to be a really tough game, right, for Wolves. Then they have to commit. They have to commit to rescuing. They have to commit to coming to support. That's going to be a little troublesome, and Cypher Rush is not going to be available because the Mechanic is preoccupied in containing Alf.
Mm-hmm.
So Embalmer not getting chosen, and Alf is going with his signature Bon Big Map 4K. Let's see if he's able to get his 4K, his legendary 4K in Lakeside Village again in this match against Wolves.
Actually, I think that's a really good point as well about Embalmer, especially because you don't have Officer, so you don't have a stable rescuer. I mean, Mercenary obviously is a stable rescuer, but not against Bon. So you don't have a guaranteed rescue option with Officer anymore. So Embalmer being a self-rescue character, I think would have been very good for dealing with a good camping hunter like Bon. And especially on a map like Lakeside Village. Big Boat and Bomber is so good because you can just put your coffin on Big Boat, you can kite around Big Boat and then leave after a while, and then you can just coffin yourself back to Big Boat and then just kite there again. And you can just keep looping it over and over and over. So you position yourself back into the same strong kiting area that you were originally. And that's just a really good positioning for a character like Embalmer in a strong kiting area like Lakeside, like Big Boat. So yeah, the Mechanic option, I just think Embalmer would have been a little bit more safe, I guess. Yeah, and
draw,
more reliable. Yeah, I don't know. Psychologist as well is interesting, considering that Psychologist is. I guess the idea of Psychologist is that in case Alf does play Dream Witch, you just want to have that as a potential counter. Yeah. So.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The Great Wall of China emerges again. In this case, in Lakeside Village, they're making a wall, if you get the meme. So Alf will be placed just right on top of one. So he's allowing Jelly to decode. He's like, fine, you get the bot to decode, but I'm going to injure every single one of the people I meet so that your debuff is going to be too much for you to even decode by yourself. So maybe that's the game plan. He has teleport, he has detention, and obviously that's the only major trait he brought because he doesn't have trump card, he doesn't have a confined space, he doesn't have insolence. So maxing out the chase, missing out stuns.
I think like control freak, probably stuns control freak. I think so. Control freak's very good because then you can survivors will die faster, which means they have less time to decode. So it actually gives you more. It gives you more opportunities to actually win as Bon because if the survivor's dying faster, you have less time to decode, which means you can change targets faster, pressure ciphers faster, and it gives you as a hunter more opportunities to win. So looks like he is going to go for Psychologist first. This is a perfectly good chase target for something like a Bonbon. And unfortunately does miss that first one. Does have a pallet to work with as well, and all the survivors did bring broken windows, so this is actually gonna work out quite nicely against a Bonbon character.
Yeah, Alf is throwing bombs to the wall. He thinks he thinks the psychologist is still around, right? But
Yeah.
Juan has already rotated away, and so far, oh, okay, trying to bait with the 5-second bomb. Oh, he's gonna get hit! Wow.
Nice
Beautiful,
5-second bomb
beautiful.
setup. Yeah, beautiful 5-second bomb setup there. He's able to chain it. Antiquarian's gonna come in for the support here. Needs to be careful. Trying to go for the stun, dodges the stun, misses the hit though. And he's gonna, looks like he's actually gonna stay on Psychologist here. And yeah, just continue this chase. She is one chip away from being basic. It teleporting closer, Psychologist, forcing her away from the small boat. I actually quite like this idea. And now she's left with a single pallet in this area.
Yo, Psychologist just one normal hit away. The bombs, it's gonna hit again. Oh my god, double chip damage. He's just one hit away. He just needs a control bomb to hit. My god, Juan, is he gonna get baited by the 1-second bomb? Oh,
The no look.
oh my god. The no look. The no look, Ayomine. Freeform shoot. My god.
Looking at his build there, they did show his build for a second. It looks like he had fast pallet breaking speed. I think that was control freak, if I'm not mistaken. So control freak with fast pallet breaking speed. That definitely makes sense. Psychologist on share for the first time. And as we talked about now, there's no stable rescuer. You don't have a don't have a first officer here. So the only one that can really save, you could double save with Antiquated Mercenary, but I'd imagine they're not even going to rescue this at all. I mean, they technically have, well, I don't know. I mean, they technically have enough cyber progress to win.
Yeah.
So I think Lion might go for an after-half rescue here. But yeah, that first kite, it didn't actually seem that long, but that mechanic Cypher Rush is really having a big impact
Crazy, right?
here. Yeah, I guess that might be, I guess that's the idea of picking mechanic over Embalmer, is that your overall decoding is just faster in general, so you do have a little bit more win potential with mechanic. And maybe a less consistent option for guaranteeing a tie, but it does open up more winning options as well.
Yeah, I mean 3.5 ciphers in 2 minutes plus. That's crazy, right? 3.5 minutes. Psychologist on the ball. And finally, full blood rescue. 487 trying to do something here. Oh, he's gonna hit away. Disarming him. Beautiful work so far. 487 again. Another thrust.
Oh, but he's just down. He's just down right away. The Psychologist is already down. Yeah, I mean that ended up not paying off. Maybe. I mean the last cipher.
Psychologist. Quarren's still there.
Oh, but Mechanic's bot cannot pop. Mechanic's bot, I don't think it popped the last Cypher machine. Look at that. Look at the progress on the bot now. It's like 1% left, and Cypher is not ready. So, yeah, that forces them to go to the last Cypher, and Korean cannot harass, and just like that, Alpha's. It looked like there's potentially winning position, but the bot just not having enough energy there, and they're a little bit short on their Cypher progress. So, Alpha potentially has put himself into at least a drawn position from here on out.
Yeah, Alf working his magic right there. He said, it doesn't matter. I'm not gonna ban your Antiquarian. It doesn't matter if you smack me. Rabbits will survive. You smack me, I'll just bomb you. So apparently that's the karma going on here. And thanks to all that beating he's received, Juan finally down after the bomb hit him for the final time, getting sent back to the manor. 2 ciphers are about to be done. Actually, Cypher Rush was real, but with just that one play, I think I agree with you, the miscalculation there, right? The bot wasn't able to finish the last cipher as well. So they going for the 2-man rescue. I feel that was kinda risky, right?
Yeah.
And didn't pay off, but Alf, he's gonna get the robot down. He knows that this is the last cipher. And they're just, Wolves are being very patient though. They're just trying to heal up Antiquarian at this point. Resetting position. You think starting a new cipher?
I mean, he does. I think 487 has crows actually. So he knows where the Antiquarian is. The question is, which cipher is the 67 and which is the... Okay, this is the 95 cipher.
Yeah.
So he's going to chase Antiquarian a little bit here, but keep in mind, this is an Antiquarian. You still have a lot of sticks to work with. He's able to get that first chip and gets the hit. No stick use at all there. So Antiquarian, I think he was trying to dodge the hit. And Mercenary does pop the big boat cipher. Alf's gonna want to teleport if he sees the last cipher moving. You don't really want to give. Oh, misses a control bomb. That's a big miss there. He's trying to find where the last cipher is, but he doesn't. They haven't.
I think he knows, right? Because he actually went past the last cipher. Yeah.
But he just sees it's not moving. Yeah.
Yeah, Alf is just being really careful. The moment he shakes, I think he's just gonna move. He's just constantly moving while monitoring that direction. Oh, he's
There it
gonna
is.
teleport?
Yeah,
Teleport?
I would imagine so.
Or maybe just walking
No.
through? He doesn't need to? I mean, it's quite near.
There we
Oh,
go.
he's gonna teleport
Okay.
now.
Yeah, he doesn't want it to risk being primed here, and it is the mechanic, so she doesn't really have anything to work with. Oh, does dodge those bombs there,
Oh,
and is able to make it to Shack. Mechanic's just gonna dive as far away as possible from this Cypher machine. You see just an excellent job from the. Oh, that actually clips the mechanic. Wow. Gonna go back for the mercenary, just really trying to pressure down this last Cypher machine. I'd imagine they're gonna open up another one. Yeah, Antiquarian's gonna start a new one here. Trying to get the chip onto the mercenary here, unable to get it. The key here for Alf is at least delay the Cypher pop until his teleport's back online. So that way he'll have teleport for endgame. Maybe he can get grab an extra kill here. So he needs to just constantly pressure the Cypher. If he's able to pressure the Cypher, Antiquarian will have that last one primed, but his teleport will be almost back. That's sort of the key for Alf here, I think.
yeah, I mean, he kind of has to delay it until his teleport is back up, right? So, starting a new Cypher is definitely the best decision that Wolves can do at this point. But Jelly, thanks to the broken window build that he brought, he's not gonna allow distance to be made between him and Alf. Alf, yeah, he's trying to chase the mechanic out, but the bombs are not connecting to the mechanic so far. Only one chip damage so far. Another one might make a difference, but both ciphers are about to be primed. I guess that's the scary part. 487 about to prime the cipher, already at 95%, 96. I think Alf's best bet here, as you can see, he's just tunneling in on mechanic. He's like, yeah, you know what? It's fine.
They should pop
I'll
right
just try
here.
and get a draw.
Yeah. They don't want to. You don't want to risk going down to bombs. Oh, dungeon is actually over here as well.
Yo.
So as a hunter here, you want to be able to teleport so you don't risk getting kited to dungeon. But then also mercenary is the one on the gate, so that's not a good chase here. So we're gonna see that first level. Still has 2 level pads available, and mercenary can take a lot of hits. Well, at least chip hits. We're gonna see that first one right away though. He's gonna use that last elbow pad just to try to get closer to the dungeon here. But keep in mind, one of the pallets has already been expended here. He still has one more to work with, but he's going to take probably one more chip here.
Yo!
Yeah, every bomb hitting the last gate. The gate here is not enough. Actually, they haven't even started the other gate yet, and Mercenary is going to go down.
Boom! Okay.
Doesn't miss a single one. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, I don't know. I think Mercs kind of like getting bombed. Yeah, bomb magnet. But I think ZETA has to be really happy getting a draw in this map because technically he was Cypher Rush, right? So I think getting a draw would at least help him to a certain extent. But again, they still have to face Wolves, Hunter, Alex in the next round. So do you think this position might be enough for ZETA survivors to make a comeback in the second half? Again,
I think it is. Yeah, I think it is. I mean, this map was chosen for them, obviously. I think it was chosen for a few reasons. One, it forces Wolves to ban Geisha. So you go with this map because you force Wolves to ban Geisha, and that opens up other hunters like Bonbon and Dream, which gives you kind of every option to work with as a hunter for Alf. But then it's also going to be very good for the survivors. The Japan teams really like to play Lakeside Village, mainly for Toy Merchant. There's a lot of Toy Merchant plays that these teams play. So the question is, right now, it's really important. Does Alex ban Merchant first? We saw Alf do it, right? Because, it's very common in Japan to immediately go into Merchant and then just play Merchant on Big Boat, and it's just really hard to deal with. So is Alex going to ban Merchant first? Because China plays Merchant less so than Japan does. Toy Merchant is more of a Japanese style strategy than a China strategy. So we'll see if Alex is prepared to ban a character like that. And then the question is as well is what hunter is the ZETA survivors going to ban? I'd imagine they're going to ban Geisha. I don't think you're actually going to give Geisha.
Okay. Yeah,
I don't think you're actually going to give Geisha. Yeah, that's probably what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. If you want to keep the Geisha in, if you want to keep the Geisha, if you don't want to ban the Geisha, if your Geisha is being banned, then you just go ahead and ban the Toy Merchant. But if your Geisha's not banned, then basically just ban the Seer, right? So I guess that's what they can do now. But looking at the match data itself, look at how long Juan has been kiting. Technically 86 seconds, but 3.5 ciphers have been done. So that was
Right.
really, really intense. Let's just look at the graph. 4 ciphers are done. 5 ciphers are done before like it's just so fast. The cipher rush is just amazing with the mechanic, but just unfortunately because it's a big map, the energy runs out and they couldn't pop the last cipher. But still, very valiant effort by Alf. So I would say still pretty good, looking pretty good so far for Wolves, because this is in fact Zeta's map, right? So the situation has reversed. They got a draw this time against a map Zeta chose. So Alex. I don't know, man. I'm kind of excited to see him play Geisha. I'm kind of excited to see if he will play Geisha or if he'll just go for Bonbon. You think he has a Geisha? You think his Geisha cooks? Or cooks? Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
No, he
Bonbon cooks. I don't know.
he plays Geisha a lot. I mean, he's played Geisha a lot in IVL, so I think so. The thing is, like, they're either gonna ban Geisha or they're gonna ban. I just don't see Zeta banning Bonbon on this map. Like, I get Alf played Bonbon here, but that's because that's one of his most consistent hunters. It is for Alex as well, but on a map like Lakeside, I feel like it makes more sense to ban Wax Artist or Geisha. Those hunters are typically stronger on a big open map like Lakeside. And then yeah, I just I don't see. I think Geisha ban makes the most sense, or maybe ban something else and then just play an anti-Geisha comp is also a possibility, but we'll have to see. I think them picking Lakeside is to counter Bonbon. That way you can ban a different hunter and then also sort of make Bonbon weaker in the process. But yeah.
I think they're gonna respect his Bonbon enough to ban Bonbon, or respect his Geisha enough to ban Geisha.
That's what I'm trying to think about. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to think. It's just because realistically, if it were something like Arms Factory or Red Church, you'd ban Bonbon because Bonbon's a lot better on a map like that than Geisha is. But on a big open map like Lakeside, Bonbon's going to struggle more because he has less cipher pressure to work with, and then Geisha is more versatile on a big open map because you have more cipher pressure and more mobility and things like that. So I think banning Geisha technically makes more sense here.
Yo. I don't know, man. I feel like all of them are really close with the teams and the commentators team. Hey, you know what, guys? If you see anything funny about any of us, please do clip it and tag us in Instagram. We totally would like to see what you managed to clip out of our thing. I mean, like, just look at them having fun with the teams and the commentators there, right? The audience having fun. So you guys can totally do that. But of course, positivity, ladies and gentlemen, and funny. Yeah. Look, this is kind of funny. It looks kind of funny in swimsuits. Oh my god, is that? Let me see. That's Liang Happy. Yeah, I can see Liang Happy. I can see. Yeah, those are all. And Peter Patry as well. Oh god, they are having fun. I love it. Yeah,
good editing skills.
Good editing skills. So if anyone here has good editing skills too, please do it. Oh, what's that look like? It's like, oh, it's like, are you gonna have dinner with me? No. Oh. Imagine the funny memes that they do, but the person showing is like, yeah, they're just looking.
Yeah. It's like when you have a serious face, and then they try to make it like that's when it's the most funny when you have someone has like a serious face over something, and then you like add some sort of edit to it, and it looks really. It's like when you're playing a rank match and then something really bad happens, and then you get all sad, and then you just edit like a clown face over it or something. That's like the best.
Oh yeah, I get what you're saying.
It's the best one.
Exactly. But now, just looking back at oh wait, what? Okay, this one looks kind of cool. I would like to get that black and white angel wings kind of edit with a black face mask fishing kind of thing going on. I don't know. But yeah, Alex looks like he's ready to go, banning the Seer and the Prospector in this big map. Doesn't care about Toy Merchant.
Yeah, he gives Toy Merchant. Wow. I think they'll just take it right away, right? I don't think there's any reason not to. Yeah, first pick. There we go. Merchant right away here, Antiquarian. And they did ban Geisha. So I think that was kind of the game plan, is ban Geisha. And now Merchant is really good against Bonbon on Big Boat. Bonbon really has no way to chase a Merchant on Big Boat. You can loop that for so long. And it's really hard for a Bonbon to deal with. It looks like we're going to see Entomologist and Mercenary as well here.
A Naya?
So actually, maybe like I don't think you'd ban Ento if you're gonna play Bonbon, right? So
Yeah, Nayat
uh,
maybe. I don't know. He does play Nayat
also,
too.
yeah.
Or Wax. I don't know.
Maybe Wax
Wax.
Artist.
Yeah, yeah. I mean that's your favorite, right? So
Yeah, I would love to
Wax.
see that.
Ah, there's yeah. So yeah, guys. I mean, oh my God, there's so many mobility in this lineup at this point.
Yep.
Merchant being one, and then there's also the patient. Not to mention, like if Antiquarian finishes the bamboo, right? He uses up the bamboo. First officer uses up the clock. Oh my God! Then and Lester can easily just throw some equipment. It's like, yeah, you need something. Here it is. Just take whatever I throw. Don't complain. And they can easily replenish with the help of toy merchant. So salute to all you toy merchant mains out there. Okay,
Yep.
good job. Just don't place the catapult
In
facing
the wrong
the
spot.
wall.
Yeah.
Wall.
There's always
Chocho did it. Freaking hell.
It's just
Chocho
like-
did it. And
I believe it.
I banged the tree in the middle. The
I
Chinatown
believe
victory.
it.
I think so. What? Yeah. I still remember.
Yo, that always happens when you put the catapult down, and then there's always like one random like wall or one random ceiling or something that just sticks out
Oh my God.
and what exposed hashtag
I hope
exposed.
not.
It just, and it always
Oh.
blocks you. But as long as you don't mess up the catapult.
Yeah.
I think last time I played Merchant on Lakeside, I put the catapult so it jumps onto the ramp, but then I angled it to the side and then
Yeah.
he's gonna go Naiad. Yeah, I angled to the side and then it just totally missed. It was just like
Imagine
And it's like,
you put
bruh.
a catapult. Imagine you put a catapult. Right at the in the big boat, like just to the right.
Yeah.
And instead of flying into the big boat, you just fly all the way towards the sea.
You
which
just-
is like, like shit. I don't have anywhere to run from here.
I think
Oh God.
the best moment of Merchant is when you put a catapult for a teammate and then the catapult's so bad that it ends up just killing the teammate. That's the best.
It's like hit the ceiling on top.
That's
and-
the best way.
Yeah. But if you're playing against Geisha, right, it might fool the Geisha though. The Geisha's like, phew, fly far away. It's like, you know what? Mind game. Mind game there, bro. Mind game. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. But the positioning now, you can see the spawn location. Naiad's actually placed next to the first officer. And I didn't really see it. It's like sort of like a sandwich situation. Yeah. First officer and patient. So no Great Wall of Japan, I think. So chase the patient first? Chase the first officer first? I mean,
It's tough. I mean, the problem is Alex didn't really have a lot of great options. Like Naiad gets countered by Patient because Patient just waits for them to pull back the trident, then they hook. They just hook out of the water zone, right? Antiquarian's very good. As soon as you pull back the trident, just stun, and it's a counter. Merchant big bow, it's like you gonna chase that? No, probably not, right? So, I guess and flywheel on Patient too. So this is a direct counter to Naiad. This is why I think Wax might have been a little bit stronger because Wax can chase Antiquarian. Wax can chase a flywheel character better than a Naiad can. So unfortunately, yeah.
I mean, the flywheel is definitely very good. Counters the 99% wetness, and then boom, all of a sudden you're dry. You're so
Reset,
dry.
yeah.
Yeah, and then I don't know, 6ix9ine doing pretty good so far. 6ix9ine
6-9 clutch.
6ix9ine blink. Yeah, 6ix9ine
Yeah.
clutch. You saw Deeming with it, right? Crazy, man. Getting a
Yeah.
4K with it. So in this big map though, you think it makes sense to not have a trump card in this situation?
I think it's fine, like, because Alex just needs to tie, right? So I think it's safe to just play a tie build. Just Insolence Attention with Blink is just very consistent. It's not very aggressive. It's not like you're going to switch to Teleport and try to get an extra kill endgame. You're just trying to play for the tie here. And First Chase Antiquarian is not really good for Alex. You're going to see what's going to happen. He's going to pull out the tray, he's going to stun. Yeah, and there's nothing you can do about it. And it's just a direct counter to Naiad.
Yeah.
So this is where things get really tough. So do you even continue this chase? No, yeah, I mean, maybe he does, but it's such a hard counter now. I don't really see how he plays around this.
Yeah, I can't really see as well, like literally. But yeah, he's gonna be standing at the bottom. The moment he retracts, he's just gonna jump away. Oh no, he's gonna slow it down a bit, but it's not gonna be disarmed. No! Getting the hit before he reaches the catapult, so that's really crucial. He got that hit earlier on. But now, Alex has no more blink to work with. Antiquarian, pretty sure the skills are gonna, refresh pretty soon.
Yep.
Kazuneko, oh my god.
And he knows he doesn't have excitement now too. That's the other thing. He's going to drop this pallet here as well. Cosmic needs to be careful. Does get the stun. That's really important. The only problem is he is kiting near officer, which means that if he goes for a stun and the officer's too close, the swing's going to recover faster. And it looks like he's going to go back to the catapult here now, able to... He needs to not get watered here. 99, he's able to stay alive. Does he have a stick available? Misses the swing there. Can he potentially stay alive here? Oh, he is going to go down at the end. And Alex got the down before 3 ciphers popped, which means he still is on track to draw this game.
Oh my god, yeah. And now he's going to be chairing it next to the first officer cipher, which is very unfortunate. So far, Alex is doing pretty good, considering like what you said, Antiquarian is a direct counter, right? Towards Naiad as well, especially when he retracts the harpoon. But now Mochi's probably gonna just go rescues, going the hypnosis form. He's just gonna rescue and then let Kazuneko run far away. Doesn't matter if he gets hit, as long as he runs far away with the cipher, he can pop the cipher. And so far, only 2 ciphers done though. So
yeah.
Oh my god, the win!
Can he get the double onto officer? Close. Oh, just misses the double on the officer there. And he is able to get the stun there. He still has some stick available now, so the rebound kite is a possibility. There's the second one. He still has even one more to work with. Oh, gets the swing back in time. This, unfortunately, is the problem with kiting near a survivor's Antiquarian, because, you know, the recovery is a lot faster for the Naiad.
Yeah, oh my god, that was so... Oh my god, that was so good, actually. Like, the sidestep hit, like you thought that the disarm was gonna be long enough, and then just at the nick of time, hitting when Kazuneko was dropping the pallets. So far it looks like Kazuneko is gonna go down for the second time. Gonna be chairing near Dolisu as well, and the Dolisu cipher is actually the last cipher at 47%. So this is really unfortunate.
Yep.
Might be looking like a very strong draw here, at least for Alex. I think it's already looking like a draw.
Yeah, Antiquarian. I think they'll probably attempt a rescue. Maybe not. I mean, oh no, Merchant's gonna... She has a catapult set up. I think she's gonna fly in and try to go for this here. No, she's just standing near the catapult. Actually deciding not to go for it, it looks like.
Yeah,
she picked it back up.
Yeah. They realized that this is not the game for Kazuneko against Alex on Naiad. So, just gonna let Kazuneko go. It's okay though, he's done enough. And technically, they just have to regroup. It's not out there. It's not out for ZETA yet. They can definitely still try and aim for a 3-man escape. They only have the last cipher to work with. They're already starting a new cipher, which is already past the 50% mark. So that's a good thing, right? And one more thing though, you think they noticed that Alex is probably just going the same build as everyone, 6-9 bling, which means they don't have to worry about teleport.
Well, I mean, they know he has insolence, right? And they're assuming that Knight's gonna have detention. So I think they know that, there's no option. Does get the prop there onto the officer. He's gonna have to use a watch or...
No, he's not.
He's gonna save it for endgame. I guess it's fine. Because as you mentioned, they know he has no trade swap. So they know he's not making it to that last cipher machine. So it's fine to just go for a safe rescue here and just play for the endgame. The upside as well is that the patient's the one rescuing. Which means if Alex wants to chase patient endgame, that's fine. Because Patient has 3 hooks, he has Flywheel, he has options for kiting endgame, whereas Toy Merchant does not, right? So it's... Does Toy Merchant leave the cipher? Huh?
No, it's the Patient going. Patient's
Maybe,
coming.
I think there might have been miscommunication there or something. I don't know. Interesting. I mean, I think she was setting up a catapult, maybe. I think that must have been it.
I mean, if they play this right... Oh no, oh my god, he's gonna go down. Patient, prime straight away. Sasori says a hook.
He still has Flywheel, but he has Blink. He needs to Flywheel to Blink. It's really hard to Flywheel at Naiad. Blink goes for the dash there. Able to stay alive a little bit longer here. Does Alex? Oh, what's gonna happen? Waiting for the hook. He's gonna go for that hook there.
Oh
goes back to try it there. He needs to Flywheel this swing. Oh, he Flywheels early. And he still has Blink available. Yeah, he's just gonna be able to get the down onto the Patient here. Doesn't even need the Blink. The dungeon is in the vicinity, but just a little bit short there, unfortunately for ZETA. And I don't believe they're going to attempt any sort of rescue here, and they're just going to take the tie, which means that Wolves is going to hold on to their lead going into the last round.
Yeah, a draw. And apparently that's all that they need. I mean, a draw's not too bad, right? Considering this is ZETA's pick, right? So 1 win, 1 draw, whereas ZETA... Zeta has 1 loss and 1 draw so far. So whatever happens in game, it's still anyone's game in game number 3. As long as the points are overwhelming enough, it's still anyone's game. So if Zeta wants to win, they have to win with a score above 5-3 if they want to pull one against Wolves. Whereas I feel like Wolves, you think they're comfortable enough with the lead they have so far? Because I mean, it's just easy, right? They can easily just go for another draw situation and just win it with 1 win and 2 draws, right? Yeah, so
Yeah, I think it's okay for Wolves because I mean, they're going into the last round. They get to pick map with no map bans. They have the lead. I mean, Zeta's still working out of a hole here. I mean, it's really tough, right? You know, we talked about the way Zeta wins a lot of their matches is they're able to have probably a tied round 1 or a win round 1, and then they just hold their lead. Because they lost the first round, and because they're still kind of just holding a tie for the second round, they're still behind, right? They're still behind. They still need to work out of this one. They have to win this round. This is a must-win round for them. If they win the round, as you mentioned, by 2 points, then it will be. We will see a 4th round. If they win by more than 2 points, then they do win overall. And if they tie or lose this round, then Wolves will be advancing to 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely no walk in the park. They're doing the best that they can. So guys, everyone in the chat, you're still watching this. Zeta wins or Wolves wins. Short report, #Zeta wins, #Wolves wins. But right now we're gonna head to the scoreboard. Doing great so far, Kazuneko. It's just really unfortunate, like what Eli has pointed out, being near a survivor actually. Yeah, it was actually really disadvantageous for Kazuneko. Close quarter combats is against a Naiad. Yeah, it kind of works to a certain extent, but I think what was the crucial moment that allowed Alex to capitalize? Because I think Kazuneko, with the catapult setup outside the big boat, that's actually pretty good, right? It would have bought a lot of time, honestly. So, any turning points?
It's hard to say. I think the biggest thing is like, I don't know if Antiquarian going shore was like the best decision. Because as soon as Antiquarian goes shore, it kind of just creates a position where it's like, you kite near the officer. So one, your stun's going to be a little bit shorter, and then you're also in a weaker kiting area. So it's sort of like you're just, I don't know. I feel like staying big boat might have been a little bit better, but it's hard to say. It was just the first kite wasn't long enough for a win, basically. If the first kite was a little bit longer, they might have had enough time for a win. If they wanted to be extremely aggressive, they could have had Merchant go for a save, then give the elbow pad to the rescued survivor and use that to kite. But they know Alex still has blink, so it's just an easy blink kill from there on, and he's able to secure that down. So I think overall, I mean, it was just the first kite was it was a good one, but just not enough for a win. It's just that simple.
Yeah, I think this is where things really get interesting, right? Like, yeah, but we are gonna head into a really short break. We're just gonna look at the highlights right here between Zeta and Wolves. Do enjoy. You have it, ladies and gentlemen, the highlights. Speaking of highlights, I have you right here in my palm, Eli. You wanna see?
Huh?
There you go.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Yo, you're in my palm right now. Yeah, but anyway, in my palm. Look, I'm twisting your head. Okay, I'm just kidding. I won't do that. Yeah, but really excited to see what's gonna happen next game. Map choice, best map choice, because this time it's Zeta that's gonna be. I don't think there's gonna be any more banned maps, so it's gonna be Wolves that's choosing the maps, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, what other maps do you think that's just gonna go for this time?
Honestly, it's hard to say. I think because it's sort of like a situation where yesterday where we saw with Dogchuan how you cannot really pick a map that's going to directly counter Alf's hunters because there's so many options available with their type of hunter pool. So I think that you have to pick a map that's probably going to be good for Alex. You want to pick a map that's going to be good for sort of an open map that Bonbon's also good on, because you need to open up a map that's going to be good for a Wax Artist, Bonbon, and Geisha. So you have all those options depending on which hunter they opt to ban. So I think a map like Moonlit River Park would actually be quite strong. Not only is that a very good Geisha map, it's good for Wax Artist, and it's actually pretty good for Bonbon, even though it is a big open map. It's pretty good for Bonbon because there's not a lot of windows for getting speed boost to transitioning away from the Bonbon for bomb hits. And it's just very easy for Bonbon to hit bombs because there's not a lot of walls to sort of block the bombs and stuff like that. So what Moonlit may be hard to pressure ciphers. It's still a very good chase map for Bonbon. And it's also difficult to take coaster against Bonbon because you can throw bombs on the coaster. You have to wait for the blow up before you take the coaster. And if you try to take the coaster while there's a bomb there, it could knock you off. You could use the control bomb to knock you off. So Bonbon can also play around coaster a little bit, whereas a lot of hunters can struggle against that. So I think Moonlit would definitely be the best case for Wolves here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just glad that we're finally at this season. We're coming back to a place where Bonbon is getting, is being actively picked again, right? Because we've seen Dreamwish, the rise of the Dreamwish. We've seen the rise of the Clark, and we've seen the rise of Breaking Will at one point as well, and even the rise of not exactly Hermit, right? He never really rose to a position high enough.
I mean, he got played a lot, but he never really won. So, yeah.
尽量别忘了保活他的队友吧。在准备的这个阶段，我们对他进行了一些针对性训练嘛，就包括一些地图，还有针对角色之类的一些训练。
I mean, wow, look at how calmly he says, "Don't let them keep their teammates alive," with a smiling face. So who's the one who's violent now, bro? Yeah, but yeah, very nice words done. So words of wisdom to all the hunter mains there, just making sure everyone's injured, making sure they don't, just stop them from keeping your friends alive. That's the philosophy of Alex from Wolves. And
you guys want to be a good hunter? That's your strategy.
That's the strategy.
Yeah.
Is there a famous influencer saying just bleed them out? No, that's so bad. That's so bad. I know, right? Unless if you're the undead, right? Unless you're
yeah. Proceed.
Yeah. Speaking of undead, actually not speaking of undead, because he doesn't look like undead. Oh my god, Liang Happy. Also one of the casters that I kinda like. Cause he's always happy, not happy as in goofy, but he's just like really fun to look at and watch, and people just people making memes of him as well. But of course, there we have it, fan signs for Wolves as well. The smiling Prince 487 there. I think he uses Colgate. I'm not sure.
Yeah, totally.
I mean, okay, just back to the game, Alex. Obviously, they just want to make things. They just have to make things as easy as possible for Alex, right? In order to maximize his hunter's pool's effectiveness. So, I totally agree with you. A map like Moonlit River Park, that's really good, right? But at the same time, it opens up the possibility for the survivors to pick up characters like Embaumer, though. Do you think it's dangerous to pick such a big map again? Because Embaumer, Toy Merchant, there's just so many to ban, right?
Well, they did go with Chinatown, so I think that I think it's sort of the same idea with Moonlit, where it's like you have an open map. I think it's actually a little bit better for Alex though. And now that I think about it, Chinatown makes a little bit more sense because it's a big open map, which is going to be good for Geisha. It's going to be good for Wax Artist. It's also good for Soul Weaver. And we know Alex does play Soul Weaver. Soul Weaver is sort of like a low A tier, maybe like A- somewhere in there. But on Chinatown, Soul Weaver becomes S tier. Soul Weaver is very, very strong. Soul Weaver is very, very strong on Chinatown. There's so many just like random poles that just stick up out of the ground that you can just put a web on and just out of nowhere just get a free speed boost. I mean, it's insane. And then also Soulweaver counters Hotel because it's such a narrow area. You can just spam a bunch of webs and you can catch up instantly. You cut off that loop. So a lot of survivors love to go to Hotel because it's usually a safe area, right? Not against Soulweaver. And that's why Soulweaver is so strong. So I think the idea of going Chinatown is that you open up a good map for Alex's Wax Artist, Geisha, and Soulweaver. And they can't ban all three of them. So he's still going to have one of those options available.
Oh my god, I'm just having fun looking at all of them. Shuai Bu. It's like asking handsome or not.
Yeah.
Is he handsome? I mean, oh my god. There's just so many fan signs going on. I just love the atmosphere there. And it shows as well, look at the players are still having fun. Mind you, ladies and gentlemen, this is group stages format. So which means I just love this new format. Like compared to before. Because before it's like, yo, go top 16 and then basically some of the teams you only see them once or twice and that's it, they're gone. As soon as they lose, they're gone. So here everyone gets a chance to play 4 matches. Every team gets a chance to play 4 matches in their groups. And just to remind everyone, it is the first, second, and third, the top 3 teams in each group that's going to be moving forward and dubbed World's Top 12. How cool is that, World's Top 12?
Yep, absolutely. Hashtag Colgate487. Yeah, so if you guys are wondering, so shout out to Norton's something. I don't know how to say that. But yeah, if you guys are wondering, okay, if you want to be a professional IDV player, what is the first thing you do in the morning? You brush your teeth, usually.
Yeah. Okay.
So what is the best toothpaste that all the IDV players use?
Colgate.
No? Probably Colgate. I don't know.
Colgate. Okay, so Colgate is also categorized into a few products. There's Colgate White. There's
all the
Colgate Volcano.
I just buy whatever they have on the shelf at the 7-Eleven.
Yeah. Okay, so hashtag Colgate, please do sponsor us as well. We'll gladly wear Colgate's bomber if needed. But yeah, 1 year supply is definitely enough. So yeah, just back to the stream itself. Wow, very, very tense moment going on so far, Eli. I can hear the music. Oh my god, it reminds me of Beethoven's Piece Number 3. I'm just kidding, I don't know anything about music. But it's just so tense. You can feel the air. You can feel the air becoming tight. I wonder how that feels like, but it feels like that way that's time. But Chinatown, they got their pick. Toy Merchant, Mercenary, Mobility is up for them. Now with the mechanic, what do you think Alex's game plan is against this lineup?
It's tough. I think he has Bond ability, still has Cracked Artist available. Cracked Artist is actually the proper way to pronounce it because it's cracked.
Cracked.
Yeah, not Wax Artist, Cracked
Okay.
Artist.
I just call him the ice cream man.
Oh, actually go Enchantress here. I think the idea with Enchantress is that it's here to counter Bonbon. Enchantress is very strong against Bonbon, and that obviously if you every chip you get is going to be a free stack. But the problem is Enchantress is very weak to Wax Artist, so it's a bit of a trade-off, right? Alex's 2 hunters that he'll most likely play are Wax Artist or Bonbon. I guess he also has Naiad as well, so that's also a possibility. So interesting, yeah. I'm not really sure the Enchantress. I think Enchantress is really only... I guess Enchantress is not batting against Naiad in some instances, but for the most part, I think it's just there for the Bonbon.
I also think that it's just Kazuneko wanting to play something that can stun. Because he played Dancer and he wasn't having much fun with it. So oh my god! Cracked Artist!
Cracked Artist!
Technically he's not cracked until his full presence, right? So so now he's semi-cracked. I don't know. Yeah. Now he's just paddle pop. Yeah, now he's just paddle pop, and then when he's full presence, he's Hagen-Dazs or something.
Yeah. I mean, he still has really good chase, like even without the.
Yes. But against Toy Merchant, though, you think?
Less so against Toy Merchant, yeah. Especially if Toy Merchant can get to an area like Hotel. It's similar to Big Boat where you can loop that for so long.
Mm-hmm.
So, but 2 of the targets here are quite nice. Enchantress is a very easy chase for a Wax Artist. Actually, Wax Artist hard counters Enchantress. Every time you stun the Wax Artist, you get an extra 25 wax. And then on top of that, if you're frozen, you can't use your stuns at all. And then obviously, Mechanic is a very easy chase for pretty much any hunter. So with the exception of Toy Merchant, 2 of the targets here are quite nice for Wax Artist.
Yeah. If it was me, I would definitely go for the Wax Artist first. Force you to sacrifice the bot, or it's either because the survivor can force you to chase either the bot first or chase the person itself first. So being Alex, yes, they've positioned themselves pretty well. Dolisu can definitely set up some catapults, right? The middle part is the best part because you just kind of set up a catapult and your teammates just run into the tree. Like what Chocho does. Hashtag Chocho.
What Chocho does. Remind me not to let. Remind me not to let Chocho play Merchant in my.
It's A-Batch, bro. It's A-Batch. Okay.
Oh, they brought all Flywheel too. Now look at that. This is actually really good. I think this was in preparation of Naiad. They were expecting Naiad, but Alex goes. Oh, he goes Peepers. Wow, I've actually never seen that before.
He likes Peepers, man. I don't know, man.
It's like,
he likes extra eyes. Yeah. All eyes on the wolf, bro.
That's actually, but the triple Flywheel means that Wax Artist actually counters the builds here. And this is one of those things where originally before some recent tournament adjustments, you got to choose your build after you knew what the hunter was. But they actually have to choose their builds before they know what the hunter is. And he's actually going to instantly find the bot as well here, Nell. So Alex actually no, he doesn't see it. He actually doesn't see the bot, so he's going to go straight for Mechanic, which is actually a pretty good start for Zeta.
Yeah. The bot's John Cena, like, you can see me. And it's like, but even with the peepers, maybe that's why you need peepers, because he can't see them. So, but he's gonna chase Sasori. Sasori's bot's fine so far. John Cena's gonna hide. The daughter's gonna hide. Sasori's gonna run away. He's currently doing a technique called vaulting the pallet. It's working out very well so far. He's gonna run towards the next pallet. No, he's gonna get that first hit. Flywheel's gonna be up really soon, so I think he's still good so far. Oh wait, no! Oh no.
Yeah, well, that's the biggest problem with playing Mechanic against Wax Artist as well, is that it's a character that doesn't have kiting abilities. So if you take a basic hit while you have a lot of wax on you, you're gonna instantly get waxed right after. And that's why Wax Artist is such a strong hunter. Because it's not like, with certain hunters, if you have like a certain amount of like stacks or something on you, like a hermit, right? If you have an orb on you, and you get hit, it gets removed, right? But with something like a Wax Artist, if you have a bunch of wax and you get hit, the wax stays on, which means that Wax Artist can instantly just freeze you right after, which is exactly what happened. He wasn't able to flywheel the wax, and we are going to see the rest before half. But the Cyber Progress now, it's really far behind because that kill was so fast, and that's why Wax Artist is such a consistent. It gets the hit through the pallet as well. Flywheel still has not been activated just yet. We're going to see Enchantress maybe potentially come in for a harassment here. And what do you think about this Enchantress now?
No. Yeah, he's crack artist now. Yeah, he's full presence at the moment. It's going to be cheering it next to the Enchantress. Well, obviously he doesn't know the Enchantress is there, but it's looking really, really bad so far for Zeta because only 2 ciphers have been popped, Eli, and I don't know.
And they go for an instant rescue. Well, the thing is, instant rescue as well means that Mechanic's bot's going to have less decoding. So, and this is where things get really difficult. Can he flywheel? Oh, he does flywheel, but he stays on. Yeah, the wax stays on.
Yeah,
he's gonna get hot wax there.
And the worst thing is he cannot stun as well. Oh wait, he can.
Oh, Mechanic gets an elbow pad. Mechanic gets an elbow pad from the Toy Merchant, which means that, and look at that, the hot wax wears off. It wears off, so Mechanic's back down to 0 wax here, and we're gonna see a body block come in as well. This is one of the strategies you can do. You can body block the wax, triple survivor body block here. Mechanic wax back to 0 yet again. Enchantress coming in for the harassment here. She's going to try to farm a 3-stack. She can get a 3-stack. There's a chance that Mechanic can potentially rebound this a little bit longer, but the biggest problem is the ciphers are still way too far behind right now.
Oh my god, yeah, I'm just looking at them. He's just trying to spray everyone at this point. Oh my god, Cousin Echo's down. No more 3-stacks available to help Sasori. Sasori, you're on your own. Is the technique gonna work? Yeah, he vaulted in time. Now Ice Cream Man's gonna walk, but it's pretty slow. It doesn't matter because he's on crack. He's gotten Sasori down. All Zeta survivors are down, living true to his words. Don't let your opponents keep their teammates alive. That's exactly what he did. Oh my god, everyone's injured.
And all of a sudden, this looks like this looks like a 4-kill potential situation. Just a little bit of an overextension from ZETA. To be fair, they had to go for it. I mean, they had to overextend a little bit here because they really have to win this round. But if they do get 4-killed, it's just instantly over. So just Wax Artist is it's just so strong. Once you get to that full presence, it's so hard to body block because you can still just switch to Hot Wax and you just injure everyone all at one time. It's crazy.
Yeah. And the worst part is mechanics ran out of robot. He's dead. There's no extra hands decoding at the moment. Yeah, sure, they still have ciphers with progress, but it just looks really depressing at this moment because the ciphers, you've seen this before, right? Ciphers, yes, they have a lot of progress, but no one's able to finish it in time for the other person to rescue in time too. And if Mochi comes in, he's gonna get a double down, but instead he's just gonna pick up he's just gonna use the bot a little bit before picking up his 2 elbow pads again. But Enchantress, he does have 3 stacks. I think Mochi definitely needs to come and rescue the pad. Oh, Mochi! Beautiful! He's most stable rescuer in ZETA. That's why I love him as a rescuer. But right now, I think he has to stun at this point, right?
He needs to 3-step. He has to before because if he gets too high switches to excitement here. He has flywheel available. Can Cosmic a flywheel to 100 wax? No, he doesn't. Flywheel to 100 wax. He's gonna go down and he will be eliminated. Mercenary on the ground. Still 2 ciphers remaining, and this is definitely a 4-kill position here for Alex. Now it's just a matter of time. He's gonna go look for Dolisa the Toy Merchant. Can't even pop the cipher in time. He's gonna go for the wax bomb. Gets the pop. Wow, just in the nick of time there. 1 cipher remaining. He may actually Merchant may force the pickup on the Mercenary, because if you don't pick up the Mercenary and you go for the Merchant can self-heal and pop this other cipher machine, and since Alex has already used his trade swap, he can't teleport to that cipher when Mercenary gets up, so he actually has to chair the Mercenary now and then go for the Toy Merchant.
I mean, what's the worst that can happen? A three-man kill. But of course Alex wants to get that 4K because it's gonna devastate the ZETA's Hunter so much. Alf is gonna have such a hard time. He needs to get a 4K. So oh my god, the bot going down.
And that's assuming Merchant can even make it out, right? So Merchant, it's still possible as long as I don't think Merchant has a catapult though. Oh no, I think she's near one. So Merchant can catapult and then fly to dungeon, but does he already find Merchant here? He's using Wax, trying to find the location of where she's hiding. Merchant has to stay hidden until Mercenary dies, and you can just fly to dungeon. And she still has flywheel as well. She can flywheel a swing. He's gonna check the basement as well. Merchant is of course not here, but you have to check all areas just to make sure. And she's gonna fly towards the dungeon now. I think it's a bit early though. Why? He didn't know where she was. I don't get this. I mean, maybe you gotta kite now until it's primed, or until Mercenary dies.
I mean, you do have a flywheel and 1 pallet to work with, but now this pallet's gone. What exactly can you do?
What do you do?
He's just gonna catch up, hit you. By the time he dies, it's not even gonna be open. Oh my god! Beautiful play by Alex. Oh, what? He's trying to be friendly?
No. I was gonna say, I wonder if he flywheeled that swing, if dungeon would have opened by the time the attack recovery finished, but he didn't flywheel that swing. So so that's a 4 elimination, which means Wolves is now victorious here. Even if Alf gets a 4K, it's still gonna be enough points for Wolves to win. And you really see why Wax Artist is an S-tier hunter. This is why Wax Artist is just so strong. I mean, not only is your early game chase, I mean, obviously you don't have the broken hot wax play, but the wax builds up so fast. The wax doesn't get removed when you basic hit a survivor. There's just it's just so hard for a character with no kiting ability such as a mechanic to deal with Wax Artist. It's hard to flywheel the wax. You know, they weren't able to flywheel 100 wax a single time that entire match. And you just saw a very fast down, and it's hard to body block once you have full presence.
I think Alex was just being a beast. Yeah, he was just cooking the entire match, like getting the mechanic down really fast, right? Good game. But honestly, I would say Alex, considering what like based on stats itself, even in IVL itself, he actually suffered 10 losses. He suffered 10 losses. He's not exactly the hunter that 100% secures you that win, like in all situations. He's not that kind of 100% possibility of a 4K elimination kind of hunter. But he did it today, and not just against any team, but against ZETA. So I think it's a really bold statement saying that, you know what, those who are placing apples, rest assured you invested in the right stock shares. You're fine.
Yeah.
You're fine. And I think there's going to be a lot of smiles among the Wolves supporters at this point. But all is not lost. Like, there's still a game 4, right? I mean, yes, it's a really uphill battle, and even by getting 4K, you only get a draw going to extra time. But yeah, we just have to talk about it very soon, because right now we are gonna look at the match data. 13 hits. Mechanic being, you see that mechanic contained pretty long, right? But I think it's just the over supporting of the survivors.
It was with all the rebound stuff going on. Because the first kite was, I mean, it was only like 20 or 30 seconds. So, yeah. I mean, you really see why mechanic is. That's why I was kind of surprised that we saw mechanic get utilized this much, especially in this position where the survivors have to win. Like, ZETA has to win this round. So going mechanic, I think, is mainly there for dealing with Bonbon, because mechanic can actually win against Bonbon because the Cypher is so fast. But the problem is that with mechanic, when you get against a different type of hunter, such as like a wax artist, you have no kiting abilities. So you can give a free basic hit while you have a lot of wax on you, then you get waxed right after and you die instantly. And then the Cypher Rush just really falls out of favor. And then the problem as well is the second rescue was almost an instant save. It was a free rescue, but it was an instant rescue, which means the Mechanic's bot had a lot less time to decode, and the Cypher Rush was just too far behind. So that's why I would have liked to see them ban. I would have liked to see Geisha and Wax Artist banned instead here. Just because, I don't know, I think that would have made a little bit more sense. I mean, obviously you don't want to give Soul Weaver, maybe Wax Artist Soul Weaver, something like that. But yeah, just round 3 Wax Artists with that many bans is just so hard to deal with. Especially in a position where you have to win. I think it makes more sense to, I guess it's hard to say, but I just don't understand. I don't understand going mechanic in Enchantress and then giving Wax Artist, because you're kind of just playing right into that. And then everyone goes Flywheel. So you kind of just played right into Alex's favor. Like, you just gave him a very easy position to work with. Yeah.
Maybe just to add on to that, maybe if it was actually replaced with Patient or Embalmer, that would have been better, right? Like, at least they'll be able to create more distance, rotate even better, right? And Embalmer, given the early down, he could have easily placed the coffin far away beforehand, so that would buy a lot of time for him. But you know what? All's been said and done. Alex, well played. 4K on the Crack Artist. That's just insane. Inspiration to all the Wax Artist mains out there. But right now, it's time for Alf the Great to make his comeback. No smiles at all on his face. He's meditating. He's praying to the God of Victory. He's like, yo, Gandalf the Great needs help right now for 4K. He's thinking, what should I play? Should I play the Bonbon? Or should I play the Crack Artist too and show them that my ice cream brand is better? But given his past record, right, his Wax Artist didn't really enjoy any success. He actually got 3 men while playing Wax Artist. So I doubt he will be playing Wax Artist in Chinatown. What choices though does he have, Eli? Clark.
Clerk. A Clerk. He has Clerk. We totally forgot about that. Actually, I was just thinking about Wolves chose Lakeside last round, but then that's a bad Clerk map. So I feel like they could have chose a better map for Clerk, but I'm not really sure. Anyways, he does have Clerk technically, so that's still an option here. Again, it doesn't really matter what Wolves bans, although what's really crucial is that if there is a tiebreaker in the group stage, it goes based off of points. So they still want to get as many points. Both sides want to get as many points as possible here. That's still the goal. So Alf really wants to try to get as many kills as possible. Wolf Survivors wants to get as many out as possible. So yeah, I don't know. I think they'll probably just go with like a standard sort of ban. They'll probably just ban something like Clerk or Geisha, and then maybe ban Bonbon or Geisha, something like that, and then just see how many survivors they can get out.
Yeah, totally agree with you. I mean, Clark is technically a very technical hunter, but it's also a 4K hunter. So very good for slowing down. But I don't know, man. I just realized that before this, I see a lot of Clark mains, you especially, like you was the one who popularized Clark, right?
Right.
And he was constantly creating so much pressure, monitoring ciphers, monitoring ciphers. His transition is so good. But nowadays, I feel like we're seeing Clark mains. They take this out in tournaments. They don't really monitor. They monitor maybe like once or twice. That's about it. And they are so tunneled into chasing survivors that they can't really monitor anymore. They can't really create pressure at the same time. So you think maybe that's why we're not seeing a lot of Clark games anymore? Because look, they're not even bothering to ban Clark from Alf. They're just banning the Breaking Wheel and Geisha.
Yeah. I think the idea is that because Alf didn't ban Postman here. Interesting. Because Alf didn't ban Antiquarian directly counters Clerk. So I think the idea is that you're gonna give Clerk and just play Antiquarian because he didn't ban it. And then also I would imagine Alf probably tries to go for like a Prospector. Entomologist ban actually opens up Prospector. So I don't know if this is interesting. They're gonna go Psychologist again. Okay, Psychologist is fine. Psychologist is a well-balanced character. It helps you play against Dreamwitch. It helps you play against Clerk. It helps you play against any single-hit hunter that Alf could potentially bring out. So I think that's probably fine here. Interesting Wolves, they keep going back to that Psychologist Antiquarian combo. They've been doing that the entire day. I actually quite like this strategy. Basically, the idea with this is there's a few things. One, Psychologist is a good kiter in general because you can absorb multiple hits, and your first kite is usually at least guaranteed 60 seconds because you can take so many hits. And then two, Antiquarian, if Antiquarian ever goes for harassment and takes a free hit accidentally in the process, then Psychologist can just heal off the Antiquarian with the whistle, and then she can just continue to harass or go for another rescue later in the game. So I actually really like this Antiquarian Psychologist combo. We haven't really seen it come into fruition too much with that sort of a combination, but I think it actually, in theory, works quite well.
Yeah.
Oh, Wax Artist.
Oh, he's gonna fight back with his crack artist. Yeah, he's like, you know what? I'm Ben and Jerry's. I don't care if you Hagen does. I'm gonna fight back with Wax Artist. But honestly, I would still say it's a great choice considering how Alex used it to his full advantage. But I think Wolves will definitely be very prepared for Wax Artist. I mean, they've definitely run this combo before with Alex, right? With their in-house training, Wolf survivors going against Alex, Wax Artist in this very map itself. So I feel like Alf might be having the shorter hand out of this. But, anything can happen. But one thing's for sure, I think Alf is not going to go with the Peeper. I think Peeper was really a gamble, right? It was a really big gamble for Alex, right? Like, it's so hard to catch up. But
Peepers doesn't really make a lot of sense. We actually see. Okay, I thought Mercenary was going to spawn a hotel for a second. I was like,
that would be weird.
Interesting, yeah. No, it looks like Wax Artist is actually really strong against this comp. Wax Artist, as we talked about, is very good against Antiquarian. It's actually good against Psychologist. Because Psychologist is any character that doesn't have kiting ability, like direct kiting abilities, like Patient Hooks or Entomologist Bees or something, actually struggles against Wax Artist because if you give a free basic hit, when you have like 90% wax or something on you, then you instantly get waxed and you get double hit right after. So that's why you saw Mechanic was weak against Wax Artist in the last match. You might see why Psychologist is in that case. And then Postman as well, the dog to slow down the hunter is nice, but you can still continue to wax them from a distance. So that's why Wax Artist is it should be good against this comp in theory.
Yeah.
We'll have to see though. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
I would play Wax Artist here. If I got this comp in rank, I would play Wax Artist. Tell you right now.
Who would you go for first? Would you go for the Postman first, or
based off of the spawn? Based off the spawn, I would probably rotate towards middle, and then if I see Psychologist early, I would just chase her. If she rotates well, then I might change over to the Postman and just go left and go for Postman from there. I think that would make the most sense. Yeah.
So you can see here, no one's playing Flywheel at all. Everyone's just getting broken windows, which is kind of good, I think, to get distance in Chinatown. But Alf, he's not bringing anything else but he's bringing Blink first. So that's a different trade already. That's a different skill being brought out. we'll see. We'll see if Gandalf will work his magic and manage to make a comeback here in game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Second half, again, for possibly the last time, it's me, Mellow and Eli O, commentating this game between ZETA versus Wolves. He's gonna find Subachi first. Yo, is he gonna really chase 487 first? Anti-Quarian.
Yeah, it looks like he is gonna go for that. I mean, keep in mind, Wax Artist is still fine. Wax Artist is one of the hunters that doesn't mind Antiquarian, because every time you stun, you do build up wax in the process. So maybe he'll actually change targets though, and I think they'll actually find Psychologist. So this is actually a good find for this hunter here. And just gonna try to break the line of sight as long as possible. But because Psychologist has no kiting abilities, this should actually be a relatively easy chase for Alf.
Yeah, but we'll have to see how Juan handles this. So far, everyone has touched the Cypher. Just a little bit of progress so far. So everyone has already transitioned to the place where they want to do. But the first, just very smart, waiting a little bit before hitting, just so they can recover a little bit more of the wax. But it's almost full, so it doesn't really matter. Juan still has the stress build up. Slowly building up the wax, still trying to circle around this area. There's a pallet to use if he needs to. But he's gonna get
hit. Yeah, at 90. Now he can just wax bomb. He can just wax bomb. This is gonna instantly freeze. Yeah, and that's gonna secure the down. Will he wait for the stress? Looks like I think no. Yeah, but it's still okay. It's still okay. Yeah, he still gets the down here. And you see why Psychologist struggles against Wax Artist, because there's no kiting ability, so it's very easy for Wax Artist to get a 90% hit, which we saw in that case, instant freeze right after to get the down, and just like that, no, this is looking a really good start for Alf here.
Yeah, looking very, very good so far. But again, they don't know what trait Alf is bringing. It might still be excitement. It might still be teleport, because you can't rule out the possibility of excitement because of the Antiquarian, right? So right now, you think would it be possible that they're just gonna sacrifice all together, or just rescue once?
I think so. The problem is the main rescue of the mercenary is wanted order, so the hunter knows where they're coming from. We might actually see, looks like maybe Antiquarian. No, not Antiquarian. It looks like it looks like Antiquarian and the mercenary will come in here. And they are going to attempt a rescue just because I think Psychologist has the stress, so they're going to try to get an Antiquarian to get the rescue officer. She gets the heal because there's no Tide Turner. But the only problem with this, keep in mind, is that this gives more presence. Yeah, it's still fine. She'll still get the rescue though.
Yeah.
But this does give more presence. That is the issue. So Alf will be able to build up to full presence slowly.
Yeah, but even though you see that it's 5 ciphers remaining, right? 3 of them are actually almost done. So if one is able to make this kite a little bit longer, with 4-7...
Oh, he blinks the Terror Shock!
What?
Oh, he blinks across the pallet for the Terror Shock there. Unfortunately, a big misstep from Juan. Remember, keep in mind, he could have taken 2 hits. He had 2 hits available because of the stress. And that's just a big mistake there.
Yo,
wow.
Yeah, and he was actually moving in, right? He was actually moving in from a direction. He thought that it was a safe place to be at, but no, Alf capitalized on it. And right now, 1 survivor out for Wolves, 3 more to go, says Alf. And he's looking at it like, 3 ciphers remaining. Maybe it's not too bad. Maybe I can catch up, but he has to be really careful because last cipher is being worked at. No, it's not. It is. It's not.
It has a little progress, but it's not being worked on yet. Yeah. I was thinking as he goes to that pallet, I was like, there's no way, he's just going to run around it, right? Like, he's not going to vault it, but I think he tried to, because Wax Artist is a slow swing hunter, I think he thought maybe he'd get the vault off without Alf going for the blink, but Alf, just impeccable timing, did not let that opportunity pass him by. Took advantage there and was able to get an instant down. And now we are in a situation where we're about at the last cipher here, but this is full presence Wax Artist. This is where things get really scary. For the survivors, because he does have that instant kill potential. But do keep in mind that this is the mercenary. This is really not an ideal chase target. So
yeah, I mean, he still has a lot of paths to use, and he just used up his first one. He still has 2, and not to mention the last cipher is getting started at the moment. It's already 40%. So despite the best effort of Alf and the good plays coming in, cipher rush is still a factor. It was 5 ciphers remaining, right? But now all of a sudden it's just 1 cipher remaining and almost done. So
yeah,
I think best case scenario for Alf might just be a draw.
Well, what can happen here is if he can down this this postman before the last cipher's prime, and then he's able to get a chair off, there's technically a chance. Keep in mind, Wax Artist has instant kill potential because of full presence. So he can actually, if he instantly downs this postman right here, he does get the window. Oh, but he gets the vault off before the window block. That's actually really important. If he can get an instant hot wax kill here before the Cypher's primed and force a rescue, there's still a chance he could turn this around here. There's the wax. Hot wax, does he get it off in time? Does get it. Does he get the hit? No, he misses the hit. And the Cypher, I think, is going to be primed just in time. He needs to go for a hot wax down. They're going to pop right here. Yeah, so there's no way that he can get the down there. And this is looking like a drawn position for this match.
How did this even happen, man? Like, Juan was technically down before any Cyphers was popped. and all of a sudden, they still managed to draw? That's crazy.
Yeah, incredible Cypher rush.
My God. And not to mention, there were actually two people coming in for the rescue, 487 and Lion, and they still managed to get a draw against Alf in that position with Juan going down so fast. That's just crazy.
Yeah, it is. Unfortunately, I think the biggest thing is that Alf just never found another good chase target. But you can still see, even without full presence, that chase with Wax Source is just so strong. You're still able to get the down very fast against a triple hit Survivor that can take 3 hits. We do see that Wolves is the winner here for this round. They will be advancing to 1-0 and Zeta Division to 0-1 here, unfortunately. But this is just the first match between these two. We'll probably, I'd imagine, see them again playing against each other at some point in the playoffs. And yeah, so far the Golden Apples are staying on a good course right now.
Yeah. And speaking of Golden Apples, don't forget, if you haven't predicted anything, go to Eli O's YouTube channel. He has the predictions there. If you're too lazy to think about it analytically, he's got it all figured out. Just copy paste from him. Please do not try and copy paste the ones from Chinese commentators, because I think all the Southeast Asia and NAEU teams are at the very dead last. So and it might not be the case. That's all I'm saying. So for a more unbiased and more accurate analysis, just go to Eli O's YouTube channel again. Okay, so here I'm just looking at it. Wolves versus Zeta. The hardest part of Group D is over. So Wolves now, they're technically fine. Wolves, the next opponent they have is GH, MS, and GR. So I think technically they've already fought their hardest, right?
Yeah. This was the hardest opponent.
Zeta as well. So I feel like Wolves and Zeta will definitely top the two in Group D. The question is who will be joining them in group on the third and final spot in Group D, because it's such a fierce fight. GR, MS, GH. So we'll just have to see. But so far so good. Very intense match so far, right, Eli? So the battle of the wax artist that you love so much.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, anyone who has any doubts about wax artist being S tier, just go back and watch those matches. I mean, we saw Alex come out and get a 4-kill with a mechanic against them, a tie Survivor, still able to get a repressive 4-kill there. And then even though, of course, Alp did get a tie, he was still very fast down on a triple hit character. Just very strong, such a strong character. And we really see that coming into play there. But yeah, as you mentioned, I think this is definitely the hardest matchup for both these two teams is now out of the way. Statistically speaking, Wolves and Zeta will be the first and second seed team in this group, right?
Yeah.
Just based off of past experience, based off of stats, based off how well they played. I mean, on paper, they're the two best teams in the world, right? Wolves and Zeta. So, and we saw, Wolves going on top 1-0 here. So I think that's how it's probably going to finish. I'd imagine if I had to predict right now, I would say that Wolves is the first seed in this group, and Zeta is going to be the second, and that's just how it's going to finish from here on out. But
and the third,
who knows? I don't know. I think probably GR, but we'll see exactly how this plays. I mean, again, there's still GR could come in and beat some of these teams. We still have, as you mentioned, GH and MS as well. So anything's still possible.
Yeah, I mean, anything's still possible. But GR does have a very scary hunter. They're super rich. That's also, that's the place where PPX is. So I would say that's still a very scary team. There's heart over there. The team itself is just very scary. But we're just going to have to leave the idea there for the moment, because next up, I think it's one of our favorite matches as well, because it's B4U. B4U versus Golden Wings. So I can't wait to see that later on. Yeah, but before that, let's just look at the match data. Eli, want to bring us through the progression?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you really saw the only reason why the Cypherus was just very good from the survivors. I actually think Postman. This is why Postman is actually not bad, because Postman still has that decoding letter. It still allows for fast Cypher rush. As you can see, if you look at the decoding progress, there are now 277 from the Postman. That decoding letter is really impactful. And you see here 66 seconds from the Psychologist with a rebound kite. That's how fast Wax Artist was able to get a kill there. And still, the Cypher Rush from the Postman, 277 progress there, was enough for Wolves to still get a draw. So very impressive gameplay from Wolves. And this is why their Survivor team is arguably the best in the world, right? It's just so consistent.
Yeah, but I think Juan would be a little shy, would be a little embarrassed with his terror shot. Because like what you mentioned, technically he has 2 hits left, right? So to give it up like that, that's kind of a waste. But you know what? They still got the draw. And as you can see from the graph itself, ladies and gentlemen, 1 elimination after only 1 Cypher being popped. That's just how crazy it was. The situation, Alf was in a great position, but Cypher Rush was real. With a Postman, you know what? You can say, oh, the debuff's not making Postman so good anymore, but I can assure you it's still really, really good. The Tranquility Letter is still really good when you need it the most. So, without further ado, Eli and I would like to congratulate Wolves in winning their first game in group stages, and ZETA, more to come. They still did their very best. The hardest has passed. I think they're technically just going to have a slightly better time against the other teams in this group. We'll just have to see if there's any teams that's going to surprise us, jump scare us out of the dark.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so Wolves went on top. Again, a very close matchup. It's one that's hard to predict, but Wolves did ultimately go on top. Yeah, so we will have, as you talked about, B4U and GW up next. That'll be a very close matchup too. I think that obviously on paper, GW is going to have a very big advantage being a mainland China IVL team. But we actually have seen B4U improve quite a bit since previous COAs in this qualifiers for NAU. They actually played quite stronger. I think the big key for them was the survivors, right? The Hunter side was always strong for B4U, but the survivor side struggled quite a bit. But recently in the recent qualifiers, we saw some stronger gameplay from the survivor side. So I think that definitely going into this Call of Abyss event, we should expect to see some new strategies from them that could potentially come out. And against GW, GW, of course, the mainland China team, they have struggled a bit in some of the IVL events, so it still is a possibility that we will see maybe before you can take their first co win here. But we'll have that matchup ahead of us in a minute. GW, of course, still a very strong team. But yeah, Wolves ahead here, 16-9, which means so far, out of 5 matches, I have 4 out of 5 on Golden Apples, so 80%.
Nice.
The only one we got wrong was the AXC and FL, but that one was...
that was just intense. No one expected that too. But, well, follow Eli for more tips, because he's got 80% prediction rate so far, so that's pretty good. And of course, just shout outs to all of you guys in the chat. Eve, hello. And Jem, I see Jem from OM as well. PB and Jem. Nice to see you here. Good luck to Team OM as well. Of course, we also have Vanilla Kinda, Hype and TH. We also have Krisha, and we also have Fukiame. We also, I don't know if she's here as well, but Wafuru as well. Yeah, I mean, but you know what? Coming to the MVP, Alex, very well deserved. In this group stages, he came through. He came through with a draw. He came through with a 4K, and I think there's nothing more you can ask for from a hunter as stable as Alex at this point. So congratulations, Alex.
And the other thing is we talked about how Zeta Division has one of the best Survivor teams in the world, and Alex didn't lose a single game. He did not lose a single game. So we're going to get into our interview here.
Okay, let me listen. Oh my god. Let me increase the volume.
的保送战队嘛，今天可以说是你们深渊6的首秀，还拿到了一个首胜，还是一个好久不见的老朋友。先跟大家分享一下现在的心情吧。
So they're just saying how long they haven't met each other. So anything you want to say to your fans? Then, hello, yeah, I'm back. Hi.
粉丝也是非常热情嘛。今天确实也是没有。
So I see the fans are
想
very
问一下，
accepting, welcoming to you.
最后那个金身一开，把那个人从地窖口的时候牵起，终结了比赛的时候，你的那个心情什么样？
跟金身一样。
非常的兴奋嘛，就是今天确实也是发挥的非常。
Yeah, I was just saying, how do you feel after that match where he used excitement? I can't remember that match. But technically, he's just saying he's very happy with the outcome.
跟对面的非常多的选手是在上一届的深渊有过交手的。今天先评价一下今天双方的一个博弈感。
So, Joe, are you there? Can you just translate?
大家都发挥。
I can't really hear.
是的，我相信今天台下的粉丝也是觉得今天这一场打的是非常的值得的，而且今天感觉你们这边的一个 BP 啊，还有地图选点啊，还有包括你们的角色选择，都是做了非常多的针对的。先问一下求生者这边吧，当我们大家可能说在玩各种花活的时候，你们这边直接来一波文艺复兴了。前面2局有一个非常关键的小点，就是那个机械师，你先跟我们分析一下吧。当时在前面2局，这个机械师在可透露的范围内，这个用意是什么样的？
果冻了。
主要是果冻嘛，是跟人有关的。今天第1局的时候，这个战斗机械师溜了非常久，这个其实你可以分析一下的。
就当时其实已经溜了个3台电机嘛，就后面就慢慢就曲线图什么的就慢慢打来就好。
还是那一句话，就是果冻乱溜嘛，因为当时确实牵制了非常久。今天在第2局的时候，发现可能因为我们第1局在比分上面是有优势的，第2局这个 BP 上面做的好勇啊！对面其实是放出去了一个侯夫人，但是你们的天赋一个都没有带飞轮，什么情况？跟我们分析一下，是因为有前瞻性了吗？
赌博吧，而且有个新的。
No,
当时也是赌到了，相信也是对我们选手的这个牵制能力的一个自信嘛。而且我觉得可能狼队对于大家来说，最重要的不仅仅说是个人的牵制能力，还有我们的一个后期的任务。当时在中期救完了心理之后，可能那一波，我觉得对于我们来说算是一个特别好的节奏。所以你们在这个后期是怎么样跟他进行一波拉扯的？
就是先把状态打好，然后再。
And then during that game, right? How was the game plan?
今天也是在后面那个后期的时候，每个人都没有给到机会嘛，也是稳稳的拿到了分数。最后就来到我们的第3局决胜局了。必须要说一下今天的这个主人公了，艾莉。当时那一把这个开局，我觉得就算已经很好了。你给我们分析一下整局的一个局势的。
就是如果开局中的接手的话，那个咒术师一定要保他火。就是他们来救，一定要保接手火，不能管救不管火。但是保不火的代价就是记了。
Basically the same thing I was saying, like he said, must
看到对面也很急，因为在只有2台密码机的情况下，他们选择的是2个人过来救的嘛。当时那一波打团情况，对于你来说是一个好的节奏，还是说是一个怎么样去运营呢？
挺好节奏吧，因为主要是有插眼的辅助吧，因为
插眼就是专克那种喜欢保人的。有
插眼的辅助，其实他保不活，节奏就在自己的手上。
是的，今天我觉得这个大家的天赋都带的非常有前瞻性。像其实第1把的时候，当时那一个他也哇，我觉得也非常绝。那今天确实也是赢下了我们深渊6的第1场比赛嘛，相信大家也非常开心。那有没有什么话想要送给我们的现场以及屏幕前的粉丝朋友呢？
就感谢大家这么久的支持，然后我们后面也要继续努力，然后就是狗哥继续带飞。
继续带飞，压力给到队友。那狗哥有没有什么想说的呢？
大家都发挥正常就好了。
是的，但是我相信确实也是没有辜负到我们所有的粉丝。那今天呢，我们接下来是有一个粉丝福利环节，我们今天也是邀请到了一位我们非常幸运的现场的狼队的粉丝，让我们欢迎他，欢迎。
Get a prize. Oh my god, looks like a mind's eye flashing.
先来做一个简单的采访哈，今天也是来到了现场，然后看到了自己的主队拿到了胜利。先问一下，在比赛之前的一个心情怎么样？对于今天这场比赛？
比赛之前十分的紧张，因为 ZETA 也是一个实力非常强劲的队伍，并且我们在去年的深渊总决赛，也就是打得十分的艰难，所以就是十分的紧张。
但是我相信今天确实大家的表现没有辜负你们嘛。那在打赢了之后，你的心情又是什么样的？
就是当我在这里看到那个狗哥4抓之后，我就十分的激动，我就直接叫喊出来了，特别激动，就很开心。
看出来现在还是有一点紧张，有点哽咽的，声音还在发抖。今天确实也是打的是非常的精彩。那就是接下来的比赛也是路还很长嘛，有没有什么话想送给他们的呢？
就是希望狼仔们能继续努力，然后不留遗憾，然后再次领金羽。
我相信就是有了各位粉丝的支持，还有我们屏幕前的粉丝的支持，我们的狼队一定会越来越好。
And do support Mellow Mellow and Eli O on English chat.
来两位选手把礼物拿过来传给我们的粉丝。
来，上麦在一起
看向前方合影。
Helena. And I bet this fan wears glasses as well, but she takes it off because of man's eye.
获得了本场比赛胜利。接下来即将进行的是我们下一场比赛，让我们稍事休息，马上回来。
马上回来 means we'll come back very soon. So there you have it. Thank you, Jojo. Gonna be right back really soon.
3入れるよこれ。入れた。
そうない。
オッケー。粘着するよ。ホテル行くからそれまで廊下ベしてくんね。廊下ベしてほしい。
5 tournaments, COA 4, 5, and 3 IVTs, and we will be playing our 6th tournament, COA 6. B4U has a total of 7 members, with our survivor team consisting of Schmitty, Problems, Myleg, and Roland. Hunter side including me and Pitstoppers, and our coach Aaron. Our 4 survivors have grown immensely, going in with a dominant approach, while the hunters have an underlying, hard but strong desire to win. We will see you for the 3rd time in COA as we strive to win. You can only say so much to express determination. It has to be expressed on stage. Bye bye.
大家好，我是大陆赛区 GW 战队的队长施逍遥。GW 战队成立了1年，目前这个战队还是没有参加过深渊的，但是我们队内有很多深渊经验的选手，然后队内成员有操作非常猛的那个伊斯，还有一个6轨非常厉害的星辰，还有一个修机非常快的银铃，然后就是一个非常混的我。然后监管方面有一个大陆赛区天花板的帮帮选手安逸，还有一个就是新引进的云南选手。但是他没有上过场，所以他的那个角色池我先藏一下，先不跟大家说了。在这一次深渊，我们会拿出我们最好的状态来面对这一场比赛，拿下我们心目中想要的名次。
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much.
Yeah, sure. Bye-bye. See
Bye.
you.
We're back. No?
Oh, are we back? Oh, yes.
Yeah, we're back.
Welcome back.
Jump
Sorry,
scare.
we were just talking about Sprinzer being so enthusiastic about their coming matches. So B4U versus GW, that's not a match to be missed, man, because it's up next. It's in the next 5 minutes. And guys, if you're here to watch the battle between NAEU versus Chinese region, well, this is the best place you can see. This is the best place you can view it. Yeah, with me and Eli. So, welcome back. Hope that you guys have had your drinks, refreshed yourself, went to the Wii's, because it's gonna be very intense. Because we're gonna see a lot of blood flying left and right in this game. So, Eli, what's your speculation about this game?
Yeah, I think it's GW. Yeah, definitely very exciting. I just want to say, everybody who was watching the interview, keep in mind that the NAU players are probably very jet lagged. They came all the way from the US and they have to go to Japan, so I'm sure they're probably very tired, and the energy is a little bit on the down low for the first few days while you're there. Trust me, I've had to go through the jet lag experience quite a few times. It's never ideal. But yeah, so yeah, definitely, yeah, yeah, exactly.
You're better.
I definitely think this matchup is going to be a battle of hunters. We know that Sprinter is very strong on the hunter side of B4U. It's always been a very sort of hunter-sided team. However, as we talked about before, the B4U survivors have improved quite a bit, as we saw in the COA qualifiers. So I think that'll definitely impact this matchup a little bit. As for GW, it's going to be very crucial that they just continue to play consistently. Again, going to this matchup, very statistically advantaged. We do see Roland, my leg. The main hunter, Sprinter, a very strong hunter out of B4U. Schmitty, Pitstoppers, the substitute, and then Paul Blems, and then Aaron, the coach for B4U. And then on the side of GW, we do see Yunnan, Yin-El, Shinchen, Anyi, who actually, and this is another thing that we're talking about, a very hunter-sided matchup. Anyi is one of the more stable hunters out of China. We have SXY, Dis, and Muyi as well. So this is going to be, this is really going to come down to how well can these survivors play against these hunters, and can the hunters keep up their max consistency?
Yeah. I mean, I'm definitely very excited to see how it plays out, because technically on paper, B4U, on their track record, their hunters 100% win rate. They don't lose. Sprinter doesn't lose, doesn't tie, and he gets all 4 wins. Whereas even the survivors, they got 2 wins and 2 draws. But of course, that is in the NAEU region qualifiers. Whereas GW, they have a slightly colorful result: 2 wins, 2 draws, and 3 losses on their hunter, which is Anyi. And the survivor side, they have 3 wins and 3 draws, so no losses there as well. So pitting a club from Chinese mainland and a club from NAEU, we are gonna be in for a treat. Because the results the stats means nothing here, because it's different regions, different play styles are gonna cross, determination's gonna come into play, and like what Eli said, jet lag might be a factor as well, because it's not the shortest journey ever. It's quite far. It's really far. So really looking forward to seeing the best coming out of NAEU B4U at this moment. Versus seeing GW. And you want to go through the survivors list? I think it's no stranger to you anymore. To all of us, actually.
Yeah, we see Schmitty here first. If I'm not mistaken, I think Schmitty is like 6'7". So in centimeters, I'm not sure what that is, but probably somewhere around 200 something. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of crazy. Really, I don't know. Yeah, I thought I was tall, but I guess not.
Yeah, you're taller than me, so you're the tallest here. It's fine.
We see Schmitty with Acrobat Antiquarian. That's a character he's picked up recently. And next player we have Roland. Definitely, I think Roland, one of the fan favorite players from B4U. I actually really like Roland. Very nice guy. Very, very genuine guy. So always nice to see him back here. The main rescuer player of B4U.
Yeah, he looks like he has amazing skincare as well. I would love to get that as well. Yeah, looking smooth right there. Of course, he plays the rescuer of the team. He has Mercenary, he has Gravekeeper, and yeah, I mean, if that's not enough, I mean, does he play stunner though, Roland? Because usually it's Smithy who plays the stunner, right? The forward.
Yeah, I don't think he does. I think he just plays rescue characters.
I see. Yeah, so that's Roland, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, next up, we're moving to the guy in the mask, behind the mask, actually. Wow, he has... I mean, I don't know what to talk about my leg, but he's a mechanic main. He's an entomologist main. And of course, he plays the army when he's out of it. He also has psychologist. So I think that pretty much covers up what he played during the qualifiers till now. Of course, pretty cool containment time. Definitely more than mine. It's at 56 seconds and escape probability at 75%. So yep, I would imagine most mechanic mains having this kind of stats, decoding a lot, and just containing the one cipher requirement. So yeah, that's my legs, ladies and gentlemen, from NAU B4U.
Absolutely. And then our last survivor here is Paul Blems. Paul Blems, one of the stronger kiter players out of the NAU region. We see 76 seconds of containment time, definitely a little bit above average. They're quite impressive to see. And we will see him on the main kiters, as well as some support characters. Paul Blems, female dancer, priestess, and then just other kiters in general, such as characters like Seer, can also play entomologist and mechanic. So we would definitely expect to see him possibly taking first chase in a lot of situations for B4U.
Yeah, I mean, Paul Blems is like the 487 of NAU, right? Is that correct? Can I make that analogy?
I think that's safe to say. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good comparison.
Right now, B4U is going to be facing Golden Wings Hunter An Yi. So why don't you bring us through An Yi's stats and the hunters?
Yeah, so you see An Yi's typical survivor eliminate 2 per game. Very, very consistent. He is just he gets a lot of draws. 4 elimination rate is extremely low. He rarely wins, but he does tie a lot. And in a meta, we talked about, in a very survivor-sided meta such as this one, getting ties, there's no shame in that. And that's absolutely what An Yi is going to be aiming for here. So I think that definitely is going to be, and we also see Suchi as the coach here, who actually used to be a player on GW, a clown player, but no longer, playing over there. But yeah, so An Yi, as you see, on the hunter side, very consistent tie hunter, and we'll see if that'll be the case today.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Oh, what's going on? Will Smith commentating for RDV. Yeah, you know what? Someone get on this show. It's gonna blow up NAU for sure. It's gonna get more reach as well. But you know what? Back to the survivors of B4U. Gonna face up against An Yi. Looking pretty relaxed so far. Doesn't look so jet lagged, but they are lacking one thing though. I think they don't have the thumb protector. Like I think I see a lot of teams here with the thumb protectors. Does it actually enhance your performance playing?
The what?
The thumb glove. You
know, I see what you mean. I've never used it, so I don't know.
You don't? Yeah. Okay.
Maybe. I mean, possibly.
Yeah. Maybe some lotion as well would be nice. You know, with the forward zigzag, we see a lot of videos going in. But yeah, for those of you who missed what Eli has mentioned, yeah, Speedy, you can see for yourself on the screen, he's the tallest among the group, 6'7", which is around more than 200 cm tall. Definitely NBA requirement qualified. But yeah, he plays IDV and he plays with the football of forward. So let's see how B4U stands against An Yi. An Yi is not sparing this mouse so far. I think he's just being very focused, not wanting to underestimate the opponents or give any chance at all. You know what? Anything can happen, right? In COA, like AXZ pulling one over FL with the Terra Shock Naiad 4K by D Ming, who usually doesn't really get a win, a tremendous win in game 1, or even a Leo by MS. Anything can happen, man. So, predictions, game 1. If B4U is the one choosing, where do you think they're gonna go?
For map?
Yeah.
Or I think it's kind of tough. I think a lot of characters that Sprinter and An Yi play are a little bit different, but they both work on similar maps. So depending on how Sprinter wants to go into a round 1 situation, they'll probably be going with Dreamwitch or Clerk, but he also has Wax Artist available. So it could go with any of those. He has hunters available for large maps with Wax, and then for smaller maps with Dreamwitch and Clerk. I think it makes more sense for B4U to pick a Dreamwitch or Clerk favored map, and then Anyi is gonna have to play probably maybe like Bonbon or Sculptor first. I'm not really sure. To be honest, I don't think it matters because both players' hunter pools are quite diverse. And in a meta where Dreamwitch and Clerk doesn't necessarily have to be the round 1 pick, you can always go with the TIE Hunter round 1. I think it works out fine for both of them. The goal here for B4U is because Anyi plays such a draw-oriented hunters, the goal for B4U is to try to actually win. The draw, for the most part, is usually pretty given. Of course, you don't want to accidentally, lose a match to a TIE Hunter. You want to at least get the bare minimum of a draw. But if possible, B4U is going to want to try to overextend a little bit, maybe try to go for a win, and then Sprinter can try to play for ties from there.
Yeah, definitely a good strategy that they can follow. And considering how important this match is, again, GW is no pushover. They're also one of the forces to be reckoned with in Chinese mainland region as well. Going up against BW, who has actually received B4U, who has actually received a lot of praises for Sprinter's performance in the last COA. Right, I remember a lot of fans giving praises to B4U because of Sprinter's Dreamwitch putting up such an amazing fight against the Wolves. That's one crazy team to win up against, and they still managed to pull out a fight. So I'm definitely looking forward to how they're gonna take this fight towards a GW. So GW banned the Moonlit River Park, and B4U decides to take it to another big map, Lakeside. So thoughts on this?
Yeah, so B4U getting map pick is going to be really important for them. This kind of gives them like the one, this is the one edge they're going to have here, right? Going into this match, statistically speaking, they're quite disadvantaged against a mainland China team like GW. However, because they do get to pick map here, that could open up a potential possibility. Lakeside first is interesting. I don't really understand it in terms of Sprinter's hunters, because Sprinter has Dreamwitch and Clerk, which are not very good on Lakeside, and then Waxarus is decent on Lakeside, but there are better maps for it. I think the idea is they're trying to put Anyi on a really bad map for his type of hunters, which in this case is fine, but Anyi also plays Geisha. So you're kind of opening up Geisha as well. So I'm not really sure. I will be kind of blatantly honest here. Like, I don't agree with Lakeside at all. I don't understand it from B4U, but it could be they have some strategy up their sleeve that we don't know about. We'll have to see.
Yeah, maybe the transitioning and hiding strategy. Who knows, right? Because as the saying goes, if you can't kite, just hide. So run from your problems. Step one, just hide. If you get found out, run, and then kiting is the absolute last possibility. Maybe that's the strategy they're going for. So let's see if Lakeside Village is gonna work out for them. Are they gonna be able to make this map pick count? Because it's what we've pointed out before. This is the one shot they have. This is the place where they actually pull one over Adi, because Adi is just so known to getting a draw. Very, very stable hunter, getting a draw, getting a win as well. But usually in best of ones, I would say Adi in the previous tournament, his record was actually more losses than wins or draws in the best of one. So I think B4U definitely has a chance to pull one in the first round. As long as they don't, pick Mechanic, I think. I don't know. Mechanic might be good, right? But it really, really is situational. This big map.
Yep.
First pick.
I was gonna say, if B4U picked Lakeside, they definitely have some strategy prepared for this. There's usually some sort of character. If you go Lakeside, there's usually some sort of character that you have that you're prepared to use to utilize Big Boat, whether that's Embalmer on Big Boat or Toy Merchant or something like that, right? So I'd imagine that B4U has that strategy available. Oh, we actually see Mercenary as first ban. I don't think we've ever seen first ban Mercenary at any point in this tournament thus far. So that's a little bit of an interesting choice from Arnie.
What? I thought it was the perfect.
And they do go Merchant. They do go Merchant. I really like this. This means that they have prepared a Lakeside strategy.
I mean, I'll be very surprised if they don't go Merchant first. But yeah, second pick after Jose is pretty good. But again, Ani, do you think he should go ahead and ban the Antiquarian or Embalmer or Patient next? Because I think he doesn't want to have too much, right? Too much mobility.
I don't think you need to ban. You probably don't ban Embalmer just because they've already selected like a Big Boat character, being that Toy Merchant. But I think he probably bans Antiquarian for sure, and probably something like Priestess or Seer here. I don't really, again, we don't really know what Hunter he's opting to play. If he bans Seer, it opens up a potential Geisha. B4U needs to be careful that they don't play into that. He could easily just ban. The problem with B4U's picks, picking Officer here, the problem with that is now it opens up Seer and Antiquarian ban. Oh, actually Antiquarian Prospector. And he can still just play Geisha. And this also opens up, because he bans Prospector, he can also play Bonbon. So they're sort of giving him a lot of opportunities here. B4U doesn't really want to pick Seer because you don't want to play into Bonbon, but then you kind of have to because you don't want to play too hard into Geisha. So it's kind of like, so this ban picking Officer first here, like I get wanting to have a stable rescuer, but you could easily just play something like Wildling as another rescuer. Or even Gravekeeper. I guess Gravekeeper is a little bit weaker against Bonbon, so Wildling would be a little more safe. But yeah, I don't know. We're gonna see Acrobat as well. Definitely a safe pick in general, and we'll see what Anu goes for the last one.
Yeah, I mean technically you wouldn't want to have too many rescuers as well, right? Because you already have a first officer. If there's a Wildling, you might be overkilling it. I'm not sure about that, but
I just meant like like they could let Officer get banned and then pick Wildling instead.
Yes,
is what I think.
Okay.
Yeah. But gotcha. Yeah, for sure.
Gotcha. So Smithy's definitely not playing first officer, right? I don't see him playing that. He's probably just gonna go and play Acrobat. So I guess it really means last pick easily. Oh,
I think that's good.
Against a Geisha, right? So yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah. But yeah, maybe Overseer, that would be really good.
Yeah, I think they're just worried about Bonbon. The problem is, like, I guess it's still okay. Like, Dancer and Acrobat are both good kiters against Geisha. Merchant less so, but Dancer and Acrobat are fine. And then you don't want to, if you pick Seer, you play a little bit too hard into Bonbon potentially, so maybe that's why. And then this strategy is still okay. I think we're going to see Merchant go Big Bow. We'll probably see Acrobat or Dancer go Shack, and then the Acrobat or Dancer will also spawn at Mini Bow, depending on whichever they want. But Merchant should definitely go Big Bow, and we'll probably see Officer towards the middle of the map.
We'll just have to see real soon. And I noticed this rotating a few times already. They actually have trading cards for all these players and commentators. That's sick. I think they're gonna make a franchise out of it. But yeah, the picks have been locked in. So Shmini's gonna go for Acrobat. Problems, the Dancer, Mylek on the Toy Merchant, and Rolex will be the rescuer and first officer. So I guess the only thing left here is for Ani to pick Geisha, because I think Geisha or Bonbon, right?
Right.
Yeah, but
that would make the most sense. You could play Wax Artist technically, but I think Wax Artist is a little bit too weak for chasing Dancer and BQ. Huh.
BQ. Wow, that's a very bold move.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I mean, wow. I mean, I guess it does cover the area where she needs distance, right? Like, you know, against a Toy Merchant and a pirouetting Dancer. Maybe that's where he needs the he can close the distance, and against the Acrobat as well. Yeah, I guess Bloody Queen's good. So I guess with the Bloody Queen pick, B4U actually has a much bigger chance, right? I feel they would at least be able to draw this.
Right. The question is, did they bring see, this is where I would have liked Patient a little bit better, maybe instead of Acrobat, because Patient would be stronger against BQ, it'd be strong against Bonbon, weak to Geisha, but you can just play Flywheel Patient if you were worried about that. But I'm not really sure. I mean, the question is now, do they have Flywheel? Right. That's gonna be the big key here. We actually see Merchant spawn outside of Big Boat, so she can set up the catapult to jump onto Big Boat. The only problem with this is BQ can technically go Big Boat and force the Merchant away from going on the Big Boat, so I'm not really sure. Let's see where Anya opts to spawn here. But I don't mind this Merchant spawn at all.
Yeah. Maybe he would just spawn next to the Toy Merchant. Like stop him from setting up, or at least just, you know, catch him in the middle of doing it. But otherwise, going after the Dancer will be pretty good.
Oh, spawns into the first officer. That's actually really good for the survivors.
But it might block the Cypher at the Big Boat. Maybe that's what he's going for. He just wants to block shore Cyphers. Yeah, maybe he's just looking for a little bit of Cypher control as well. And yeah, I can definitely see him going for Pauper, or even wasting Roland's watch. Or if he can, I think if he just commits onto Roland and hits him during hypnosis, I think that's gonna waste a lot of resources. I think they're gonna crumble because no one else has time, right?
Right. I'm just trying to think, like, where does the problem is, because since as you mentioned, the Big Rock Cipher will be blocked here. Does Merchant take the risk of running to the Big Rock Cipher? I don't think so, because BQ can easily just walk over there and chase you there. Yeah. So I guess with this spawn, as you mentioned, I think it's actually quite smart. And we see single flywheel. Ooh, that's not good for you. You have 2 broken windows. You need flywheel. I don't understand. No flywheel at all here, except for the Merchant. I think flywheel and acrobat or dancer would have been good in case they get chased, but because there's no flywheel on any of them, BQ will have a very easy time chasing both of those survivors.
Yeah. Very basic 3-6 with the blink build. So Ani putting his faith onto the Bloody Queen. And very, very cute skin as well. Flurry tail wheeling around. But yeah, Anya's gonna make a move make a beeline towards Problems. Problems realizing this, but putting a fast box actually. Is that actually better compared to having a slow box?
Yeah, he's gonna switch here. I think it's good against Bloody Queen because you're faster, it's easier to juke. Can he go for the spin? He needs to time this. No, he doesn't spin properly here and takes an early hit. Unfortunately, and he also didn't throw the pallet, which means Onion can just break the box for free. I don't know why he didn't throw that pallet down. So already a very strong start here for Anya. Problems is going to be forced to rotate away from the towards Big Boat, but he's just going to get mirrored again. He does miss that first swing there. Has one more available as no flywheel. Does miss that swing as well. There's a small chance Day2 can kite this. No, gets it down and also kites onto the officer's Cypher, which means the Cypher is just going to get slowed down significantly here, and Ani has a perfect start.
Wow, that was technically a 20 seconds kite, and not to mention disturbing the first officer Cypher as well. This is such a good start for Ani at the moment. Hypnosis is going to be activated. Roland trying to rotate around the corner, trying to make his way towards Problems, but again, the rebound kite is going to look really hard, Eli, because there's no more music box, there's no pirouetting available anymore. And technically, I think this is the first time I see a female dancer going down fairly fast.
Right. Yeah, we do see the swing. Does get the body block, but it doesn't matter. He just has mirror. He's just going to mirror again there. I don't think it makes sense for Officer to body block. Problems needs to make sure, he's going to just get away, at least get away from the Cypher. He's going to take the catapult onto Big Boat. No, he's just going to drop down again and die. But he's dying near the Officer's Cypher. He can just mirror that Crab Shack Cypher. So I feel like it might have been better to die Big Boat, because Merchant can pop. If he dies Big Boat, Merchant could probably pop that Cypher and then go for a save. She could give the elbow pad to the female dancer, so she could potentially rebound kite. But they opted not to go for that strategy, so I'm not really sure the idea there. Interesting choice from Problems to die over a short here.
Yeah, I mean, they already realized. I think already you can see that the game plan might not be working to what they have planned all along. Roland's already making his way away. Basically, ciphers are not enough. The third and fourth ciphers are being done, not even half. The fifth one is basically a new one. And Problems is just gonna die without being rescued. And my next target. So Annie has to make this kite count.
Yeah. Just beautiful mirror placement from Anya. You can see a really well-seasoned Bloody Queen player. Gonna go for the mirror image onto the Merchant. Keep in mind, Merchant does have flywheel available. He's gonna switch right away. Oh, but flywheel's too early, and he's gonna take a hit because of the early flywheel. So a missed opportunity there from my leg. Anya, I think he's gonna blink onto. Oh no, he's trying to go for a mirror swing actually. And he's gonna just break the catapult here. Just slow this down a little bit. 2 survivors injured. It's still possible to get a tie here because they're already down to their last 2 ciphers. But Anya has his trait still available. They were not able to get blink out, and now he can just teleport onto the first officer. Officer using his watch a little bit early. You typically want to use your watch to against a mirror, but he opted not to. So now he's just going to use it for a basic swing instead.
Yeah. I mean, before you definitely still has this fight going on. 3 ciphers have already been done. 2 of them are actually. Yeah, unfortunately, the last one is being started. It's a new cipher being started. Roland, no more watch available. Gonna die out really soon. Oh my god! How accurate was that?
Yeah, excellently placed mirror there from Anya. And the question is, can they actually pop these ciphers in time? So the trait is on cooldown. So the key here is Schmitty has to pop the cipher, then go for the save. He's gonna go for the save before half. And I think Ani might actually have a winning position with a Bloody Queen. I mean, when was the last time we saw a Bloody Queen get a 4 survivor elimination? This is really impressive from Ani. It looks like he's gonna, yeah, he's trying to snipe out the toy merchant, but not able to do so. Can he get the rescue before half, though? It's really gonna come down to the wire here. Schmitty trying to go for the mine. He might go for the farm onto the officer. Schmitty has to get the rescue. He is able to get the save. It does get the farm onto the first officer here. Ani is going to go for another hit onto the Acrobat. Acrobat cannot give a hit here. If he gives a hit, it will be over, as no one can go for a rescue. He's going to use the bomb, wait for that. Now he's going to go for the mirror. No flywheel available, and that's going to be the hit. Now no one can go for the rescue, and they don't have their last cipher machine ready. So I think this is looking like a potential winning position for Ani. At this point, B4U is probably just going to try to get one survivor out.
Yeah. Unless... if my leg can pull something, I don't know, man. My leg is already running away. He's already running towards the cipher, and Schmitty is nowhere to be found. He's already running towards the last cipher. My leg, I don't think my leg can do this, right? He doesn't have catapult, doesn't have anything.
Yeah, I think maybe he's just giving tinnitus, so he doesn't change to the Acrobat. Oh, gets it down onto the Acrobat. He can teleport back to the chair here. That should be the 4 survivor elimination. He is able to get the rescue. Misses the hit there onto the officer. Officer needs to try to stay alive a little bit longer. Goes for the swing. Does not get the swing onto the first officer. He's able to stay alive here, but because there's no pocket watch available, Ani can just use a mirror here, and this is going to secure the down.
Oh, okay. He's still doing his best. He's trying his best. Nice. He's trying his best to survive.
I don't think it's going to matter. Yeah.
Schmidt is up though, so both of them are just going to rush the last cipher. At least try.
And teleport is on cooldown, so there's a chance.
Yeah.
But he's gonna get shared near it, so... Wow.
I think they can rush it. Maybe they can opt for a one-man escape, but I don't know, man. Both of them are injured. It looks really hard at this point. Yeah, they're just gonna force the cipher.
I think Anya's probably gonna wait for his trait. Yeah, he's just gonna wait for his trait. They have to really... this is really tough. They have to pop this cipher before the trait comes back. That's their only way they can get one out. But because if he waits for if they let them get teleport, then it's really bad. He can just kill a survivor and then teleport to the gate and kill the other one.
Yeah.
I think honestly the game plan here should be my leg tries to pop and then flywheels the basic swing. But no, they're just gonna let him get teleport back. That's not good here for B4U. I think this is gonna be really good for Ani. Again, yeah, if teleport comes back here, they pop the cipher, he mirrors down the survivor, chairs him, teleports on the other one, and that will be a 4 survivor elimination.
Yeah, this is not a winning position anymore. It's just looking really strong for Ani. He's just gonna do it. Yep, doesn't matter. He has his mirror up, and then his trait is gonna be up in the next 3 seconds. He's gonna go for Acrobat first. Acrobat still has the ball to work with.
Yeah. Oh, goes for the bomb!
Nice.
Oh, he can actually cut out the mirror now. Beautiful bomb there from Schmitty, and I actually think now this is the one escape. This might be it, because now now he has to wait for his next mirror to come back. He could teleport onto the toy merchant, but I think that Schmitty should be able to stay alive long enough, at least till this next mirror is online.
Yeah, it'd be really weird if he couldn't stay alive here long enough, because it's the Acrobat after all. No more bling. He just has to avoid one more mirror, but by then
he missed it.
Oh, what? Oh, he's just gonna change straight away.
Yep.
Oh my god, he's gonna go for my leg. Is he really gonna risk it? Okay, it's still gonna be a 3-man no matter what, right? Because Acrobat's gonna open it really slow. Dungeons on the shore. My leg's just gonna go in the big boat. Mirrors on cooldown. Yeah, it looks like it.
It's only a 3-man if no, he doesn't get a mirror out. I was gonna say it's only a 3-man if he gets the mirror out, because now Anya can mirror to the other gate, and isn't Acrobat opening the gate, so the gate isn't necessarily going to be open in time here now.
Yeah, it's so slow.
Yeah, it's so slow. So I was gonna say Merchant had to force that mirror, but she didn't. I don't understand why Merchant ran in the big boat. She needed to run to the pallets over to the left, over near the big rock. The gate's 80%. This is really just gonna come down to timing here now.
Yeah, I mean he has to get past the big tree before mirroring. Oh yeah, one-man escape before you've done it. Oh my god. Wow. Honestly, the position they were supposed to, both of them were supposed to go down, but just very well played by B4U, securing that clutch escape at the very last minute. So Hope is still alive for B4U.
Excellent job from Anyi. I mean, the fact that he only missed one mirror that whole game in reality, right? Well, actually, the two at the end technically, he technically missed two at the end, but and that's why BQ is such a it's so hard to 4-kill with Bloody Queen because you can hit every mirror up until the end. You have to hit every single mirror perfectly to win with Bloody Queen. That's the only way you can really 4-kill. And you saw Anyi, he hit every mirror. If he hits the first mirror on Schmitty at the end, then it's a 4-kill because then he can share Acrobat, he can teleport to the gate before the gate's open. But because he missed that mirror, that was the difference between a 4-kill and a 3-kill, right? That one mirror miss there. So you actually have to give props to Schmitty. If it wasn't for that bomb there, if it wasn't for him kiting out that mirror image, that would have been a 4-kill. That one play is the difference between a 4-kill and a 1 escape there. But Ani, I mean, you could see perfect Bloody Queen up until the end. Just hit every single mirror. Before you really had no chance against that. It was just perfectly done Bloody Queen.
Yeah, I mean, fortunately, at the very end, they persisted and they managed to get a one-man escape. So that's pretty good, right? So, but again, they're not out of hot soup because technically it is the map that they chose. They chose Lakeside, right? So,
yeah.
If you're not able to get a win on the map you chose, I don't see a reason to celebrate just yet or be relieved just yet because it's just so hard. But yeah, let's just have a look at the match stats for the moment, Eli.
Yeah, I mean, looking at overall, like the first kite, just very short, very quick down from Anyi, 2 mirrors. That's all that was necessary. I get what B4U was trying to go for. Like the reason why Problem's transitioned away is he's trying to get to the catapult to get on the big boat. But the setup, it just wasn't well timed because he just gets the mirror back before he can make it to that catapult, and there's really nothing you can do. And then also no flywheel. I think the idea of 2 of those survivors bringing broken windows is that they're trying to prepare for Wax Artist and they're trying to prepare for Bonbon. But then you also leave yourself open to Bloody Queen and Geisha if you don't bring Flywheel, right? So that's why there needed to be 2 things needed to happen. One of 2 things. They needed to either go Patient instead of Acrobat, and then you could bring Flywheel in case of Geisha, or you needed your Acrobat or Dancer to bring Flywheel. That way, the Acrobat, the Merchant, and the Officer are both hard chase targets. So you have at least 3 hard chase targets because of the flywheels against the Bloody Queen. But they didn't. They went broken windows in preparation of Bonbon and Wax Artist, and they just didn't cover all bases, in my opinion, at least as well as they should. And that was sort of like it backfired a little bit. But they're still able to get one out. But Anyi, yeah, just perfect Bloody Queen gameplay. And you see why Bloody Queen's very good on those open maps like Lakeside, because it's so hard for survivors to dodge mirror images. As long as your mirrors are on point, which they were that entire match, you're able to get a win with a tie hunter like Bloody Queen.
Yeah, I mean, getting a 3K is definitely no easy feat as well, considering this is B4U's game plan. They practically know what they wanted to do. It's just that they sort of didn't cover up all their bases, like what you pointed out, and obviously wasn't expecting a BQ. But all in all, we just have to applaud them for at least getting one survivor out. But right now, the pressure is gonna drop onto the shoulders of Sprinzer, Eli.
Yeah, he now has to go up against a mainland China IVL survivor team. Keep in mind, though, we did talk about this before, Nell, how this matchup is going to be hunter-sided. How well can these hunters play? Anyi started out very strong. He did his job. He was able to get a win in the first round. Now can Sprinzer keep that momentum and get a win? It's an extremely... This is not just your standard ranked match in NAU for Sprinzer. This is going to be... You're playing against one of the best teams in the world, a mainland China IVL team. And we'll see what he opts to go for. Keep in mind, Lakeside Village was a very interesting choice from B4U, right? Because it's not good for Dreamwitch and it's not good for Clerk. So I don't really understand why they picked it, because those are Sprinzer's round 1 hunters. It could be that he's trying to play Wax Artist here, and we're going to see Sprinzer taking the stage in Japan here. But yeah, I don't know what hunter is he actually going to opt to play, because Clerk and Dreamwitch, they don't feel very strong on Lakeside.
Well, we'll just have to see, because they obviously chose it for a reason, and if it's gonna backfire on them, why would they even choose Lakeside in the first place, right? Because Sprinzer is very well known for his Dreamwitch gameplay as well. But right now, we are just going to be reacquainted with the GW survivors. Ian L, being the survivor of GW Golden Wings, plays the Antiquarian and the Dancer of the team. And yeah, besides that, he also plays the Barney. Yeah, so he's more like a support kind of character player. Yin from GW.
Yeah, we also have Dis, who was one of the players that brought Thief into the meta. So Thief, actually, for those of you guys who don't know, Thief is actually a hard counter to Clerk, believe it or not. Thief isn't very strong against most hunters, but he actually is a hard counter to Clerk and very strong against Geisha as well. So that's why we've seen Thief come on a little bit, because of Clerk has become so strong. Thief kind of came into the meta because of that and has become a viable character. Considering that Thief, considering that Clerk is one of the characters Sprinter plays, we might potentially see Thief in this matchup. We also have Xing Chen as well on Entomologist and Seer. And we've also seen Professor from them before, but I doubt we'll see it in this matchup, considering that I don't think Spencer really plays Geisha. And Geisha is kind of the one character that you would play Professor against.
Yeah. I mean, Xing Chen also plays Antiquarian when Yin L is not playing it, so that's also another character Xing Chen plays. But we're also going to go ahead and look at, well, what's that actually? What's that they're holding? Like the one device there. You know what? It's okay. Let's just put a pin on that, because SXY is going to be the next survivor featured from GW. Playing the first officer, playing the mercenary, obviously, it only spells one thing: Rescuer main. Also plays the forward and the Gravekeeper. Actually, twice as a forward and once as a Gravekeeper throughout the IVL League as well. So, SXY, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep. According to Posh Spice, they're most likely hand warmers. The things that they use for so your hands don't get cold when you play, because that happens sometimes.
Hand warmers, yeah. My hand gets cold, but no one's there to warm it up, so.
Okay.
But go ahead with Spencer.
Anyways, we do have B4U Spencer here on the Hunter side. Very impressive numbers from the NAU region. 3.67 survivors eliminated. I think in qualifiers, if I'm not mistaken, there was only one game where he didn't get a 4-kill. He had a 3-kill, and then every other game was a 4-kill. So very impressive there. And they are just checking the tech to make sure there's no issues, it looks like, and we will be getting into this one in a moment.
Yeah, he looks hyped. He looks hyped, probably inside. Yeah, he's definitely ready. He's like, yo, my teammates done the best. One escape, not too bad. Now all that's left to do is 4K. Definitely no pressure, since his win rate is so high with the 4Ks as well. So, but again, it is against Golden Wings, one of the IBL clubs. It's definitely no walk in the park. Spencer definitely does not want to. He's just filtering out everything now. Comments, chats, the audience. He's just zoomed in on this game right now on his device. It's like, yo, Dream Witch in this game? I don't know. It's kind of hard. What else can I play in this game? Lakeside? What should I ban? Because obviously, GW has everything covered. They have the Dancer, they have the FO, they have the Prospector, they have the Seer, they have the Antiquarian, they have the Entomologist, they have the Toy Merchant. So many things they've got covered. How many can you actually ban before you gain an advantage over GW, right? So, but if you're Sprinzer, are you gonna persist on going Dream Witch in Lakeside to get a 4K?
I don't know. We've seen Sprinzer he didn't play Dream Witch at all in qualifiers, if I'm not mistaken. So I don't know if he actually is sticking to Dream Witch for round one. We saw him play more Clerk than anything.
Yeah.
But yeah, considering, again, the Lakeside pick for me it's difficult for me to understand, because Lakeside is a very good map for Anya's BQ and the Geisha. So you kind of gave Anya a good map for his hunters, and then you also put Sprinter on a map that's weak for his hunters. So and that was B4U's map selection. So Lakeside would be a good map for GW to pick, less so for B4U. So that's why I'm not really sure what Sprinter really wants to play here, because Lakeside's not really good for Clerk or Dream Witch. But we'll have to see, considering that he does have to go for a 3-kill at least. We might see him try to go for something like Wax Artist. I think Sprinter got a haircut.
Yeah, and I think he hurt you. I think he sort of winked at you when he said Wax Artist.
Probably.
Yeah, but I mean, Wax Artist can work in this map, but he just has to apply a lot of pressure, because if you don't keep everyone, if you don't keep everyone injured, if you don't stop them from rescuing the teammates, like Alex's philosophy, and what a cute cat that is. Oh, yeah. perfect couple if you want to have one. Yeah. So back to Alex's statement: if you don't keep their teammates from rescuing each other, stopping them from keeping them alive, it's gonna be a really hard map, hard game for Sprinzer. Doesn't matter if he has crack artist. I mean, that's the reason the name's crack artist, right? He's cracked, but he can also be cracked.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
He can be cracked. I mean, he's cracked, but he can also be cracked by other survivors.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Anyways,
the terminologies. Now you know what. Yeah. I mean, let's just see what he has in mind. I mean, he does have a geisha too, right? If you want to use it.
I don't think so. I've never seen Sprinter actually play. Oh, he leads Antiquarian Band, so that probably means no wax artist then.
Okay. So, but it leaves open Toy Merchant though. I think Chocho's really happy to have Toy Merchant up. She's like, oh yo. Oh, but no. No Toy Merchant.
So, this is interesting. What is Spencer trying to play here? Like, Antiquarian Band works for both Dreamwitch and Clerk. It could be that he wants to play Clerk, but again, Lakeside Clerk is very difficult, so I'm not really sure. Prospector here for GW is nice. It helps you with the Clerk matchup. Maybe a little less so with Dreamwitch. He's going to ban Seer, and I think probably like... Oh, Priestess. Huh. Why Priestess? Interesting. I would expected something like maybe Barmaid or Psychologist or Acrobat. Because, yeah, you just go Barmaid, and now that counters Dreamwitch and Clerk.
Yeah, I think they definitely know what they're doing. They've covered all bases with the supports, with the stuns, with the heal by Barmaid. I don't think they're really focusing on mobility here. Do you think they've got in mind what Spritzer's gonna play and they're just ready to take him to close quarters combat? They don't really have to rely on mobility because they're totally forsaking Toy Merchant and Patient.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this comp is tough. I mean, this comp is hard for Dreamwitch now, and it's hard for Clerk. Maybe he just goes Wax Artist now. I think it's really tough here now. I think the idea of banning Priestess is maybe like if they do pick Barmaid, then you can play Wax Artist to try to counter that back in return. The idea with this team comp is they're trying to counter Clerk and Dreamwitch. I think they want him to play Wax Artist because they know it's easier to deal with than a Clerk or a Dreamwitch. Because Wax Artist, because Clerk and Dreamwitch are slightly stronger than Wax Artist currently in the meta, so I think that maybe that's the idea here. But again, I don't understand the not banning Barmaid. I would have loved to see Seer Barmaid ban. Allow Priestess. Dreamwitch doesn't mind Priestess as much because she can just go through the portals with the main body. And I think giving Priestess would have been okay here.
Yeah. But well, ban picks have been done. Again, ladies and gentlemen, the success, whether or not win or lose, 50% of win or lose definitely comes from how efficient your ban picks are. Unfortunately, the stage has been set. The ban picks have been locked in. Yeah, Sprinter's just gonna go with his ace in the whole Dreamwitch regardless. So then why not ban Barmaid?
Yeah, that's what I don't understand. Like, there's no need to ban. You don't need to ban Priestess here. Like, I get Priestess ban for Dreamwitch on a map like Ever-Sleeping Town or Chinatown or something like that. But Lakeside, like, Priestess support on Lakeside is not that strong. It's really only going to be Big Boat and then, like, the Long Portal. That's really your only form of support for Priestess on this map. And then Dreamwitch doesn't mind Priestess as much as she used to. I mean, obviously, she still does in a map like Ever-Sleeping or Chinatown, as previously mentioned. But Barmaid is so good against Dreamwitch. So why give Barmaid? They literally gave you the Barmaid ban. They gave Seer and Barmaid ban. But unfortunately, he didn't take that opportunity, and now he's forced to play against it. But who knows here? No, we'll have to see. Let's see where they have to spawn as well. I'd imagine.
What kind of spawn is this? What kind of spawn is this?
I've never seen that before.
It's called the north, east, west, south.
I think he'll just go for Prospector.
Yeah.
Most likely.
They're just trying to circle him, right? He's like, "Yo, you think you're chasing us? We're chasing you."
Yeah.
I like the game plan. Yeah, the pagoda shape spawns going on here, but again, yeah, I think it's gonna work pretty well as long as Sprinzer doesn't mess up the early chase. I think that'll be still pretty good. But again, everyone's just so hard to chase. Who exactly can you chase first here, Eli? Because
this way, right? If you ban Barmaid and then you have a Priestess instead, Priestess is an easier chase than a Barmaid.
Yeah.
For a Dream Witch at least. And then here it's like Prospector probably has Flywheel. Acrobat might have Broken in preparation of Wax Artist or Clerk, but I think Prospector will have Flywheel. So maybe chasing Flywheel is not as strong. He may go for. Oh no, they actually went. Okay, so it looks like Acrobat also went Flywheel. Barmaid's the only one with Broken here. Yeah, so Acrobat's not a good chase because of Flywheel and bombs. Dis also a very strong kiter. I guess maybe go look for Prospector. I'm not really sure, to be honest. It's just
if this was Chinatown. If this was Chinatown, it would have been a much better matchup, right? Of course.
Yeah, and again, it's like you pick Lakeside, but then play Dream Witch on Lakeside. Like,
I think he was giving leeway for the survivors to do something.
Maybe, yeah, it must be. Go look for Prospector here. Prospector already rotating to this upstairs ramp here. Does Spencer see the location of the Prospector? He does find him out here, so he is going straight for the Prospector, as we mentioned now. He needs to get it. He's taking a while to get a Leech into play here. He needs to make sure he gets that out as soon as possible. And he is going to drop that first Leech into play, sort of trying to trap in the Prospector, bolting that after there. And Prospector already has some distance. Excellent job getting out of that Leech trap.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? Spencer now, he has to maintain distance, and he's gonna get stunned for the second time. But it's okay, because the Leech is gonna catch up the further you are away. He's gonna drop his followers Patroller for the first time. He's gonna catch the Prospector here. He knows he probably does not have much to work with anymore. That's basically just one more. He's gonna use Flywheel once, and one more magnet to gain distance. Oh my god.
But he doesn't cancel. He didn't cancel the bite there.
Oh no.
Which means he actually ends up wasting Flywheel, and now Spencer still has Main Body Patroller available. So that's exactly why saving this Main Body Patroller is so good. So now it's just a Main Body Patroller away from downing this Prospector. Here's the Main Body Patroller, and with no Magnet now and no Flywheel, I don't know. I don't think he's going to be able to kite this out.
Pretty good start, though. I have to say. Pretty good start. But again, when all of that is happening, 1 minute and 30 seconds in, 3 ciphers are almost done. How crazy is that, Eli?
Yeah, and this is why you're going to see Dream Witch is going to struggle here. Because Dream Witch is going to have a very difficult time pressuring these ciphers. This map is so big. It's so hard for Dream Witch to cipher pressure on Lakeside Village. And this is where it's just going to slowly work into the Survivor's favor. Keep in mind, now, they only need to tie. This was probably not a long enough kite for a win, but definitely enough for a tie, considering that it's very difficult to pressure Cypher machines as a Dream Witch here.
Yeah, he's going to drop the Patroller prematurely. He's just going to try and stop SXY. He's going to bite at the right time, trying to keep it after half. Okay, he's trying to time it pretty correctly.
He needs to get this on this bite here. Can he get it? No, can the rescue be after half now? Gets the hit.
Oh my god! Oh, before
was it
half!
after?
Before! It was before. It looks like before.
I think, yeah.
It was borderline. It was too close, but we're gonna find out really soon.
Actually, Prospector does not have borrowed time. I just realized he has broken windows and Flywheel.
Yeah.
So.
Thanks, Bosch. Before half, confirmation
before half,
going
wow.
On to full save. That was 49.9, man.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And now all ciphers are almost done.
Yep.
It might not even be a draw.
Yeah, we're gonna see the down onto the Prospector here. And again, yeah, Dream Witch on share for the second time here. That was so close. He's gonna pressure down the middle cipher to the best of his ability here. He needs to force the Mercenary off of the cipher. Is gonna get the hit onto the Mercenary. He does pop the cipher in the process. But now we're gonna find out here. Now, was that worth it? Is he able to? He's able to cut off the Rescuer from a distance, so he might actually still be able to tie just because of that. He knows. I think he knows where both Rescuers are. The question is, Mercenary. See, here's the problem: is Mercenary now cannot do the last cipher because he is down.
Yeah, but then again, he still has to force. I don't think he really needs to force it. He could have just left and went and do the last cipher instead, and whoever's coming to rescue can finish it instead.
Here we go.
But
here we go again. Okay. Go straight for it. And oh wow.
Oh my god. He's not gonna be able to do it. But still, let's not forget GW, the minimum requirement is still a draw, right? So
yeah,
it's still looking like a draw here. Army's gonna try and finish the last cipher. Only one leech so far, and that's on the Acrobat. So Barmaid, Mercenary, still pretty good. Mercenary's already at 90% heal. He's just gonna stand up, trying to heal himself up. I'm not sure what's going on. Yo,
I think they're waiting for Acrobat to get his leash off, and they're just gonna pop the Cypher here. Now, keep in mind, Spencer's not out of this yet. He still has trade swap. If he's able to down the Acrobat with his leash and then down the Barmaid with the spawn, there's still a chance for him to get a kill. But there's no follower trait here, so he cannot blink here. And he needs to make sure he pressures the Acrobat's leash. If he doesn't pressure Acrobat's leash, then the Acrobat's just gonna get that leash off for free.
Yeah, he's not changing though. He's too tunneled onto Barmaid at this point. Acrobat, we don't have a sight on Acrobat. We actually haven't set on the Barmaid at this point. Patroller's gonna bite Barmaid. He's gonna allow him, but ENL, okay, he's gonna down pretty soon. And Acrobat, where is the Acrobat though?
I think he's doing the gate. I think the leech is primed for the Acrobat. That's why he's doing the gate now. He's gonna leech here. The problem is because he main body Patroller, now he cannot teleport with the main body. He could teleport with
teleport with the spawns.
The spawn, yeah. And
gate's
not open now.
Yeah, it's not.
But can he make it back in time? Can he make it back in time? This is really important. He needs to check the follower. Gate's not open now. I think we might have. But Mercenary can still pressure the rescue, though. That's the thing.
Yeah. He cannot stay too far.
No! Does he hit the Mercenary? He gets the hit onto the Mercenary here. Acrobat's going to push the gate. He needs to check the follower to make sure Acrobat doesn't get the gate open. Oh, but he lets the Acro get the gate open here. And now both survivors can actually just run to the gate. They might actually be able to get 3 escape because of this now.
Oh, my God.
Mercenary has an elbow pad. The dungeon is at shore. I think this is going to be a 3 escape.
Oh, yeah, you might be right. They're already out of the gate. He's already asking everyone to go out. And no. Oh, wait.
Oh, just a bit
so
short.
clutch.
This should be a tie. Wow.
It was so clutch. Look
Wow.
at Sprinter.
Very stressful at the end there.
Oh, my God. What the hell? It's like, oh.
Yeah, the thing is, he knows he could have 3-killed because he let the Acrobat finish the gate. That was the problem. If you keep if you keep control of the spawn follower, as soon as he hit the Mercenary, he should have just completely switched off and checked the Acrobat. And then push the Acrobat off of the gate, then go back to the leech, and then try to check the Barmaid. You have to check that back and forth. He let the Acrobat push the gate too far. And it wasn't just the gate at the end there, it was also with the leech. He let him de-leech for free and then do the gate. He needed to check the leech. You need to switch between the leech and the spawn follower. Chase the Barmaid, chase the Acrobat. Do it at the same time. It's very hard to multitask that, but it's possible. And a player like of Sprinter's caliber could easily have pulled something off like that. But I think maybe
pressure.
Maybe pressure. Yeah, he just kind of missed out on that opportunity because that was a 3-kill opportunity. It's hard to pull off, but it was doable. But GW able to hold on to a tie here, which means they will be running round number 1 on B4U's map selection.
Yeah, and not to mention this kind of composition is actually quite hard for Sprinter, right? If you want to be fair, it's actually quite hard. Not to mention the cipher, 3 ciphers were popped at 1 minute 30 seconds. Was it? It was so fast. Like the moment Prospector was down, it was already popped 3 ciphers. So I would say still very, very commendable effort by Sprinter. It's just very unfortunate that, like what you said, this map is not the best for Dream Witch because it's just too big. He couldn't pressure Cypher. He actually, there wasn't actually much pressure onto the Cypher. Let's face it, right? He wasn't actually pressuring Cyphers. It was just very standard chase down and chair sort of situation. So it's just very unfortunate that on the map that they picked, before he wasn't able to capitalize. But hey, at least the score isn't too far off. 5-3, Eli.
And it's not just like, it's not that it's just like that he didn't pressure ciphers. It's that it's Lakeside. It's so hard for Dreamwitch to pressure when the ciphers are so spread out, when the map is so big, right? And again, it's like Lakeside Village. Like if you're gonna play Dreamwitch, I don't know. I'll let it go. I'm still trying to figure it out. But
no problem.
It's just I think a big game changer in that match is if that rescue was after half. I think that actually it's a winning position for the Dreamwitch because you saw, right? If he's able to get that after half, then they don't even have anywhere near enough ciphers to win the game. And then he can easily sort of take over. That's when Dreamwitch starts to take over. When you get that first kill and the last cipher's not ready, then Dreamwitch can take over the game from there. But the problem was that rescue from the Mercenary. It was like you said, 49.9999. Like that was literally like that was literally like I'm struggling to. I don't understand how that didn't go out over half. Like it looked like it was on the line for like forever, but it was that was crazy.
Probably had a little bit of snooze, but you know what? Let's look at the highlights first, ladies and gentlemen.
She's just hitting me. Okay. I don't have any washes, but like.
It was teleport. Keep healing. Just keep healing. Just keep healing. Watch the angle. Watch the angle. Watch the angle. Nice, Schmitty.
Nice, Schmitty. Go cornfield.
Careful, leg. Watch it. Nice, leg.
Just mirror.
Crazy.
I know.
It was like it was gonna go over and then it just went back. It was something like,
it's like you know, it's like the determination of the prospector pulling the progress back. Maybe that's a new skill unlocked. Who knows?
Yeah. I wasn't paying attention to the updates. Probably was.
Or maybe he just drinks a lot of Starbucks, so he could sit longer.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, for sure. But you know what? When all has been said and done, for a little bit of recap. Lakeside Village was picked up by B4U as the map selection. GW managing to get 3K against B4U Survivor in the first half. Second half, Sprinter tried to fight back, retaliate, almost getting a 3K actually, but finally securing a draw against GW Survivor, making the score 5-3 in favor of Golden Wings. B4U still has some catching up to do, very possible, but again, GW will have the map selection for game number 2.
Right.
So I guess that about covers it. So in game number 2, what do you think? GW, what map do you think they're going to pick against? Okay, let's just make it very specific. Against Sprinzer's Hunter Pool.
So I think they'll probably... You have a few options. There's 2 routes you can go. You can go with a map that's bad for... You can go like a big map that's bad for Dream Witch and Clerk, and then you can ban Wax Artist. Or you can ban Dream Witch and just kind of pick anything. I think it would make the most sense probably to go with a bad Clerk map and then ban Dream Witch. And then you force him off of Clerk and Dream Witch, and then he's forced to kind of go Wax, which ideally you'd rather play Clerk. So I think maybe a map like Moonlit would be nice, but I think B4U will probably ban Moonlit. We've seen them do that in qualifiers, and I think that would make the most sense, especially in this sort of situation. Because if you give Moonlit, then you're forced to ban Anyi's Geisha, and then you kind of give him a lot of options. Like, you don't get to choose what you want to ban. You have to ban Geisha. You can't give Moonlit Geisha. So I think if you ban Moonlit, then it opens up a little bit more opportunities for potential Hunter bans. And then it also opens up more opportunities for Sprinter to play Clerk. Because you can't play Clerk on Moonlit. It's incredibly weak. It's Clerk's worst map because of Coaster. Coaster just hard counters in a lot of transition areas. So I think maybe the idea for B4U is ban Moonlit, and then GW goes... I don't know. Maybe Chinatown would probably make the most sense. If you go Chinatown, it's still a big map, which can be slightly difficult for Sprinter's Clerk. And then you also open up Geisha for Anyi. You open up... I guess you really only open up Geisha. I don't know. It's interesting.
Asylum.
Oh, Wax Artist. Yeah, we go Wax Artist. Yeah. So I guess that works. Yeah, if you go... Okay, wait. If you go Chinatown, then you have to ban Wax Artist or Geisha, and then Anyi can just play the other one. So I think Chinatown makes the most sense here. For Asylum.
Yeah, sorry. I was a little stuck. Yeah, I was a little stuck. Yeah, I was just thinking maybe for funds, yeah, you know, Golden Cave would be nice. Golden Cave. Three
what's
levels of elevation.
What's the third one? That Darkwoods, is that?
Darkwoods, yeah.
I don't even know why they put that. I don't even know why they put that in quick match. There should be an option. There should be an option where you can turn off getting Golden Cave and getting Asylum in your matches. Oh, I don't think we get it anymore, but I always get Asylum when I play Hunter Quick Match, and I was like, I wish there was an option we could just turn it off. Just turn off Asylum. I don't know.
Oh. Well, round 2, Eli, game number 2, first half. Looks like Survivors are gonna go first again. So yeah, honestly, I anything can happen. It's either they do something really unexpectedly good, or they do something really unexpectedly unforeseeable and they just crumble. But I think they did really well, trying to at least get a 1 escape in the last game. But this time, it's going to be GW's pick of the map. And with more bans, I'm not really sure how they're going to cope with it. And Anyi seems to be really stable so far, Eli. So, wait, is that you? Is that you in Japan? No, it's not, right? Because you're here. Well, Thoughts? And oh wait, what? Why are their hairs like that?
I don't know. How do you even do that? How do you edit? Like, I don't understand.
Yufei says go fly.
Yeah.
Yo, I don't know.
It looks like I think so. It looks like here that so because GW picks the map, it means that before you pick Survivor first. So I guess they're giving Sprinter like a little bit of a rest. Although I would have thought that they would want to lead with Sprinter. Maybe Sprinter has a good match and they can gain momentum. But I guess they really just want to give them a little bit of time off here. So must be it.
Yeah. We can go anything. Yo, they're really fans of memes, right? Look at this guy. He's like, yo, you see this? I made this myself using my iPhone, and please feature it. And Smeedy's like, yo, I can make that one too. Okay, so they're obviously talking some plans through. Like, obviously the first half, okay, what went wrong? Problems, Dancer wasn't able to counter. They weren't prepared. Before you Survivor weren't prepared for the BQ pick.
Yeah.
So this time, I think maybe instead of thinking like 100% on what Annie's gonna be able to bring out, maybe they should just cover their bases and go with their strength. Like, you know, barmaid priestess, forward if it's not banned, and just stick with their roots. I think just go with what their strength is, and maybe a mechanic in the mix. Maybe they'll make more success with that. I don't know, man. At this point, it's just like anything's possible. Problems is having a lot of problems at the moment. He's thinking hard.
Yeah, he's thinking about the match.
If I don't play that, how can I play Priestess? But he banned Priestess. Maybe he was really looking forward to playing Priestess. And Annie banned.
Oh, he banned. What did he ban first? It was Merc, right?
Yeah, Merc.
So before you could have gone Seer then to counter BQ. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well,
they didn't know he was BQ, so maybe that's why. Yeah. Well, maybe this time Schmidt is gonna be. Oh, you got it right.
They didn't ban. Oh, they banned Leo's though, not Moonlit. Not quite.
GW's not even gonna consider going to Moonlit. Yeah, I just want to get rid of the roller coaster, right? So yep. Chinatown it is. Taking out the possibility. I think they really just want to cut before you in the legs. So metaphorically speaking, they just want to cut out Sprinter's potential to come back. And I think they're just very confident having Annie deal with before you survivors, right?
Yeah, I think Chinatown's actually good for B4U too, though, just because. Oh, they banned Breaking Wheel, huh? So they give Geisha? Wow. They give Wax and Geisha to Anya here. No, I actually don't think Anya was going to play Wheel. I think. I mean, they could. Well, yeah. It looks like we're gonna see Dancer and Ento. I was gonna say maybe B4U was thinking that they picked Chinatown because he wants to play Wheel, but I don't think he was gonna do that. I think he picked Chinatown because it's good for Geisha and Wax. So he's giving himself a map that's good for both of his two next round hunters here. And Wheel's off meta. Like, it's not likely that Anya, especially with the lead, when Anya has the lead, he's not gonna play an overly aggressive hunter like Breaking Wheel. He's gonna play a more consistent hunter like Geisha or Wax Artist. So the Breaking Wheel ban here, in my opinion, you just gave Anya every opportunity to play any hunter he wants. I guess they're going to try to counter Geisha and Wax. They're going to play Entomologist and Dancer. And maybe that's why. I was going to say Chinatown also works for B4U, though, because for Sprinter, Sprinter has Soul Weaver, he has Wax, he has Clerk, assuming Dream Witch is banned. So I think it still works out nicely. But I think they're just going to counter... oh, they go Gravekeeper? Huh.
Or maybe they're trying to just instead of having Ani pull one over them, like in game one they didn't expect EQ. Maybe they just want to get rid of the anomaly factor, the unexpected factor, and just focus on dealing with the hunter they are prepared to deal with from Ani. Maybe that's what they're thinking. Like, oh, we know he's gonna go see Geisha or Wax Artist, so we're prepared to deal with that. So maybe just ban out the unexpected characters.
Yeah, Acrobat is the last one here. So this comp counters Geisha. This is very nice against Geisha. Acrobat is a nice counter to Geisha. You can infinite skill check. You hold down your bomb while looking at the Geisha and you skill check them. Dancer is very good against most hunters, including Geisha. A very good tight kind of character. Entomologist as well. I think Wax Artist is not bad here, but it's not very strong against Ento or Dancer. I think Soul Weaver is actually fine. So if Anya has Soul Weaver available, that could actually be very good. Soul Weaver can actually deal with Ento, kind of actually more or less. It depends
or
on
even the shovel as well, right?
Yeah. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what he opts for here.
I mean, he got rid of Antiquarian. I think that's more important. But Problems, I totally agree. Problems should just go with the Dancer again. Maybe in this map he will have more success. But
they play in the BQ again, though. That's the thing.
Imagine getting using the BQs twice in a row.
To be fair, BQ is not as strong on Chinatown as it is on Lakeside, but this comp does play right into BQ just as the last match. So I don't know if Anya will actually go with that just because it is Chinatown, but we'll have to see.
I mean, BQ. Bon.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
He's not going Waxada. He's not going Geisha. He's just like, yeah, you know what? I don't think you are prepared for Bonbon. And maybe they're not. The Beast doesn't really help much in... And
it's also good against Grave. And this is why I don't understand Grave. Because, like, I get because he banned Merc and Officer, you're forced to play a different rescuer. But this is where Wildling would be better. Because Grave is chaseable. Grave is a chaseable rescuer for a Bonbon. For a Bonbon. But Wildling is not. So, assuming that you're not going to go for any rescue because you have Officer ban and Merc ban, so it's very difficult to save off a Bonbon in that case. Assuming you just want one stable rescuer that's unchaseable, Wildling makes a lot more sense here. And that's why we see a lot of these mainland China teams and Japan teams pick up Wildling because he's an unchaseable target. So you can spawn him anywhere you want on the map for free. And if the hunter finds him, he has to change targets, which buys you extra time of rotation and decoding. Gravekeeper in this instance does not do that because Gravekeeper is an easy chase target for a Bonbon. You can easily just chip him out of Shovel and you can chase him. And if you spawn Grave Middle, which they are doing here, it means that Ani, if he wants, he can just go straight for the Gravekeeper. He doesn't have to look for another target.
Yeah. Maybe that might be the plan. If he gets successful chain bombs, then he gets Gravekeeper out of the Shovel, gets the damage onto Gravekeeper. That can happen. Or maybe get him out of the Shovel, get one ship damage onto Gravekeeper. That works too, right? Because then if anything happens to his teammate, Gravekeeper, no one will be able to heal him. And that will make the rescue even harder. So we'll just have to see. So ladies and gentlemen, all locations are available. Roland, the tank, the front line. Problems, the left wing, Shitty on the right. My legs gonna hide all the way where the legs belong. Sorry for the me. But yeah, it's gonna be a T formation. A T formation against Ani. Who will Ani engage first? Will he persist on the Gravekeeper, yummy, or will he persist on finding Problems again for the second time in a row? We'll just have to see. But everyone has
flywheel.
Why again? They're not expecting Bonbon.
Yeah, this is not the right time for this. I don't know. Okay. Anyways, I think the idea is that they're bringing flywheel in preparation of Geisha or BQ, but now you're just playing the Bonbon and Wax. So.
Can I say that? They overcommit on if one person plays flywheel, everyone plays flywheel.
Yeah.
Maybe they're on that.
Anyways, it looks like he is going for Roland here though.
He wants Roland. He's like, desolate sand. I eat sand for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And Ani's gonna pursue actually. He's just trying to waste it. Hey, going to use the first shovel. But here's where Ani's gonna do.
He's not gonna go upstairs. But he can't bomb him on the stairs. It's an elevation change. Why not just go up the stairs? Just go up the stairs. Okay, he does force the hit here. And this is going to allow Roland to transfer to the upstairs area. So forcing out the basic hit is quite important. But again, it's still an easy chase target here for the Grave. He does miss that hit there. He does have this pallet to drop down here. And the goal here for the Gravekeeper, just force a basic hit. This is good. You force a basic hit, this gives you your shovel back. And he's going to go upstairs. Is there entomologist support or some sort of support here? I guess not. So I'm not really sure the idea of going back up. I would have thought it would be better to rotate around and break line of sight. He's going to go back over this way under this pallet, but he just goes back into the Bonbon here. Instead of creating distance. Just create distance, right?
Even the elevation would. Okay. Roland, it's very essential that he does not get bombed out of his car.
Wow, nice dodges. And the slow box here. This could be a game changer here. Let's see.
Oh, let me not jump it. Roland's doing really good so far.
Yeah, he needs to get out on the other side of the pallet here. Oh, he gets out into the bomb. He gets out into the bomb. He needed to get out sooner. I was going to say, as soon as he got to the slow box, he should have just gotten out and on the other side of the pallet. But instead here, yeah, unfortunately, a misstep there from Roland's going to cause him to go down a little bit earlier. And now he's getting shared on Acrobat Cypher, which means, unfortunately, a miscommunication from B4U on where to die there. Dying near the Cypher machine does avoid that bomb there. But now Ani's in the driver's seat. He's got a relatively fast down on a Cypher machine. The Cypher progress, while the kite was pretty long, the Cypher rush was not very good, unfortunately. So now, now Ani has a pretty nice position to work with.
Yeah, exactly. When he went down, I was surprised. It was almost 2 minutes, and only one Cypher has been done.
Yep.
That's actually kind of, rainbow results. But again, it's a Bonbon who hasn't used his skill yet, so they might be wary. Would it be a Bling? Would it be a Teleport? Because, Teleport would be really deadly, and then they would have to give Anitas, right? So that he doesn't go away. So Schmidi is the one doing that so far. Cypher's about to do, if all goes well, might be looking for a draw at least. This is gonna sacrifice Roland right at this point.
Yeah, I don't think it makes sense. This is a smart play from the survivors. There's no reason to go for a rescue here. And now Ani's he does still have Blink. That's the only problem. So Schmidt is just going to keep making distance. He's going to drop a bomb here. I actually like this. This is going to slow Ani down a little bit. This is going to allow you to make some distance. There's no way Ani can get around this. So this allows Schmidt even more distance. Goes for the control bomb. Will Schmidt flywheel, or is he just going to eat? No, he actually dodges it altogether. So Schmidt playing quite well thus far. And we're going to see, will Ani teleport away here? Is he going to continue after this Acrobat?
I mean, he should continue with Acrobat. They don't know his traits yet. Obviously, he cannot use Blink yet. Oh, no. Acrobat's doing pretty good so far. Dodging the bombs. And Ani's trait is still unknown to the survivor, but I think they have a pretty good idea. It should be a Blink, right? Otherwise, he would have teleported straight away. So, my legs already getting bombed. Did he get bombed?
No, he flywheeled. He flywheeled the bomb. Okay. Yeah. So he was able to avoid that chip there. Bees already have 1 damage on them. Here's the control bomb. Can he avoid it? Nice dodge able to avoid this. Does he get the chip here? Avoids all of it. Wow. And takes the hit, and the bees are uninjured. Beautiful play from my leg. Look at that. No, that's crazy. Okay, we're going to see. He's just going to continue towards the corner house. Able to get the chip. Beautiful bomb snipe there from Ani. Last 2 ciphers, 60% and 80% of the way done here. Leg's going to try to make it to this pallet. He cannot get bombed here. Does he go for the blink? No, he's going to conserve the trait for the end game. Ani knows the Cypher machine is almost prime. This is the correct play from Ani. He acknowledges that Cypher's almost prime. You want to conserve your trait as long as possible. My leg trying to stay alive as long as possible. Able to avoid this bomb as well. Goes for the control bomb. Does get the down here. Cypher machine not yet primed, which means they're going to have to go for a rescue. But the basement here, he dies on top of the basement, and all of a sudden a drawn position looks like maybe Ani has a slight advantage here. Schmitty should go for, if he has a red bomb, I think he should go for a red bomb on chair. Yeah. But I don't think he has it. Looks like. Yeah, he doesn't have a red bomb here.
Oh, he's already done it. He doesn't have it.
Leg needs, but this is the problem is that, he's going to hit him back. Cypher's prime, and they go for the pop here. And he does have this power to work with. He does have blink there. Goes for the blink. Does get the down immediately onto the entomologist. Can they get the gate open in time, though? That's going to be the big question. Ani has no teleport available. It's going to be the dancer opening the gate, not yeah, Acrobat just needs to pressure this save here. And as long as he pressures save, they should be okay to tie here.
Does the Acrobat know where the dungeon is? Because it's very risky to leave the Niters here.
It doesn't matter. He can just go for the gate now. Yeah, the gate's going to be open. So this will actually be a tie here for this round.
Wow. They pulled a draw. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Over the map that GW chose.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, though, it is Bonbon. It's a tie hunter, right, on a big map. So I think it's perfect. This is exactly what Ani wants. I mean, considering that GW has the lead, right? Ani just wants to get a tie. He wants to hold the lead here and just kind of play from there. Sorry. So I think Ani getting a tie on a big map like this is quite fine.
Yeah. Again, they are still in a losing position, unfortunately, because GW chose this map again. I think we talked about this earlier in the game, right? We said that they're choosing this map not so much as to counter B4U Survivor, but to counter Sprinzer, right? I think that's the point of countering Sprinzer, because I feel like they think of Sprinzer as the bigger threat, considering after what happened in game 1. So maybe that's what's going on. So very, very good job by B4U to pull that around and getting a draw in this round. So at least even if Sprinzer wants to, he can definitely push for a 3K, or worse to worse, the minimum is a draw in order to bring it to game number 3. So I feel like that might be the game plan for B4U here. But GW, yeah, I have to say Sprinzer is not out of hot soup. He's had a tough game in Lakeside, and now he's gonna have another tough game in Chinatown because of what they have in store. They're just gonna ban it off. But
yeah, I do have to say, I think the in this situation, I think it's actually fine for B4U though, because this Chinatown map actually think works well for Sprinter. It's kind of interesting. It's like both these teams chose maps that are good for the opposing team's hunter, which is really confusing. Like Lakeside is not really good for Sprinter, but it's good for Anyi. And then Chinatown's fine for Anyi, but it's also good for Sprinter. So I think it ends up actually working out nicely for Sprinter in this case. But yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. Because again, you know, if you ban Dreamwitch, he has Wax Artist, which is very strong in Chinatown, and then still has Clerk available, so that's okay. And he still has Soul Weaver available. So he has all these hunters that are all good on Chinatown. And yeah, we'll have to see.
Actually, I'm very surprised that Anyi didn't go straight for the Soul Weaver or Wax Artist, and instead chooses to go Bonbon, right? Maybe he kind of let out and thinks that, oh yeah, Bonbon's gonna work. But before you capitalize on that, got a draw. But now they're not out of hot soup. Sprinzer, like what you said, taking Chinatown. It's gonna be an auto ban for the Dreamwitch, right? I mean, Dreamwitch technically still works, right, in Chinatown? I mean, it's not as big.
I think it's good. I think though Dreamwitch is better in Chinatown than Lakeside, because it's like in terms of how big the map is, I think Lakeside's slightly bigger because there's a few reasons. The distance between the exit gates on Lakeside is huge, right? Whereas with Chinatown, it's like if Lakeside is like a rectangle, right? It's on the opposite corners. The gates are on the opposite corners. But if Chinatown's like a rectangle, it's just like from straight through the middle, right? So it's like so it's not as far of a distance. So it's easier to pressure both exit gates for a Dreamwitch, and then also the ciphers are a little bit more bunched up on Chinatown than they are on Lakeside. It's easier to pressure for Dreamwitch. Yeah.
I think we were trying to do draw.io just now, but you know, the transition happened. But yeah, possibly for the last time, ladies and gentlemen, Sprinzer is gonna take the stage in the second half. You saw the assets. You saw the screen with the visuals just now saying that the win condition for B4U to move on to game number 3 is if they get at least a draw.
Right.
Yeah, that will be for them to move on to game number 3. And technically, getting a draw might not be so bad, because they only lost 5-3 to GW in first game, right? So it might not be so bad, and B4U will still be able to get map choice in game number 3. Hopefully not a map that will give Sprinzer too much trouble, but they will technically still have the advantage if they get a draw. So Sprinzer, all eyes on you right now on the main stage. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna pick in this map, Chinatown?
Yeah, well, what is he gonna pick? We'll see. I think they'll ban Dreamwitch just because, you know, it's definitely his strongest hunter. It's definitely a hunter that has very high kill potential. So you definitely have to watch out. Is that an electric fan? I think that's the electric fan. Remember those? No, we had to.
We did.
No,
NDT.
Electric fan. They're quite useful, actually.
Yeah, you should buy one next time.
Yeah.
You should buy one from Thailand.
I honestly should just have one just to walk around outside because it's like so hot every day. Just walk around with an electric fan.
Yeah. It is like hot. So it's pretty warm in Thailand. But you know what? What else is warm? Everyone in Thailand is pretty warm too. So
yeah, nice people.
Yeah, nice people. Did you manage to find a best friend yet? BFF in Thailand?
Yeah, no, I got some besties.
Good friends.
Yeah. I got some besties. Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Yeah. Pretty cool. Yeah. Just going back to the game itself, There is. Why don't you tell us about the offline that's going on in Bangkok?
Oh yeah. So for those of you who live near Thailand or around Thailand or in Bangkok or whatever, there's an offline COA event to watch GH play. I forgot who they're playing against, but to watch Day. It's on April 16th. I believe that's day 7 or 8, or I think that's day 8 maybe. And April 16th, and it's going to be the information is on the Identify Facebook or Instagram or anything like that. So if you guys are from Thailand and you want to watch COA in person or like an in person with a bunch of other IDV fans, should show up. I'll be there. It'll be pretty fun. Maybe we'll get Nell a private jet. Come over. I don't know.
Sure. Hot Wheels. Yeah. If either that or you can just have my picture.
I'll just hold a picture on a stick and just walk around.
Yeah, that's Nell on my shoulder. We're crack this. But yeah, let's just go ahead and look at the match ban picks going on right now. Dancer, Priestess this time getting banned first, so it leaves open Prospector and Antiquarian for GW.
Right. Yep.
Respect ban there. Spencer's Dreamwitch. So
yeah, so it looks like we're gonna see, and I think this so Prospector and Antiquarian directly counter Clerk, right? But they also are weak to Wax Artist. So I think what's gonna happen here is Sprinter is he's gonna ban characters because Dancer and Priestess both work for Wax, and they also work for Clerk. So I think what he's gonna do is that he's gonna try to bait GW into playing an anti-Clerk comp and then go Wax Artist. I think that's sort of the strategy here.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Wax Artist. I would love to see another Wax Artist here. I mean, Clark's also pretty good, but again, if you want to go Clark, you probably ban Antiquarian or Toy Merchant first, right? Because not the best chase potential. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of fans. Hey, one of your fans there, Kayana, are saying Sprinter, go Ripper. So
what about that?
Yeah, from a scale of 1 to 10, tell Kayana how much you love Ripper.
Half of something. 0.5.
0.5, yeah. So there you have it, Kayana.
When I play Survivor rank, I get hit by every Foggy Blade, even if I dodged it. But when I play Ripper, it never hits anyone. So
yeah, it hits the trees. Yeah,
it hits the trees. Yeah.
Yeah, and
it's like when you go for a Foggy Blade, and it's like, oh, this is gonna hit them, and then there's just some like random little pebble on the ground, and it just hits the little pebble, the little rock, and it doesn't go through it, and then you just waste your Foggy Blade.
Yeah,
that's every Ripper game ever.
Every Ripper game, and every Ripper means saying buff Ripper now. Honestly, I would love to see him getting buff. You know, like wearing a better suit, like John Wick's suit, and then instead of Foggy Blades, he starts shooting guns.
I wasn't gonna go after Chocho's Toy Merchant anymore, but because she just commented, Eli eats every Foggy Blade. Just so you guys know. Chocho misses all her catapults and eats more Foggy Blades than I do. So
yeah.
You all know.
Yeah. Don't worry. Every A batch Toy Merchant ever, right? So, but yeah, we're not judging. We're not judging. I mean, every one of us, we do flip up sometimes, right? Like, even if we have badges. So, badge is just a badge. Yeah, overall, it's just about having fun with your friends, right?
Well, if you lose, then it's not really
unfriend.
Find a new teammate.
This catapult works for sure, and you use it, boom, the trees. Oh my god, that's so sad. That's so sad. Yeah, but you know what? It's always fun to have it. Like that's the game. That's what I like and love so much about this game. That's something for everyone, right?
Yep.
So crack artists, that's something for everyone, and this time it's for Eli. Sprinter dedicating crack artists to Eli O, and I guess that's the only play he has right here, because allowing the stunners to come out, I guess we're kind of lying if we say we don't expect to see Wax Artist, because he's a sucker for punishments. He leaves 25% wax onto anyone who beats him up or stuns him or.
Yeah. So I think so the idea here with what Sprinter did is he did exactly what we were talking about, how he's kind of baiting them into playing anti-Clerk. So he's allowing Merchant, actually Merchant's fine against Wax too, but he's allowing Antiquarian and Prospector, and then you go Wax Artist. So this comp is very, very good against Clerk. This comp hard counters Clerk, but it's not very strong against Wax Artist. As we've seen, Antiquarian, not the best against Wax Artist. Prospector, not the best at kiting Wax Artist. Toy Merchant's good against a lot of hunters on this map, but two of these survivors, he'll probably go straight for Prospector first, I would imagine. And the question is, did they bring Flywheel or Broken Windows? I would imagine everyone has Broken just because of the threat of Clerk or Wax. But there's a small chance that maybe Antiquarian or Prospector bought Flywheel just because they are harassment characters, but we'll have to see.
I mean, it totally makes sense, right? I love the mind game going on here. Who knows? He might be able to pull off a comeback with the Wax Artist in Chinatown. I can totally see that happening. But again, there is the threat of the Toy Merchant running around. So
only one broken. Wow.
Yo.
Huh. That's actually quite nice for Sprinter, especially considering now that he's probably going to chase the Prospector first, which means Prospector does not have broken windows, which means that chase target is a little bit easier for him.
Yeah. Wow. I guess Sprinter, but Sprinter's not bringing trait change. I'm not really sure. Is that normal? Like just bringing a detention and then like a play like a bonbon?
He's done this a lot in rank where he just goes like detention. He's not gonna go for Prospector? Huh.
Oh,
he's done this a lot. Oh, he tried a mind game, I see. No, but it doesn't really work. You just kind of rotate into the officer now. Yeah. So I feel like just go for Prospector would have been stronger, but he does have teleport, so he can potentially go for this. What he's gonna do is he's gonna go for officer. He's gonna bait out a watch, and then he's probably gonna teleport away. I think that's sort of the strategy here. Yeah. Oh, he can actually get a free hit, and officer doesn't use a watch. I don't. Wow. So unfortunately, a misstep from GW. Now his teleport's gonna be online. He wastes a watch and gets a hit, so now he can just teleport away. I don't think you keep chasing this. That doesn't really make sense.
Yeah.
Because even if you down officer, he has a very long share time. Really? He's gonna commit? Really?
Wow. Maybe he just wants to get someone down as soon as possible.
Well, now he has 88 wax, so he might as well finish this.
Yeah, he might as well. Oh, he's going the wrong direction. Wow, the mind game's going on. Look at him playing left and right. He's gonna get down fairly quickly too. 1 minute.
Yeah.
So
very fast down.
Oh my god. A glimmer of hope for Sprinter. Carrying.
Yeah. So this is sort of an up and down situation. It's like you get rid of the only tide turner, which is quite nice, but the problem is officer has a watch, which means he can rebound kite, and he also has an extended chair count. Keep in mind, officer dies on chair slower than most survivors. So the problem is officer can sit in this chair for a very, very long period of time, and he still can rebound kite. And because there's two support characters with Prospector and Antiquarian, they can also help support the rebound kite, as well as that watch will come into play.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's good and all, but if he starts whacking everyone, he'll get the presence even faster, right?
Yeah, Merchant Tide.
He has to
I forgot Merchant had Tide as well, yeah.
Oh. He's still trying to
I honestly think he should just go for it, because the longer you wait, like, yeah, he just doesn't even get it. And now Prospector's just going to stun here. He does have teleport, so he can get a little bit closer if he does make distance. He's getting a lot of wax onto the officer here, though, now. He's almost at a point where he can just go for a wax bomb.
Yeah, wax bomb is gonna... Wait, it's only 71%, so maybe not quite enough yet. He still has hypnosis on.
Yeah,
Antiquarians around the vicinity. Oh my god, he's just whacking everyone.
Yeah, I don't know why they're just... He can honestly just change targets. I mean, if they're just going to get free hits, you just take advantage of that. Oh, beautiful stun from the Prospector here. He may change onto Prospector, it looks like, and yeah, that is going to be the case here. But keep in mind, he has... The problem is Sprinter... This is why I don't understand chasing... Oh, he breaks the magnet. This is why I don't really understand chasing the officer now, because he just wasted so much wax on the officer, and yeah, he just gets away for free.
You think GW might be throwing here? Because, oh my god, the ciphers are barely enough.
I don't know. I don't think so. I think they're just like...
Caught off guard?
Yeah. I mean, it's still fine. Like, this position's not bad for GW. Keep in mind, they only really need to tie here to hold the lead. So they force him to change targets. So I think that's actually okay. So I think in reality, this actually is still sort of their strategy. Because again, if they tie here, this is the first chair. If they tie here, they're still in a winning position going into the later rounds, right?
Yeah.
So,
well, technically, GW might have been. Oh wait, there's going on the hot wax. Trying to get the hot wax onto the Antiquarian. No, Antiquarian is actually already fully. Wait.
It's like a tarot match.
Yeah.
Oh. Catapult set up. Oh, but he gets the snipe. He gets the snipe with the yeah, he gets the snipe with the hot wax there. So he's able to get the down. He's going to try to wax off this Cypher machine as well. And he is able to get that wax off too to slow down the decoding a little bit here. Antiquarian's going to come in for the harass, but he just has no wax available. As you can see now, it's so low. He hasn't had any opportunities to let the wax recharge. Here comes the Antiquarian for the harass here. Goes for the bait, goes for the dodge. Can he dodge the next one? Dodges the next one.
Oh!
Gets the chair. He gets the chair. That's huge. And he's going to be able to switch the hot wax here. Can Antiquarian get the rescue? Goes for the hot wax. Gets the hit on the Antiquarian. Can he stop the rescue here? This is really important.
Oh no, he doesn't have flywheel too. Sprinzer was probably waiting. Sprinzer was probably like, oh wait, he doesn't want to risk hitting through and hitting the chair. Right. SXY is gonna come. The last Cypher, mind you, last Cypher being done yet. SXY is still waiting on the vicinity. Oh, it's gonna happen.
And it's a farm, wow. What a weird game. I've never seen a Wax Artist game. I've never played a Wax Artist game like this before in my life. This is like such a weird way that this game's played out, but I mean, so far it looks like maybe a tie position. I guess it's still winnable for Sprinter just because he has teleport available, right? And now this is where Wax Artist becomes good when he actually has a little bit of time off from chasing, because now the Wax will rebuild back to 800, and he's going to have full Wax to work with.
Yeah, but looking for another survivor might be a hassle too, because right now they are not coding, they are just trying to get the teammates up to full health. SXY looking for something in the chest. Mind you though, there's no more tide. They've used up both tides on the Toy Merchant and the First Officer. Antiquarian's being healed to full. Toy Merchant is just gonna fly away first. Yin L. Very good decision to heal the Antiquarian first, because Toy Merchant can just glide further away. So Sprinter's found the survivors. Who's he gonna chase? Is he gonna rotate back to First Officer? Is he gonna go back to... Yeah, he found the Toy Merchant.
Yeah, he did find the Merchant here, and because Merchant he can actually just block up. Oh, he misses the window block there, unfortunately. But Merchant has no trait in terms of like flywheel, so he's going to be able to just down the Merchant right over here. They started on the last Cypher, goes for the reverse charge attack, I guess to maybe bait out the flywheel, but he doesn't have it. He is going to change targets on to the First Officer here. Officer has a football to work with. Is he going to use it? He has to use the football now, because if he doesn't use the football, he's just going to instant hot. Oh, he can just down him right here. He can get the 100% wax, switch to hot wax. Can he get the instant down here now? There's the hot wax. He's going to instant down this officer, and he's going to chair him on the last Cypher machine.
Oh my god, Sprinter playing this so well. And my goodness, not to mention this is a map chosen by GW as well. They definitely gave way too much opening for Sprinter to come back in this second half. I don't know, man. It doesn't look like it's gonna be a tie. It looks like a very, very strong 3K at this point. Or it might even be a 4K, because last Cypher not even being done. Yeah, you stun him, but what's the point? Because
well, it prevents him from getting a hit. So well, Hot Wax is on cooldown anyway. Hot Wax is back though now. That's the problem here now. So he can actually go for the Hot Wax, the insta Hot Wax play. He has to get 100. There's the 100. No, he switches too early. Misses the Wax Bomb onto the Antiquarian, which means she can. But Officer's dead on share. Yeah, Officer's dead on share, and so this is going to be at least a 3-kill, which means that B4U should be able to win this round.
Yeah. Wow, what a turn of events.
Weird game. Oh.
Yeah. I know, for those of you who bet apples here, you know, the believers might actually win the apples. GW. Oh my god, Sprinter definitely hard carrying this as the Wax Artist.
Yep.
When in doubt, just choose Crack Artist. I guess that's the lesson of the day.
Literally, yeah. Wow, gets the hit through the pallet as well. Cypher Machine is primed, but he can... Okay, this is really important. Is he going to go for an instant Hot Wax freeze? If he can get 100 wax here, he can freeze, get no attack recovery on the hit, and then they go for the Cypher prop. This has to be perfectly timed from GW here. There's the 100. There's the switch. Goes for the hot, and they pump. Perfectly timed pop from GW. That is really, really important there. That they were not able to. They waited for the hot wax play, and then they went for the pop there. And now we're going to see him chase for the Antiquarian here. Has teleport available. If he can down this Antiquarian fast enough, he can teleport to the exit gate. There's the freeze. There's the down. Does he teleport or does he chair first? He is going to go for the chair.
No one's touching.
But no one's on the gate.
The gate. Yeah.
Yeah. There's 4 kills available. If he finds the merchant at any point without the merchant reaching the chair, this is a 4 survivor elimination.
Before you actually getting the advantage for the first time in second half. Oh my god, if he finds Yin L here, it's gonna be 4K. It's gonna be a reversal. Eli, are we gonna watch history in the making here for the first time?
If Sprints are 4 kills here, I'm doing an all Wax Artist stream where I only play Wax Artist for like 3 hours straight, which I gladly do anyway, but we're definitely...
I think that's what she did.
I think I normally do that.
Oh my god. But he's just holding on to his lead. He's a little more... Oh wait, Inel? He's moving away?
He does have Tinnitus, so he knows that a survivor's back here. The question is, does he see the merchant? Ooh, this is really tough here now because he can still rotate and he can teleport back to chair. The problem is he has to cover both gates and dungeon all at the same time. I don't know if he actually saw...
I think he knows. Oh no, the crow!
He has crows. But the thing is, he can glide to dungeon. If he can get upstairs, he can glide to dungeon. That's the problem.
That's why he's going up now.
No, he cuts him off. Okay, he can wax the pallet. He can wax the pallet and then go block the lock.
Oh my god! 4K! Prinzer!
Detention's out in 14 seconds here. Dungeon is close by. Goes for the wax artist behind. And there's the 4th kill with Wax Artist, which means B4U wins this round, and they actually go up on points. Look at this. Well, I was gonna say look at the smile, but he doesn't really show emotion. So
oh my god. Chinese mainland team. Watch out. B4U from NAEU. Sprinzer. My god. B4U is here to play, ladies and gentlemen. They're not going anywhere just yet. We are gonna go into a game tree. My goodness, and a reversal at that. That's 7-2, Eli.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, which means that what actually has to happen now is GW has to win the last round. Before you can actually tie it now, because they're up on points now. Because the first round was a 5-3, right? So that means GW won by 2 points. B4U wins a 5-0 and a 2-2, so they win by 5 points here, which means B4U is leading by 3 points. So regardless of what happens, GW has to win the last round. They have to win, no matter what.
Yeah. And let's not forget, ladies and gentlemen, something very, very important about what just happened. Eli's gonna do an all stream, an all Wax Artist stream with his blazer on his next stream. So, subscribers and fans, please do hold him to his words. Screenshot. Okay. So, let's just talk about the game though. What exactly went wrong in that game? Like, what were the moments where things started to take a turn for the worse for GW, which allowed Sprinzer to capitalize?
Typically, I usually have a certain set of a certain mindset, a certain thing I prepare to talk about, like the game changer. But there's just so many moments in that game where it was just like, I mean, first chase on officer is very rare. You typically wouldn't chase officer first just because, long chair time, pocket watches, and then also on top of that, there was so many points where he had no wax. Like his wax was at 0, like the wax bar for the most part. So it was hard for him to actually use wax a lot of that game, which never really happens that often. That's just what happens when you chase officer because you're forced to use a lot of wax to hit the officer. And then they went for heavy support early, which actually ended up costing them. Going for the Antiquarian support and the Prospector support kind of cost GW there. And that actually worked in Sprinzer's favor. He was able to take advantage and turn things and shift things into his favor. And that's why Wax Artists can be good against harassment characters because, you can play around with the hot wax. It's hard to body block. You build up wax when you go for stuns. And then also another big turning point when he instantly downed the first officer, it gave them no time to heal up. And there's no counterplay. There's nothing officer can actually do. It's just Wax Artist game mechanics. So, yeah, I think that was kind of That's kind of the
big plays.
Yeah, the big plays there.
Yeah, really, really big plays coming on. And I just have to say, it's also a very, very big news for NAEU, because this is like, I mean, seriously, it's like what I think COA this year is gonna make such a huge impact. But you know what? More of this after the break. So don't go anywhere, guys.
I'll drop this pallet. Let's come. I dropped the pallet.
I'm under the pallet.
Yeah.
Here.
Middle with 40. You can still do the slow boxes.
Middle. You can give up bushes if you want. Nice. I think
Where's dungeon?
Dungeon's over here, dungeon corner.
Dungeon corner.
nice.
队内状态还是比较好的吧，感觉，然后士气什么的比较高涨，还是比较有信心的。B4U 这个战队，因为是一支海外的非常强劲的队伍嘛，所以我们也不容小觑他们的实力，然后也会全力以赴去比赛。后面的秘密武器可能还会有博士呀、聂西什么的，对吧？速闪之魂都有可能哦。
We've been to 3 COAs and our goal this year really is to win and achieve the results that we want. And in order to do that, we would have to research teams in our bracket and we would have to practice. I think as a team, we feel like we've came up with strategies and we're coming in more prepared as we soon play on that stage.
Wow, Eli,
there you go.
Wise words from Professor Sprinzer, with the research and all. Yeah, he's definitely prepared. So the question is, are you prepared to watch more track artists
we'll see.
banned? Yeah, I mean, they definitely have to ban his wax artists and Dream Witch now, right? So I think, yeah.
Maybe. I was going to say, I think mainly one of the reasons why I was able to get a 4 kill is because that comp was so good for wax artists to play against. What I was going to say is, like, what Sprinter, his goal worked perfectly. His goal was to bait them into playing anti-clerk and then just counter that comp to back with wax artist. So he was trying to get them to play an anti-clerk comp, which is exactly what they did. That comp was completely anti-clerk, but it struggles against wax. And that game plan ended up working out perfectly. So yeah, that was sort of his mindset, and he was able to get a 4 kill from there. So going into the third round, you don't necessarily have to ban wax artist. You can play a comp that's good against wax, and then just ban clerk and dream, because you no longer have to worry about clerk. Or you could do this, which I think would make the most sense, and that's ban Dreamwitch and Clerk, and then pick a map that's bad for wax, like Arms Factory or Red Church.
That makes a lot of sense. So let's hope that GW, if you're listening to English analysis, very, very logical proceedings of the routes that they can possibly go for. I definitely like the idea of, just taking out the best hunters that Sprinzer has and then just pick a comp that deals with wax artists. So you actually think that it's easier to deal with a wax artist with the proper builds of composition and map as compared to dealing with Clark? Or you think more or less they are both more or less the same? Which one do you think is easier to counter with Big Ten? Yep.
Technically, well, in terms of characters, I think Clerk's easier to counter. There's a lot of counters to Clerk. I mean, you can play like Prospector, Antiquarian, Dancer, Priestess, Acrobat, Psychologist. Like, there's a lot of characters that are good against Clerk. But you can also counter Wax by picking a map that's Wax's bad, because Wax is actually map dependent. The reason why he's very good is that he's extremely consistent. He just struggles on certain maps, which means the reason why he's not like one of the best hunters in the game, he's still, in my opinion, still S tier, but he's slightly below Clerk and Dreamwitch. because he struggles on Arms Factory and Red Church, and then also a little bit on Sacred Heart Hospital. Because you can, there's a lot of high walls, you can break line of sight, it's easy to avoid wax. And because GW has the opportunity to pick the map here, no, wait, that's wrong. B4U can pick map. Oh, never mind. I totally forgot. I've been thinking because Chinatown makes more sense for B4U that they pick second, but then it doesn't.
It was actually GW who picked.
Yeah, but like because the map picks have just been kind of opposite in a way, so it's felt a little weird. But yeah, actually because B4U gets to pick map, they can actually just pick a good Wax Artist map, and then GW has to ban Wax Artist and then get Clerk, which would actually be quite nice. So I think Ever Sleeping Town would be the best map for B4U here.
Yeah, let's see if they're gonna go with Ever Sleeping Town. If they are gonna try and bring this back in the bag, because technically they are both at 1 wins each. GW 1 win at 5-3, as compared to B4U coming back at a very strong 7-2 in game number 2. So that's something that I have to pay in mind. And now for the third consecutive time, B4U survivors are gonna be put to the test first again. So I don't know about you, Eli, but so far it seems like sending out the survivors first works. Oh, yo! Fan signs for B4U with pencil and paper. Wow.
I believe that's I think that's one of the moms of the players.
I'm not sure. I'm just kidding.
No, I think because I know that some of the B4U players' moms went with them to Koa, so that's what I was told. So I think that might be
Roland's mom. Roland's mom.
Yeah, it could be somebody. I think that's definitely someone's mom in the audience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chocho's future mom-in-law. Just kidding. But yeah, it's really great to see some of the members coming in for the support. You know, just coming in, traveling far away. It's definitely no easy feat. They're really far. Oh, look, there was a B4U fan as well on the phone. That was really cute.
Yep.
Yeah, but again, it's not over. Oh wait, B4U's actually is this factory? What?
Why? They don't ban wax. You just don't ban Wax Artists now.
Yeah.
What?
Oh no.
Okay.
They want to play with Clark. Maybe that's why.
But they're just gonna ban Clark. They're not gonna give Clark. Like they're not gonna give Clark on Arms round 3. They're just gonna ban Dream Witch and Clark now. I don't get it. No. And this is a good map for Ani. Like Ani has Bloody Queen. He's got Bonbon. He's got Sculptor. He's got so many hunters for this map.
Yeah. What's B4U's coach? I think they probably need. They probably need one.
I'm lost.
Yeah.
But this is just like both teams have just been picking maps that's better for their opponent than themselves.
Gentleman's agreement.
Maybe they had an agreement before. We got to pick maps. That's good.
Yeah. You know what? When you're picking, you're not actually picking. We're picking. And when we're picking, you're actually picking.
The only thing I can see here is that because they're gonna ban. Okay, so B4U gives Bonbon. See, now Ani just plays Bonbon. I guess the idea is because GW has to win. Maybe the B4U is just gonna take Bonbon and try to get a tie here. Maybe they'll just play Mechanic. Actually, I feel like this. If there's any time for B4U to play Mechanic, it is now, because they have to tie this round. If B4U ties and Sprinter ties, they win. So I think the idea right now is that they're hoping that Sprinter can play Bloody Queen round 3. They're going Arms Factory. They're giving up on Wax, and they're allowing them to ban Clerk and Dream Witch, and then Sprinter can play Bloody Queen. I think that has to be the game plan. I don't see any other reason to pick Arms Factory.
Yeah. Well, we'll see, because technically, I'm just as surprised as you. Like, technically, if they wanted to allow Sprinter, because so far Sprinter's the one that's reversing the scores, right, with his 4K in the previous round. If they want him to continue his streak, they should allow him for more success, and just probably bring out the Ever Sleeping Town instead of Arms Factory, which auto bans the Wax Artist, right? But who knows what they have in mind. Ani's already banned the Seer, the Dancer, Antiquarian, so it looks like Problems will have no Dancer to play with. What other choices does he have? Let me just have a look real quick.
Yeah, he has Mechanic. I really think if B4U, this is the time to play Mechanic right here. They want to tie. Sprinter will probably be able to play Bloody Queen. If he can get a tie, B4U wins. B4U they want to tie this round. That's the key here for them. Okay, so we're actually going to see Postman. Huh. Interesting choice
Postman
here.
ban.
Look at Sprinter.
She's just like, yo, I'm smiling, and he's like, I trust you, bro. We're gonna have salmon tonight. I'm sick of tofu, bro. I don't know. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's a great sign. They have faith in each other. As for Before You survivors, I would definitely like to see a mechanic and or prisoner. I don't know. Prisoner would be nice, I guess, against a Bonbon if he decides to go Bonbon. But having a pair of extra hands as mechanic would definitely help in the long run. Yep. I mean, they're already set. They have a rescuer. They have 2 supporters. Yeah, maybe they are gonna go for mechanic last game.
And Bomber Ban, yeah, Anya's just eliminating that tie option. I think they should take it here because Anya's probably playing Bonbon. So mechanic makes sense. It makes sense. I don't see. Yep, there it is. This is good. I like this. This is good. Okay, so a good call here. This is good. I think we're gonna see. Basically, the idea right now is that because Anya wants to, because Anya's best hunter right now in a map like this would be Bonbon. But considering that GW has to win this last round, I think that Bonbon may not necessarily be the safest choice because they have to try to play more aggressive, right? And because Bloody Queen's banned, Anya no longer has that as an option. So he may just, maybe they go Sculptor is more win potential possible.
Yeah. I mean, regardless of the results, which is gonna be coming really, really soon, it's already a win for NAEU's book, I figured, because this is history in the making after all. Actually pulling one win over other regions since the past COA. Look at them. They're actually like, yeah, you know what? We can do this. We can do this. I think it's really important to keep the mentality that not to over push, just be calm and consistent with their decision making. I think I agree with you. They have to communicate more, not try to push their luck with anything too much, not to risk it too big. And I think getting a draw here would be perfectly fine, as long as Sprinzer at the other side will be able to get another draw. I think that's the game plan. Just draw, and they'll win, right?
Yep.
But GW, Ani, Bloody Queen here.
Yeah, he's gonna go Bonbon.
Yeah, Bonbon.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is history in that I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this is the first time an NAU team has won a round against a mainland China team. They have won. NAU teams have won against Japan teams. They won one in COA 2. AO won against the Japan team in COA 2. B4U won a round against AG in COA 4. FCN won a round against Scars in IVS. And I think that was it though. So I think this is the first time that any NAU team has won a round against a China team.
Yeah. 3 years of training, you gotta reach some point.
Eventually, yeah, we're getting there.
We're slowly catching up. Chinese mainland. Yeah.
Better
Japanese,
watch out.
Yeah, watch out. The moment we step foot in Japan, we're gonna be undeniable. We're gonna buy all the McDonald's there. Careful.
Right.
Yeah, I'm just kidding. But yeah, going to the spawn locators in the map. Arms Factory. Mechanic looks like he's gonna be hiding. He's actually in the front line, so he's just gonna be right outside the factory.
Yep.
I think it's a pretty good rotation. Bonbon's probably just gonna start right beside the mechanic, just to give chase and probably pressure the bots as well. So we'll have to see what happens. Wait, what? He's trying to chase him out of the factory. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is fine. Mechanic cannot really rotate the factory because if she does, Bonbon's just going to cut her off. So she's going to have to rotate deep sandbags. I'm actually curious why Anya didn't ban Mechanic now. Like, I would have expected him... Like, I get the Embalmer ban, but I would have also expected him to ban Mechanic, considering that B4U is more known for Mechanic than Embalmer. It would make more sense for B4U to play Mechanic than it would to play Embalmer, because that's a character they've always utilized in the past, right? So I would have expected that instead, but it looks like maybe not the case. We'll have to see though. B4U still yet to win a Survivor round against one of these global hunters. They have gotten quite a few ties, but we still are waiting for that moment where the Survivor team can get a 3 escape or more. Hopefully this will be it right here. Double flywheel. I thought it was pretty obvious that he was going to go Bonbon, yeah, but I guess not. I mean, maybe in case of Geisha, but Arms Factory Geisha seemed extremely unlikely, especially against this comp. You know, Entomologist, Acrobat are counters. So,
I mean, you've already talked about what you would do if Smithy gets a 4K. What are you gonna do if B4U survivors pull off a win here? Oh, I know. Get a new haircut. Yeah.
All right, we do see he is rotating towards the middle of the map here, and it looks like maybe I'll play mechanic for an entire stream. I think that's a B4U traditional thing is mechanic. He does find the bot right away here, so already a good start for Anyi. And Leg, yeah, not in a great kiting area. He is at the deep sandbags area. I would have liked to see him rotate. Oh, Anyi actually. Oh no, he does see the mechanic here. So, yeah, this is a good start for Anyi. This is a very good start for him. I feel like Leg's rotation could have been. Oh, he runs right into that bomb as well. This might be a relatively fast down. We're gonna see another hit here. Goes to the swing at the window and gets the down right away. Instant down onto the mechanic. And all of a sudden now B4U's potential hope of beating a China team may have just fallen down a little bit here.
That's fine.
Yeah, just
yeah.
That's not ideal by any means. Very fast down here. This is looking very good for Anyi.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Anyi's pretty disappointed in what happened in Chinatown with his Bonbon. So considering this is Arms Factory, B4U kind of lead the way with this bad pick, right? I think they should be expecting a Bonbon if they're gonna pick this map. Yeah, so I guess they're just gonna sacrifice my leg, try and get as much value as possible from the bot, and yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, the good news is, I mean, the bot can get about 50% progress, most likely 40 to 50% on that cipher. So it does open up a little bit for them. Oh, Mercenary comes for the rescue here and gets a free save. Mercenary does get a ship here, but this wastes a little bit of extra time. He does have flywheel, but does not actually use it. Or I guess he flywheeled a little bit earlier, I think.
Yeah, he did.
And he is going to give full presence. That's the only downside. They do waste some time, but they give full presence in the process. So I don't know if giving full presence was worth it, but it does waste some extra time. It allows Mechanic to die all the way away from the other survivors, and it also will buy some more time for decoding. But the only problem is Mercenary does waste Tide Turner in the process and does take a chip. So that may or may not ultimately benefit B4U here. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, the name of the game is to get a draw here, and I think Anyi's playing it really safe so far. He's not putting down peepers yet. He doesn't want to give them the idea of what he has. But the thing
they
is,
actually don't know it straight.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you're gonna bring peeper and not use it, then you might as well just not bring peeper. You get what I mean?
Right. And we're gonna see him. Yeah, just continue after the Mercenary here. You know what's curious is that we'll talk about after the match. Does teleport onto the Acrobat. Acrobat got up the Cypher a little bit slowly there. Takes the bomb chip in the process. Does not flywheel that bomb. He needs to flywheel right here. Is able to flywheel that, and he is able to get to the middle to the window. A different word. He's going to be able to transition towards center map here. So this is actually quite nice for this Acrobat. He's able to use a red bomb at the pallet as well, which means that if Anyi does break it, he's going to lose the bombs for a few seconds. Entomologist Beast potentially coming in for a little bit of support too. We finally see it. We haven't seen really any sort of support from B4U with the Entomologist at any point in this game, but we're finally going to see it here, and that's going to allow Schmitty to get to Factory.
Yeah. Roland still has one more elbow pad to play with. Wow, nice dodge so far. Okay, using the blind spot to move away. So far, so good. 3 ciphers have been done. 2 ciphers are not moving though. Acrobat and Entomologist. Entomologist is doing the cipher, but Schmitty, where exactly is he doing the ciphers? Is he doing ciphers?
I'm not sure. Yeah, he's gonna. Roland actually avoids all these bombs. Oh, goes down to the basic hit there, and will uneven share. I don't think he will. I think he's just going to change targets right away. Yeah, going straight for that middle cipher onto the Entomologist. Entomologist should have no... Oh, gets the chip. Wow. I was saying, Entomologist shouldn't have much problem kiting. He has broken windows, he has Factory, he has bees. So Pablo should have a pretty easy kite here in Factory, I would imagine. And he's able to bomb those bees there. Does go for the control bomb, does avoid it though. Broken Windows speed boost. You see why Broken Windows is so good. Oh, but he actually rotates into the Bonbon here now, which means he might actually be able to get it down. Yeah, let's see. I mean, the last Cypher Machine almost done there. Gets the mind game hit onto the Ento as well. Beautiful job from Anya. Every survivor is now injured. Can they get this last Cypher Machine primed in time?
Yeah, Problem's doing an amazing job so far. Just very unfortunate the last chip damage is gonna hurt Problems. He's gonna cherish right away. No one else can come for the rescue because they're injured, but they have to make a choice. Schmidty is the one that's gonna be doing the ciphers in hope of Premi. But it's not even the camp. Schmidty's gonna have to leave the ciphers straight away.
Yeah.
And this is how they're just slowly dwindling the resources of the survivor. Oh no, one more bomb!
Does he have flywheel? No, he doesn't flywheel. And he's actually gonna die on the last Cypher now, and all of a sudden, Anya has put himself in a winning position. I don't understand. Schmitty could have flywheeled. What should have happened is if Schmitty flywheels the first bomb, then bombs, then he would have been perfectly fine. He would have had a slow bomb. He would have been half health. He would have been perfectly fine. But just a miss, unfortunately, a missed series of events there from Schmitty is going to cost for you down in the last Cypher. But Anya doesn't see the rescuer, and he gives a free save.
Wow!
All of a sudden, it's right back into B4U's court. What is happening?
I don't know. Annie's like, you know, I don't know. Golden Wing looks like they're like go win instead. They're telling the other team to go win, but I don't know. He's just gonna change back to Roland. Gonna get that hit. The delay damage is gonna kick in, but it doesn't matter. Problems is already doing another Cypher. It's already at 70%. Acrobat's doing the one in the middle. There's no way Annie can Cypher control this. Roland just needs to last a little bit longer.
Until it's primed. 97, 98. And they get the pop off. And we're into the end game here. No trait available for Anya just yet, which means all Roland has to do is stay alive long enough for the Cypher Machine to be primed. Does unfortunately run right into that bomb. And yeah, just gonna draw this out as long as possible. Have the survivors started the exit gate just yet? It looks like they are here. Bot's also feeding Tinnitus, which means that Anya's not going to be able to leave the mercenary once he downs him. So B4U should have no problem getting 2 out the gate.
Exactly. Roland's gonna go down really soon, but it doesn't matter because both gates are being. What? Okay, so the Acrobat gate is probably not open yet, so it's really important where Anya teleports to. He puts him down, teleports.
But if he teleports to Acrobat, then Entomologist saves. So.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, so it's a very strong draw.
And that's 2 out. So it looked like this is really wow. It looked like Anya was going to be able to turn that around. He almost did. He almost got a 4 kill there. Just quite a few missteps from B4U that round. But mechanic, that extra Cypher rush from the bot was just barely enough to hold on there. And they do get the tie, which is what they needed. But now that means Sprinter has to tie. If he does not get a tie here, GW wins. GW has to get 3 out. Sprinter has to tie. So it really just comes down to a classic sort of win or tie matchup in the end here.
Yeah, I mean, at the very end, allowing the free rescue from Roland. Right? Roland doesn't have any pads. Allowing the free rescue is kind of
yeah.
I think that was like the turning point, right?
Yeah, that was the turning point.
Oh my god. Imagine if B4... Okay, what happens if any... Let's not talk about all those, survivors win and all those. Let's just say if any EU region B4U gets 1 win over Chinese region teams, that's gonna make history as the first time ever, right? So, how are you gonna celebrate as part of your region?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it'll. I don't know, but it'll definitely be a big moment for NAU. The first time NAU has ever won a global match, except for in COA 2, but especially against a China team will be impressive. But again, it's not over yet. I mean, you're still up against a mainland China survivor team. It is easily possible that they can get a 3 survivor escape. It's really not a problem for a lot of these teams. So it's nowhere near over yet. It's not a situation where it's like, oh, they have to 4 escape. They only need a 3 escape. 3 escape is not that hard to do in this survivor meta. Especially a mainland China team like GW. They do it every day against some of the best hunters in the world. So GW is still technically on track to win here. It's really coming down to the wire.
Yeah. I mean, technically, B4U, out of all the matches, right, B4U facing GW, if they can get a win here, they might actually solidify their standings, because right after this, they'll be facing against FPX Might be a harder game to face against GG, an even harder team. And last but not least, against RC. So if they can pull one here over GW and then one over RC, they would stand a very good chance of making it to the top 12, right? I mean, that's just me looking a little bit further ahead, but let's just look at the win conditions first. 0 escape before you wins, 1 escape, 2 escape before you wins. So GW's win condition, definitely 3 escapes and above. If it's a draw, wow. The dream looks so close for NAU fans right there, right? Like viewers in the chat. NAU's dream is so close, like it's literally just in front of the screen right here.
Well, it's one of those things where it's slowly gotten better every year, right? Because we've seen the NAU team, from whatever team represents NAU in these global tournaments, they slowly get better every year, right? When B4U's first COA as this team together was in, I want to say, COA 4, and they played against X-Rock, and they had a very, very difficult match, very easy win for X-Rock. And then going into the next COA, I think next was COA 5, and I'm trying to remember exactly how that played out. But they played against AG, and they took a round of AG, almost able to beat them, that team from Japan, but did fall a little bit short. And then looking into IVS with FCN, almost able to beat Scars, and that was another one where they got an early lead and then just fell a little bit short. And then now B4U looking like they might be able to take down a mainland China team. Every year, that whatever NAU team represents in the global event, they've gotten a little bit closer every year. They slowly work their way up, and I mean it shows.
It's a start. It's definitely a beautiful start. An even stronger journey towards the top. I'm really glad that this is happening for NAU here, rising on the top. I'm definitely rooting for NAU region as well as the Southeast Asia region. Like just to show that we're able to compete at global level, going further, slowly but surely kind of thing. But yeah, looks like GW, they're no longer smiling. They're really focused. They know that this is the game that makes or breaks them. Sprinzer, all hope of NAU on your shoulder at this point is really important, because after this, I feel like all the games right after this is going to be insanely hard. I mean, against GG, FXZQ, I think that would be a different story to tell in the future. But right now, opportunities in front of them. Sprinzer, I mean, I can't tell. He has a good poker face, Eli.
He does, yeah.
You think he's good? You think he's great at poker?
He's probably pretty good at poker, yeah. Doesn't even flinch. Yeah.
Yeah, but he's just getting ready. No thumb glove, but it's fine. He's just ready to rock and roll. Oh wait, he actually has powder or something, right? He's just rubbing his hands with something.
You know what's actually interesting now that I'm thinking about it is maybe they don't ban Clerk anymore because GW has to now win. Do you think they actually ban Bloody Queen instead and they try to take Clerk? I think the Arms Factory pick works decent. This is really tough. If you're GW here, I guess what you can technically do is you can ban Clerk and you can ban Dreamwitch and play anti-Bloody Queen. So you can play characters like Patient. You can even play something like Perfume or something that would directly counter Bloody Queen. Or you can ban Bloody Queen and Dreamwitch and then play anti-Clerk. So like Antiquarian, Prospector, Dancer, those sort of things. Those I don't know what GW would rather. They'd rather go against a Bloody Queen or a Clerk. But they have to consider which hunter do they think they can get the best team comp against, and then which hunter are they more prepared to play against just in general.
You think Sprinzer is going to be comfortable playing BQ?
I think so.
Against GW?
I think so. Especially in Arms Factory, it's the best map for Bloody Queen. One of the best maps. Right? Bloody Queen's one of the most consistent tie hunters. It's one of the best maps for Bloody Queen. And that's the only reason they would have gone Arms Factory. The only reason I could think of that before you chose Arms Factory is so Sprinter could play Bloody Queen. That's pretty much it.
Yeah. So I guess what's left is to take out the annoyances. Maybe take out Mercenary would be a problem. Mercenary, Antiquarian.
But something I want to stress really important is Sprinter has to be really careful. He goes Dancer, Anti-Seer. Okay, he's banning Clerk counters. The thing is, you have to be careful that you have to ban Clerk and Bloody Queen counters, and they're going to ban Bloody Queen and Dream Witch. Okay, so this actually works out fine for Sprinter. He was able to ban the Clerk counters, but they still can go Anti-Clerk. Yeah, you can still go Barmaid and Prospector here.
Barmaid, Prospector. I mean, even having another tanker would be nice.
Yeah.
Right? Like, maybe...
He's really going he's going all in with Anti-Clerk right now. You can see this.
Yo.
Patient, Acrobat, Antiquarian, Dancer, Seer are all Clerk counters. He's trying to eliminate as many as possible.
Yeah. What's the last one you think you can pick? GW can pick? Like, they already got tankers, porters.
It looks like... Oh, he bans Thief. Oh, I actually think this is smart. GW could actually go Batter here. We've seen Dis play Batter a lot. Batter actually is pretty strong against Clerk. I really like the Thief ban because I think GW actually wanted to go Thief last. Thief ban, it makes a lot of sense here because Thief hard counters Clerk. They're going to go Postman. So Postman is a fine chase for a Clerk. Prospector is not great. Barmaid's not great. I guess Sprinter theoretically can go Sculptor. Just because Sculptor would be better against this comp than Clerk is, but Sculptor is just less consistent than Clerk. And in a situation where you need a tie, what do you think is more likely to get you this tie based off of this team comp, based off of the map? Clerk's better in Arms Factory than Sculptor is, and is also more consistent, but Sculptor's better against this comp. So it's really just sort of a trade-off situation. What do you think? What does Sprinter think is going to be better?
Yeah. But so far, looking so good. I mean, chasing the Postman is definitely the best target, right? Or even the Prospector early game, because one hit and then the mirror to catch up with it. I feel like it's definitely a very good position to be picking Clark here. Like, there's literally only Prospector being the stunner, and everyone else is basically just just a looper, a kiter. So. Yeah, I think it's a very strong... Wait, what? Not Clark? What? Oh, not a Clark?
No way. I haven't seen Sprinter play Bonbon in like long time. I don't know.
I don't know.
The last time I saw Sprinter play Bonbon was probably ranked like 2 years ago.
Yo, Secret Weapon maybe?
Secret Weapon. It has to be. It must be.
Well... it better work because
they're risking it all on a wow. Okay.
Maybe.
Did not see that coming. Huh. I mean, Sprinter. I've seen Sprinter play Bonbon in rank before. Very rarely does he do it. He never has played in tournament before. So this is sort of just like a surprise pick to risk it all here. Oh, he spawns into Mercenary. That's so strong for GW. Wow, that spawn is actually really, really important. So he's going to block up the Factory Cypher, so he forces Prospector out of Factory, but he spawns into Mercenary, which is perfect for GW.
Yeah. I mean, this is the only chance left, honestly, for B4U to pull this win over GW. Again, ladies and gentlemen, the final round, game number 3, second half, B4U Sprinter needs to bring in a 2K in order to make this game a draw and overall a win in order for B4U to get 1 point up in their standings. Whereas GW, if they get a 3-man escape, GW is... The Chinese mainland teams are still going to be having an advantage in the group stages standing. But you know what? All has been said and done. Do or die. Who will come out victorious out of this clash of the Chinese mainland team and the NAU region team? Again, for the final and possible time.
Detention.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say yeah. Oh yeah,
Sorry,
it's Nell and Eli. Sorry, I totally cut. I'm so sorry. No, I'm getting way ahead of myself.
It's you, Nell, and Eli.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's me, Eli. Oh, by the way. So, March hair going on. What was the trade again?
Up down. So confined space, detention, and blinks. He has no trump card, no insolence. This is just all do or die tie build here.
Yo, sprinters. Yeah, the cute bunny trying to search for his first target. Eli?
Rotation is really important. He has to. Where's he gonna go first? Looks like he's gonna go for. This is the postman, right? Yeah. Really nice target here. In that postman. He's trying to mind game here. Throws that bomb down. Trying to. Does he get the clip through the window? No, does not get that there. But he does have the confined space here, so he's gonna be able to cut off these kiting routes in factory. He has confined space, so postman might have. Oh no, he has the dog.
Yeah.
I got a little overexcited there, but you see Sprints are missing quite a few of these bombs. I think maybe just the inexperience of Bonbon potentially hurting him here, though. Does get that first chip, though. Let's see what he's able to do here. Gets the second chip. Goes for the swing. Oh, but registers the pallet stun. Unfortunate misstep there. He needs to not get pallet stun so he can just go for a blink right away. But beautiful job from this postman. That's going to keep the kite alive a little bit longer. That's a really important pallet stun. If postman does not get the pallet stun there, he can just instantly blink for the kill, and that's a very fast down and puts Sprinter in a drawn position. But because he missed that there, all of a sudden it changes up a little bit. Does go for the blink here through the pallet, and he should be able to get this down as there is no flywheel. Goes for the... No, he gets the pallet stun, and he stays alive a little bit longer, and all of a sudden he gets the dog as well. GW might be turning this around.
Sing Chen doing the kite of his life. Oh my goodness. My god, Sprinter getting pallet slammed 2 times in a row with a bonbon. Finally gonna go down, and not too bad.
Oh, he has basement though.
Oh.
But he's not gonna take it. I would have thought he would take basement there. He just needs to tie, right? Just secure that kill. But
yeah, I think a basement would be really good. Maybe he just wants to cipher control a little bit, but it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, he's actually just letting the he's letting the prospector decode here. He needs to be careful that prospector doesn't get a free rescue. All right, yeah. So it looks like prospector is coming in for the harass here. They're gonna go for the double rescue. Prospector's gonna try to go for a stun, and then mercenary's gonna go for the rescue. There's the first bomb chip. Prospector trying to get the stun here, and the magnet it stays on. Does get the stun, and he is able to get that rescue off in time. Prospector's going to try for another one, is able to get that stun there. Postman to get to the window here using that broken window speed boost just to transition, make even more distance. And Spencer nowhere near full presence just yet, so the bomb cooldown's going to be a little bit short. Is able to get that snipe there. Goes for the Postman. Dog does not have another bomb available, so this kite's going to last a little bit longer here. And they haven't started the last cipher just yet, but here comes the Prospector for the support. Trying to body block here. An interesting game.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, they have to afford this, right? If one person goes down, then it's going to be much easier for Sprinter to get a draw from that position. So, like it or not, Prospector has to be the one making it happen. Oh my god. Prospector has only 2 magnets. He has 2 magnets to work with.
I think Sprinter should just... He's going to take that magnet. I think he should just pick up and drop when he stuns, and there's no reason to...
Yeah, to waste time like
this. He's just letting the Prospector waste time for free. He just needs to chair. There's no reason to let the Prospector do this. Just drop here.
Yo.
Wow, excellent job from this Prospector.
Yeah, he's buying so much time. Last cipher already. Is this the last share?
What a stressful game. No, he still has one more chair here.
Oh my god.
So yeah, this is really tough.
But it's a new cipher, so
what has to happen is he has to the Cyber Machine will most likely be primed in time, so he has to pressure the Prospector early, force him to save early, and then stuff that rescue. That's how Sprinter ties this game. If he's unable to do that, it's going to be over here. And he doesn't pressure Prospector now. So
I think it's okay. He has Control Freak, right? I think he has Control Freak.
I think he does, but it's still... Here comes the Prospector for the rescue. Oh, he accidentally drops a Control Bomb. There's one chip. There's another one. Goes for the push. Gets the stun onto the Postman. Cyber Machine is almost primed. Can he get the down with the bomb right here? He has to get the down. He misses. And they're just going to pop and push for the end game.
Oh my god.
And this looks like it might be a winning position for GW. Keep in mind, he has to eliminate 2 survivors here. If he doesn't do it, then GW will be victorious.
Yeah. Oh my god, I'm so speechless here at this point. If he uses a blink here, there's no way he'll be able to catch up. Oh my god, he missed us!
And there it is. That's it. That means GW will get a 3 survivor escape here, pushing for the dungeon as well. They might even get 4 out the gate here, and that means that this is going to be GW
escape!
Does he get it? And gets it. 4 survivors out, and GW is able to secure a victory. What a comeback.
Wow. Getting 4K in game 2 and getting a 4 escape as comeback in game 3. The Bonbon, I'm sorry to say this, the Bonbon wasn't working well. Honestly, he panicked halfway through, but you know what? It was still a very, very valiant fight. And congratulations, GW, but also congratulations before you. You put up a hell of a fight. Yeah, it's just unfortunate. In that situation, GW got the better part of it. 4 escape, oh my god.
Yeah.
I can see you're speechless too.
What a crazy series. I mean, that's why I was surprised by the Bonbon. Like, I know Spencer can play Bonbon, but it's not a hunter he plays. From what I know, it's not a hunter he plays very often, right? So playing a risky play in a situation where you want to be conservative and play for a tie. I understand not wanting to play Clerk just because Clerk in this situation is not that strong against this sort of team comp. But I still think Clerk would have been okay, or even Sculptor would have been a little bit better. Bonbon, I don't know. Bonbon just feels like not that strong against that team comp. Now that I'm thinking about it, it's you have a good chase against Barmaid. Bonbon has a good chase against Barmaid, but you don't have a good chase against Prospector or Postman. And Postman's Cypher Rush is very good against a character like Bonbon as well, because Bonbon gets Cypher Rush. So Bonbon there, based on the Spencer's experience with him and the team comp, maybe didn't make as much sense as something like Sculptor or Clerk. I understand Clerk in that comp is difficult, but it's just more consistent because Spencer's more consistent with that hunter. He's more experienced, so
yeah,
I don't know.
But you know what? It's undoubtable that undoubtedly the Postman did play a huge impact. 2 pallet slams, right, on a win. I mean, if the pallet slam didn't connect, I think it would have been a different story. Sprinter would have gotten the down much earlier. But just well played to the Postman mains out there, dedicated to you. Very good kite, eh? So Postman still works. Excellent job.
I want to point out, I think the big turning point in that match was when Spencer, when he got the second bomb chip on the Postman, he swung into the pallet. He needed to swing at the pallet because he has blink. So if he misses the swing at the pallet and the survivor throws the pallet down, he can just instantly blink and down him right away. But as soon as he gets the pallet stun, that kite extended so much longer. I think it was like an extra 40 or 50 seconds, right? Because of that one pallet stun. So Spencer, he got too impatient and he swung through that pallet instead of swinging at the pallet. And that caused him to get pallet stun. That allowed the Postman to make distance. If he stops at the pallet, swings at it, then blinks, he downs very fast, definitely would have been a drawn position. But because of that one pallet stun.
Maybe a case of not being too familiar with the hit mechanics as well.
Yep. I think that's part of it as well.
I
was gonna say that's also the map as well. Like, if they picked a good map for Wax, he could have played Wax Artist. If they play Anti-Clerk and they ban Bloody Queen and they ban Dream Witch, you can play Wax Artist. But they pick Arms Factory, so they literally banned his own Wax Artist by picking that map.
Yeah, I guess they didn't account for it, right? Maybe they weren't confident of letting him play Wax Artist again. They don't want to run the same character again. Whereas this is where things start to look like more consistent for GW. Like, yes, Ani didn't do something spectacular. I feel like he's the kind of hunter who's like, yeah, you know what, I'll get the win. If I don't get the win, I'll just get a tie at the very least. Whereas Sprinter is like the go big or go home kind of person. It's either he wins or he loses. It's very rare that you see him tie. And when it matters the most, I guess, I would say Arms Factory was the worst place ever for him.
Yeah.
And choosing Bonbon doesn't make it better.
Yeah. Arms Factory, that was like the last map I had in my mind. Like, when I was thinking about maps, I'm just like, Arms Factory and Church I immediately ruled out, because why would you pick a map that's really bad for Wax Artists, right? You want to force them to ban Wax Artists. That way you'll have options to play Bloody Queen. That way you'll have options to play Clerk. You want to force them to ban that hunter so you have more. But as soon as they picked arms, that's why I was so, we were both confused. We're like, well, why arms back? It made no sense. Like I didn't get it. We didn't get it, and you saw why it doesn't work for B4U's playstyle and Spencer's playstyle. And in this situation, GW took advantage of B4U giving them a nice map to work with.
Yeah, but props going to Xing Chen. 164 seconds of containment time. That was really, really long as well. 2 pallet slams as well, definitely contributing to the containment time being extended. Yeah, it's just very unfortunate. Beautiful place. Or even until the very end, he escaped through the dungeon. So, 4-man escape. I don't know, man. B4U, they were this close, but I have to say, very valiant effort. I guess no summon tonight, but yeah, they just have to regroup themselves mentally. I mean, their next match is let's see, it's B4U today, April 8th. Yeah, they still have like 3 more days until the next
3 more days, and we saw Waxar's 4 kill, so that's
so it's giving hope. It's giving them hope, and yeah. Considering even B4U survivors have been inspired to do even better. I mean, we haven't seen a win, but hey, getting a draw. That's not too bad. Again, going up against a Chinese mainland team. So anything can happen. Just keep the hopes alive.
Yeah, the key for B4U is going to be, I mean, they did obviously play well today. Spencer played very, very well too. It's just, I think the key for them is the survivors still, there's a lot of lack of support. If you watch the entomologist B support, there was almost no B support at all. They keep picking entomologists, and there was almost no B support the entire series. There was only 1 point in the entire series where the Bs did anything. And the B4U survivors, again, they're just tying. They're not winning any games. And in a meta where it's so survivor sided, you need to be able to win survivor games. That's crucial. So the moment B4U survivors can start winning against these tie hunters, that's going to be the turning point for them. And yeah, it just really comes down to that, and it also comes down to map selection. Map selection is so crucial, and both Lakeside and Arms Factory, maybe not the best the best maps for them here.
Yeah, hey, but it's still a great day today. I mean, like they still gave us like such an intense, exciting game. Like you see, neck and neck all the way until the very end. Honestly, like in terms of points, like if it was anything else, I think B4U would have had the advantage. Yeah. Before this, the difference in score was like heaven and earth. Today, it just looks like they're both on the same platform, on the same level, I would say.
Yeah.
But congratulations, Xing Chen. Yeah, post-main mains out there are proud of you. Definitely, it's a really, really well-deserved MVP. Ultimately allowing the 4-man escape on GW in the end, securing GW's first win in the group stages.
Yeah, absolutely. So that is now what, 5 out of 6 for Golden Apples. So I think we're looking pretty
prediction safe, pretty safe so far. Okay, let me turn on the volume.
Yes.
Congratulations, GW. Annie and SXY. Today is not easy at all. So stressful, finally being able to win. Why today you don't look like you have any expression? Are you just nervous or you just focused? Actually, I feel really good. I just not sure. How do you feel? Can you share with us? After playing best of 1, he feels like, okay, it's pretty stable. We look like we're winning, but in BO2, BO3, we're starting to shake a little.
其实我觉得在最后一把的时候，相信现场的所有观众朋友们看到最后一局的时候，肯定都是心中捏着一把汗的。想问一下，因为你也是跟我们一样是在上一
the last game will be extremely difficult for you, right? Because they just need a draw to win this game. Sorry, I missed the back part. Yeah, he's saying that during that point, during the bottom game, the ciphers weren't enough, so they had no choice. They had to ask the prospector to come buy time, and he actually did got a lot of time.
成的把握，能不能跟我们分析一
Wow,
下
he
这
said
个
he's very
整场
confident to win
比
actually.
较顺的一个开局，还是说还是有一点点小小的不顺呢？
不太顺，但是他们很强，他们把不顺变成了顺。
具体在什么地方能跟我们
Actually,
分析
it's
一下
not very
今天
smooth,
值
but
得去标光的那个点在哪？
I think they said they made the impossible possible.
然后盖了一块头，还有那个
Just
子弹的磁铁
I think it's pretty much what we talk about. He said, you know, he blinked and he got pallet slammed twice. And the blink miss got a lot of time.
这个监管玩的就非常的厉害，像星辰就牵制的很好，然后。
He's just saying Ani is just really consistent playing, and Xing Chen also carried that game with the postman.
今天那几波救人确实还是蛮关键的，而且我觉得今天可能是监管者还有求生者的这样一个双向奔赴吧。今天可能在第二局的时候，我们的比分是有一点点小小的劣势了，所以你们回到备战间后有没有怎么样调整一下状态？感觉第3局的时候这个手感都起来了。
But what's any planning when you're going into the decisive game in best of 3?
手上已经开始冒火了。那问一下，今天从第1局开始吧，因为我们这边是一上来就是拿到这样一个3抓吧，这个开局觉得怎么样？分析一下整场的。
就开局。
But how do you feel like when you get the 3K
然后
in the beginning?
挺针对的，然后没想到我藏了一手秘密武器，然后就险胜。
你这个秘密武器透露好快啊！今天确实第1把的时候，大家都说可能差一点点，
Just feeling really good.
4抓的机会了。
Didn't expect the unexpectedly they made some mistakes and he capitalized and he got the 3.
怎么样去打呢？这个开门战？
就把传送拖出来嘛，然后谁离门近就逮谁，然后就先稳着打吧，不要给他2个人平局的机会。
Yeah, I just say just playing really stable lah. As long as my trade is up, then I just play stable. Just don't let them to allow to escape. That's enough for him.
每局都挺惊心动魄的吧，就都没有达到理想的那个成绩吧，就感觉还有人去努力。
Didn't perform as expected lah in game number 2, game number 3. Imagine it before use on the stage. You have to translate, Eli. You translate. Postman Flashy, give it to me. Any words for your fans? Sorry. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Bow down 90 degrees.
也是希望你们在之后能够越来越好。那么石校有没有什么想说的呢？
加油。
是的，虽然说
加油，
叔叔
加油，
爱听，也是会吸取这一次的教训，在之后给大家一个稳稳的幸福。那么接下来呢，是我们的一个粉丝福利环节，我们今天邀请了一位幸运的粉丝来到台上，
have a fans, a lucky fans. Let's invite the lucky fan to come on the stage.
欢迎这边。
Are there no guy fans? Okay, so.
你的眼影画的也是紫色的。 有没有什么话想说呢？分享一下今天的心情。
Also purple color dress.
就是紫色是很魅惑，然后很奇迹的颜色，然后希望 GW 可以走到最后的舞台上。
Wow.
是的。
Exquisite color, and hope that GW can go further ahead.
美好的祝愿想要送给他们呢？
以后不要让粉丝就新完了，要不然就在直播间里面发粉丝福利，好吗？
Don't give your fans heart attack anymore. Otherwise, in your live streams, you have to do some punishment.
关注石逍遥。
还打起广告来了，那石逍遥呢？关注我发福利是吧
？CC 关注一下安逸。
你们俩开始预告了，也是反正希望你们之后真的是不要让粉丝再吃速效救心丸了。那接下来呢，有请我们的吉祥物送上我们的一个。It's
like an expression in Chinese, but literally it just means just don't give them a heart attack. So yay, plushie, Victor plushie. Okay, let's just look at the highlights. I think that's what they said.
那也是再次恭喜 GW 获得了本场比赛胜利。接下来即将进行的是我们的下一场比赛，让我们稍事休息，马上回来。
Yeah, we're gonna go for a short break, so preparing for the next match. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna see you very, very soon.
Get it.
Nice. Just nice.
Maybe you can't die sandbags. Paul middle. Go middle, Paul.
Nice, Midi. Nice. Paul's fine.
He's breaking middle, Paul. Okay. One middle. You think it? 75. I'll save. Wait. I can get it.
Okay, you got it. Free save. Nice. Nice. Put it on the window. Jump the window.
It's primed. It's primed. It's primed. I
Pop,
can pop. Pop it as soon as I can. Let's go.
Oh.
Let's go.
Hi everyone, we're Team Omega from the NAU region, and I am the main hunter for the Team Nico. Our club has been together for about a year now. We participated in the 2022 IVT, where we made it to the semifinals, and we are currently made up of 6 players, me being the hunter, and our 5 survivors are Honor, Agramont, Cloud, PB and Jam, and Clayhome. I would say that we have a more of a safe play style. We only aim for what we need to get to be able to win. But yeah, we're a very safe team, just trying to be as secure and consistent as possible. We just really want to show to all the regions that NAU is strong, is powerful, and we're a much more skilled region than what is perceived, and we just want to make you all proud.
Hello， 大家好啊，我是来自东南亚赛区的 ZET 战队队长萌新，也就是 MX。ZET 战队嘛，虽然是去年刚创建不久，然后也没参加过以往的深渊，但是队伍一些成员是参加过深渊的老面孔，就比如说我。然后呢，我们也是去年参加了东南亚赛区的2022年 IVC， 虽然我们很可惜止步于亚军，但是我相信我们会打得比之前更好。然后目前现在 ZET 战队有6名队员，人类方面有西子、跑不了、星杰、番薯，还有我。我们人类的打法可能就偏比较快乐一点啊，我意思是拼一点，对。然后屠夫的话，我们就秒拍一个人，虽然说就秒拍一个人，但是他的打法就比较偏怎么说嘛，排位里秒人那种说法，对，顾名思义。然后这次的目标嘛，我们想说就可能快乐第一，比赛第2吧。然后最后我们想对支持我们人说，真的要说吗？有点害羞，好吧。今から君が僕のダーリンだ。
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with day number 2 of Call of the Abyss 6. We're at the second half. Poch Spice and Chocho on the mic at your service. We have some packed matches, Chocho, but tell me first, what do you think about the first half? Yeah.
Loving the support that these fans are giving. Yeah, but what can I say, man? I was totally ready to lose all my golden apples just for B4U to win. But I mean, like, seeing how intense it was, Sprinter just taking it away with the X Artist for elimination at Chinatown. So yeah, really unfortunate. It was so close yet so far, and then 4 escaped by GW right at the end. So yeah, but what about your thoughts, Posh? What do you think about it?
Definitely a heart-pounding end to the second match we had, and also we were kind of hinted at the potential grand finals. I mean, ZETA versus Wolves to start things off. How could you top that off? You bring GW and B4U to have a nail-biter of a match. So I think we've kind of seen kind of the extremes of how we can go with unorthodox teams as well as the top upper echelon of the brackets. But right now, our next match, we're going to see some styles clash, because if you guys have been tuning in during the break, we had some player profiles, because up in our next match, we're going to have another NAEU team versus our first Southeast Asia team. And Chocho, I know, you're kind of itching to talk about Southeast Asia, because I mean, we were there in the qualifiers. We definitely saw this team, and we've seen this team also in IVC. So it's none other than it's going to be OM versus what's that? ZT02. I was thinking of the number. I'm like, is it 02? 02. So there you go. So Chocho, tell me about this. How can we set the stage up?
All right. So like you've mentioned, OM versus ZT. OM coming in as the second team for an NAEU, and also probably another hope for NAEU. I mean, having that first intense match just now that we had. So, I mean, many fans that are watching this, I believe they're from NAEU as well. I saw a lot of people saying they were like 4:30 a.m., 5:30 a.m., 3:30 a.m. So, amazing commitment to this live stream, I would say. And for 02 members, definitely a lot of I mean, 02 is leaning more towards the Chinese community in our Southeast Asia region, and many teams are looking forward to this. It's usually I mean, for ZT wise, we see MX, a very familiar face. I mean, he's participated in almost every COA under another team though, BL. And this time around, really anticipating a lot. I think a lot of you as well, because of the T picks, Gardener picks, Doctor picks. Really non-meta picks, but playing so well.
He plays his own game. I think he's playing a different game most of the time. I think one of his biggest highlights was last year when he had Pipisha chase him, because they did face off against GG. This was when he was back in BL. So now they have another shot in a new team, MX, the one that just spoke there. And also a big shout outs to OM. Big shout outs to Jam, by the way. I was able to talk to him a little bit on IG. Do follow him. He said, you know what, they're super excited. Again, they acknowledge that there are the dark horses here, and they're just here to have fun, learn, because this is a huge opportunity for them to get better as a team. And also, he wanted me to give a shout out to RNG Junior _101. So hopefully, big shout outs to you, sir. Jam sends his regards. But while we're still talking, any shout outs you want to give out, Chocho?
Definitely. I mean, I was having a lot of fun with the chat, in fact, just now. So yeah, Maini, and then Hanako, and then many others, which I'm so sorry I can't remember. Very bad memory. But I think I saw Chu Chipin as well. And many other supporters as well. So yeah, I'm loving the support that they're giving in the second match for sure. I mean, it's really difficult. It was so close before you nearly got their first wins against a Chinese mainland team, and really unfortunately, just the last part, there was no basement chair, so like really a much easier rescue from the Sabara team.
Yeah, so it just goes to show that you really have to support your favorite teams and really follow them on this journey, right? There were a lot of fans that were for GW in the chat, a lot of fans for B4U. And I think, you know what, it shows, because the Eli was saying, like, this would have been a huge accomplishment, and there's still a chance, right? Because the Chinese mainland teams, the Japan teams, they're part of leagues, and like teams like in Southeast Asia, the one in NAEU, the Hong Kong Macau region, it's the tournaments that they have aren't leagues, so these guys are taking time of their days. They're not necessarily like compensated with sponsors and coaches. So for the fact that they're here and they're able to take GW to the limit is already huge enough. So do support your favorite teams and do follow them on their journey, especially this, because this is Southeast Asia versus NAEU coming up next. And we've been talking about how styles make matches, and this one definitely will deliver, because NAEU, well, OM in particular, has been trying to mimic the China region, and like you said, also in the Southeast Asia region with MX, very unorthodox with his picks. And let's switch things over to the Hunter side, because I know that Nico from the OM side actually got MVPs, and he has wins. They had wins over the most formidable team, which is Fusion. But tell me about the Hunter over at the ZT side.
Hunter for ZT side. So initially during the qualifiers, we see a lot of sneaky coming up for the qualifiers. Not too much of Aries, which is their other Hunter. But this time round, they have switched up with Miao Pai, which is an ex-member of ZETA and also the person who actually formed ZETA. So Miao Pai wise, a very strong, I think, in the SEA region, I don't think there's anybody that doesn't know about him. A very young player, in fact, just reached 16 and finally could qualify to come for the COA and participate wholeheartedly. Character pool-wise, I'm pretty sure some of you might not know this because it's his first time. He has the Clerk, Dreamwitch, Sculptor, Bonbon, and many other meta characters as well. So character pool-wise, he's very huge, and we'll see how he really performs against OM, which is also the team that qualified through the qualifiers of any EU region.
I'm super excited. I know like a lot of people were kind of bummed. I know if you guys are following Sneaky on Instagram, she said that, yeah, she has other commitments and unfortunately she couldn't make the trip out. But luckily Miao Pai answered the call of the Abyss and was able to fly out for the group stage to represent ZT. And, you know, speaking represent, I do see a lot of love in chat. Norton Compass is actually telling us to drink your water, so stay hydrated because this is going to be a great match. And a lot of love for you as well, Chocho. So I hope you guys will stick around for this match because it's going to be a good one. And I don't know how would you encapsulate the Southeast Asia style of Identity 5 play? Is it the same like we usually go for? We just kind of copy, or do we have our own like bread and butter style? And it's a little loaded question because we have someone like MX playing too, so he has his own style.
Yeah, I would say that SEA in the past few years, we've been kind of mimicking how Chinese mainland players do play. I mean, they do watch a lot of IVLs, so I feel like it was really bread and butter. You really just copied over everything. But this time around, like you mentioned, MX coming with the teeth and also CZ, which is a new member, in fact. I believe CZ didn't really play this game before, but ZETA brought him in and then trained him for 1 month with the Antiquarian, and we could see immediate results with the Antiquarian as well as CZ and MX duo kind of playstyle. So maybe we would see it again. I'm not too sure, but hopefully Run, Zed as well as Potato could also stand out in their own respective characters as well.
And flipping things over on the OM side, like you mentioned, Honor, Cloud, Agramont, we got Jam, and you got their sub player in G. They did try to mimic as well, Honor being the antiquarian of the bunch here. They do have their fair share of entomologist, priestess, magician, and perfect timing. We're actually going to meet them right now. Here you have it, ladies and gentlemen. They will be gracing the Japan stage. You got Agramont, Honor, Cloud, Nico, the Soul Hunter, and PB and Jam. And why don't you take us through ZT, Chocho?
Alright, so ZT, we have the only Soul Hunter, Miao Pai, and then the other 5 survivors is Zed, Run, MX, CZ, as well as Potato, sub being ZTZ. So we will be seeing more of Run this time around. In the qualifiers, we didn't see a lot of Run playing, but this time around we should be seeing. Alright, we can see Run again. So we'll be playing as the main lineup. We see Zed coming onto stage, and then MX also sitting alongside with Zed. So seems like ZT survivors will be up against OM's Hunter Nico first.
So this is going to be very interesting, and at least it dovetails to the fact that we kind of built up MX as this wild card, right? We've seen it in the past work out, but during the qualifiers, it didn't pay off as well. So he lives and dies by that philosophy, right? He brings out like Doctor, he brings out Painter, Mind's Eye. So I'm pretty sure OM had the time, since they were the ones to qualify first, to watch the Southeast Asian matches, watch the rest of the matches, and try to figure out the puzzle that is ZT Survivors. So styles will clash. Here we have Nico coming up on board. Nico, again, known for his Dream Witch. Clerk, he also has a Sculptor and an Anne. So I'm excited to see what he's going to be picking, since most of the matches that they did play in the qualifiers, Nico was the MVP.
That's right. And for the groupings wise, this is the only grouping with absolutely no Chinese mainland teams. It's an extremely foreign team with all the NEEU members, is SE members as well as Japan team as well as RD. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So this, if they want to qualify, this is the best chance to, because only the top 3 out of these 5 teams will advance further. So right now, going on to the players introduction, this is not ZTZ, this is ZTCZ in fact. So yeah, a bit of a error in the names over here, but CZ, he has been playing the antiquarian for the team, played super well.
Yes.
Yeah, but we hope to see more character selection from him, because qualifiers wise, very limited time for him.
Yeah, in the qualifiers, aside from the Antiquarian, he brought out a Seer. He got an MVP with the Prospector. He brought out a Cowboy, a Dancer. I'm super excited for CZ. Again, this is just, I guess they swap places. Like, where's the teacher? You're not allowed to swap places in class, sir. But we know this guy, Potato, one of the best, lovable personalities here. This is supposed to be Potato, so we're just going to tell you Potato stats. But the one you saw previously, that was CZ. But Potato, relegated as mainly the decoder. He has struggled when it comes to kiting, but he has had clutch escapes, and you saw that in the highlight when he was able to have a great kite in the big boat for him to escape on the dungeon.
That's right. Yeah, and Potato also has been participating quite a lot of COAs, but also in our team, BL, alongside with MX. So they have been teammates for a long time. So cooperation-wise should be fine. But this time around, this is ZTZ. So we saw the first stats previously, and yeah, it's playing quite a lot of characters. We really see a lot of Doctor as well as for munching stats. But a lot of forward prospectors here have been seen from him. He plays it really well, but at times there might be some missteps here and there. But ultimately, the team do carry it very well.
And last but not least, this is MX. I wonder what shenanigans he's going to be doing in front of the camera. Man, in IVC, he was popping off, man. He was feeling the crowd. I think just the initial nerves, but once he gets that victory, oh my God, this guy is going to explode. So MX, you did see his stats. He has a doctor. He has a painter. You know, Gardener, he tried teaching me, like, there's a certain persona build you have to bring if you're going to play Gardener, and he plays around with the timing of the shield. So, again, he plays 4D chess when he's using Gardener, and he has you know what, there's always, you know, those beautiful mind types that see things differently. Like, that's crazy, but it's crazy enough to work. That's how MX operates, folks, and I'm excited to see how he's going to pull off some incredible feats, or who knows, maybe that's the mix-up. He's just going to play conservatively.
Yeah, that could be true. But right now, moving on to OM Santa Nico over here. So generally getting 2 to 3 kills on average. Nico's character pool is leaning more towards the current meta.
Right.
And although I would say that this character pool is sort of limited, skills-wise and game sense is pretty decent. And he knows what to prioritize on and focus on when there's objectives set.
Yes, that's true. He did shine a lot in the qualifier, so we've known his pedigree. Like you said, 2 to 3 survivors on average he is able to capture and take out in the game. So what I might be a little thing ahead of myself, but I'm excited to see how the survivors are going to fare against Meow Pai, because Nico's pedigree speaks for itself. He did say that he wants to showcase what NAEU has to offer, and like you said before, they acknowledge that they're the dark horse in this tournament, and I think that's the best possible position to be in. Because if nothing is expected from you, then you can get all the eyes on you. Because once you're able to perform out of the gate, then, dude, it's a win-win situation. You're there to learn. If you get a W, that's even better. So I think he should just take in the moment, and he's definitely going to try to get as much points as possible for his team to perform.
Definitely. And yeah, just looking at this team's getting ready. Yeah, actually I had Mengxing has already openly expressed, in fact, saying that he's actually very confident in these brackets, and yeah, gonna believe in him. I mean, as an SEA player as well, yeah, gotta trust on my SEA team. And
I like that you bring the confidence in the bracket, because we were talking about this bracket and we're not confident all in the picks here, because if you ask for our predictions in bracket B, I think it's it's really hard to predict, because these are the teams that don't have any mainland China team, right? So I guess everyone can vie for the top. Like you said, everyone's looking out for the mainland China teams, but they're relegated to C and D. But like you said, if MX is feeling confident in the bracket, then we're in for a barn burner every time Group B is going to come on stage.
Yeah, and yeah, seeing how this is probably gonna play out, I think it's gonna be really stressful though because both foreign teams are at the same location, so they're sitting right
Oh,
next
you're
to
right.
each other. So, yeah, we're seeing OM Nico, coming his nerves, getting ready for this, because this is gonna be quite a match. Not too sure how this is gonna play out because we haven't seen OM a lot. This is their first time participating in this global stage.
So, yeah, chat, I want a request for you. Since they are in Japan right now, they're not in Southeast Asia, they're not in NAU. I need you guys to be extra louder here because with the fan signs, they can't really see it, but they will look at chat. So hope we could ask for like yellow hearts for OM and green hearts for ZT because I think now they're definitely, the moment it's sinking in, they're going to be playing their first match on stage. And it seems like we're going to Sacred Heart Hospital first.
Yeah, that's right. OM actually do excel in Sacred Hospital, surprisingly. Their Hunter do perform very well. But taking a Sacred Hospital map, which is a survivor-sided map, is not ideal for Hunters because of the lack of bans that you have over here. So yeah, we see Nico banning the Seer first, and I don't think they're going to prioritize a lot on Rescuer roles first because there is Mercenary, First Officer. This map is small, so there's no need to rush for this Rescuer picks.
I think you can even, actually they go for a very standard Mercenary and Priestess, so kind of playing conservatively. I actually thought they were going to go for like Dancer, or they'd try to go for the new meta of Antiquarian to lock it in because this the Dancer was banned. Okay, so that's why. So now they ban out the Barmaid. So it seems like Nico might be trying to go for the Dream Witch pick here, since that is one of his main Hunter picks. So this allows CZ to actually go for a Stunner in Prospector.
That's right. And yeah, previously OM did play at the Sacred Hospital during the qualifiers against CPDD and did get a full elimination using Dream Witch at this map. So very confident, I could say, from Nico's side. And yeah, what's up?
We got fan signs. Let's go.
Oh, you go. Oh.
I'm actually not sure what I don't know who player that is, but thank you for the
I don't think it's one of the players over here. But
it's still appreciated. I love that there's still an audience watching this because I'm sure they're gonna make them fans of how this game is gonna be played. So it seems like MX is gonna go conventional here and go with just the Psychologist to CZ. CZ going for just the Prospector. So he has gotten a lot of MVP situations with this. So Nico's gonna be very careful. Hopefully he'll be able to get some followers and he'll be able to switch in time for the stun not to happen. But then again, Nico could definitely switch it up and change up his game plan coming into this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just this team comp itself is actually very stable. We see the Psychologist, if it's against a Dream Witch, you can take in 3 hits. And then, like, it gives the possibility of a free hit. What you want is when you play a Dream Witch is for free hits to happen. But for this team comp, giving a free hit should be fine. And Rescuer wise, we have the Mercenary support, we have the Prospector as well as the Priestess. So this team comp is gonna be extremely difficult for Dream Witch. We gotta wait for the spawn locations to happen. But yeah, Nico not confirming his Dream Witch pick yet. So I mean, he does have a Clerk if I remember, also getting a full elimination, but not at this map. But yes, selecting the Dream Witch in the end.
Yeah, I think if I recall correctly, his Clerk is also good. Again, it's tough, like you said. Hospital is actually very survivor-sided, so I think he's gonna go with a Hunter that has been out longer, and I'm sure he's had more miles on this Dream Witch, especially like I know I've seen them in IVT. I don't know if they were in the previous COAVI qualifiers as well, but Omega is a name that I always see participate in NAU tournaments. So I think he's gonna go with his comfort, the one that had the most mileage out of his Hunter pools. And honestly, Chocho, this is looking like the old meta, right? Like just how stable the survivors are looking. There's no Antiquarians, no Dancers, none of that. So it's gonna be very interesting to see how things are gonna pan out and how he's gonna catch these survivors in those really good locations when it comes to, let's say, the hospital or like in the ruins area.
But looking at the spawn location right now, Hunter will be spawning at the 2 pallet 1 window area. Next to him, we have the Mercenary on top, as well as the Prospector on the right side of Dream Witch. So I would say if he's talking about an easier chase, I would say chasing the Prospector might be a possible one.
Right.
Might be the easiest chase. But at the same time, we do see the Priestess already sitting at the center, right at the church area, where support portals will be seen very quickly. So I'm not too sure how it's gonna play out. We see CZ with the Priestess. We have to see how straight and accurate the Priestess portal is, since this is not like a game that he played at first. This is like probably not even 6 months in. So, yeah, actually not being 6 months into the game and playing competitively in this global stage means a lot of potential, you know?
Sky's the limit for him. And yeah, excuse me, because I thought he was actually going to pick the Prospector, but we're going to head into the match, ladies and gentlemen. Chocho and Botch Spice calling the action in round 1, first half, and like you predicted, Chocho, Zed will be gaining the attention of Nico as he leeches onto the Prospector.
And yeah, I'm chasing the Prospector over here, like you've mentioned, trying to corner and trying to sandwich him, but we see that the leech is actually not moving from Zed's side. Yeah, we're seeing that he's trying to make it at the maximum so that it will follow over to Zed, but yeah, putting down that pallet, destroying it immediately since Hunter is already at the birdcage. Will he be dropping down? Yeah, there won't be a drop hit happening though.
Yeah, he's I think he's waiting for the right possible moment to block and even probably drop the patroller as well. So Zed, realizing that he's hot, he's being pursued by both, but he can't get actually a good position here. He's getting sandwiched, unable to get the first hit, but at least it was a leech follower, and he still has the main patroller to just trap him for the main body bite. Zed getting a little traffic jam here, but now Nico is trying to catch up with the main body.
That's right, and we see that the Priestess has 2 portals right now, which only means that there is 1 portal probably placed over here for Prospector to use, but Prospector is leading away from the hospital. Maybe hospital was the basement, not too sure. We didn't actually see that coming in. And Flying Wheel, the patroller, we see that, and will he be able to take us out?
Wow, excellent patience there. And now this patrol, oh my goodness, I thought the magnet was gonna act in time, but now Nico has his first survivor down. Again, a decent chase. It's only 1 minute 30 seconds in, so now he's gonna get his presence up by putting another leech camped right next to the chair. MX is in the area, so he might get stuffed out of a rescue here.
That's right, but Mengxing already finished his first cipher, and the other 2 ciphers are still being worked on. So it's gonna be coming for free rescue, but this canceling out the attack recovery over here, chasing the Prospector into this 2 pallet area. Will he be able to get the fast down?
Yeah, he's able to get the pallet down, and now he's considering switching to Blink. I'm not quite sure. He's just gonna wait for the follower. He goes for the Blink and now gets the last effort. So nice recovery there by Nico, already injuring the mercenary. So yeah, that was super important, Chocho. He canceled out attack recovery, allowing Nico to just be able to salvage the situation, and Prospector is gonna sit on his second chair. 1 cipher is about to pop, so they're at the mid to late game. It's looking kind of okay, but now they're kind of expended for Tide Turner. At least the psychologist was able to heal Potato for a second rescue.
That's right, and we actually did see Nico using the main body, trying to catch up with the mercenary, trying to leech him, but unable to leech, and then giving that free healing to, for the psychologist from the psychologist, mercenary to psychologist. So mercenary can come for the second rescue, although without Tide Turner. So mercenary got a body block throughout if they're looking for a form and detention period.
He's actually blocking off the way here, and now time is a-ticking. Prospector is on his last seconds. He's gonna try to go for it. Nice bait of the hit. Mercenary now has to body block the Prospector, but this is gonna be tough because he can't throw any magnets, and the Priestess is here too.
Yep, and we see that Priestess portal should be set up already. There's only 1 cipher left. There's only 2 ciphers left, in fact, but only 1 person is decoding. Ciphers is completely not enough. Priestess will be following the Prospector to get all this, to get the support, but Hunter will be leaning more towards the psychologist right now.
Yeah, so now he realizes there's only 1 cipher that's left. Luckily for Nico, it's the last cipher and it's not worked on just yet. So Mercenary falls down, and CZ is following Zed like his tail, because he knows they gotta protect this Prospector at all costs.
Definitely, but getting that blink, and will he be able to fly? He flight will and just remove that stun over there. So one thing to get that hit as well.
That was so close. A little traffic jam situation on the main body. CT was able to catch up, setting up a portal, and now they're just going back and forth. He clips the portal away, forces a hit onto the Priestess. The last cipher is not moving as fast as they want it. He's just gonna pick up the Mercenary, and this allows them to heal up and try to recuperate, since the Mercenary stays on the rocket chair for a while.
Right, and the only person that can come for this rescue right now is psychologist, and this is a T-wall rescue, which is one of the hardest place to rescue. So rescued by Mengxing, even with his half health.
Whoa! quick rescue, as Chocho was trying to explain. The match is going too fast and too furious here, forcing Potato to use up all his elbow pads, and now the last Cypher is moving. Nico is actually split here. His attention is split. Who's he gonna go for? The Prospector is actually here, so he seems like he's gonna be leeching the Priestess. Prospector has not yet removed his leech. I don't know if it's primed just yet, and he throws a magnet onto one of them. Ooh!
Whoa, perfect body block on the Priestess side. Prospector will be able to survive for this, but then Priestess will be chat, so Psychologist... Mercenary can come for this rescue, I would say. He's still half health, but he does not have elbow pads to use, so... And Psychologist Cypher will be pressured by one of those leeches.
Yeah, and as you said, that Potato knows his cue. He's going to be going close for that rescue. It's going to buy some time. He's going to break this pallet. So Mercenary, he's trying to remove his leech, and we see that Nico is just trying to camp it out. Is he going to be able to remove it in time? He does. And now 99% on the last Cypher. Mercenary eats the hit, and now we're just going to have to wait for that endgame pop.
That's right. I mean, a very and Cypher pop right now, so a very detailed thing that Mercenary did was to use his main body to pull his leech away from that 3-pellet Cypher, so the Psychologist could peacefully without any pressure. So that resulted in that prime over there. Hunter will be targeting his hit onto the Mercenary, getting a bit of situation over there, downing Mercenary, and seems to be that the gate will be at 80% right now. Everybody's rushing towards the front gate. Will they all be able to escape?
Zed able to get a magnet on, and they're able to go through the exit. Mercenary shall be the sacrificial lamb, and it is a 3-person escape. What a scramble with these two teams.
Definitely. Yeah, Mercenary does not have any elbow picks to use already, so that kind of resulted in him getting that early down. But fortunately enough, the front gate could open by Psychologist, and everybody just rushed all the way there, getting that 3 escape very clearly. Can I just say how crazy Nico's control with the Dream Witch was? It was just left, right, and didn't say anything.
I was confused. I was like, there was a lot of switching that was going on, so it's like you have to take a screen cap of what was going on, because you have to admit, as good as Nico was, ZT was playing to his pace, and that was a frantic Dream Witch match. And unfortunately, the Season of the Witch isn't as strong as the previous Koas. Yes, people have figured out how to use her, and she has kind of reached her ceiling with, everyone used Patroller unless you go for that blink at the start. But I mean, he had a pretty decent start and good control in the mid game. I think it was like the keys to success for ZT was really the body blocking, like you mentioned, on CZ's side, and the support, especially when the Priestess and the Mercenary were there just trying to body block the Prospector. But let me throw that question to you, Chocho. What do you think were the keys to success for ZT?
The key to success with that match, right, was Hunter being unable to leech on the Mercenary after that rescue, giving that possibility for Psychologist to heal up my Mercenary with that free whistle. And then afterwards, that body blocking as well as support portals by CZ. It really ultimately just helped them. And we could see that CZ actually left the Prospector a while just to get a leech removal, and then coming back to him at check. But then Hunter was taking control of the leech. But then CZ got that body block for that, so that worked out perfectly.
Oof. I mean, it was just a constant back and forth, right? But you have to admit, ZT was just like a half step ahead. I mean, if that body block didn't happen, if that leech did come through, it could have been a tie, it could have been a 3K for them, but this is the best possible way for ZT to start out, to give Meowpai kind of the leeway and kind of pressure the survivors of OM, because, as we said before, it was Nico that was the main MVP, the main point bringer. So we have to throw it on OM side for them to try and get more points or try to defend their stake in round number 1, because 3-1 on Nico's best, I would arguably say best hunter, is really good for ZT side. What a way to start the round off for ZT.
Definitely. And we could see that even though, I mean, Dream Witch wise, it's Nico's best hunter, and we could see how ZT could really counter Dream Witch.
Right.
And also, because their previous hunter was Sneaky, which is a huge Dream
Oh,
Witch
you're
main.
right. That's a good insight.
Yeah, and as bad as Dream Witch in the Asia region. So, I mean, training against Sneaky, they are very prepared for this Dream Witch already. So, I would say that probably helped them counter Nico very well.
Yeah, and here we have it, the match data, ladies and gentlemen. Zed taking the first kite, you know, triple digits on his side, and this match didn't last that very long. That's why me and Chocho are kind of out of breath. I hope while I'm talking, Chocho drink some water right now, because I feel like in the next match we're gonna have a more intense match, or a frantic pace. That's what I would like to say. ZT Survivor is able to kind of sprint along with OM, and how fast Nico was able to leech the survivors and cut people off. And you don't really see much of the hospital in play, only when the portal setup was there. So it was a good job by Nico, especially like the chair placements. That's something also to highlight. It just so happens, man, they were able to just catch him off guard, saving a T-wall, right? Usually it's like that's a good camping area for the hunter, but leave it to ZT for them to be able to just pull off a rescue there under his nose.
Definitely. And right now we heading on to BO1 second half with Cloud, Argamont, PBN Gem, Honor as the survivor side of OM, and then for Hunter side we have Meowpai. So I'm pretty sure for the Asia region we are actually excited to see Meowpai. It's been a long time. We've been waiting for this kid to grow up, and he's finally legal to actually play in this global stage. So for the Asian side, we're excited for that, and also for the survivor side of OM. Generally, they're getting a tie situation, and that's not actually favorable in this kind of situations when they need to win. So to kind of like tie things up in BO1. So I'm not too sure how this is gonna pan out, but it is that this is one of their better performing maps as well. So
for sure.
hopefully everything works out for OM.
Tie won't be the end of the world, because at least the point differential won't haunt them in the end. So I think that's worst case for them, get a tie. Best case, get a 3-1. Even better case, get a 5-point game. And you know what? I was actually talking to some of the chat, and I got to give a shout out to our bestie Chantal, because, oh, look at that. We're not in the audience, but she made some memes. Look at that. It's Eli and his favorite wax artist. Oh, send us some memes, guys. We'll show it here since we don't have a live audience. And don't forget Nell, too. I mean, she just put Nell on a phone. Yeah, that's redemption for you, Chocho. I know they were talking about you. Now we're talking about them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, exposure. I mean, they hashtag exposed just now in the first 2 matches. I mean, what can I say? I couldn't do anything. But
exactly. So
yeah.
Follow Chocho on Instagram, or follow me on Instagram as well, so we can show your memes off here on the broadcast desk. So thank you, Chantal, Darling Kokoro. I hope I pronounced DK. That I know I call her DK, but yeah. I mean, I know that we want to stay offline and stuff, but you know, we gotta make the commentary online pretty fun. So send us your memes, because I mean the audience loves those memes. So we are gonna switch sides, folks.
That's right. Someone said that Chocho was rapping. It definitely was rapping.
Yeah, that's why I want you to drink some water, dude.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, I'll drink it now.
Okay, there you go. All right, drinking some water.
Yeah, and we're seeing 2 of the members that's actually at home and 2 members in the offline stages.
Okay, interesting. So now, yeah, 2 of the survivors are playing in the Japan studio, while 2 of the others are playing remotely. And now we see that Meowpai, the man that is, well, not the boy anymore, the man, the Meow Man.
Wow.
He has come of it. He has been hyped since what, 2021, like 2020. Yeah, he in the Southeast Asia scene, and now he's of age. He can compete in big tournaments. He's here, and he didn't make the biggest splash last year, but now this is definitely one place where he can cement his status as one of the hunters to look out for in Southeast Asia.
And yeah, I mean, we've seen like how, you know, before they used to have Ching H, which actually went to the other team right now, ACT, I believe so. Yeah, I mean, everyone believed that Meowpai has that kind of standards to play against a Chinese mainland team. So unfortunately, though, this brackets is not really helping to really show Meowpai's potential. But this will be kind of a great start for him. We have OM Honor coming up first. So I'm so sorry, but I can't really recognize their faces. I'm pretty sure this could be the correct ones this time round. So OM Cloud playing mainly the entomologist, psychologist, as well as Seer, more of the kiting characters for his team. And then for previously OM Honor, antiquarian, acrobat, magician, entomologist. These are some of his common picks for the qualifiers. At the same time, Parasa role is mainly given as well.
True. So now we're gonna get to the offline. This is Jam. He is mainly the rescuer of the team, and a lot of people showing some love for Jam, especially since he was the one to kind of represent in the intro video. We do see that here he has the Gravekeeper as well as the Mercenary, but also note he can play the First Officer as well. So just basically the rescuer of this team. And now, last but not least, is Agramont. So Agramont, mainly the Entomologist, the Priestess, usually relegated to just the support. But we'd note that Agramont also, well, actually just those two are really known for it when I was doing the notes for the NAEU tournament, because I think here plays G, and G also plays the Entomologist and Priestess. But I don't know if they're going to be doing any subs now. So that is their Survivor lineup in a nutshell.
And over here we see ZT Miaopai, and we see Poland over there, but also plays the Clerk, Dreamwitch, Sculptor, as well as Bonbon. We see that he has the average elimination of only 1 survivor, which is not looking too good over here. But hopefully against in this global stage, hopefully he can perform better. And also, I just want to point out about OM's. Okay, we see ZT.
Ask MX to do push-ups.
Maybe a
what
card?
He's trying to show. It's a card. What's he showing? Zoom in on that. Yeah, zoom in on that. Is that him?
Yeah,
no,
it's MX.
Yeah, he was like, it was pursing, scratching his head. It looked like a hollow card.
I think they collect those kind of Chinese mainland card thingies that they're actually like selling already. So yeah, going back to OM survivors, for Agramon, he usually plays the Entomologist Priestess, as you've mentioned.
Right.
And
here we go. Can you read that, Chocho?
So, 雷若好像什么? I can't see the last three were so small, but yeah, talking about perfumer, yeah, just joking
that's like
around.
one of her favorite, I think. Yeah, Run's favorite.
Wow, the tables are messy.
That's what you commented on.
So yeah, we see that ZT is actually pretty chill right now. I mean, with that 3 escape, definitely pressure is on OM survivor side. Yeah, but still unable to really say anything about Agramon just now. So Agramon's support with the Entomologist Beast as well as support portals usually come during the first kite. So support-wise is given very well. But one thing that I want to point out is Honor as the Antiquarian harasser for the team. Support usually doesn't really come during the first kite. They mainly prioritize decoding at the start, and that might not come in favorably during the first kite. I mean, it could be at down and there is no support at all, so that's not looking too good as well.
And we've seen examples of the over support, right? You definitely want to time your Antiquarian and use them well, especially with how you just be able to kind of invest a lot when it comes to using the stick and using it in tough moments. So that's going to be super interesting how they're going to be playing that out, because I think in the qualifiers, yeah, OM was very into the Antiquarian strategy, while we have only seen glimpses of ZT using that Antiquarian strat. I mean, heck, the previous game, they didn't even use Antiquarian. That was like a strat from that was like a composition of the previous season. So it's great. I'm excited to see how they're gonna fare well with the new meta and how Miaopai is gonna come in. Because when was the last time we saw Miaopai in a big stage? I mean, was it IVC or like IVA?
IVC.
Or
IVC. Wait, no, IVC. It was a lot of Kuga playing for ZT at the same time. So. It's been a long time.
It's been a while, right? So imagine that, like, you take this hiatus, we haven't seen you perform in a tournament, and you come back in the grandest stage of them all. You come back here. So hopefully he's been preparing, folks.
Definitely. Yeah, and the second half will be coming right out with the band.
Dude, I'm looking at the replay, and yeah, their table is like really dirty. Look at the
really
bottles.
Messy. I don't know why there's so much tissue.
They're sweaty. They're sweaty. They're trying to calm down. There's a lot of bottles of water. That's a good reminder for everyone to drink their water, by the way. So just be like ZT, stay hydrated. But hopefully they're not too hydrated when they're on stage.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too sure about the audiences. I mean, definitely you have somebody that you're supporting. I mean, Golden Apples are at risk right now. So ZT and OM. Who are you supporting?
Dude, chat, let us know. Where'd you put your apples on? Is it on ZT or was it on OM? Again, we have the hearts as a tracker. So again, green hearts for ZT, yellow hearts for OM. This was a real tough one. I mean, just be alone. We were talking about how hard it is to who's gonna stay on top, because you have various representations from different regions, but we'll put a pin on that topic because we're about to head towards the picks and bans. Once again, ZT's Meow Pie. You heard that right, ladies and gentlemen. Meow Pie will be the one that will be hunting for Team ZT. Well, we know OM's survivors. You got Honor, Cloud, Agramont, and PB and Jam.
Definitely nervous for OM team. I mean, they need a 3 escape to kind of balance this out, or at least a tie so that the match, I mean, the points doesn't get too far away. Because, I mean, big points come before small points. So, yeah, we see Meow Pie just straight up banning the Priestess instead of the Seer, get rid of that support from Team OM. And what he needs over here, 0-2 Meow Pie, it's also just a tie. At least a 1 escape, in fact. In fact, 1 kill, sorry, not 1 escape.
I can't stop looking at the table now. But they're serious now. They know what's up. They know that they gotta be able to send their focus, send their regards. And then after Meow Pie performs, then they'll clean the table. I'm sure you could tell them that, Chocho. So banning out the Priestess, let's see what they're gonna be going with. Wow, Dancer and Antiquarian, so they're really heavily leaning onto this new meta of support and OB characters that just harass, basically. So I'm excited to see how Meow Pie is gonna try to select next. He's gonna take out the Mercenary, he's gonna take out the Seer. And also we did see in his character profile the Breaking Wheel. You don't necessarily see a lot of Breaking Wheel, especially in Hospital.
Yeah, Hospital is just a terrible map for breaking wheel mains because of the windows. It's just very tough terrain for opponent to work with, and also this being a survivor meta where flying wheels available is not ideal at all. So yeah, we see the last ban on Meow Pie's side, a Magician, surprisingly, not a very common ban we see over here.
Yeah.
So we might see an Entomologist pick on PB and Gem, not too sure. That could be possible. And then it will just be a full-on support team com over here. But no.
Ooh. Well, that makes sense also, Barmaid, just so we can cover their ground if ever it's going to be Dream Witch. But yeah, I was thinking because usually when Priestess is banned, you get the Entomologist just to provide that support from afar. But it seems like they're kind of playing to their strengths here since Honor does use that Barmaid. It seems like, I don't know if they're going to shift up the survivors here, but most likely if they're going to play with their stats, yeah, Jam might be the one on Mercenary duties, while Antiquarian would be either Honor or Cloud. So this is interesting. What would you think would be the best possible hunter to come in with? Because we know that Meow Pie has a lot of hunters to boast.
I mean, if Meow Pie really wants to bet on this and he is confident enough, I don't see why a Sculptor pick against this team comp would be bad. Sculptor-wise, I would say, because she has kind of like a map control because of that throwing of that needle, Cypher controlling, and yeah, and this Barmaid would, I mean, Sculptor would counter this Barmaid for sure. And if he is, but picking up Bonbon.
Yeah, chip damage still, it works out well. I think you were kind of hinting towards that, like the strengths of a Sculptor being like that, but a Bonbon could do that, just less mobility. But I think he's kind of leaning towards a safe tie, like he's just gonna camp it out and force them to make mistakes because the survivors did so well. But hey, we've seen how a Bonbon can't work out, and we've seen how it can be countered in the previous match. So let's see if Meow Pie would kind of have a bit of deja vu on Bonbon performances. But we've seen also the flip side where Bonbons has amazing performances. But in Hospital, Peeper Bonbon, what do you think, Chocho?
Peeper Bonbon, it can definitely work out. I mean, because just using the peepers, you can just show entire terrains of whoever's upstairs and downstairs. So whoever's coming nearer to the chair, Meow Pie would immediately know where it's coming from. So you might be right. Picking up peepers in this map for Bonbon, it could be possible. I think Meow Pie would just want to stay for the tie. And seeing the spawn locations right now, Meow Pie will be spawning at the open air area. We see Center with the female dancers. Music boxes will most likely be set up. Barmaid at the ruins area and
outside shack.
At 3 pallets. So
yeah, and we've been seeing a rise of Peeper Bonbon just to stop Cypher rushing, right? You just like plant some peepers down and they're forced to take it out or just work with the peepers. So We'll see. Again, it's up to Meow Pie with how he's gonna play this one out. He can go aggressive and go for blink, but with his win condition being a tie, he can kind of play this one passively and not risk that much for that much reward. He's got to ask himself, is the juice really worth the squeeze going for 4K, or let's just try to conserve our energy and try to just go for the safe bet since my survivor team did so much. But we're heading to the second half of round number 1, folks. Chocho and Potch Spice gonna take you through the action.
And we see that Hunter did not bring Peepers this time around. He brought Blink and heading straight towards the bar mid where, I mean, getting the chip damage is something that Meow Pie wants, and then forcing the drink and possibly instant downing this bar mid. But we see bar mid slowly walking, not giving any blood trace for Hunter to find, and seems to be that's working out. Meow Pie did not find the bar mid, and we'll be seeing PB and Gem, the antiquarian over here.
Interesting. That's actually great discipline on the barmaid. You know what? That was going to be a tough outing. Well, a tough, I would say, chase for him. But now this is going to be a little tough. Antiquarian has to close out the distance if he wants to stun. And Meow Pie, so far, has not landed a hit. While, PB and Jam actually running towards the Honor. They might actually be able to give some support. But Jam, oh my god, try to go for the flip. It goes for the basic hit. And Jam taking this first kite.
Definitely, and we see the 5 seconds bomb actually did work out. Getting that free hit over there and using that jump over the pallet didn't really work out. And then the time bomb. So we did see that Hunter brought insolence into this match. It ultimately did work out. The insolence, that time bomb, perfectly timed, and then downing the antiquarian pretty much instantly. Cypher is only at 2 ciphers.
Yeah, so now he's really playing to his win condition. I think he also brought fast breaking pallets and also detention. So now he's definitely going to try to harass the Cypher over at the shack area, while Honor might have to go for this rescue since they do have to play for a win here. Again, Meow Pie only needs a tie for him to be able to get the victory here, but it seems like Honor might wait things out. I'm not sure if he's just going to wait out the full blood or he's going to go for, or he's just giving Tinnitus at this point. So again, Meow Pie just playing the waiting game as Cyphers move quite, I would say, not in a hastily speed.
I mean, we do see that female dancers does not have any music boxes, so that could only mean one thing. 2 of the boxes is actually at the hospital area, while 1 is with the female dancer, which she just placed down at the Cypher. Seems to be that Mercenary will be selling this antiquarian, even though she has stick as well as flying. Yeah.
Hang on, last minute rescue, but unfortunately gets the terror shock. He's not going for the rescue and also the bomb hit. Oh my goodness, I'm not sure what happened there, but that fell in Meow Pie's lap like a gift from the gods, and Meow Pie has his second survivor, and it's the Mercenary.
That's right, and this is very crucial because right now Cyphers is completely not enough. Mercenary just not allowing this, but the great mind game with Meow Pie over here with Mercenary, getting that terror shock and then denying that rescue, just snowballed that instant down from Antiquarian. And right now, Barmid will be coming for this rescue. She has flying will to use, so we'll see how this rescue goes about.
That was a little unfortunate. I think he thought he got the rescue, but then it didn't quite go through. Because again, it's so scary if you're trying to rescue against the Bonbon, right? The terror shock plus the bombs. Meow Pie is definitely have a foothold in this match. No one's touching Cyphers at this point because they have to try and go for this rescue to salvage this situation. And Meow Pie, he's just got to play defensively. They get a rescue though, but no tide turner in effect. Mercenary is going to get a little bit of delayed damage. Female dancer eating a chip damage. And we do see that the Mercenary used an elbow pad to move on over.
Meow Pie still has a blink to use, so this, I mean, it's just gonna be like a matter of time for this Mercenary to be down. He still has one more elbow pad though. Will he be using it for this prolonged kite? Because right now Cyphers is completely not enough. He should be using it.
Oh, hang on. Tried to bait something out there. Meow Pie not going for the blink just yet. And now Honor has no elbow pads to use. He's going to have to go to an area here, try to transition away. But, I mean, full presence Bonbon. He's got control bombs that will be able to down this Mercenary in just a few seconds. So now 3 Cyphers still remaining and Meow Pie still holding on to this lead.
Yeah, Cyphers is, I would say, completely not enough. Barmid-wise, fighting potential is just with that flying will. Yeah, and for female dancer, the boxes, she no longer has it, so it's probably impossible. It could help her kite. The first person that's kiting got to at least last 60 seconds, and we're not too sure what persona Meow Pie has brought. Definitely his insolence, but there could be a possibility of a trump card, or if not
I saw the build. It was insolence, detention, fast breaking pallets. So it's a detention endgame. I don't even know if we'll reach that because 2 survivors remaining and 2 ciphers left. And Agremont is going to have to take this next chase. Female Dancer, 2 bomb hits from falling down. So this is going to be a tough kite, especially since she's transitioning with no items on her. Just goes for a basic hit. And Meowpie actually looking to get a 4K here.
Yeah, and Cerberus doesn't know that. He feels that Hunter might be a teleport because Blink was not used the entire time. So, yeah, being safe, playing this safely, going away from the Cypher, getting up to 2nd floor. Meowpie just playing this slowly now because he knows that there is 2 ciphers left. If somebody stands up, right, self-heal definitely used and he will just go chase that person. And yeah, spotting out the bomb hit perfectly over here, getting that time bomb hit. Blink hit.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, and Barmaid having to go for that drink already. Female Dancer is back up. So, you know what, OM, you got to give kudos to them. The dark horses of this tournament, they're not going down quietly. They're not going down without a fight. And Meowpie now forced to break this with this pallet. And now this allows Cloud to actually move on over and try and get this heal off.
Oh, Flying Wheel, that bomb hit, and yeah, just cornering Vomit over here, trying to get that chip damage, and instant down Vomit. Female Dancer definitely used self-heal already, but we see a syringe on Female Dancer's hand, so that could be interesting.
Yeah, at the end, it's gonna prolong this game. It's one's at 97%, the other one's at 68, right? So, and you still have to deal with detention. So there's, I think they gotta tackle this one task at a time, right? Just try to force the Meowpie to go straight for the Dancer and prime the heal. And I don't even know where the last 2 ciphers are at, Chocho. Would you happen to know? Because I do remember you telling us about the triangular situation here in the hospital, where it's so hard because Meowpie has got this place on lockdown.
Yeah, I think the last 2 ciphers, if I remember correctly, should be Birdcage as well as 2 Pellet 1 Window.
Oh,
2 Pellet 1 Window was decoded by Female Dancer, Birdcage was by Barmaid. So these 2 ciphers are actually quite close to each other. Meowpie has already pulled out from that area, and I'm not too sure though why Female Dancer is not healing to like one, because I don't think that was enough for that half heal. I mean, we were thinking like, yeah, instant syringe hit and then after that he'll be full heal, but I don't think that would be enough.
Yeah, I'm not sure yet also, because I'm looking at the syringe also. He's only at half health in syringing, but now Meowpie actually considering to bring him closer, or is he gonna go for the chair? It's gonna be a little risky, but at least he's gonna know where this Barmaid is at, and just dropping him over here outside of the birdcage area so he can have better control. Like you said, has to monitor the Cypher at birdcage, while Agremont is over at the statute area. He's not fully with the syringe. He hasn't fully used it yet. Now Tinnitus is gonna try to give Meowpie well, a hint of where he's at, and now he's gonna try hitting randomly. So Agremont is playing a dangerous game of hide and seek here. Oh, I think he finds him. Oh.
Yeah, downing the Female Dancer over here, unable to heal fully though. So yeah, it begs the question why Female Dancer didn't want to prime her heal instead of, you know, just waiting out, because waiting out, okay, maybe, I mean, the possible thing was that maybe Female Dancer was scared that there will be crows. So he's trying to, you know, like slowly heal himself. But then, yeah, once Hunter comes to you, especially against a Bonbon, it will just be like chip damage over and over again. And you want to prime it so that you have possibility of getting that basic hit and moving out of that area. So yeah, getting that instant down, there is no more self-heal on Female Dancer, and Hunter we will just be finding Varmint, who also doesn't have self-heal anymore. So this is a definite full elimination.
True, it's a checkmate situation at this point. I think OM is just trying to show them, show us their surviving prowess, and they're showing their never give up attitude. But we just gotta give our flowers to Meowpie because he played this game perfectly. The mind games, again, he was just designed to get a tie in this game, but he went above and beyond that. So I mean, spectacular fashion. The survivors getting a 3-point game, and now Meowpie. I would say great outing for him to be in a hiatus for this long and coming back in spectacular fashion. Getting a 5-point game out of OM is a big feat. So excellent game there. But on OM side though, they still have a chance to kind of rally back in round number 2 and try not to look at the score differential just yet and try to win in terms of rounds. So it's gonna be an uphill battle, but hopefully OM is up for the challenge.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we did see OM's expression after this. Didn't really look very good, but hopefully they can bounce back from there. Meow Pie wise, no reaction at all. So very emotionless kid right now.
I mean,
So
that's
I
Meow
think,
Pie. I really
yeah,
think
it's
that
Meow Pie.
all of their emotions combined is not even equivalent to MX's emotions at this point.
I know,
Right?
Alex is just really expressive. He's very open about his feelings. If he's yeah, it's great to have such members though. I mean, to really bring up the energy of the team. Having MX as a member definitely is a win for 0-2 already.
Yeah.
And getting that clear 8-1 in this BO1. It's not looking good for OM.
Yeah.
Yeah, next map selection it will be on OM, I believe. So
Yeah.
no, it will be on 0-2. Right?
I was not able to see who picked Hospital, to be honest. So we're just gonna have to wait and see if we can get confirmation in the back. Let us know. But yeah, regardless, it really worked out in 0-2's favor. So we can only hope that OM gets map selection at this point. And like we said before, OM knows that they're the dark horse. They know that they're going up against teams that have seen the bright lights. I mean, this is 0-2's first time as a name in Koa, but Potato, we've seen him before. We've seen also MX in Koa. So I think it's just them just kind of feeling out the waters and them being able to treat this as a learning experience. Because again, you know, there are these teams out there that they when it comes to the experience, I do think that when it ZT has seen like IVCs, he's seen IVAs, and OM, this is their big outing, and they gotta. Well, they're definitely going to learn from this, and hopefully in the next match, they'll be able to bounce back and rally back from it.
Yep, that's right. And we see PB and Gem with about 40 seconds kiting, and then a field rescue afterwards by Honor turned the game completely around. I mean, it seemed to be that even though it's an instant down against a Bonbon and a Survivor-sided map, you can technically still tie it up. But really unfortunately, I mean, music boxes were all set up at Hospital, but nobody was able to get there and get that support. So, yeah, comes to beg the question, what were the thinking and kiting routes of the Survivor side from OM?
Yeah, you have to admit, Jam had a good idea. He was doing kind of okay. He got clipped right before he was able to do the flip of the antiquarian, right, which is still fine. And I thought he was gonna make a hard right to the Hospital while he was kiting, where the music boxes were set up. So I don't know, maybe an unfortunate rerouting, or maybe just the comms weren't there. Regardless, we still have to move on with this score line, and hopefully OM can kind of bounce back and figure out a way to salvage the situation. While we've seen comebacks happen. I mean, GW just had a comeback against B4U. So let's throw it to some highlights, and before we head on over to round number 2.
三宝可以，牛逼，兄弟们，牛逼！我可能，
Yeah, Grandma, just leave. Don't try body blocking. Just leave. Nice, nice. Okay.
Okay, guys.
Nice.
Don't die at the ciphers.
So the groupings, I feel like we are put in a decent bracket, especially because we are such a new team. We do not have as much experience as the other teams, but that won't stop us from, you know, getting top 12.
在最一开始的时候，我们前面几把比赛的时候，我们队内的沟通上还有那些关系上都有一些隔阂，就是有一些问题的。然后经过慢慢的就是训练，然后调整，我们现在已经可以了，对。然后希望我们能够在小组赛，拿个第一。
You go, folks. I mean, that was wait, we're not back yet. There we are. And there we go, folks. What an amazing interview, I would say. Again, Jam just saying the right things, like, you know, they are the new team here, and they're still determined to show what they got. And also ZT, I'm so excited because last year, this isn't the same ZT we saw in IVC, right? They went through another reiteration, and I like what they said. They needed time to adjust, and they needed time to forge that relationship and that bond. And I think they got it. They definitely, they're communicating very well. They're performing very well. They just need to clean that table, like Jojo said.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, because there was a bit of like Chinese communications between ZT, right? So what
Mm-hmm.
something that I find it very interesting was that ZT Survivor side, they were actually taking note of Hunter's blink cooldown during the
Mm-hmm.
late game. So that was really important because it's actually very difficult, especially when there's 4 different survivors, there's many leeches on the field, and able to really just control and knowing exactly when the blink is ready, it's
Mm-hmm.
important so that you can kind of force the blink or just, you know, predict the blink possibly.
Right.
And yeah, Miaopai did a great job. In a survivor-sided map, getting it for elimination is definitely not easy feat for any hunter.
Mm-hmm. And I like that, especially when you talk about team communication. That's exactly it. Like, you're constantly communicating through the chaos. I've seen other esports, like teams, like if they're quiet, then that's not a good sign, because you got to keep talking. You have to keep updating your teammates, your survivors. What's the progress? How many? And you have to have a good shot caller, I would say, especially the ones that can keep track of the traits of the hunters, or like, oh, he's already at second skill. Keep just keep reminding the teams of what they're, or who is gonna take that second kite. So ZT, ladies and gentlemen, they definitely are here to make a statement. I'm excited to see how well they'll keep performing. But on the other hand, OM, we saw they're a bit reserved with their communication and how they approach things. Hopefully, they'll be able to come back in round number 2, because the point differentials can haunt you in round number 3.
Definitely. So right now, just waiting for the map selection from the respective teams. So yeah, it was just, how can I say this? This I was expecting probably, because OM definitely, they were, like you said, minimal communications, but I guess it was important communication at the same time, because at that point in time, the person that was alive at that point in time was Barman as well as female dancer. And the one communication that I had was like, try to not die. Try not die. Touch not any.
True.
It's really interesting.
And that communication is still good, because it's like they're still fighting till the end, and that's super important to note here, ladies and gentlemen, because this is a game also, as fun as it is, it's also kind of hard, especially if you're on the losing side, to keep that hope alive and keep fighting till the very end, because again, you know, points do count here. How many survivors you get out, how many survivors escape, how many survivors you kill, and also times. If ever it's gonna end up in a 3-way tie, it really goes down to the numbers, and I think that's why. So ZT gets the next map, and it's Chinatown they're going to, Chocho.
Yeah, Chinatown. There is a lot of things that can actually play out 0-2. Their character pools are pretty wide. I would say Potato as well, but I would believe that if Run is not being subbed into it, Potato will probably be getting the Rescuer throughout. And in my memory, I'm not too sure whether there is a toy merchant in the other 3 survivors, Zed, CZ, as well as MX. But I doubt they're gonna let MX play something very standard like a toy merchant in Chinatown map.
Yeah, I don't know. It's always. I feel like every time you're watching ZT, you're always waiting for MX, and that's how we build it up. And I feel like we kind of built it up a little too much for the chat, because they're like, oh, psychologist, what? And they're like, oh, standard pick for MX. That's sus. But hopefully he'll be a little more playful in the next round. But OM though, coming in right after that match between them and Miaopai. Let's hope that they're able to shake up the cobwebs and try to refocus and recenter and just leave the past where it is in round number 1 and continue on and forge a new momentum coming into round number 2.
Definitely. So yeah, we see the Chinatown pick over here, and OM survivors will be coming up first, followed by their hunter. And yeah, everybody's just getting ready. I mean, they got to bounce back, OM, because I mean, after that, for elimination on the survivor side, definitely team morale might not be the best. So yeah, I'm quite excited to see how this is gonna play out. It is a big map, which means that it's leaning more towards a survivor side. So hopefully they can play this out really well.
True. So fingers crossed. Again, Chinatown, there are a lot of hype moments that we've seen, and considering what Miaopai is gonna bring to the table, I don't think he's gonna bring Wheel though, because he's definitely trying to be acquainted with the meta now. So I wonder what, because usually, I mean, when Miaopai was at the height of his power, when he was not of age yet, He was using Breaking Wheel. He was using like the standard meta of like 2021, 2022. But now it's interesting times. Is he going to bring out a Naiad? Is he going to bring out a Wax Artist? Is he going to bring the standards that we're usually seeing coming into this match? And how is OM going to try and counter that? Because I think Meowpai is back to form, because as you mentioned in IVC, he wasn't necessarily playing that much, because I think during the qualifiers for IVC, he didn't get the results he wanted. But now it seems like this is a good confidence boost for him to trust in his hunter instincts.
Mm-hmm. That's right. And yeah, it's really difficult, I would say. Yeah, Meowpai has multiple hunter selections over at this map. Personally, I'm hoping for possibly a Cluck. But I would say that OM might be having it more difficult because they haven't seen Meowpai recently and as often also.
You're right, actually.
You know?
It's a good point you bring up, because as much as they can prepare, there's not much footage on Meowpai, especially in this meta. So yeah, if he brings out Clerk, that would definitely throw them off, or at least we haven't seen his Clerk, so that might throw us off as well. So I would love to see how, if he's gonna bring that out. Hey, he might bring out a Hermit. We only saw one Hermit yesterday and they didn't quite work out well. So again, he has all the time or the resources to try and experiment here, since there is that point gap and that round gap, but you don't want to sit on that too much. So
yeah, that's right. And yeah, just to add on as well, like OM definitely a lot of pressure over here. They don't have any idea what Meowpai is gonna bring out. He's just gonna pick something that probably counters the entire team comp. So what OM servers need to do right now is to think of all possible meta hunters right now, and then see what kind of team comp, what kind of selections they can have to kind of, you know, cover the entirety of what possible hunter picks that Meowpai has. That could be quite difficult.
Yeah, it's usually the one with more options to victory here, and Meowpai seems to be holding all the cards, since he's also the last one to pick, and he has a lot of hunters to bring out to the table. And I gotta acknowledge chat here, because I'm starting to see some yellow hearts, so do keep spamming that, because OM needs it now more than ever, because round number 2, this could potentially be make or break for them if they can push for round number 3 or not. And if you're a supporter of ZT, I want to see some green hearts out there just to support your favorite teams, because they've been looking pretty good. And Chocho, any shoutouts or anything in chat that speaks out to you?
Yeah, someone said, sorry, Meowpai looks like a kid, help. Meowpai is a kid.
He's a kid!
Yeah, but he's a kid, but he's actually, I think, the tallest among all the survivors.
That's crazy.
Yeah, in 0-2 right now. So matured, puberty, everything just hits. It's different, but he maybe still looks like a kid, I would say. Yeah, I mean, he still is 16, if I believe. If I remember correctly.
Yep.
Yeah, so
this kid.
Right, ban picks ongoing right now. We see Priestess as well as Seer being banned. Right now, we'll be seeing how OM will be selecting the survivors. They can pick a mercenary for a stable rescue, and then maybe something like the anti-Korean. I mean, anti-Korean is being really popular right now, so they can pick it. And yeah, anti-Korean is not being counted by most hunters, in fact. So especially most meta hunters. So I think an anti-Korean pick would be wise.
What's MX doing? 0-2.
There's a 0-2. Every time servers are there.
He's
telling everyone to hold on to it.
Oh, it's the invitation. Oh, it's what's inside. Dude, MX is doing double duty. He's not only kiting, but he's also the cheerleader. So we apologize for just briefly getting distracted there, because Antiquarian, like you said, gets picked, and also the dancer. So this allows a lot of bands coming out, and you know, the rise of the first officer. Again, in the previous match, we didn't really necessarily see a lot of kiting done because of that pivotal moment where he was able to stuff that rescue, that mercenary. So hopefully now we'll see a little more engagement, a little more containment time coming from this. And this lineup, or this survivor lineup, is looking pretty well rounded. If they're able to lock in maybe like an acrobat, or maybe who else can they have here in the mix? Barmaid just got banned. Patient? Oh no, Toy. Of course.
Yeah, and Meowpai being a little bit too impatient, looking at the screen, seeing they're banning. But Severus is banning the Wax Artist of Meowpai. So interesting. But also interesting is that OM is playing a Toy Merchant. So Toy merchant wise, there's a lot of placements, I would say, but hopefully these catapults can support their teammates. We see a lot of supporting catapult placements, music boxes, as well as harassing from PBN Jam, Antiquarian. So I am hoping that because right now Survivor side, they kind of need to get this advantage, and might be difficult because it is a ZT selection map. Hopefully the Antiquarian support do come in during first kite. That would be the best.
Yeah, I definitely want to see how the synergy of these survivors are gonna play. I mean, it's just in my head. There's so much creativity that and setups that you can do. Just the catapults and dance and music boxes could actually fear any hunter. Hey, and Meowpie throwing up the peace signs, so he's kind of feeling himself. I wonder which hunter he's gonna be going for. Oh my God! I was actually gonna say, is he gonna bring out like a little bit of the old meta here, and he's gonna bring out our first breaking wheel of the day? Oh, wow.
That's right. And yeah, I mean, they didn't do the respect ban just now of the Bonbon, and not sure if OM were expecting the Bonbon, but personas for Survivor side has already been locked before this hunter selection, so there is no choice already. They got to stick with what they have, and hopefully most of them brought Flying Wheel and probably one Tech Turner with First Officer. If not, with just a broken windows, it's really hard to kill out Meowpie. And also, a lot of the walls in all of the windows at Chinatown is breakable. So we got to see how this persona is, and also the small locations is really important. Meowpie probably doesn't want to chase at the hotel or even at the connected double story area. So if female dancer is situated right at the center for the music boxer support, female dancer might possibly get this chase.
Yeah, and considering that once you're on wheel form, he doesn't really care about the boxes, but at least you can kind of counter it with the Antiquarian, and also if he's on main body form. Like, I'm excited, Jojo, because there's like, we haven't seen Breaking Wheel since COAVI 5, so I want to see how his Breaking Wheel is going to fare and how OM is going to try and navigate their way through this, because not too long ago, this was the stomping ground of Breaking Wheel. Every time Chinatown is always picked, always Breaking Wheel. So now we're going to be kind of revisiting the past meta here, but Meowpie just bringing us back into what he was known for and terrorized a lot of survivors with.
Wow, okay, so right next to Colin, right? I mean, Breaking Wheel, we see the Antiquarian at the lion cage spawn. Didn't put the female dancer at the center and putting her at the flower area where music boxes will not be given as music boxes support will not be easily given for the survivors, because I'm not too sure whether he's just gonna be hit-headed and go for the Antiquarian, because Antiquarian is not the best chase in this team call. I would say female dancer. Reason being, Toy Merchant could actually just run about on his catapult, and then Hunter, once he becomes human form, then fly.
Boom.
So, yep, we'll see Meowpie's selection for this first kite. Heading towards
the center. Ooh, seems like he's gonna go for the first officer, just landing a spike. Let's see if he's going to go back, because the Breaking Wheel can have the freedom of going back and forth. Agramont being the next to chase here. Let's see if he's got his turns on point. So he's going to be able to go out, and he's going to try to destroy these boxes, pirouetting his way out. So he's kind of investing a lot of time in just destroying the resources of this dancer and going back into the wheel form, and Agramont will have to take this next kite.
Yeah, that's right. And for something but we see a catapult placement over there.
Oh my God!
A little bit impatient on the female dancer side and jumping right before Hunter becomes a human form, also dropping down from the double story area.
That was close.
A little bit of a mistake over there.
Yeah, but at least, for them, Meowpie did get kind of caught up in the pallet area, so he wasn't able to actually spike the jump there. And now it seems like PB and Jam will have his work cut out for him, because he has to be able to try and distract as long as possible for the hunter to focus his attention here while everyone else works on Survivor. So Meowpie, unfortunately, has not spiked anyone just yet outside of the first officer. So they're doing a great job so far, just containing Meowpie.
And I feel like one detail that Meowpie did was to actually spike the first officer, forcing him to remove that spike first, and then, Cypher progress would be much slower. But we see that Cyphers are progressing really quickly, and Meowpie seems to want to get these 2 spikes before he becomes human form, and Antiquarian is not giving that chance.
Yeah, he doesn't have his extended spikes yet, so he's got to thread the needle here, and Jam is doing a great job, but finally able to land the second spike here. He can try to go for the trap, and one hit will be downing Jam, going for the blink, and now Jam is back down.
Yep, and yeah, I mean, Gem did a great job trying to kite out the wheel form with that anti-Quarian's flute speed boost. And yeah, everything seems to be working out, and right now Cyphers is looking pretty good at 4 Cyphers already being decoded.
Yeah, 4 ciphers decoded, but none have popped just yet. First officer pops his watch. Extended spikes are definitely going to catch out the first officer, even though he's in hypnosis form. So this is actually a good camping strat for Meow Pai. He's going to try to cut him off and try to gain full presence. He's going to land a trap here. Oh, he sees that he's able to get honor. Now, Chocho, we've seen this time and time again. What's the mind game here? He's going to get the rescue on, and the last effort gets popped.
Yeah, and getting that free rescue, and Antiquarian will be dying away from the decoded ciphers, especially holding ciphers. So, we've seen that the last cipher hasn't been decoded, and Hunter has already changed to people this early into the game. I'm not too sure whether Melpai is being too overconfident at this point in time, because usually peepers, we change it when we really need to, you know, cipher cam and probably at the winning position. But right now, I feel like both sides has equal chances.
Yeah, it's not like it's kind of uncommon to see a quick peeper change like that. That's usually him kind of calling the end already, but now this is a big opportunity for OM because he does not have blink anymore. Second time on the rocket chair for Jam, and now they have to go for this rescue while he's at full presence. A nice clean rescue on the side of Jam here, so now he's gonna have to kite out as long as possible. He does have some stick to work with, so there's some resources. He's gonna have to go near some areas, but the snap is gonna be ready.
Yeah, and we see the field flying though by Antiquarian, a bit mistimed over there, and then getting that down. So yeah, the Antiquarian's flute didn't really disarm the Hunter at all, and Melpai did his two snipes onto the survivor before actually becoming human form. So great work on Melpai's side. Yeah, but chasing the Agramon, which is the female dancer right now.
Agramon has to be very careful trying to stay in these this tight area, but now with the extended spikes and the control of Meow Pai, it's only a matter of time. And Agramon getting that second hit, we are going to see him get 3 spikes, so a regular hit would definitely down Agramon. So he does not have blink, he's still on that peepers. He's going to try to go for a trap here just to try to slow down Agramon.
Yeah, that's right. And yeah, I'm not too sure why Agramon decided to put a slow box over there instead of a fast one when he needs to kind of, you know, kite out the swing, the will form, because Hunter is not affected by the slow boxes. But then now changing targets to first officer, getting that snipe onto him.
Whoa!
Stunned very well, and the 6th cipher is actually being decoded. So cipher progress seems to be pretty good on the survivor side.
Yeah, now is forced to drop a peeper down and try to pressure more ciphers. So Meow Pai is feeling the effects of this quick trait swap, because I mean he could have downed the dancer here with that blink, but now we see getting trapped, and now the toy merchant is down, and Meow Pai solidifying his second down survivor, dropping a peeper, going for a slug strategy, Chocho.
That's right, and yeah, the thing was, what Melpai did over there was really smart. He decided to stop at the catapult area, and then the second skill popped, and then Toy Merchant couldn't fly. What Toy Merchant could have done that could have been different was to fly with the second skill spike and possibly jumping instead, because once you get that second skill spike, there is a period of time where you can't instantly jump. If not, you're gonna get cancelled off. So, bit of a misstep over there. We're seeing 2 survivors. We're seeing people Hunter healing Toy Merchant, so self-heal wasn't utilized, and Hunter going straight back to Agramon.
Yeah, and the thing is, 1 cipher remaining, and those 2 ciphers are near the 50% mark, but Agramon eats a hit and now just tries to frantically gain some distance away from Meow Pai. Meow Pai, yeah, he's going for a very thorough strategy of just draining the survivors of their resources, but unfortunately been forced to self-heal. Like you said, someone was able to pick up that survivor that was down in honor. Being up here, goes for the level change, just gets 1 spike on him and tries to get slowed down by the trap.
Yeah, we don't see a lot of the peepers being well utilized, and then we just see it being used. Honor will be down right now, and 2 of the servers also are heavily injured, and none can come for this rescue. So, and yeah, Melpai's not even gonna check this person in for a full elimination immediately.
Not even, he's not cheering anyone. He doesn't want to go for he wants to go for a 4K or nothing, and this is actually kind of scary. Nice flywheel onto Cloud, but the snap will drop him down. And another peeper as well, so he's just exhausting the self-heals of the survivors. They all have self-heals still on deck, ladies and gentlemen, so if he's able to down the female dancer, he's gonna have to do this round of drop-in survivors one more time. There we go.
Yeah, and now chasing the female dancer, and probably will be done the next right now. Yeah, 3 survivor down at this point in time. It's not looking very good. We see all 7 survivors being decoded. If we add them together, it will be definitely enough, but that's not the case. Honor unable to stand up, and yeah, it seems to be that this will be an immediate 4 elimination as soon as Malpai chairs all of them.
Yeah, so it's just only a matter of time here, but I'm gonna give it up to OM. They definitely tried to show some tenacity there. There were some excellent moments, and they were able to kind of frustrate Meow Pai to actually change targets. I mean, Jam had a great kite at the start. I think it's more of just them being caught off guard and the ciphers not moving fast enough, and Agramont dropping that slow box once again, and this window might not have enough resources in it. It's gonna collapse anytime soon. And Agramont, one more spike and he will be falling down. Gets the pirouette, but unfortunately for him, a snap is gonna drop him.
Yeah, that's right. And yeah, really unfortunate. I'm not really understanding this slow boxes use, because against a wilt form problem, there is absolutely no use. What you want to do is to dodge out all the spikes, and a fast music box will probably help you more than a slow one. So, yeah, a bit of a mistake. I mean,
I would say, yeah, a little questionable strategy there, because Meowpai knew if he was going to go out of that wheel form, that the slow box would not even affect him if he's in that wheel form. And now it's only a matter of time. Cloud has 2 spikes on him. He's just going to close out that distance and just goes for that snap. And Meowpai is going to solidify himself another 5 points when that happens. So Cloud still trying to gain that distance, but the snap will call it for the team, ladies and gentlemen. So ZT, Meowpai, a 5-point game, potential MVP at this point with how well he's been performing.
Yeah, very well done. I'm not too sure though. Like, do you hear like a bit of like the shouting behind by ZT members? I'm not too sure. Like, there was kind of like
I thought just the voices in my head. I have an MX voice in my head. I'm kidding.
But very well done from Meowpai's side, getting another 4 elimination. 2 consecutive 4 eliminations in fact. Really reminds me of yesterday's Dongxuan's match where he got 4 eliminations in both BO2 and BO3. So very well done, but at the same time, speaking of OM Survivor side, this is not looking very good. Their Hunter right now needs to get a 4 elimination as well. If not, this will just be a 2-0 match. Yeah, and walking back to the backstage and seeing MX fans.
Who's pointing? Is that MX?
Yeah, that's definitely MX.
Oh my goodness.
In CT. So,
yeah, that's probably them. I mean, the studio looks like they're like MX being the loudest cheerleader of the group. And I'm pretty sure he was kind of hyped about that match. Unfortunately for OM, though, yeah, some decisions there that were being made. Like I'm watching the replay now. Yeah, the music box does not affect that wheel form. It's only when you're able to go out of that wheel form. So I think, you know what, Meowpai, even though he went to the well of a previous meta, this was actually a great strategy he brought into the table. Just the breaking wheel, countering the dancers' boxes, and also countering just the mobility of all the survivors, because he had free reign to just move around. I think the toughest part for him was actually downing the Antiquarian at 0 presence. So you got to give up to Jam for buying enough time for at least them to reach that 1 cipher remain.
And yeah, both of us thought that, you know, changing peepers this early into the game when there is still 3 ciphers left, last cipher not even being decoded, we thought that, you know, it might be too early to, you know, kind of play this map cipher control kind of play style. But Meowpai did make it work. And yeah, I gotta give kudos to Meowpai. He did really well. Minimal mistakes mix, I would say. And on the survivor side, can I just say how there was like this transitions between the female dancer at the flower area to hotel? Didn't eat a single thing though, and I felt like there was an excellent transition by the female dancer. And yeah, and Antiquarian making use of the flute to get that speed boost. I think that all of this were done really well. It's just that Meowpai just had a very good mid game there and then.
Yeah, it was really the mid game where he solidified everything, because if you look at the first, I mean, the cipher progress for moving kind of okay. It could be a lot faster. I'm not sure if the dancer was able to drop the fast box to help the decoding, because it did pop it around the 2-minute mark, because Jam kited for a really long time. And like you said, the transitions were on point as well. And I know also the first officer gave some trouble. So it's just the constant threat of the breaking wheel. And I think it was more of the persistence of Meow Pai that really tested Team OM. Again, learning experience for them. I do see a lot of supporters of them in the chat. So again, this is definitely something that they have to bounce back from come the next stages and come maybe the next outing of theirs. Because, yeah, ZT is definitely not pulling back any punches. And hopefully, Nico could kind of resurrect I would say the spirit of their survivor team in how well he's going to be performing now, because Nico, he's the one that really rakes in the points for the team.
That's right. And yeah, I think against a second skill breaking wheel, right, where you're gonna probably hit the second skill spike, it's actually better, especially when you're half health and you have 2 spikes. It's actually better for you to fly wheel the snap than to fly wheel the spikes.
The spike, yeah.
That would possibly give you a longer kite at the same time and transition to a better area, because Hunter will be holding on to that trap. And yeah, I feel like there is a bit of like details not done very well on OM Survivor side, and yeah, hopefully they will look back at this, because they still have other matches against other teams. Hopefully they look at this match and then, you know, do some reflection and possibly play better against a Poland in probably another match.
Yeah, the devils are definitely in the details, folks, and thank you, Chocho, for pointing that out, because yeah, there were moments that they'd prioritize the spike, and if you flywheel the snap, it's gonna be on cooldown, and you're forcing the breaking wheel outside of wheel form, and that's ultimately what you want. So hopefully, yeah, OM will be looking back at this and improving and coming back stronger in the Group B stage. But for now, this could be the potential last match of this set here between ZT and OM. So heavy is the shoulders of Nico, because he will have to get a lot of points, actually a 5-point game, to just try and bring this one back for his team.
Yep, that's right. 4 elimination is the only way to go. If not, ZT is just gonna be getting this 2-0 match against OM. And also looking at ZT side, they actually switched places. It's not in the correct format where the things were actually spawned at for their introduction. So
let's go.
Yeah,
they probably heard us.
Yeah, they probably heard us. And yeah, we see that they are all being very serious, even though pressure is definitely on Nico's side to get the elimination and 1 escape only for ZT side. Yeah, they just gotta play it carefully, and maybe this time round we might be able to see MX with the team.
Maybe. I mean, out of all MX's survivors, which is your favorite that he uses?
Thief for sure. Like
Thief?
MX, right? If people who doesn't know MX, he has been the S batch Thief in the Asia region for the longest time, for so many seasons. I think at the start all the way to now, S batch Thief, and he has been playing it so consistently, even during rank.
So Thief would be yours, because yeah, he can bring back the Thief. He did make an impact, and I think yeah, PP Xia did comment on his Thief and said like that was a pretty fun match that he played. So yeah, his Thief. I would say Gardener. I love seeing his Gardener. If you see him, guys, you can ask him to do his Gardener dance. He does a really good Gardener dance. He did it for Eli's stream. Yeah, he does it right.
Yeah,
so,
I think right now in this BO2 second half, there is a possibility that it might become a 2-0. Very high possibility, in fact. And yeah, players are just checking everything is in place. They're still in a custom mode on their phones, as you can see. We're just waiting for their queue to actually start the ban pick selection. So yeah, I'm pretty sure the shot caller of this team is MX. Yeah, seeing how extroverted and outgoing his personality is, I definitely... And also
really? Because I think that you need someone to tame MX. Usually he kind of gets... I've seen him play offline. He gets pretty loud, so... I thought it was actually Zed or Run that was the main shot caller, but I mean Run's not there. Zed is very quiet, so yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe it is MX that's calling the shots, even though he's shot calling while he's kiting and using the flashlight on the hunter. Yeah, that man's crazy.
Yeah, that's right.
But I would just have to say, CZ is just. I mean, I was talking to Aris about him, and like he is just one of the X factors that ZT brings to the table. Because he's done so much, like so in the short amount of time he's been in ZT, and now he's on a big stage like this. Holy smokes! I mean, we talked about the potential of Meow Pai, but I mean CZ also.
Yeah, that's right. CZ, even though we don't really see him right now, maybe you might see him in the second half with the anti-Korean, but he does amazing with what he's been taught. I think everything that he's been taught probably is from MX, and the details, I would just say MX does it the best.
Right.
And then the person that is learning all of this is CZ. That's why we see this kind of dual kind of cooperation that works out so well. So yeah, moving into the ban pick phase, Nico will be banning his first 2 survivors, then followed by a ban on the survivor side for the hunter. So looking at this itself, I'm not too sure what Nico could be bringing. Let me just check. Has he played?
Yeah. So his top 3 hunters that he used twice is Dreamwitch, Clerk, Sculptor, and Anne. Anne is his 1, but if we look at his MVP status in the previous games, he's really good on Sculptor and also with Clerk. Those are the 2 hunters he got MVP with. So maybe he can bring out a Clerk here.
He can bring out a Clerk, I would say. I mean, if he's aiming for a full elimination, that has the highest possibility to probably get that. But at the same time, you have to consider they have a team selection of Thief, which is a complete annoyance against a Clerk.
I think Eli said it best. Yeah, for once, Thief has a big counter, and he counters Clerk. So that's what you got to give to Thief. But you also have to consider the mind state you're coming in with this, right? If you're gonna play Clerk, you need to be in the coolest of minds and like relax, because you cannot play the Clerk tilted. And looking at the picks so far, Mercenary, Acrobat, and Prospector have been locked in. While we're banning the Thief, that's the respect ban Nico has. Like, we're so sorry, Chocho, we're not gonna see MX's Thief. Oh no.
Yeah, that's right. Unfortunately, but
lawyer.
Gardener. Oh yeah.
Yeah, folks, he brought out a lawyer.
This
guy's
MX
crazy.
is around.
This guy's
yeah,
crazy.
so a perfumer pick.
Interesting. He's really playing to the Japan audience. You know, the Japanese audience loves the perfumer, right? I don't know actually if he's going to be using the perfumer or someone else, but what are they countering here? They're countering Clerk with a they could, since she's single hit. Decoding's looking kind of okay, but they don't have. I think they're just going with another well-rounded strat here. But MX on the perfumer, I like it.
Yep, MX on the perfumer, right? So perfumer really is completely off the meta already. And we don't really see a lot
Barely
of it
see
in
her,
Chinese. Yeah, in Chinese mainland qualifiers as well. So this is quite interesting pick, and as usual, interesting picks are always for MX. So maybe
imagine,
there is some.
I'm just saying that I think we see Enchantress more than Perfumer. That's how far she fell off the meta.
That's right.
I mean, you see Magician is a better one, but again, MX just sees things differently, and now we see that Nico's going for the Sculptor. So again, we did mention that Sculptor and Clerk were his top hunters. I guess this is just the counter to that Perfumer since it's more chip damage. But then again, this is MX. He doesn't play it by the same rules as we mortals do.
Yeah, and yeah, I'm just looking. Oh, a Sculptor pick. So against this team comp Sculptor, there is a possibility of a map control, and if Nico was trying to aim for a full elimination, he got to look at the early game, so bringing an Insolence might be the most ideal choice.
Right.
And getting an Insolent on possibly, we see the Prospector actually not the best chase. A Perfumer might be. Perfumer.
Yeah.
I feel like Perfumer would be the easiest chase.
The easiest chase, but Chocho, it's MX.
Yeah.
Like you have to look
right.
past the survivor and look at the player, and that's his strategy. Can I just say, like in the qualifiers, he picks Mind's Eye, so it'll take the attention away from the person decoding or take attention away from the priority. And yeah, MX just wants to be chased. He plays this game differently, folks. I feel like he looks at containment time as his goal. Like he doesn't care if he's eliminated, as long as he's able to get into the hunter's head, live rent-free there for a bit, and yeah, bounce. Yeah, he's won that game. So this is gonna be interesting. And can I just say also, Chocho, you might have to translate the interview.
Oh yeah, sure, no problem.
Thank you.
All right. So yeah, looking at this team, right? I mean, you say looking beyond names, right? If we're talking about the consistency of survivors, I would say maybe, just maybe, chasing Zed would be actually possible. I mean, we're seeing the spawn right now. Zed is right next to the hunter. CZ would definitely be rotating towards the front part, which is the left side, and then I don't think MS has anything to fear. He might even run towards the hunter's face. So there's the possibility of MX, man. We can never know what he's trying to do. And
yeah, but the thing is also, does Nico know, like, did they do their homework enough to not chase MX? They know the ZT strat here, that MX would run in the face of danger, just to face danger. He is the danger, folks. So, because, right, you want to, like we're saying, Go Prospector, but the juiciest target, if you look on paper, as you said, Chocho, is the Perfumer. So, I really want to see how Nico's going to be handling this. So, we're going to find out in just a bit, folks.
Yep. If he did his studies, he wouldn't chase MX.
There we go.
We were chasing Zed, even though it's at a double story area, a very strong fighting place for Survivor side. We're seeing Hunter being committed to this Prospector, and Prospector, we'll see how he's gonna kite this out. I wouldn't say it's the most consistent player out of the entire team, and yeah, we're seeing that Zed is being really careful, putting out that pallet first. Able to go up to the second floor, not sure whether there would be a basic hit or a sculptor hit being hit here over here.
Ooh, nice change of elevations just to avoid the statue. Again, like you said, a very strong area here. Now forcing to break the pallet here, Zed taking this first kite. He's had his moments where he does really well, and there are other moments also where he gets clipped out. But Nico trying to drop him down with some pallets here. He does drop a magnet. He's going to try to turn this corner and get, wow, able to get a stun onto Nico. And we do see that, is that Potato in the mix here?
Yeah, and Potato just being safe, just going away from Cyphers just in case Hunter has to give a chip damage, because Bling is available right now. Hunter's just being really patient with this, unable to get any chip damages right now, and no incidents brought into this match. So it could be a trump card and detention for this game.
Right. So Zed's still running the routes. This is the second time we're seeing this loop, and luckily for the Hunter, there's no more pallets. Now a drop down. Unable to get it. There's gonna be a window here, but we're gonna see a quick pause in deduction. I was waiting for the blink, Chocho. I was like, oh, the blink's coming, because like you said, Nico is being very patient, and yeah, just a quick pause in action. They're in the same studio, so we just have to wait for a few seconds. But seems like Nico understood the assignment. He's not going for MX first, so that's good.
Yeah, and yeah, usually this kind of pause situation, haven't really seen this, probably the first time in this entire group stage. So yeah, probably just checking that all the internet is fine, and we might just resume this very soon. Yeah, looking at how this is progressing, Hunter still has Blink. None of the chip damages actually made it onto Zed yet. So this is definitely a very strong game for ZT right now. A very strong 3 Cypher kite. And possibly a winning position for ZT Survivors, just this map itself. Yeah, I was thinking that Nico bringing Insolence might be slightly better, because you want to have that chance to have a good early game, open your second skill quickly, and possibly instant downing the second survivor after this person dies. So yeah, that's my thinking. But Nico is definitely confident in his own kiting. I
definitely agree with you, because you see how well survivors have adapted to Sculptor. I think Sculptor's the height of her power was really Koa 4, where we're still trying to figure out the statues. Then there was that nerf to her building her second skill, or that perfect statue later, like when she's at full presence, because tier 1 statues now for top tier survivors, it doesn't affect them as much. And we've seen how Zed was able to run 2 loops around the fire exit area, and he ran into Potato, but I mean, Potato didn't have anything to worry about. He was just being cautious. And I wasn't able to see the Cypher. Wait, actually, we can see the replay here. The Cyphers are looking pretty good. Like, I think it's almost a 3 Cypher kite at this point, because they pop 1 Cypher, and they're still going to work on another one. Again, they don't have the best mobility, but they're still in a really good position. In the next few seconds in the mid game is where Nico's going to kind of seal his fate on how he's going to be able to try and navigate his way through it. So I wasn't able to see the Persona build, like you said. So I couldn't agree with you more that maybe Insolence would have been a better thing to bring out, especially since he has the needle or the chisel for him to kind of pressure the other Cyphers, just to gain a little bit of that respect, right?
Yeah, that's right. And because it could be a possible 3 Cypher kite, if not more than that, this match itself is not looking very favorable for Owen's side. And right now we'll be heading right into the match again. Getting the Terror Shoot, I believe, and downing Prospector right immediately. So really unfortunate. We see Zed at the bottom left laughing, in fact. Yeah, I think it was kind of like an unexpected moment. I think they're still pretty confident in this match. And yeah, a 2.5 Cypher kite, Potato coming in.
Yeah, that was actually really fast. King Crimson at work there, just fast forwarding, and we didn't know what happened there. But this is the one I was talking about. Nico can now kind of solidify his footing in this match and try and pressure. He does have the needle. It's going to be hard for them to try and go for this rescue, but Potato actually making a backdoor rescue. He's going to make it before Nico even notices.
That's right, and yeah, Prospector now will be heading upstairs once again, the same hiding route for the third time. Prospector this time around has two magnets, but squeezing in. Mercenary unable to really, you know, be chubby and just block that exit out. But yeah, Prospector kiting for his life over here. Two magnets to use. We'll see whether this will be useful.
Uh-oh, he drops one magnet. It's able to latch on to Nico, and we see that MX is actually here for the support. Gets the stun, and now MX, oh, unfortunately, gets the push onto him, and Prospector, one more chip damage to falling down. We're going to see some support come in, and another hit. Wow, able to get it. Perfumer with a one tap perfume. Let's go.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is exactly what we're talking about. MX coming in for the support when it's a kiter roll. So very interesting. We're seeing that Perfumer is pretty head on about this. Unable to get any chip damage onto Perfumer right now because Prospector did down. So yeah, didn't get any free hit. Well done, MX, and a chip damage to second skill. That's something to note.
Yeah, so at least MX is saving grace there. He was not damaged, so that Perfume can still last. We do see that the Mercenary and Perfumer are going to try to harass and try to go for a rescue here. And this, well, Nico's just trying to eliminate the window. Hang on, one more Perfume. Actually, they're all here, Chocho. The last Cypher is here as well. So now we see that the silence is going to come on, and we see that the Mercenary, chair hit baited, and now all the survivors are scrambling away.
Yeah, that's right. Really unfortunate the last Cypher is at the hotel area, but everybody is coming here, so support should be given. Unable to register that hit, so right now Magnex unable to be used as well. There is no support over here, and this will be an immediate one elimination.
Another, just buying enough time here. Perfumer just trying to tank a lot of the hits here, just so that they can try to go for the rescue. The slow isn't gonna work out quite well, so a little over support on the side of the survivors. But now that last Cypher is here at the hotel area. CZ is going to take this next kite, and he does have 2 bombs to use.
Ooh, but getting that chip damage and a basic hit, rotating away from this area, but Nico is not letting go of the Cypher. Still at 75%, and yeah, Perfumer cannot down over at this Cypher.
Holy smokes, it just seems like Nico is still at the edge of his seat here because he needs to get a 4-person kill just to tie things up, and Perfumer, I think that's one of the glaring things about her. Once she's injured, and I mean, she didn't have any perfumes, right? So she just had to work with what she got, and it takes so long to heal her up. And now I love the chair placement here because we're going to go straight into the hotel area. Oh no, right outside it. So Nico's going to have to defend this chair and defend that Cypher.
Yeah, they gotta be careful though because CZ right now has only 1 chip damage before she's down, and then Perfumer getting that basic hit. Cypher popped. So detention. Do we have detention on Hunter's side?
I don't think so. And now this he's actually just gonna have to work with tier 2 statues. So MX is up. He's gonna run the routes here. I think the window has it's already been gone, and Nico is gonna down the Perfumer. Potato is gonna try to open up the exit gate. Nico, realizing that, he's gonna drop a chisel to try and chase them away. Really healthy survivors. They have kite ability, but he needs to get more than he needs to get all of them out. So this is gonna be a tough call here. He's still trying to defend. He can't share the Perfumer just yet.
Yeah, that's right. ZT is just playing it dangerously right now at this point in time because what they can do is they just need a 1 escape, so they can just split ways. 1 person open this, the other person open the other gate, and that will be fine. But then yeah, we're seeing the fight over here. Potato as well as CZ still running about at this area. Not sure how
Potato!
Damage, though.
Oh my god, he tried to sneak past, but MX, unfortunate there, tried to drop the pallet onto Nico. So this is a huge opening. It is only up to CZ for him to be able to open up this exit gate. But like you said, Chocho, I feel like they're playing with fire here because they could try to open up the other gate, but they're not doing that. They want to force the exit here and try to force as much survivors out as possible. Mercenary still has a self-heal. Perfumer has already spent it. And now Tinnitus is going to offer Nico a hint on where this Acrobat is at.
Yeah, I do feel that ZT servers did underestimate the Hunter a little bit. They think that he's gonna settle for the tie by sharing the Perfume, but that's not the case. Nico is fighting for this, and Perfumer doesn't have any self-heal anymore. Acrobat is in this vicinity. Mercenary has used up his self-heal. This is still looking like a 1 escape, possibly, and we just gotta see how the Survivor team play out.
True, CZ, careful. He's still got a blink going, but Acrobat looking pretty healthy, but 1 chip damage, 1 basic hit, and now the Mercenary was able to pick up MX, allowing them to open the gate. Now switching to teleport, Potato with some elbow pads can potentially kite out this sculptor. So would this allow them to open up the next exit gate?
Yeah, that's right. Perfuma is still opening the chest around this area, but Nico did not spot Perfuma. So yeah, I mean, MX likes to do unexpected things, and it actually worked out.
He got an elbow pad.
Ooh.
So, yeah, so now they have endgame kite ability. Acrobat has some bombs. Mercenary could still have that delayed damage. Oh, wow, these statues hits. And now Mercenary's going to be falling down. So excellent placements there by Nico. Potato will be falling down. Perfumer is still up. This exit gate, Chocho, is still sitting at 59%.
Yeah, staying stagnant for quite some time already. This late game is taking quite a long time, in fact, against a no detention sculptor. Yeah, MX doesn't have any self-heal Mercenary as well, so somebody either gotta pick up Potato, or they can just decide to just not care about Potato and just chase Acrobat.
They don't need their carbs. They don't need potatoes. But no, we need potato. I guess they have the you know what, everyone escapes or not. But now ZT in a tough spot here. One more statue hit and he will be falling down. He does have the bomb to use, and now he's able to flywheel away. So now Potato is back up. They're really trying to go for this exit gate, which I feel like might be a lost cause. They should try to rotate away, allow to go for a tie, but ZT still hanging in there, really testing the resolve of Nico.
Yeah, and yeah, this is actually a really simple late game where just one person just needs to go to one gate each, and this is the end of the match. But yeah, I guess they wanted a more exciting play, I guess, and I feel like
I do understand, because points do matter. Imagine if they get 2-0 and they get as much survivors out as possible. That is what ZT is trying to do here, and I can understand why they want to go for this, but now they're going to try to open up the other exit gate, and Potato might have to be the sacrificial lamb here, just being around this area, forcing CZ to open up the backdoor exit. MX still persistent in pushing this one.
Yeah, that's right. And yeah, one more chip damage, but Potato is down. Will he be able to get this?
Wow.
Able to get that chip damage one more time. This is the third time Nico is downing with that second skill onto Potato. And MX is just in this area. The dungeon is at the front, but Mercenary is not at the gate. So, oh, but Acrobat is coming off from the gate just to kill up.
The thing is, yeah, the dungeon's there, but they still gotta pick up the Mercenary for them to escape, for ZT's MX to have this endgame dungeon kite. He does have an elbow pad, so he has to use that sparingly. I believe the Mercenary is already being healed up by the Acrobat. Once he's up, they gotta make a mad dash for that exit. Nico, unfortunately, does not have teleport anymore. He's trying to guard this exit here, but unfortunately, they are not there. Potato and CZ are already at the exit gate area, and I believe that MX is gonna get the dungeon escape.
That's right, and that would be exactly that case. Nico just losing everybody in front of him, and this would be a 3 escape, and it ultimately worked out for ZT.
My goodness, what a match. You got to get up to Nico, getting that terror shock and still being as patient as ever. But it's ZT, there it is, the pop-off by MX. I mean, they did their homework. They knew not to chase MX. It was a tough timeout. And you know what? The constant barrage of statues, downing Potato also in those clutch situations was no easy feat. So we got to give our kudos to OM, but we got to give our flowers to ZT. What an incredible performance.
Yeah, and yeah, shaking hands, you know, showing that sportsmanship. And yeah, very good match played up against both of them. Like, even though all of them speak Chinese and then they speak English, but you know what?
Speaks English.
As long as the match, yeah, speaks English, but you know, bowing towards the audience, thanking them for coming, and also supporting them as well. I think, yeah, it shows respect on both sides. And ZT ending this with a very clear 2-0, 16-2. So coming off very strong in this first match.
Yeah, it was an incredible performance on both sides. Nico, again, I see a lot of support on Nico's side, and yeah, he did try to win for his team. Like, he did an excellent job being... Zed, the prospector, did kite him for a while, but him getting that terror shock was definitely a good feat. I think it was just really the over support of ZT that really got them the game, because they all went for the rescue. They all tried to harass. They were very persistent in pushing that exit gate and also pushing the last cipher there at the hotel area. So I think they're just showing the everyone that they mean business and they want to get as much points as possible. Yes, the game did kind of drag out. They could have settled for a tie, but folks, if we look at the format here, in the group stage, they cannot. If you can get more points, you should get more points, because if things end up in a tie, it ends up like you have to look at this how many survivors escaped. So numbers play a factor in this, and I think that's why ZT had to go all out in this one.
Yeah, I mean, I do see a lot of comment section saying how it was really messy. Yeah, I mean, it was a really risky and messy late game, but ultimately it was onto ZT's favor, and 3-1, 3 escape as well as the dungeon escape. Yeah, what can I say? It's just really well done, and also that it was actually a very clean kiting route on Zed's side. Everything was working out fine. I believe if without that terror shock hit, I believe it would probably be at least a 3.5 ciphers, considering how healthy he was. Yeah. So
yeah, again, while we're talking about this, again, I want to see some yellow hearts in the chat for OM. Again, you know what, the newest team to be part of this big stage and this big tournament, and you got to give it up to them. They're courageous enough to leave it all on the line, especially Nico, humble in defeat and also in victory when it came to the qualifiers. And this is not the last we'll see of them. Yes, there is a rough road ahead with them in the rest of the group stage, but hopefully they'll learn from this experience and kind of level up. But we got to give our kudos to the team ZT. We're gonna see the match stats in just a bit and also the interview, but potential MVPs, I mean, it's no question, it's Meow Pie, right?
I mean, with that 2 consecutive 4 eliminations, there is no doubt that he's gonna be MVP. But if you're looking past that and just on the survivors itself, Zed did kite pretty well. In the first match, it was kite. Yeah, in the first it was a Sacred Hospital as well, but it was also Zed kiting.
Yeah, it was Zed. Actually, Zed did a pretty good job. I mean, you did see some Obian support from CZ and also MX, but yeah, if we'd had to give it I wish they could give 2 MVPs, right? MVP. Well, you can. I understand why it's only 1, because the Hunter might not be able to get as much points. But if it was going to be a Survivor MVP, you could give it to Zed. That he's super quiet, but he can kite.
Yeah, and also laughing. Like, I mean, we could see that he was still laughing after that blink terror shot. So yeah, the team was just pretty chill about it, I guess. Yeah, and looking at the stats, 125 seconds kite on Zed. So
dude, all of them have like triple digits. Again, it was really messy endgame. Like from 8-9 minute mark, or sorry, the 8 to 9 minute mark to the opening of the exit gate. It was pretty messy, but in the end, ZT was able to claim victory here over OM. Not the last we'll see of OM, but this solidifies ZT in the top spot as of this moment. Again, the scores can change. That's why you got to tune in to all the days just to make sure that you're up to date with all the group standings. And ZT putting themselves really high in the standings with a 0-2 in their arsenal.
That's right. And we might be able to see the interviews soon. I'm not too sure whether to be an interview though. Like, is there someone that could translate Japanese?
Oh yeah, they're gonna fly you there. Wow! Oh my god. Okay, so we got Meow Pie. Average cipher remaining. I was looking at that like 1.5. I was like, no, that can't be survivors. It's elimination. It's 4. So yeah, Chocho, I think they'll be flying you there just so you can interview them.
Yeah, no, I should not. But yeah, just like not too sure whether there will be an interview though. I'm not too sure actually, but we'll see how this really goes about. But yeah, ZT really just putting a great foot right in this grouping. Seems to be very confident with the 16-2, and also very commendable for OM to actually go against them. New team, like you mentioned. And can you just say how accurate Nico's second skill statues was?
Yeah,
3 times downing the mercenary, and
I know.
I was just he doesn't need to be physically
and no, I just want to say also it wasn't bouncing off anything. He was out in the open, so he was able to really predict these things. So here we go.
Right,
interview. Seems like she can speak Chinese.
MVP のミャオバイ選手 MX 選手にご登場願います。
Meow Pie and MX will be coming up. I don't understand Japanese, but I heard those words.
Okay, I was like, wow, Chocho comes in Japanese.
Saying hi to them.
Here we go. Here's the translator. Okay, great.
まずはですね、1戦目
Go for it, Chocho.
の質問からいいですかね。はい、ミャオバイ選手、素晴らしい4釣りでした。1戦目から爆弾の精度の高さなど光るものがありました。傭兵の救助狩りが場面の流れを変えたと思うんですけれども、
Don't worry, there's a translator. You got this, Chocho.
教えてください。
I would have translated as OM.
然后呢，首先对喵派你的那个四抓非常的亮眼，然后你的邦邦的炸弹非常的精准。那想说，手里的那个地方，当时你是怎么样操作的呢？
Asking about his playstyle.
我感觉他会救人，所以就直接出一刀。
He feels that. He feels he's gonna rescue, so he hit and then he terror shock. Yeah, so it was just by luck, and then after that it worked out.
Humble. This kid's humble. The mind games.
02戦隊は去年設立されたということで、この世界大会に向けてリーダーの MX 選手どのような練習をしてきたんでしょうか？
首先第二把这个求生的互相的这个团队协作做的也非常好。那么就是这个战队是去年刚刚成立的。那么就是说，
And this match was just made last year.
深渊6做了什么样的准备练习呢
And for this COA 6, what were the preparations like?
天天训练。
Yeah, just training every single day. And then she's just thanking them right now.
ミャオバイ選手、見事 MVP を取ったハリンということでですね。
Oh yeah, ミャオバイ being the MVP.
ハリンが減ってきているなと言われる中で、4釣りとんでもないハンターパワーに世界が驚いていると思います。2試合目どのようなことを考えて得意キャラのハリンプレイされましたか？
问喵派第二局，在中华街拿了你最擅长的破轮，然后也达到非常好的成绩。那么在这一把中，你是进行怎么样的一个打法思考呢？
Yeah, he's asking what was the playstyle for him to aim for a fall elimination.
对那个，就我的那个淬火开，我就针对那个古董去。
Oh, targeting anti-Korean after the quenching effect was in effect.
就厮杀。
And then just getting the fall elimination. Just being really humble. Yeah, just blink and then getting that down.
そうですね。全体負荷かけて。
Yeah, Mappa is being really humble about this.
うわ本当に
焼き入れ効果を使って
操
作を追って最後まで取りました。
MX a bit too revealing over there. Mappa the conservative one.
你们关系很好。
Oh, the team is within the team is the synergy is really good.
戦ではですね、MX 選手は長考士を使われていて、壁など印象的でした。あの場面1逃げで良かったはずですが、この3逃げ見事3逃げしていましたけれども、粘り強く3逃げを狙っていったというのはこの世界にかける02の思いが詰まっていた戦いだったんでしょうか？
就是说最后一把说这个打雕刻的时候，大家明明只跑了一个，就跑一个就可以，但是最后还是打了一个3跑。那么就是说是不是这场比赛也包含了 ZETA 队伍对于这个深渊这次比赛寄予的一些目标也好啊，希望呢？
这是
what is his targets and wishes for this COA?
就如果我跑一个
He's explaining his playstyle right now.
风格，我们就是把都是说必须3跑，我们的就怎么说？我们的平局就是3跑。 我们的平局就不行，就3跑才是我们的平局，4跑。
Alright, so for them, a 3 escape is considered a tie for them, and a 4 escape on the server side is considered a win. So their mindset is a bit different from other teams. Yeah.
That's the MX mentality, the Mamba mentality of MX.
Yeah, I mean when you aim high, you tend to get better results also. So that's a very good mindset on the ZT side.
まだまだですね、ここからグループ戦が続くと思うので、あちらの緑に光るカメラに向かってお一人ずつこれからの意気込みをお伺いしたいです。では MVP のミャオバイ選手からお願いします。
希望二位可以面对镜头，然后说一些对今后的那个目标想法。
Oh, and then say about their aspirations for COA or something. Miao starting first. In my team, there's 5 members. All 5 other 5 members. He has never gotten MVP.
目标
Meng Xin saying for
必须抢。
his goal is to get MVP.
其他全都是我的，你别哑了。
Oh, I didn't catch the last part, but he wants to get MVP as well. Meng Xin definitely one day he will. At crucial times he will.
MX 選手は私はあなたの MVP を奪いますので必ず次は私が MVP ですと。
うわー素晴らしい。もうチーム内同士で高め合ってるっていうことですもんね。はい、これからお二人がまたこの COA で MVP を取る姿も楽しみにしてます。
All the best in getting MVP in the next few matches, I think what she's saying.
Wow, Chocho, you're just multilingual. Oh my goodness.
No.
Round of applause.
Yeah, saying thank you very much. She's translating. Yeah, but yeah, wrapping it up.
All right, folks. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to Chocho. We're gonna head on over to our main event of Weibo versus RB. We're gonna take a quick break though. See you guys soon.
Oh. That was.
Okay.
He's going.
He leaving.
He left me.
He might be going to two story.
Wow. The one on your side.
Oh, nice.
这我帮你卡位，我帮下摆。你自己走。可以。宝贝儿。可以。挡完。
这窗不能翻，这窗翻了没了。不能，计时还没到。
可以，走，就一刀。
所以，好讨厌这按键。可以点。
别点了，你们去点另外。
Hello， 大家好，我是来自中国大陆赛区 WBG 战队的监管者杨某人。那么我们的战队在第五人格已经成立了3年，参加过各个大大小小的赛事 ，IVS、IVL， 还有深渊比赛。我的求生者队友有回忆、大龙、魅克、小铁。我的监管者队友还有吉叶。我们总共是6个人组成的一个战队。我们队的打法是比较偏向于狠，就是打团，就是造。那么我们战队要说的话就是，我们会夺回属于我们的一切，每一个人都等着吧。
大家好，我是中国大陆赛区垒泵战队的监管者启言。我们战队成立了3年了，参与过深渊还有 IVL 各种大型比赛。我们队求生者有嘉欣、陶行、青、画、东风，监管者有叶宇，还有我启言。我们战队的打法和风格就是积极交流，然后多打配合。我们这次深渊会努力加油，突破自我的。
Alright, welcome back to the Entity 5 Call of the Biz 6 Group Stage Day 2. And right now we're in our last matchup, WBG versus RB Reborn. So both Chinese mainland teams, and yep, this is your caster Chocho, and right next to me we have Potchvice.
Yeah, and I can't be more excited. I labeled this as the main event because this match has happened so many times. In the most recent time it happened, not in IVL, not in well, I believe this is the first time Reborn is here in the big stage of Call of the Abyss. This happened in the qualifiers, and Weibo did get the win. It extended to overtime, and as the rounds went on, Weibo was able to get the victory. And I'm so excited to be sharing the mic with you and calling the action because I feel like this one's going to be a heated one since they've got history between each other.
Yep, that's right. Like you mentioned, overtime, which means there's a total of 4 matches, and which also means that their performance-wise are very similar to each other. So it could be maybe some side is stronger than the other. That could be possible, and that probably resulted in their skills being so similar, and then the 4 matches altogether. But ultimately, Weibo Gaming did win. So, under this kind of pressure and then meeting each other in the same grouping, same match, and for the first time in this COA group stages, I think it's something to anticipate. Yeah, I think there's many Chinese mainland teams coming off in their own brackets, and yeah, it could be possible that Weibo Gaming just might get this again, but it comes as a shock that RB might be able to pick themselves up.
True. It could be the day of the dogs for now. I know that I would say, like, if we look at each match, the underdogs have not prevailed. Wolves was able to get one over Zeta, so that still kind of stands as Wolves being one of the strongest in their group. If we look at GW versus B4U, B4U is definitely the underdog, but GW was able, in a close match, GW won that. And in the previous match we just saw, ZT kind of showing why they're one of the strongest in Southeast Asia, getting one over OM. And now here, yeah, this is Reborn's first time in Call of the Abyss. If you guys watch the intro, they have they're so close to getting to qualify for Call of the Abyss, but they weren't able to make it. And Weibo Gaming, I feel like this is the height of their power, because if you guys have been following Weibo Gaming closely, they had a revamping since last year. They got some they have Iron, I think they have Long, and is it yeah, Iron and Long. I know some people from the former FPXZQ, they went to Weibo Gaming, and they still have YMM. So very consistent hunters and survivors too.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, speaking of performance-wise in the qualifiers, I think WBG has fallen in the lower rankings in their groupings mainly because of the consistency of survivors as well as hunters in both WBG as well as RB. So after much research on them, statistics-wise, we can say that but looking at the introductions first, we have the 2 hunters, YMM mainly coming up, and then Knight not really, as well as Hui, Long, MK, as well as Iron on the survivor side. That's for Weibo Gaming. And then moving on to Reborn. So Reborn has one hunter, 2 hunters in fact, Yen as well as Wave Yevi, but he doesn't really come out, with the survivors of DF, Jiaxin, TX, Qingqiu, and Hua Hua, and DF being the sub. So speaking back onto their performances, right? Going back there, WBG survivors are actually not as consistent with their performances during the qualifiers. There was a lot of ups and downs, and I would say that I think MK could be the most inconsistent player out of the 4 of them at this point in time. He's given the kiting role, but he sometimes doesn't really do it well. So that's kind of leading them to a 1 to 2 kill, 1 to 2 escapes instead. And then for their hunter side, YMM, he's very focused on objectives. We can see it from all his character picks. But we're seeing Weibo Gaming coming up first on the survivor side for this first half, which means that RB hunter Yen will be coming up for this second.
Yeah, and considering Weibo, their only loss in the qualifiers was actually to ACT, and ACT have been looking so dominant so far, especially in the qualifiers. And now we're gonna do an introduction, an entrance of, if you would, of the hunter of Reborn, and I'm excited to see the adjustments that are gonna be made, especially considering that Yen didn't have the best round start. I would say played it a little passively. As we're introducing them, we'll definitely talk about their previous match before leading to this one. But I would say YMM, if YMM would have an edge, he definitely is more confident and more aggressive. But let's introduce the players here. We're starting out with Iron. Iron is synonymous with his seer and his first officer. I believe Iron one time in COA 4, when it was COA 4 against GG, when he was still in FPX he farmed like 3 owls. So
Yeah.
not only does he have that, he also uses the first officer. 3 times and 4 times on the first officer. He also has a forward and a mercenary and a prospector. So this he's actually one of the MVPs when it comes to Weibo Gaming.
Yep, that's right. And yep, we'll be moving on next survivor soon. And yep, we're seeing MK over here. Yeah, like I've mentioned, a little bit inconsistent, but characters that he's usually playing is the Acrobat, Priestess, First Officer, Seer, and Barma, as well as Barmid. But very well known for his Priestess support portals.
Yeah, MK, I see in my notes also, there was a big game-changing moment where he tried to kite out the An in Arms Factory of Yan, and it didn't quite work out. So hopefully he's able to bounce back from that and try to get to that level of consistency. So we're going to move on to Huyi. Huyi being, I think, one of the OG members of Weibo Gaming, if I remember correctly, because I know MK, Long, and Iron were the ones that were pirated from FPX So Huyi is one of the main, I believe, antiquarians. Yes, he used antiquarian 7 times, patient 4 times, and 1 barmaid. So leave it up to Huyi because he definitely can. He has been stunning. Has had a stunning performance, literally and figuratively.
And lastly, moving on to the last survivor of WBG, it will be Long. Yeah, very consistent out of all the 4 members, I would say. Yeah, Toy Merchant as well as Entomologist picks are the most common ones for him. He really gives a lot of support, and yep, the support usually comes in right at the start of the match. Yeah, some other characters that he's playing also is the Embalmer, Acrobat, as well as Mechanic.
Fun fact on that mechanic, he actually got MVP with that mechanic against Reborn in the overtime round. So I'm excited to see if he'll be bringing that out or if we'll be heading towards the overtime. And here we have it, Yan. He did bring out the Naiad twice. The first time he brought it out, he played very passively. He didn't necessarily bring Blink. He was he brought more excitement. So he played very passively in the first round, leading to Weibo Gaming getting the first win. And towards round number 4, they outbanned him, and he only brought out an Axe Boy, and that's not necessarily that viable, especially if we were going up against a formidable team like Weibo Gaming. So hopefully Yan has more refined hunters under his pocket, and he'll be able to roll with the punches that Weibo is going to give him.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you mentioned the X-Boy. Like, he has a really large character pool, but I would say sometimes it's hard for him to concentrate on focus on objectives during the match at times. Yeah, he tends to get pretty lost during mid games, and especially after sending the first survivor back to the mana. Yeah, he just gets pretty lost, and then decoding will start happening, and then by the time the chase starts on the second survivor, ciphers are usually primed by then. So yeah, he has a large character pool, but unfortunately skills for each hunter is not on the best side. So yeah, comes to the question. I mean, we do see a lot of other hunters as well, like Dongxuan having a large meta character pool, but skill level for each character is just absolutely crazy. So yeah, we'll try to see whether Yan has improved during this period of time before this qualifiers, and hopefully things do work out for Yan this time around.
Yeah, and I usually like using this metaphor for my friends that don't necessarily know much about Identity 5. Is like the hunters, especially in competitive, are basically like the goalies or the ones that defend. Oh my god, is he doing Wing Chun to the Weibo sign?
Yeah,
my goodness.
yeah.
Oh god, the reborn tiger. And now we're going to get back to the memes. But yeah, if you're able to defend accordingly. Wow, look at that. They even have a Tom and Jerry thing going on. Reborn versus Weibo. This seems like a grudge match, Chocho. My goodness. I wish you could pan back to us and I'll show you the memes that you guys sent. Well, it's just from Nell and Eli.
Yeah, they're just forcing and spamming this memes over here. And YM in the Geisha 13, I believe, and
Lady 13, yep.
Yeah, Lady 13, and then Yan with that 神仙的佛. Yeah, I can't really see the white words. It's kind of blurry. But
oh, dang.
either ways, yeah, this two team seems pretty chill for the first half. I mean, there is no pressure yet. Waymo Gaming has already selected their map, which is the Ever Slipping Town. So Ever Slipping Town wise,
can I say something funny?
Not sure. I mean, yeah, sure.
Yeah, you know what? In round 1 of their meeting in the qualifiers, it was Ever Sleeping Town too. So this could be a play-by-play rematch.
Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna say in their first match, and I'm just reading. I'm not predicting here, guys. This is what happened in the first match. It was Ever Sleeping Town, and Yan picked Naiad, and he picked MK was on that Priestess, and that's when he could have had a really good kite, and he was able to make that escape. But this is where Naiad played very passively. So let's see if this. Oh, then there's the Priestess. Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh. If I remember correctly, is it like he checked the second person and he just went straight for the sniper?
Yes, that was the one. So
Yeah.
we could be reliving history here. Depending, let's hope Yan can rewrite it, because that match did not go in his favor at all.
Right. And yeah, he did bring Naiad with insolence, so probably trying to get the better chase and the faster chase at the start. But yeah, ultimately it did work out with the 2 Cypher Kite, but results wise he still only got that 1 elimination. So really unfortunate. And on the survivor side, we're seeing these 4 survivors: Priestess, Antiquarian, First Officer, as well as Psychologist. Very well-rounded kind of survivors and very stable. I mean, the supports are there, support portals, Antiquarian's OB, First Officer's Rescue, as well as Psychologist heal. So
Yeah, just the synergy between all these survivors is just limitless, right? It just leaves a lot to the imagination on how well the support can happen, and also there's range support and also like close-up support with the Antiquarian, and we see the memes once again from the crowd. How many iPads do they have in the audience? It's just crazy. It's just
I
so
think
much
they bring
screens.
multiple. Or like
Yeah,
they bring a
right.
lot
And
of
then they keep
portable
changing
chargers.
it. They're making it on the spot. These guys. Shout outs to the audience over there in mainland China, and also in Japan. I don't know. I feel like they're kind of outdoing each other whenever they show their screens and like showing the memes, the top tier memes. Hopefully, you know, in Southeast Asia or in NAU, if we have offline tournaments, we could show them also the memes that we have to offer, folks. So, it's only a matter of time. We're gonna figure out what Yan's gonna be using, but if I forget what else played a factor here. But this is looking exactly like a mirror of the match in the qualifiers. I just know MK was on that Priestess. I'm pretty sure there's an Antiquarian in Huyi. And we just have to wait for Yan if he's going to go back to the Naiad. And it's kind of, we're going to have to see how he's going to rewrite history, or if it's going to play exactly as it is.
I mean, I think there is a standard team clone with WBG, but picking the Geisha, interesting. Changing it up a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, but something to note about the survivor side of WBG is that this is almost the exact same team comp, except the Acrobat is being changed with the Psychologist, because we see the Acrobat band over there. And what was that winning factor in that match was that Priestess MK with 3 portals, and it just bought out time. And then after that, 3 portals, Priestess, Dungeon Escape right at the center against an Naiad.
This is interesting because, yeah, for sure. So they changed up some factors here, and the biggest factor change is this Geisha. And Geisha doesn't really, I would say she's not really top priority picking in Ever Sleeping Town. So he's thinking of something. And based on his bans, like banning out the Seer, banning out the Acrobat, those are counters for this Geisha. So I think Yan has a new plan coming into Ever Sleeping Town. So hopefully he'll be able to find that confidence and not buckle under pressure, because for me, the way I see this match, the longer it goes, the more it's not going to favor Yan, since he does not have the deepest pool compared to YMM, which we saw he can go blow for blow. I think the weakest performance he had was a 1K with his BQ, but he's super stable when it comes to ties and even getting victories with his Hunter pool.
Yeah, I cannot agree more. And correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think I have any of his Geisha plays in the Chinese mainland qualifier.
There was none.
So
yeah, this is first time bringing out the Geisha.
Yeah, and we see the Psychologist spawning at the near Geisha area alongside with Geisha right next to her, and then the First Officer at that side, and then Priestess right at the center, followed by Antiquarian at the S palette area. This is interesting because what I can picture this, right, how this match is going to go about is that Psychologist is going to attempt to kite at the Shag area. But before that, let's look at the persona.
Yeah, we see one Tide Turner and the rest are broken windows, which is they didn't bring flywheels, so I think they were kind of oh wait, actually, were they anticipating the geisha
I
here?
think so.
Yeah, my goodness, because I'm thinking, yeah, you bring if it was gonna pick Naiad, you bring flywheel, but now all broken windows here for transitional kiting. We're gonna see how this match is gonna play out. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Yan on this geisha making his rotations. MK is here, but he's on that priestess though.
Yeah, and he brought excitement this time round, and we've seen how yesterday the Wax artist brought excitement, but it didn't really work out kiting against a priestess. So we might see history repeats itself again. It's with different players this time round. So MK hasn't used any of his portals by using over here. No, still not using it yet. Being
There you
very
go.
conservative with it. Yeah, and by kiting at the area where the cipher is locked as well, and not affecting any of his teammates' cipher. And Antiquarian's around the area though.
So now it just seems like, yeah, he's kind of playing into that same like passive strategy of waiting for the stuns to happen, and he's gonna go for it right away. So I love the confidence in Yan, immediately going through that portal, eating that hit, and now this actually allows a window of opportunity for him to down MK since he has no more portals to use. Oh, and as I said, he has a portal.
Yeah, and then heading towards this area right now is a battle of mind games. She can't kite away from this area. She has no portals. It's just a battle of mind games over here. Antiquarian is over here, so that's gonna make a difference. Disarming the hunter 2 times, and then right now, but because Priestess is nearby, it kind of recovered a bit pretty fast. And yeah, Priestess has no portals to use. Not going to the pallet area and just focusing on the support plays in the count.
The Antiquarian again, just trying to cut off the chase here, but eventually you're gonna have to fall down to the butterflies. But Huyi is just sticking around this area to make sure he's gonna try and harass as much as possible, but Yan is not falling for it. He's gonna go for the chair here, further away from the Antiquarian. So I'd have to say this is definitely changing up the beat from the first time they faced each other in the qualifiers, and Yan definitely gaining that respect of this geisha because it's definitely worked out. I'd say he's already cashed in on his excitement and forcing Iron to go for the rescue now.
Yeah, that's right. And yes, the last 3 ciphers are being worked on as well, and First Officer will be coming for this rescue, but we see Hui coming as well, so this could be a possible harass right after this rescue, but could be close to a tech shot.
Oh, but no, Hui with the support, and now they're sandwiching him away from the Priestess, and Priestess able to use the portal. We're gonna have the cooldown time of that excitement soon enough, but Iron just escorting his saved survivor away from that rocket chair, and now the mind games begin on this pallet.
That's right, and yeah, mind game is going really strong with these 2 people, and getting that hit on First Officer, very well done. I believe First Officer is gonna go away and get that heal whistle from Psychologist, and Kite continues on the Priestess.
100%. This is definitely Weibo Gaming a step ahead here after that rebound rescue, and I was thinking the oversupport of Huyi might bite them in the end, but it's doing pretty well so far. 3 ciphers still remain. Priestess is still in need of her second chair, and now we see that the portals aren't looking too good, but Huyi again with the disarm for MK to actually shift on over to the graveyard area. This is an open area, so it's going to be tough for him to kite, so he's going to loop back to the 2-palleted area. Huyi with the block, and now potentially dropping down the pallet when it's covered, but no!
Yeah, and then unable to get that pallet stun though because of the excitement, but Princess will be kiting into a graveyard area where it's extremely strong for Survivor side, and yeah, the battle of mind games with this pallet because, going away is going to be a free hit. To get the pallet stun again, but this time around with no excitement in use. So MK is just gonna get this kite on, and no more portals to use. So by getting onto the tram.
Oh, is she gonna make it in time? That was actually a slow vault, and it seems like she's gonna have to use her butterfly to close out the distance. Note that Iron is actually at the stop where the tram is gonna be at, and Chocho, we've seen the tram claim victims in the past, so we have to be very careful. And it's Iron actually is gonna have to take this next kite.
Yep, that's right. And yeah, at this point in time, trying to cipher control, it might be a bit too late. We can see that there is a possibility of her 6th cipher being decoded, and Psychologist is healing the Priestess already. So yep, starting on a new cipher as we see from Priestess Epic Game.
Oh, what a tough call here for any hunter to face this type of pressure. Iron just using the whole of the pocket watch here since he is the one that kind of distracting the hunter, but we do see that the Psychologist is actually making her way to that last cipher. Oh my goodness, that was so close. That hit could have registered, but Long is gonna have to kite this one out, and mind you, she can only take 2 more hits here.
Yep, that's right. And Yeah, it's best to not down with this Cypher. Right now, Cypher is still not enough. It's at 60% at Fake Gate. And yeah, it seems to be that they are going to be prioritizing on decoding instead of healing. So yeah, very clutch moment over here. First officer as well as the psychologist is trying to buy out more time. Both with half health though, so whoever's going to be down over here.
Wow. Okay, gets the terror shock, and no, this is very important. The Cypher is not primed, so they're definitely gonna have to try and salvage this situation. Priestess is actually the only one that's healthy enough, but she's dead on chair. So I wonder how they're gonna play this one out, especially since the chair is actually relatively close to the Cypher. MK is actually gonna have to go for this rescue. But let's hope that there's not gonna be a terror shock moment. He's playing with faith here. Again, he's got a lot of time, but now the psychologist falls and they pop the last Cypher.
Yeah, that's right. And I think he should be chasing the Priestess because Priestess is last chair. The only possibility is to get this down on Priestess fast, changing the trump card to teleport, and then getting the excitement. So yeah, down the Priestess right at the start over here. Gate at the other side is only at 80%, and this gate at Graveyard is at 70%. Can he be able to make it?
Yeah, the psychologist is... Oh, Priestess is actually not dead on chair. This is her second chair. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. So he can actually pressure rescue, but Iron, he has one more pocket watch to use. No tide turner, but now he's going to have to pop that watch and has to be very careful because the tension is still there. Long is going to go for a backdoor rescue. Oh
Very
my
beautifully
God.
done. Priestess portals over here. Where is the dungeon? Is first officer going towards the dungeon?
He possibly can. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
There, the dungeon opens up. First officer still has that pocket watch, and Weibo Gaming improving their performance. Well, just I would say still maintaining their performance, getting a solid 5-point game out of Yan. You gotta appreciate the adjustments made, but again, bringing excitement. Kind of worked out, but I feel like they were just so on top of this geisha match.
That's right. Excellent communications on the survivor side. We could see that once Hunter was on to the first officer, psychologist came for the backdoor rescue, and everything worked out with that one Priestess portal. First officer ran straight for dungeon, and it was an immediate 4 escape. So the previous time they had a 3 escape, and this time around it's a 4 escape with that dungeon. So amazingly played on WBG side. Very favorable, and yeah, I mean this map was picked by WBG, I believe.
Yes.
So yeah, everything worked out ultimately, and YMM just need to focus on that one kill, and they pretty much settled the BO1.
Correct me. Well, actually, could you remind me what the scoreline was in their first match? Was it 5-0 or 3-1? Because I think it was 3-1.
It was 3-1 when in the qualifiers.
In the qualifiers. So wow, Weibo is the one that kind of leveled up here. So I think they kind of doubled down on the geisha match, but they seemed a lot more comfy. And we were talking about how MK can be a little inconsistent, but man, he was so on point with his priestess portals, and just the support he received from the rest of the survivors were just so good. He really played to the cooldowns of the portals very well. So that's something that I definitely want to highlight as one of the keys to victory, and how he was able to just really flush out the resources of the geisha. But any other points that you want to mention here for them to be able to gain this 5-point game?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the team cooperation by Antiquarian, I would say the support, the OB, from the start to the mid to like the end as well, very beautifully done by Hui, and also that mind game by Iron, the first officer at that pallet gate, as well as the one at 11 at the graveyard gate.
Right.
Amazingly done. He bought out so much time.
Yeah, can I just say also the mind games on the pallet? How many times did they force Yan to swing at the pallet? Right, it was like
4 or
3
5
swings.
times at least.
Yeah, it was a lot. And then he forced to go for the butterfly, and then you had Iron there with the iron will or the iron hands or whatever, just the steel will of him, just body blocking and providing the support on MK. So Weibo Gaming, I feel like this is the height of their power. They've definitely been one of those teams that in the right conditions they can perform amazingly here. And this is up against Yan, a seasoned hunter and an IVL hunter, so this is the best possible way to start things up. And more often than not, if the survivor team gives YMM the chance to kind of relax a bit, YMM performs even better. So at this point, he just can't lose the lead, and he just can just go with his signature Thai hunters, maybe go with a Naiad, depending on how the draft is going to be made. He still has other hunters to use. He has his Bonbon, he has his Dream Witch, he has his Wax Artist. There's still so much options. So it's going to be a little tough for the survivors of Reborn to kind of bounce back from this. But they've had victories over YMM in the past. Who's to say that they can't duplicate that?
That's right. And yeah, I mean, the survivor side of ACT is actually really stable. They usually get a tie and above situation. In fact, 3 escapes is quite common for them, and 4 escapes. So looking forward to how this is going to play out. I would say, because I mean, you've mentioned how the small points is also a big factor as well. So maybe YMM doesn't want to go for a tie. Maybe they want to go for a 3 elimination, 4 elimination. So yeah, we can't eliminate that as well. So yeah, we're seeing Reborn survivors getting onto stage right now, and right after that we might see YMM. And I don't know, like YMM's personality, I feel that he might come up, and then when the smoke come out, it's gonna be some action or something. Just pretty chill. So
all right, side bet. I think he's gonna dance.
I don't know.
He's gonna do. He's gonna do. Oh no, he's pointing at the audience. He's gonna dance. No, he's. Oh, okay. He's pandering to the audience. I thought he was gonna do like a TikTok dance.
Yeah, but he's always coming off with all kinds of weird things when he's coming onto stage. So,
Yeah.
a hunter that I'm looking forward to, definitely. Yeah, and we're seeing he's looking pretty chill, not too pressured by anything, especially when survivors just got a 4 escape.
I mean, I just have to fanboy a little bit. I was a big fan of him in Call of the Abyss 3 because he was the only one to bring out Joseph when he was in 5HS. That wasn't even there was no league yet, but that's where I met him. Yeah, when he was I call myself the Yang Gang when I was like, yo, he always popped off, and he made it all the way to the end. This is when GR was like at the height of their power. They got the 3-peat in Core 3. But I just love seeing YMM. But anyway, let's talk about the survivors here. Apologies for that. Just wanted to
No problem.
My side
going
stories.
back to the introduction of RBTX. So TX wise, he usually plays the kiting and supporter roles. Quite similar character pool. I would say with I'm pretty sure one of them, I believe. And yeah, he's one of the most consistent kiting characters, survivors in the team.
Right.
His mind game is definitely up there. Yeah, and then right now moving on to RB Jiaxin, we do see he's mainly playing the rescuer role. He performs very stably, really normal rescues we're seeing, and yeah, but at the same time, kiting routes as a rescuer sometimes might be questionable because maybe he's caught off guard sometimes.
Right.
Hunter usually doesn't really go for rescuers.
Okay.
And yeah, Ching, kiting and supporter roles given as well. He has very similar character pose to TX. Tao Xing, and also one of the most consistent players in the entire team, and the mind games is definitely there. Yeah, and also one of the more good-looking as well. RB.
Oh, let's go, Chocho. Shoot your shot. There we go. Ching does have a seer, barmaid, prospector. Like you said, a very, I would say, very flexible when it comes to the survivor picks. But this is my guy, like Hua. We're gonna introduce him next. Dude, he gave so much problems to YMM in the previous match with the Antiquarian. So I think he makes hunters sweat and shake in their boots, folks. So Hua, for me, he was MVP in that game against RB, but unfortunately, they did have a loss. But I would say that Hua did get MVP with his Prospector against TUI, and also used the Antiquarian. He got an MVP with that for them to qualify for Call of the Abyss. So I'm super excited to see what stuns he will bring to the table. But we're gonna shift things over and talk about YMM, the three letters that are very synonymous to excellent hunting.
Yeah, that's right. And right now, YMM with the 2.33 survivors elimination rate, and like we mentioned, it's quite focused on objectives, and YMM's character pool is actually quite flexible. We do see a lot of we do see a lot of Nayet, Dream Witch, Wax Artist, Turk. Yeah, a lot of the meta characters, and I would say that his playstyle is actually not too greedy, and like similar to Yen, he tends to get quite lost during mid game, trying to find the second survivor to chase. But when survivors do give chances, though, he do take those chances to his advantage and do get 3 to 4 kills. So yeah, quite excited to see how this would pan out, especially when he just needs a 1 kill.
True, and I think also if he gets the support of the people backing him up, he can definitely perform. I think when he gets the 5 point or 3 kills, it's really him. Yeah, I like what you said. He's not that greedy. He just waits for his openings and he's able to get it. He doesn't necessarily force the action to happen, but he does lose a little initiative in the mid game. And it's, wow, is that the Dream Witch skin?
Yeah.
That's a good one. I actually wanted to ask you because like when they're preparing like for the match, right? They're setting up their controls and stuff. What kind of control layout do you have? Do you use a claw layout or just your thumbs when you play?
Claw layout.
Like use your thumb and your pointer, because I actually saw Panda from BL before. He had like a claw layout. He was using his index finger to use the skill of the survivor.
Like using multiple fingers.
Yeah, fingers. Or do you just use thumbs?
I just use my thumbs. Like honestly, like your phone wise, right? I mean, it's just this small. I mean, if it's like PC, I mean, if you use all your fingers, but phone wise, I just use two. But if you're talking about other games, right? Like those kind of shooting games,
you need
usually
to use
all
claw,
four.
right? Yeah. So that's the claw grip, or there's the two finger grip. I don't know. There's some people that use the claw grip. I know Eli uses the claw grip because he plays on iPad. So I mean, he has the screen real estate, right? And I think some of the players here too, because I saw how fast they were moving with their fingers, and they were using like their fingers as their not just their thumbs but their fingertips as well. So I think like to rotate the camera, it's faster if you use your fingers. Some people are used to that, so yeah.
Oh yeah, but yeah, I mean they do have those kind of thing where you just continue running straight and then you look behind with that camera view.
Right.
I still can't use it.
It's
I have
hard.
to
Yeah.
manually change it to see, and then my left hand just move along with the joystick. So yeah, I mean different people, different play styles, different usage.
Right.
Of, core and using your thumbs only. But personally,
oh my God,
I
what
would
does
use
this
my
say,
thumb.
Jojo?
四杀了不起，三杀夸自己，平局就算赢，留一个也行。Oh, that's.
Is that a prayer?
It's like I would say like a poem, like it rhymes.
poem.
You know,
Okay.
they make it rhyme.
Oh my God, like what does it mean though?
But if you get a 4 kill, you compliment yourself, you know. But then if you get like, I didn't see the second one. Yeah.
So nice, wholesome audience, wholesome chat too. Big shout outs to everyone. I see Moon's here. I see Renee is here. I see Hanako, Fukyame, everyone in chat. Shout outs to you guys. Any shout outs you want to give out, Chocha? Norton also, Compass,
I
Caliper.
do see Invisible.
I just have to give him a shout out because Norton always tells us to drink water. So shout outs to you, sir.
Drink water, yes, important. And yeah, I do see Invisible Jong as well. Hi, and also Ice Soda.
Let's go, Ice Soda. I see Ice Soda.
Felista Liberta. What's with this name? Bee's Knees.
The Bee's Knees. Yes.
Yeah, but I'm seeing a lot of the ghost investigations today as well.
Yeah, shout outs to you, Ghost Investigation. I don't know where you're at. But let's head on over because they have locked in the survivors, Chocho. Again, it's kind of just the prospector coming in. We also have first officer and priestess. So this kind of opens up a lot for YMM to think about. I mean, the psychologist is not in, but harassment is definitely on the table for these two, prospector and the antiquarian.
Definitely. I mean, this is a full-on support kind of team comp. We see double OB, so it just means that regardless of whoever YMM decides to chase, there will still be a OB character outside to give that harassing. So it's gonna be really scary for YMM. Not too sure whether it's gonna bring excitement though, because there is the Antiquarian, Prospector, as well as the Priestess Portals to kind of prolong fights. So we gotta see how this is gonna go about. Spawn location is extremely important, but decoding wise of this team comp is actually quite linked towards the slower side, because if Priestess Portals do come in, means that she's not decoding. Antiquarian as well, Prospector. It's a bit different from Entomologist picks as well as Female Dancer, where you can just drive your beast or just put your music boxes and just leave that area, and then support will be given. So I feel like decoding wise of this RB team might be kind of on the slower side.
True, and this can actually leave YMM more room to pick the best possible target. Again, it really depends on what he'll be choosing. I'm just thinking what is that floating on the side? Apparently, okay, Dream Witch. Sorry, I was just distracted by the set. It's just so beautiful. I just can't imagine being here and like hearing the crowd. So YMM, you know what? Going to the shades of old, going with the Dream Witch, and I would have to say Dream Witch isn't as scary as before, but YMM could definitely add on to that pressure. And again, he just needs that tie. For even a 1K would be fine.
Yep, that's right, just 1K. And yeah, I mean, Dreamish pick right over here. There is a high chance of a 4 elimination, also a high chance for a 4 escape. So yeah, that really gives the room for RB to really explore and see what they can come up with. But at the same time, Antiquarian is a mad counter to Dreamwitch. So let's see the spawn locations. Gate. Dreamwitch will be spawning outside of the graveyard area alongside with Priestess, and Prospector will be at the Geisha area. So looking at this itself, I would say chasing Prospector might be better. I mean, yeah, chasing Prospector might be good, but I wouldn't say it would be an impossible chase on the Priestess side because it will definitely force Antiquarian to kind of rotate around.
Right.
Yeah, because the Fake Cipher will be locked. So, I mean, if you do chase the Priestess, right, you kind of eliminate the possibility of the Priestess portal support. So, but then leaving out the double OB, so that's kind of
it's the devil are in the details, and it's the lesser evil that you have to go after, right? Yes, you have to pick one, and then I think that's the whole point of this composition, right? You take out one head, another that's Hydra. Sorry, that's you take out one, and another one comes to support. So yeah, if you take out the Priestess, then you're gonna face the fury of the Antiquarian plus the Norton over here. So it's gonna be tough because you can make a case, yeah, go to the Prospector, so at least you don't have to worry about the magnets, and it's gonna be tough because you can constantly keep shifting followers. So it really depends. So YMM, he's going to start things off by rotating towards the corner house where Hua Hua is at, and Hua Hua giving him so much problems in the past. Let's see if he's going to choose to commit to that.
Yeah, and we see Jiaxing has already rotated and will be decoding the Shack Cipher, and yeah, Prospector rotating towards the fake gate area where the cipher is being locked, so it wouldn't interrupt any of the decoding progress at the same time. So yeah, Hua Hua is preparing for this kite. We see that Hunter is just following along. Hua Hua is kiting at this 2 pallet area, not the strongest kiting area, but Hunter does have Patroller, so maybe this is the time to put it.
Yeah, I think just waiting for his patrol to get set. Oh my gosh, able to get the leech hit, so that's excellent. And now he's prepping for the main patroller being able to be used. But YMM, he's trying to cut him off before he can use that portal. He's going to go through it himself just so he can get rid of any support, any backdoor escapes on the routes on the side of this Prospector. So Hua Hua is residing to actually fall here into this area where the basement is at, by the way. So corner house, and he drops the... Oh, wow, gets him out of the patroller. That's huge.
Yeah, I'm not too sure why YM decided to put the Patroller when he's in front of the pellet actually. So, yeah, great usage of that tool over there, the magnet, and Flying Wheel, that Patroller. Let's see whether he can kite this out.
So interesting enough that, yeah, he did get the bite, and Hua Hua is going to move on to these palleted areas, dropping them down just to cancel it out, and he's already kited out the Patroller bite. This is a main follower, folks, so now the presence of this Dream Witch isn't so high. YMM's going to look to add another follower as soon as Hua Hua gets in position, tries to go for a hit, but the pallet is going to get dropped.
That's right, and prolonging this kite further, he's gonna kite towards the graveyard area where is one of the best kiting areas, but at the same time, we do see the basement is over here. So dying here might not be the best choice, and yeah, pretty simple portal turns out that it might not be of use at all. But you know, we're seeing Hua Hua entering this graveyard area. Hunter is not really catching up at all, so we're seeing a little bit of the sandwiching gonna begin over here. Will it be able to happen?
This is going to be tough. I think Hua Hua has decided to just like fall in this area, not interrupting Cypher Rush, and there we go. At least it was a leech hit, but you have to admit, like, that was some mess. I would say it's a little clash of a traffic jam moment and messy placements. I think that's just the excellent rotations by Hua Hua, catching YMM a little off beat for him to be able to try and catch up to this Prospector that has kited possibly the entire route. We saw corner, we saw the center, and now we're seeing graveyard chair. And 2 ciphers remain, and Chocho, they're already working on their last cipher, so the pressure is immense on the survivor side.
Yeah, and for a moment I thought that Hunter brought insolence because of 2 hits, but then I realized that it was the terror shot that resulted in that 3 hits over there. But yeah, Jiaxing will be coming for this rescue. Yeah, it's Battle of Mind Games over here. Baiting it out, will he be able to get that terror shot? No.
Hang on, wait for it. Oh, he gets the rescue, and now YMM hits the first officer. And now he seems like he's going to try and go to the main body. And I think he might actually... allows the Prospector kind of remove his leech follower.
That's right, and this is not good. Reason being, Hunter did not manage to leech onto First Officer, which means that he's just going to be around decoding properly. But Hunter has catch up with First Officer, which means that Prospector, like you've mentioned, is removing the leech. And yeah, this might not be looking very good because last Cypher is almost primed, 80% right now. This is just a matter of time before Cyphers will be primed.
Smokes, Chocho, this is actually not looking good for YMM because, yeah, last Cypher is already going to be primed. Yes, there are 2 leeches, but do you have anti-curses on both First Officer and Prospector, so they could definitely prime it up. They can eat one hit and just continue on this chase. First officer does not have any items to use, so the chase ability, and now another traffic jam situation there on the 2 leeches. So it's not looking that good. Jashin, ooh, okay, still running straight, and now Prospector has no more leech. So this is big. First officer gets the pop, and at least that's the main follower leech that hit the first officer. So he's still pressured to kite out this this sandwich situation.
Yep, that's right. And situation is not looking really good on YMM's side. The only thing is that the blink hit managed to register onto first officer, downing and getting that 1 elimination, most likely because trump card has already been switched. So yeah, good job on YMM's side to secure this 1 kill, which he most needed actually.
Yeah,
so
it wasn't looking good at first, and you got to give it up to RB. They really played towards the win condition that they needed, which is to get as much out as possible. But getting the tie here, getting the 3-man escape is still pretty good. They do lose this round, but the point difference isn't going to be that glaring. It's just a 3-point difference.
That's right. Yeah, like you mentioned, 3-point difference, WBG with that 6 points, RB with 3, so 6-3, and yeah, not really. I mean, RB did perform very well, I would say, the Survivor side. I mean, getting that 3 escape, so against such an experienced stream, which I would say is very well done. But definitely in this match itself, prospector-wise, he did a very excellent kite, I would say.
Yeah, if we're gonna try to describe the experience of this match, I think even though YMM was the hunter, he basically survived that match. Like, he just went for the bare minimum. Because like you said, the prospector did so well. Like, Hua was able to give us a tour of the entire ever-sleeping town. He kited out... He canceled one patroller and kited out the other patroller. That's all you can ask for. And I cannot wait to see the match stats coming into round number 2, because Hua did an excellent job. And it seems like Hua has a big understanding of how to harass YMM.
Yeah, and adding on to what you've mentioned, also able to eat 2 leeches hit. That's incredible, because of that, Hunter couldn't really immediately get that leech onto first officer and kind of force Hunter to, main body chase onto first officer. And yeah, able to cipher control that last cipher at the same time. I would just say that the kiting route of Hua was excellent. He didn't give any chance, and if not, Hunter gave chance to Hua and he took it. So very well done on RB's side. If Yen could have just gotten that 1 elimination as well, this would have been a tie situation.
True, very true. It's kind of going the same trajectory as last time, because in the qualifiers, it was Weibo to win the first round, but not by a big margin. Wait, was it a tie? Was it 3-1 as well, or did YMM get a tie? But
YMM wise, he got a 2 elimination with Nayet and ever sleeping against them.
Oh, there we go. So yeah, it's kind of going that trajectory, and it seems like, again, with Dream Witch stats, it's actually kind of hard, but I'm pretty sure it was more than 77.8 seconds, because usually it's like changing of the spawn followers and whatnot. So an excellent performance nonetheless for Team RB, but unfortunately for them, Weibo Gaming takes the first round. We're going to head on over to round number 2, where I believe it's going to be Reborn that's going to be picking the map now. So this is going to be very interesting.
Yep, that's right. I mean, we do see a lot of improvements in terms of the number of runs, escapes from each survivor side. So usually it's dependent on like Hunter and see who's performing better. But it seems like it's the game for survivors today between WBG as well as RB. See who can perform better, team cooperations wise, support wise, but we actually don't see a lot of support. In fact, like Hua didn't use any of the priestess support portal because Hunter was doing some preventive measures.
I forgot there was a priestess in the match.
You're anti-current as well, so
yeah, I mean, that's the best type of survivor you want. That's just, yeah, you do you, man. We don't need the support. And the only person we saw was the first officer, and he just went for the rescue. But yeah, you're right, we didn't see much of that support, and we were talking about how excellent they kind of drafted it. Is it that he's just so good at a solo kiter? Or, I mean, this is what's scary, because they didn't even need to support him, right? But it begs the question to how they're gonna do their support come round number 2 when there's more bans on the survivor side. But yeah, that's a good observation there, Jojo.
I mean, if you compare between 2 teams like we've mentioned, in the first match when WBG survivors got 4 elimination and 5 points, they actually did have support from the Antiquarian, but our RB did not come with any support. It was just a solo kind of experience, and they got a 3 escape. So maybe, just maybe, if RB did come with the support, that could have been a 4 escape, or if not, perform even better than WBG, I mean. So yeah, it's just a bit of a difference over there, but definitely we could see the point difference because of that Antiquarian.
Yeah. Again, we're gonna throw it over to the highlights, and after that, it's gonna be round number 2.
对我们来说也是一种优势嘛，因为大部分都是女巫组嘛，然后女巫的话我们应对也是比较多的。对阵RB战队的话，我们的话求生多拿分吧，然后今晚方面的话就保平争胜吧，我们两方一起加油，然后拿下胜利吧。
预选赛期间印象深的就是18秒古董伤，然后到后面能打出 MVP 了，然后那个古董伤也能溜起来。在这个过程中，这个心态在慢慢的变好吧。对阵 WBG 的感想就是预选赛失去的小组赛全部夺回来。
And there you have it, folks. Again, some little sneak peek to like the interviews and of the players and what they've been going through. Again, both seasoned teams, and now heading to round number 2. Reborn really needs to take this one back because they don't want that point difference and that round difference to really eat them up. And yeah, this could actually end in a 2-0 if they don't change up quick, because yeah, by round wins they could kind of fall in the same path as ZT. But how are you feeling about this, Chocho? Because Reborn has map advantage now.
Yeah, like you've mentioned, Reborn has map advantage right now, so it might not be as easy for WBG to get the advantage and possibly 2-0 this match. WBG, I mean, they did what they could. They got the advantage with the map selection, and yeah, if this were to play out exactly like the qualifiers, BO2 just might be a Chinatown map. So, I mean, these two teams are actually very similar in skills, and yeah, their best part is their, Survivor side of, okay, for WBG, the stronger side, I would say, is Hunter. And then for Reborn side, it is actually the Survivor. Yeah, so it's just going to be really difficult. I'm not too sure what Yen is going to pick in this BO2, especially when they're having this kind of disadvantage. But if WBG would like to, you know, reduce pressure onto YMM, because right now they can pick their sides, the faction to come on, it's best to let YMM come up first, performs without pressure, and then see what he can get.
That makes a lot of sense. I think especially now that he's kind of warmed up, like he's already the match that he had didn't have that much stakes because he just needed 1K. At least now he can come on in, but we're just gonna see. Oh, more memes. This is long. What does that say?
Long Yihuo means like thinking of, no, Yihuo means like questionable, like questioning life and stuff like that. Yeah, questioning why you did this, why you did that.
Oh, he had that face. But it seems like they're gonna actually make YMM kind of sit on ice for a bit and kind of recuperate from that match because Weibo's survivors come on deck.
Yen's face. Interesting though. Like, if players do see these, right? Do they get more confident or something?
Oh man, look at, I mean, they even have light sticks. Holy smokes, chat. This is insane. And I think they have the minimum of at least 2 phones and 1 iPad. Like, you see them all holding like different multiple screens, and they have the thing. Oh, look at that.
Don't be scared. I'm not some kind of good person. Then MK's face.
I'll be honest, like, YMM on the mic being interviewed is really funny. So I don't know. I'm kind of torn here because it's like I do want Reborn to take this just so that it can vindicate their loss in the qualifiers. But if there's gonna be an interview, I'm pretty sure YMM is gonna take the mic, right?
Yeah, most likely, most possibly, because these players themselves, I think they can decide who comes onto the mic for the interview, and they usually just push for YM to go first. Yeah, but Ian looking, yeah, I mean, definitely the pressure is there. We can see that he's, breathing and breathing deeply, and yeah, I think it's kind of funny. Means kind of like to loosen tensions of these players, because it can get really high sometimes, and yeah, just loosening up completely so that they can play at their best optimal condition. So that could be it.
Yeah, I've been in. Oh, so it's Reborn picking. Oh, it's different. It's not going to be Chinatown anymore. It's going to be Leo's Memory. But I was going to say, I've been in other esports tournaments, and I would have to say, just Identity 5 hits different, man. The community is just so funny with these memes. And I mean, there are memes like in other tournaments, but this is just a different level. Like the commitment to the fans to just kind of lighten the mood is definitely a top tier here. But we're going to move on to round number 2, first half of the picks and bans. And Leo's Memory, I never got your take on this, Chocho. What do you feel about this map?
Leo's Memory, right? I mean, it's a big map, I would say, but it's very open. I think both Survivor as well as Hunter do get equal chances. Reason being, right, is that, okay, it really depends on perspective as far as the team comp that the Survivors bring out, and then against which kind of Hunters. I personally felt that Nayet is actually a very strong character in this map because of how you can pull the entire factory. Yeah, and everywhere is just pretty open, so Nayet can easily just water pool the area. So that's why I feel like Nayet's so strong. But then, yeah, I mean, we have to look at the Survivor side. They do have a toy merchant pick, which means that there will definitely be that catapult support right outside the stairs area. So that will completely destroy any snowball effect that Hunter have at that point in time, and possibly forcing Hunter to change targets. So because of there is this possible system that might be happening, I would say that it might lean more towards the Survivor side, possibly getting more escapes compared to the Hunter side.
The memes just get me, man. I don't even know what it says, but the picture says 1,000 words. But yeah, it's looking like they're kind of forcing him to go Nayad here, with that toy merchant. But at least Yan could rest, knowing that the Antiquarian has been banned. However, the Prospector is still up and open for him to use. But Prospector closing in on Nayad, it's going to be a little tricky. He's going to have to avoid the puddles. So they actually pick Acrobat. So they don't have a stunner or a dedicated rescuer as of now. So it depends on how Yan is going to play this last ban. There's Dancer, there's Merc has been banned, First Officer has been banned. Goes for the forward, so he does not want any rescuers at all.
Yeah, rescuer wise right now it's kind of left like Wilding actually, or I mean if they're going for like those kind of weird team comps, Cowboy could be possible.
True.
Cowboy, Wilding.
Oh, how can we forget?
Gravekeeper, yeah, I forgot.
Sorry, he was buried on the ground. We were like, oh right, yes, Gravekeeper. Yeah, so this is looking, I would say, a lot less harassing. So Yan doesn't have to think about using excitement. He can actually set the pace of this, being more aggressive, bringing blink, bringing whatever trait that he wants, and not necessarily excitement, because you don't necessarily have to bring that for the Acrobat. So what are we thinking here? Nayad, Clerk? Definitely not Clerk.
Dream Witch as well.
Dream Witch could be. I'm looking at Yan's picks here. Yeah, he has Dream Witch. That could be one. Nayad, Hermit. He brought it out once. He has Wax Artist. That's going to be good. And an Axe Boy. And
Does he have a
DQ.
Bonbon by any chance?
He didn't bring it out, but if he... Actually, a Bonbon would be pretty good here.
Yeah, because I'm looking at his bans, he's eliminated almost all of the good rescuers over here, which means that it could possibly be a hunter that is very great at camping of the chair. It could be an N also. I mean, we cannot eliminate that possibility. Yen does play N as well. So it could be an N. Someone that is very strong at chair camping, Bonbon and Nayet. So they're preventing that stun rescue at the same time. So I'm looking at this Bonbon, Nayet, or Nayet. Wait, Bonbon, Nayet, or
And Bonbon, yeah, the really good campers. And it seems like... Oh, sorry, Chocho. Better luck next time.
Yeah, I think so too.
The thing is, though, I agree with you, and I would have said Nayad. Because, yeah, you're eliminating all this. However, I mean, Acrobat can kite very well. Barmaid counters Dream Witch because of how she can heal up, and it takes a while, especially if you're not gonna get it. So he's just gonna have to show us how this pick is gonna work out, because even though they don't have the stuns, you can kind of see how the support can come into play for anyone that can kite with either the drink, or you're able to get the catapult and the support from the Acrobat. So I don't know, maybe it's because we've kind of seen how Dream Witch can falter, but I think Yan wants to show YMM this is how you use Dream Witch. I'm gonna be able to perform a little bit better than you. Who knows? But yeah, I'm not discounting the fact that, like you mentioned, he also has those hunters, and Anne and the Naiad, and I've yet to see his Bonbon. I didn't see it in the qualifiers, but I'm pretty sure he might have brought out an IVL, my bad.
Yeah, and if you're looking at the spawn locations right now, Hunter will be spawning at kind of the open air area over there, and he has 3 survivors that he can go for, the one at Shack Center or the one at Factory. All are not good chases. We see, if I did see it correctly, Acrobat is spawning at Shack, which is one of the best kiting areas for Acrobat, and also easily able to transition over to Factory also with the help of the catapult placements. And also Barmaid is at Factory, so it might not be them. Oh, sorry, Barmaid will be at Shack and Acrobat will be at Factory. So regardless though, Acrobat at Factory or Shack, it's great kiting areas for him. Shouldn't be chasing him. The only possibility right now, I would say, to cancel anything right now might be chasing the toy merchant.
Your favorite, as Eli would say. You can
I-
defend yourself now. Defend yourself as a toy merchant, man.
I can't defend myself. I need to see a web artist first.
So what he said was
Yeah.
true? I'm kidding. It's all
But
good.
I mean, but we're seeing an insolence Dream Witch once again, just like we've seen in Dongshen's match yesterday. So,
Interesting, because I've always thought that Dream Witch would prioritize other builds besides Insolence. I guess that's the changing of the times, since I don't know, Dongshen is the one to look at to kind of set the bar for that. But regardless, folks, we're gonna see if Yan is gonna change things up here, and it was round number 2 in their first outing that he was able to gain a bit of traction. So now Yan on the main body seems to be following the tracks of Long, which is, as Chocho mentioned, the best possible target just to get rid of the catapults. He's still holding on to them, setting one up though, right in time for the leech.
that's right. And Long will be using the catapult to, gain distance from the leech. And yeah, I mean, I saw some comment section saying that how this Insolence Dream Witch might work out, because it might be difficult to get the second hit where you can leech again. So getting that leech hit and then able to leech again is very important to get that chase up. So that could have been the possible thinking with this Insolence Dream Witch. But then again, with this blink, it just means getting that leech hit quite early, and first skill has been popped.
Yeah.
And Barbie is over here, the support with that Dolphin, will it be given?
Oh my god, yeah, it's gonna be given already, and the Insolence is gonna kick in. Toy Merchant is, no, it's the Barmaid that's actually gonna get leeched out. He's gonna set up another catapult for him to be able to transition safely, so the Dublin is gonna get, actually he drops down. So this is actually...
There is a blink!
True! Flywheel though, unable to get the hit, and now, he got the hit, but the Dublin was able to heal him up in time.
That's right, and that is very crucial because this is now prolonged kite for Toy Merchant, and this has been the second leech, I believe. So, no, sorry, the second leech is on to Barmaid, so this will be the second leech on to Toy Merchant, which is the third leech overall in this entire match. It seems to be it's a very clear 3-cipher guide.
Yeah, and now just playing a little bit of the mind games here. Toy Merchant doing an amazing job, but he's gonna have to just work with the pallets that are in this area. Not sure if he's close to any of the catapults that he has put down. He's just gonna try and drop down to create that distance. No blink to worry about just yet. He's gonna have to just worry about the red lights, and he's gonna try to juke, but the Toy Merchant falls down. And now finally the first survivor on that rocket share, but so much objectives have been taken already, Chocho.
That's right, and yeah, Barmaid still hasn't removed her leech yet though, and just destroying this catapult to prevent it from being used the second time later on. Gravekeeper is really coming for this rescue, not going to the shovel just yet, and might be getting this basic rescue without much help, because I mean there is no leech onto Toy Merchant. I mean possibly right now, but initially there isn't, and yeah, is not leeching on the Toy Merchant.
Not quite yet. Yeah, so this is Rebound Kite. Oh, he's trying to bait it out with the emotes here. This is huge, but Gravekeeper getting a safe rescue. Not the best spot for a Rebound Kite, but now Yan goes for the leech onto the Gravekeeper, but Toy Merchant still is up and running. No flywheel to use, so he still has to work with what he's got here in the real estate for the pallets.
Yeah, that's right. And the last two ciphers at 80% as well as 60%. If Toy Merchant could kite this out, it would possibly be a 4-man detention period. And also, she does have a second chair, so getting Terror Shock. And yet Hunter still has 10 more seconds to get this leech onto Toy Merchant. Dolphin given to Gravekeeper.
Yeah, so the action is really fast here and at a furious pace as well. Toy Merchant going to see the rocket chair for the second time. Barmaid is just standing next to the cipher, and 69% on that decoding progress. That's nice, and she still hasn't removed her leech. That's what's kind of concerning, because now the presence is definitely building up, and Yan is gonna go put another leech to camp out. So that's 3 leeches plus the main body leech that's out and about here that the survivors have to worry about.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, will he be able to get this safe rescue? Survivor is primed, so once rescue happens, the next down happens, it's just gonna pop. I think we're just waiting for the person to run towards gate. Oh no, deleaching is the priority right now, so will he be able to get this hit registered? No!
Blocking it! Beautiful performance so far on the Gravekeeper side. He's gonna try to keep blocking. Iron being able to support so far, trying to block him out, but now they just go for the pop. The Gravekeeper has not removed this leech just yet, but it's about at the 70% mark. And now Yanni's going to try to focus his attention on pressuring the middle part of the map as he moves his main body there. Toy Merchant is still on her last legs here, but it's looking like it's going to be a 3 survivor escape at the... It's looking like that. Oh.
Yeah, I'm not too sure where the dungeon is. I believe it's at the 3 pellet area, if I saw that correctly when he penned it over. But something to note though, I mean, there is this catapult placement over here. Will Gravekeeper be able to use it?
Wow, just in the nick of time, Yan was able to swipe down the Gravekeeper. And this, I don't even know where the Toy Merchant is at, but luckily for Yan, he does not have an anti-curse. The Barmaid was able to open up already an exit gate, while Long is still hanging around the factory area.
Right, and then we are seeing that Gravekeeper will be checked at the 2 pellet one window area. Toy Merchant's chase is still very hot. There is no deleaching on Toy Merchant's side, but something to note though, Acrobat does have a tight turner.
He does. And also Toy Merchant has a flywheel, so he's gonna have to use it well. They might, if they want to try to go for the rescue of the Gravekeeper, because they can be afforded that time since he sits on the rocket chair for a while. They're gonna have to heal the Toy Merchant and possibly deleach her first. Oh, the dungeon is actually here, so Hui is gonna have to be very careful because the tension is still in the air for around 30 seconds. They're gonna try to go for the rescue, and I'm looking at the Barmaid. Oh, watch out. Rescue did happen already. Barmaid, the trade-off happens. Gravekeeper is up. Barmaid will be sitting on the rocket chair next.
That's right, and Toy Merchant's leech is still available, but Toy Merchant is forcing the gate, forcing the Moonlight gate, and it seems to be open, so
wow.
Gravekeeper does not have any leech. Acrobat as well. It's just gonna be a definite 3 escape.
So yeah, I think Yan might have to settle in for just a 1k here. He's just trying to solidify it, adding another leech into it. Watch out. Toy Merchant gets hit outside of the game. We do see that the Gravekeeper and the Acrobat are healing up. So, and then... Yeah, Bill, that was the situation there. But I was excited for nothing. And now Gravekeeper, he's... Is he gonna go for... Are they gonna go for this rescue? They're just hanging out in the lower left side.
I don't think they should.
Same.
But they are trying to heal up.
Okay. They healed up just to exit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I think they know that they're already saying, okay, it's gonna be a basement exit. So a basement chair. So they decided, let's just cut our losses, and there you go. I was actually getting kind of hyped. They were healing up, and then like, oh, are they gonna go for it? But they just should go for the consistent 3-person game. I think they already performed above and beyond in the first game. So Chocho, this is looking kind of tough. YMM just needs to get a tie, and that'll be an early night in the office for Weibo Gaming.
That's right. And yeah, this match we didn't have any OB harassing characters, but it still eventually worked out to a 3 escape. I mean, it wasn't just a solo kiting, I would say. The Dolphin that Barmaid gave to Toy Merchant was extremely crucial because it prolonged the kite so much more that it resulted in a 3 cipher kite. And yeah, I mean, it was actually really interesting how Barmaid didn't decide to prioritize removing leech at that point in time, because he had Dolphin, so technically he didn't have anything to be scared of. If Hunter
True.
do hit with the leech hit, he can just drink Dolphin. And he knows that Hunter wants to prioritize on this camping onto Toy Merchant at that one pallet, one window area. And the decoding just happened very smoothly at the center, even though that Cypher was at the center, which is a very easy camp for Hunter, in fact.
Yeah, it was an incredible performance. Just the timing they played with that Dublin, I was so shocked that once the Dublin came online, the hit registered, and then it just prolonged the kite even longer. That was a solid 3 Cypher kite, and by the time the Toy Merchant was already chaired, it was already endgame. So Iron just had to do his job, get the rescue going, because we only saw Iron and Long here, the tandem that we know and love and see in competitive IGV. They were just so good at not really harassing, but just kiting, because they didn't have any harassability. We didn't even see MK this entire time, and we wanted to see if he had a more stable performance. He was basically the decoder. He even I think no, that wasn't him. I thought he was the one to open up the exit gate, but it was the barmaid and the Toy Merchant. So just, I would say, a very well-rounded game. Let's talk about Jan's performance on the Dream Witch. If you say any highlights for it, what would it be, Chocho, or any critique on how he played that match as a Dream Witch?
I would say that he did what he could. I mean, the thing was that survivors created chances for themselves with that flying wheel and then that basic hit. So, it comes to beg the question though, because we have seen yesterday Dongxuan using the Insolence Dream Witch, and today Yan with this Insolence Dream Witch as well. Blink trait exactly the same, but it's not producing the result that they're hoping for. It's all 3 escapes. So it comes to beg the question whether Insolence Dream Witch is really something that they should be going for, because Blink itself, the cooldown is 150 seconds. Patroller wise, it's so much shorter, even half of what Blink is, actually. So maybe, I'm just saying, maybe without the Insolence, just bring the Patroller, get the Patroller hit, possibly. It might be better. But they are trying, I think the Hunter side, they know that Flying Wheel is this current meta, especially. So maybe choosing the Blink might be better. But I mean, we saw that Blink Flying Wheel hit. If it's the same effect, I would say being the Patroller with a shorter cooldown would be the best. But now, looking at the win condition.
Yeah, it's tough. 4-man escape, 3-man escape, it resumes. But if YMM does get a tie, that's going to be it. GG's. Weibo Gaming is at the top of their leaderboard with a 2-0. And yeah, I agree. I think Dongxuan kind of... I would say he's an exception to the rule for him to be able to play around like that. Because if you just go with stability, yeah, you can shoot for a tie. Or I understand that the survivors know how to play around it. But I'd like to also... kind of throw in, maybe Dream Witch isn't as prioritized anymore because of how well survivors have finally understood the matchup. Because before, she was toppled as the queen of hunters, but now it just seems like survivors just know the timing, they know the routes they have to take, and they really exploit her as being a single hit hunter. Oh my goodness, more memes.
Oh my gosh, what is this? Yeah, but I mean, looking at this overall, I hope to see something with this Insolence Dream Witch that Dongxuan himself have brought it alongside with RB Reborn's Yan. We're seeing the standard Dream Witch Patroller just now. It also resulted the same 3 escape result. So maybe both is just... Maybe Dream Witch itself is just out of this matter already. The survivor side are just so used to playing against the Dream Witch that they know how to
or maybe I'd suggest bring it out in round 5 or something. Like when you get more bans, if you ban out the really good ones. And now the memes are videos. What do you put inside?
This is the 200 WB. Oh!
The hand hearts, that was good.
Yeah, but it really shows the relationship between WBG, YMM, as well as RB Yen, being it really good. So yeah, no hard feelings for this match. Definitely something they've gone through more than once. So
see, that's what's beautiful about this, I think, because as hunters, you could be friends with fellow like other teams hunters, because you're not going against each other. You're going against survivors, right? So I think that's why they can still have that wholesome relationship. And yeah, the shout outs to the people showing us that video. But yeah, I can kind of double down on what you said, that maybe Dream Witch shouldn't be as prioritized, or it's because the numbers don't lie, right? The facts are there that they're able to find ways to counter Dream Witch. And now YMM Let's see if he'll try to double down on using that Dream Witch or go with. I'd say his Naiad is a lot more consistent in this meta at least. So we're just gonna see if he's gonna bite on that Naiad.
Yep, that's right. And yeah, we're seeing the bans on. Oh, we're a spike ban on Dream Witch over here, even though they got a 3 escape. So
yeah.
And just banning the Seer as well as Antiquarian, and then we see double support again with the 1 Harasser as well as 1 support. Prospector as well as Entomologist in this map.
Wow,
I'm not too sure whether this would be good though, because Prospector wise, okay, Entomologist wise, you can bring the beast. It could come in very great support regardless of which terrain you're at, because everything is just really tight spacing. And it might even help Zera's transition over to a better area. Same for Prospector, but we got to see how strong this Prospector is in fact. Yeah, I mean, just eliminating that Toy Merchant and Barmaid kind of cooperation that could happen.
I think the Entomologist basically is just to counter the Naiad. And Prospector's just there for the harassment. I mean, the bees really just helping her with that swim. Again, it can go both ways, right? Especially on when the Entomologist can come online. But it's still up to YMM here, because I think he's still got majority of the options to pick from, since he has a lot to offer. If he wants to go for more consistent, I mean, like just a safe tie, he could try going. It's kind of big though. I was gonna say Bonbon, but Psychologist being the last one, just to provide that support on that rescue. So decoding is not going to be too fast, so YMM's still going to take his time, but that's what we said in the Dream Witch match, and he got Cypher Rush, so it's still up in the air for whatever he's going to be bringing into the table.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we did see how RB's character selection. I mean, I said that it would be kind of slow decoding because of all the harassing that would happen, but because there's no harassing, ciphers were just super quick. And we only see one OB right now, which is the Prospector. If it's a Naiad, right, this team com is perfect to go against it. It seems like this team com is just to go against a Naiad. If there's any other hunter selection that... Okay, Naiad was a selection that he made, YMM made at Leo's Memory the last time against the team WL. He could pick a Wax Art. Oh, but I know, just securing it. The Naiad will be picked over here.
Yeah, he's playing into their hand though. This is interesting because if you did bring out Wax Artist, it can you can kind of counter. I mean, if you Psychologist chase against Wax Artist, that's just free presence for the Wax Artist for him to build up past the first skill. Naiad. He did bring out the Naiad also in round... Oh no, he kept it only in round number 1. So yeah, I'm a little concerned here because we know how good Reborn Survivors are, especially with the harassment. So then he has to be very careful with his first chase. And if he wants to end this now and get that tie, he has to be able to kind of prioritize and not get lost in that mid game like we said.
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, like you've mentioned, high situation, and it will just be a 2-0. WBJ is just gonna bring this home straight away. So, server side, a lot of pressure. Reborn side, they have to get at least a 3 escape, or if not a 4, to kind of tie this map selection that they had, or if not win it. So yeah, looking at the spawn locations, Hunter will be spawning at the back gate. Psychologist is at the shack area, while Entomologist is at the factory, and Prospector will be at the center.
Yeah. Entomologist, being at the factory, that's gonna be a definitely hard chase. So who would you suggest that YMM would try to go after?
Because of how strong his pulling game, water pulling game can be, I would say that he might not be afraid of Entomologist. But just to be safe though, it's best, I feel like personally, it's best if he goes for the Prospector which is in front of him, because it kind of eliminates the OB vector and just results in an immediate chair. So, and also Prospector doesn't have any magnets right at the start of the game.
At the start, yeah.
Yeah, so it might be a easier chase at the start as well.
True. I'm just a little scared because it's Hua, and we've known that he's like 3-0 with stunning out YMM. So it seems like, I was actually gonna say he might go for the Psychologist, which seems like he's making his way towards the shack area, because at least if he goes for the Psychologist and he goes for at least a camp on the Psychologist, it's gonna be hard for her to rebound kite. So I think that's what he's gonna try and do, especially catching her right outside the shack area. And he could definitely pool around this area and gain a lot of presence. Note that I think, he brought Insolence and now an early hit onto the Psychologist.
Yep, that's right. And yeah, psychologist brought flying wheel this round, so it might be possible he's gonna fly wheel the hit or fly wheel the water pool. Anything could be possible. And just rotating this 3 pallet area, which is not the strongest area to kite, in fact. But you know what? YMM, I mean, against a Nayet, they're just gonna corner you, and if you don't come off from the water pool, it's just gonna be detrimental for them. So yeah, Cyphers are looking pretty good. Survivors know that it's insolence now after hearing that first skill being popped. So. Oh, but a detail over there was but the beast support coming in.
Support through. He's still able. Oh, he's cornered. So now he's going to be forced to pull back the trident and try to get rid of the bees. And that's where we're talking about how the bees are so good at just trapping the Naiad out of the swim form. Note that he has blink. I don't know if he's going to pop it right away, and he's going to get the second hit onto the psychologist. Mind you, psychologist has no more the trauma or the healing factor anymore. So she will be falling down in this next hit. Still has flywheel like Chocho mentioned, so we have to take note of that.
Yep, that's right. And we've got to see this able to flywheel and dodge that hit. So right now water pool is at around 69%. Next hit might be coming in very soon.
Yeah, so YMM, he's gonna try to encircle him at 70 already. He's gonna bait out a regular hit, and psychologist has fallen down. Again, 2 Cypher Kite, I would have to say, 75%. Luckily, he didn't run into anyone just yet, but I think they're kind of rotating to get ready for the save because they cannot afford a tie. They need to get a 3-person escape here. And this is YMM's win condition. If he's able to camp this one out and go for detention Naiad at the end, that would be a great scenario for YMM.
Yeah, that's right. And they have already decoded their 4th Cypher, so this is actually looking pretty good. But, I mean, YMM's chair camping can be quite scary.
Whoa.
So let's see how it's gonna work. No terror shot, unfortunately. Very safe rescue on Jashing's side. And the cat continues on the psychologist.
Hua Hua with the support. But able to get the pop. And now he can actually force his attention onto Hua Hua, so he cannot try to OB anymore because he's already hit. So it seems like this is what we're talking about, right? Where YMM kind of focuses in on other things. So let's see if he's going to be able to go for the chair. Hua Hua is going to try to drop a magnet, but he's going to bring him away, and I don't think the prospector can chase after him.
That's right. And yeah, I mean, it's a really battle of mind games. I believe Hua Hua was expecting the hunter to probably just not use the hit immediately, but he did, so the flying wheel wasn't out. So really unfortunate over there. Hua Hua used up 2 of his magnets and nothing happened, so that resulted in a very failed OB over here. But and lots of Cyphers are being worked on by entomologists as well as mercenaries, so but they're just gonna be letting go of this.
I think so, because if you look at the ring pool, like, it's just such a big proximity that it's only the mercenary that can possibly go for the rescue here, because he's gonna have to go in, get the rescue. He's already stuck in this pool, and now unfortunately mercenary is gonna eat that hit, and now he's gonna try to get the heal.
I think the psychologist accidentally pressed on it.
Yeah.
Could have get it more distance over there.
Could have been, but double down situation imminent, but unable to get the blink. So Ching is actually doing a great job. He's gonna try to hide behind the pallets and doing an excellent job so far. Psychologist at 94%.
You have the battle of mind games. The beast support is here, 94%. Getting that water damage, unfortunately, the Cypher's only at 90%. Cannot pop at this point in time. So this is gonna be a 3-man detention period where they have to 3 escape.
Wow. Okay, he's at least gonna get 1 survivor out, but they pop already. The tension is in the air. Jashin is trying to run away, but he has 1 elbow pad to work with. So let's see if YMM can close out that distance and cut someone off here, because he has the tension. He can go for anyone.
Yeah, but I don't think the gate can open in time. Right now, the Cypher's only at 80%. He's just gonna let this go. There is a flying wheel, in fact. Blink is not available. And yeah, Hunter's just gonna play around this area, not allowing them to open this gate. All 3 of them are over here, though.
Yeah, this is a tough call. I think they might have to try and recuperate here, because all of them need to get out of this game. Early flywheel, and TX takes the fall here. So now they have no tide turner. He's gonna try to camp out this. The gate's already open. So he's just going to have to rely on, they're going to have to try and get this rescue going on if they want to survive. Hua Hua is trying to close the distance, but unfortunately the magnets aren't going to be enough. The distance of the magnets, at least. Oh!
Able to get that stun, and yeah, Prospector still has one more mega to utilize. Stunning the Hunter one more time, Entomologist does not have Flying Will, and so does Prospector, so still downing Entomologist, there's no more magnets to use, so it seems to be that this is a definite 2 elimination with no OV anymore.
This is what's hard. I think they're just going to try to wait out the tension, because this is the first time the Entomologist is going to be on that rocket chair, right?
That's right.
So we see the Prospector still sticking around the area. He's going to try to open up a chest here just to give the Mercenary something to work with. But now if Jashin gets caught out early on, this rescue is not going to go well for him. He's going to have to wait out a couple more seconds for the tension to run out, and at least he can tank that one hit.
Yeah, and we're looking at the 2 escape AI win rate prediction at almost 64%, more than half. So, yeah, definitely, like you've mentioned, waiting on this detention will end in about 3 seconds. And unfortunately, the Mercenary got a Strange, so he'll be using that to heal up. There will be a full health Mercenary as well as Prospector. We'll see how this is going to turn out, because Hunter now has Blink available.
The thing is he going to heal up in time? Like, we're in the final seconds as Entomologist. He's going to have to close out the distance, and now he's actually going to give he can actually give a pad to this Entomologist. If I remember correctly, he has no more bees. So now we see everyone is here. He's going to try to pull everyone in. Oh, wow. Entomologist gets the rescue, has elbow pads, and now the stun happens.
That's right. And Mercenary with 99%, Prospector getting that damage over there. Flying Wheel is very soon available, so we'll see whether it will be enough for him to fight.
Oh! And now TX has to be very careful. Watch out, Prospector trying to go for the stun. Drops it immediately, so they have to be very careful. Oh, it gets the stun going. TX still trying to crawl out. They're trying to do their best to be able to get this happening, but this is going to be it. GG's for Weibo Gaming, able to get the tie. And now the salute, YMM, folks, able to play to the win condition here. 2 survivors, and now they move on in a 2-0.
That's
and
right.
now just a pallet stun.
Yeah, YMM.
Friendly Hunter.
Yeah, they're definitely friends. So, yeah, just settling for this tie over here, which means that WBG in BO2 round, they got a 5-3, winning BO2, and ultimately 2-0 WBG against RB. Very well played on Weibo Gaming side. In the qualifiers, like you've mentioned, they played all the way until BO3 overtime, which means a total of 4 matches. This time round, 2-0, very clean. And what can I say? Weibo Gaming survivors just showing a different side of them to us.
Yeah, I think it started with the survivors getting a 5-point game. And honestly, YMM was kind of relegated to just playing defense at that point. So for him to get a tie in that fashion, and you saw how Reborn survivors were just, foaming at the mouth, fighting tooth and nail to get that Entomologist out of there. But full presence Naiad, and he knew how to position his water, and he knew how to play it conservatively. He just focused and tunneled in onto that Entomologist, and the late game was just all his for him to get that tie. But just take us back, Jojo, to some of the highlights that you want to talk about in that match.
Yeah, I think one of the highlights in that match itself definitely have to be TX Entomologist's B support. We saw how he really cornered the Hunter at the check area, forcing him to pull back the harpoon, and then the pellet down by the Psychologist, and then just creating a lot of distance, forcing out the blink. And that Flying Wheel by Psychologist though at the pellet, and then that vault over. It really, I mean, even though it's a small thing, it might have only bought a little bit of time, but that little time for the 3 of them to decode, it's a lot. So, I think they all did pretty well. It's just really unfortunate that Psychologist stepped on that huge water pool over there when he was at 94% water pool, downing right before that. That was so close.
It was.
4-man detention.
Could have been a different story. We could have seen a round number 3, especially the positioning of it, right? It was just so unfortunate that it just so happened she was at that 94%. She stepped on it, then she popped, and that was all she wrote. Just again, this is a battle of interest at this point. Like, just every second counts, every minute decision, and that is why we love this game, and that's why it's also very heartbreaking sometimes, because Reborn wanted to get at least the 3-man escape for them to keep on going. But that wasn't in the cards for tonight. I would say, though, if you think about it, the results of the entire day today have been going to the favored ones. The underdogs didn't really have... They had their moments, but if we look at the stats, if we look at the scores, it was the favored teams to get the victory. It was Wolves to get it over Zeta. It was Golden Wings to get it over B4U. It was ZT to get it over OM. And now it's Weibo Gaming to still continue that streak of getting wins over Reborn.
That's right. And yeah, I mean, there were a lot of exciting plays over here today. I think still taking my breath away definitely has to be the B4U's match. So close yet so far. And yeah, and unfortunately though for this match, Reborn picking the map selection, having the map selection advantage, but didn't get that advantage at all. So that's really unfortunate. And yeah, I mean the team comp was a direct counter towards a Dream Witch, but Yen still decided to pick a Dream Witch, which I'm not too sure why was that, because I mean you decided to bring Blink Insolence, but then you ban out all 3 of the rescuers. Because I was thinking, right, I mean if you're gonna play a Dream Witch, you ban out all 3 rescuers, which means that you might be putting out a patroller trying to possibly get over half rescue or deny a rescue. That could be possible, but unfortunately though, I mean it wasn't onto our predictions, you know. And yeah, ultimately getting a 3 escape was really unfortunate.
Yeah, it begs the question also if he brought a different hunter, the one we were trying to go for, because you thought that, yeah, eliminate the rescuers. I thought we were going to go with chip damage. We were going to go with Anne. We were going to go with the campers. But going with the Dream Witch, and unfortunately it didn't go in their favor. And yeah, it kind of paints this picture of the meta, the landscape of the hunters now, where Dream Witch has kind of fallen from grace. Only in specific conditions and only with specific hunters. I think Dong Xuan is still very reliable on it. Outside of that, I'm not quite sure. No name jumps to mind if someone would bring up first round Dream Witch anymore. Possibly maybe in 3rd to 5th round Dream Witch, maybe, if you're able to get a lot more bans going on. But in this current state with Flywheel, and with how the knowledge of the survivors and the round 1 to 2 survivors, it's just a tough matchup for the Dream Witch. So it's tough, but we have to move on. We're gonna check out the match data here, Chocho.
That's right. And yeah, RB versus WBG getting a tie situation, 2-0 them. And yeah, I mean we saw the very long kite by entomologist. It was pretty much a solo kite. I mean after that with the B support, but 133 seconds from a psychologist though, I mean doesn't anything work with except for the stress. So very well done. And yeah, we could see that how they were really fighting towards the end, trying to get a 3 escape, but ultimately didn't really work out. YMM did great under such great pressure. The possibility of 3 escape was really, really close because of that flying with entomologist.
Yeah, it was just it was a close fought battle, right? And like you said, that YMM just needed to get that tie. He wasn't really he wasn't pressured. He wasn't he played very well, I would say very safe and very focused. And that kind of addressed the issue that we brought up, that towards the mid to late game he tends to get kind of lost, because he knew just the tie is good. Like he didn't need to overextend, he didn't need to falter, and just he needed to focus on one. And if we think about the performances here, the MVP would definitely have to go to a survivor, right? Because the first game didn't really go for YMM's favor. He just got a 1 escape. So Chocho, who do you think is going to take it for survivor side if we're going to have to give an MVP out?
You know, it's really, really hard to say. WPG is kind of difficult to say because of, okay, BO1 wise, they got Ever Slipping Town, Antiquarian, Fei give so much support that kind of prolonged the first kite. BO2 wise, in Leo's memory,
Toy Merchant.
The Dolphin. Not too sure who gave the Dolphin, but the person hiding was Law.
So it's hard. Yeah, I could see the dilemma now, because they were working in cohesion. So it's like, do you really want to highlight just one, right?
Yeah.
So just give the MVP to the whole team. Participation trophies.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're talking about points wise, right? Because this is talking about who has more points, right? I think, points wise, maybe Antiquarian, I would say, which is Hui. Hui might get this potential MVP. But no.
But long, like you mentioned, the toy merchant.
Toy merchant. So,
or is it?
Yeah, it was long. It was long.
Okay.
Yeah. So getting, 9,324 for the best average deduction points. Containment time though, not like 100 over seconds, but very close to it though, 96 seconds, 97 seconds. So, yeah, pretty average kiting. I mean, considering that he did sit through the first chair and second chair, this kiting throughout detention also pretty good really. So. Yeah, well done to WBG Long as well as the entire team, and congratulating them for ending this game early with a 2-0 and going home to rest early, and also to reflect on that. But yeah, moving on to this Chinese interview, we have
YMM's
Ian
not
as well
here.
as Long. Surprisingly, right?
Hello， 大家好，我是微博哥的。
Right, so they're just introducing themselves.
欢迎两位，今天非常干净利落的赢下了本场比赛，又是面对到我们之前 A 组的老朋友 RB 战队，觉得这一次跟上一次相比有没有什么变化？小铁。
Alright, so just asking them what's the difference between that and qualifiers and now.
懈怠了。
哦，这次其实我们从这个2-0就可以看出来嘛，上次这个时间的战线还是拉得比较长的，看得出来这段时间经过了很长一段时间的调整。那想问一下，在刚刚结束的那一把，老杨的那个
Weibo gaming side, and then ultimately we got resulting in a 2-0.
应该是跟我们现场的粉丝感同身受了。今天确实也是有一点点惊险，但是还是稳稳的幸福。因为我们今天求生者这边一上来这么漂亮，拿到了一个4分。先问一下我们今天求生者这边第一局吧。今天在知道了对面是那个金身后，立马让回岛的这个古董商过来跟你进行了一波配合。
Hunter got excitement and have used it, immediately asking Hui, the Intercourier, to come for the support. What was like the game plan and thinking?
而且我手上没有道具，就希望古董山过来帮忙，揍两下，然后转点这样。
Alright, so because Priestess did not have any support portals anymore, so she had to use Antiquarian to kind of prolong the first kite, and the support was great.
就没有拖出更久的时间吧。
但是其实今天在依旧之后，你的266的挺好的。先问一下，当时你们在依旧
after
的
the
时候
first
是选择
rescue,
了
the
2个人过
second
来
kite
救，
was very
然
well.
后小铁这边也是过去保了一波。那个时候是想
And then
保到一
Iron
个什
went
么
there
样的
for
状态，
some
让他可
body
以
block
去
support.
成功的去26。
当时是我主要过来救人，然后是在他技能的一个真空期让古董商过来发挥作用嘛。如果在他技能好了之后，古董商就没有什么用了。
然后就你开始进行作用了，是吧？今天我觉得不管是
So
我
Iron
们的一
basically
个转
performed
点
very
速度、个
well
人
lah,
牵制，还
and
是
yeah,
我
I
们
mean we
最
did
后
see
后
from
面这
that
个开门战的配
mind
合
game
都
at
是
the
非
50
常不错
area.
的。
So
再说一下最后的开
yeah,
门
I
战，
think they were
我
just
发现
commenting
小
on
铁
that.
你的这个大副的表用的就是用来去迷惑对面的监管者。当时过来的时候，你是准备救，还是说你们本身就是准备了2手方案，那边的人也过来偷一下？
因为当时
what was the game plan like? Was it for Iron to rescue, or was it for Antiquarian to come and play around?
监管者压力，然后我也
just to give Hunter pressure like with the Antiquarian.
然后就是省下了1块表，去给监管者压力，然后让小朋友
And then then the last watch was to use it to give Hunter pressure.
交流是吗？确实这个临场反应能力非常强。包括今天其实我们在第2局的时候，我觉得大家应该开始还挺意外的，因为对面的女巫是一个没有底牌的闪现女巫，确实还
must have been quite surprised for WBG survivors because Hunter brought Insolence Dream Witch.
做一些什么样的改变呢？梅克？
Was there any like differences in the preparations to go against Yan?
但听到战框响的那一瞬间，我们想到了昨天的比赛。
Yeah, after listening to knowing that it's Bling and listening to the Insolence, it reminded them of yesterday's match, which is Dongxuan's match. Yeah, and then they watched that match and then they learned how to counter against it.
非常的秀，然后所以说我们的这个整个前中期还是比较顺的，然后就到我们的一个开门战了。开门战的时候其实是有一波拉扯的，他当时是一边在管玩具商，然后一边在挂人。I
mean, the Hunter was multitasking, chasing the Toy Merchant as well as Reaper at the same time. So what's the game plan? Toy Merchant to give pressure, and then Acrobat give pressure on the Grief Reaper chair, and then getting it
那你
rescued.
们最后在门口摸的那个2下，是想去救人，还是就是想摸一下？
Oh, and then at the gate, remember they were just healing up on the ground, and then they just
你
leave.
们有没有考虑过当时那个飞的人的感受啊？今天
Oh, then they were just, he said they were just playing around lah, like, just heal and just leave. Yeah, like nothing much actually. They weren't aiming for more.
在上场前预测好了，说我们今天还来刷个分。
Oh, they were trying to get more points because each time you heal a survivor, there's 400 points added to your deduction points. Yeah, so yeah, they were trying to get more points there. Probably possible MVP 嘛。
那接下来呢，就是带到我们的一个死亡 C 组。 要在这个组出现还是比较艰难的，但是我相信
So he's just talking about the grouping because they are in Group C, which is a 4 Chinese mainland team groupings. This is just the start, I said. It's still a long way to go. You still have to work very hard
是的，其实让
and
我
then
想到
win
了
this
杨某人在
competition.
赛前采访的时候说，这一次的深渊我们丢掉的都要夺回来。那 Maker 有什么想说的呢？
就稳扎稳打，继续加油呗。
好的，那接下来就是我
just
们的
play
一个粉
stably
丝
and
福利环节，让
then
我们有请今天的幸运粉丝，欢迎
fighting. 加油.
Audience give. I realized Iron has 2 different colors of shoes.
Oh,
今天装备带的很齐全，先跟大家
he can do whatever he wants.
Weibo colors, baby.
今天我们非常迅速的
Oh yeah, this fan coming up with
分
this
享一下你的感
this
受吧，感觉
supportive
在下
sign
面现场
also.
看的怎么样？刺激吗？非常
What's his
精彩，
feeling?
非常刺激。你觉得
Very exciting, very yeah, very exciting for her.
其中就是 ICU 啊，已经进去了，然后突然又被拖出来的那一波。
在 BO2 的时候，大龙用飞轮顶掉了监管者的闪现。
Oh, was there any IC moment, which is like any like heart dropping moment, was when the flying wheel by the toy merchant and then
希望
dolphin
微博
being
能
dragged.
够在接下来的小组赛发挥的越来越好，相信你们一定能够拿下属于自己的冠军奖杯。
是的，是的，是的。
Yeah, and just wish WBG all the best, and hopefully they can get the trophy lah.
粉丝手上。
Oh,
And
it's
then
a
today, there's no
gardener.
more Mind's Eye.
No, it's Gardener, I think. Is it?
Yeah, just this afternoon was like Mind's Eye.
Mind's
but,
Eye.
Yeah.
好的，再次感谢，也是再次恭喜 WBG 获得了本场比赛胜利。最后，让我们再次恭喜今天获
People
胜
in
的
chat actually saying that the mascot is MVP dancing.
现在让我们把画面交还给
Oh, was he dancing?
Yeah, he's dead. Sorry, I know you were focusing on translation, but the mascot was dancing. And Chocho, big shout outs to you for translation. I mean, I would be completely lost. So guys, give Chocho some claps in the chat for being able to give us a translation there. And also shout outs to Elysium, Sun Kwachi, I Need Some Milk, Jiwoo, everyone in the chat. I saw you guys. We see you guys. Thank you so much for being here. Chocho, any shout outs you want to give out? Because I know we still have to recap the day and we still gotta see what the matches are tomorrow. But yeah, any shout outs?
Yeah, I mean, I see beer. I need some milk.
I need some milk. Yeah. I need some water. Norton, big shout outs to you.
Yeah, and everybody watching, Manny as well. Manny's still here, and yeah, everybody that was watching this, yeah, thank you for coming and also supporting your favorite teams. I know there's been a lot of ups and downs today, especially with the Florius match, but yeah, hopefully everyone get your rest. I mean, it's still nighttime, so anybody who's not eating dinner, lunch, or breakfast, whatever, go eat it. Yep, and then rest well. We'll see you tomorrow again. Yeah.
Yeah, I know we had a long day. You had a long day yesterday, Chocho, and we still got a couple more days to do in this first week of the group stage. So yeah, stay hydrated and be here again. Well, probably same time tomorrow. We'll be here all day. But you know, we're going into the thick of it already because, like we said, we will have day number 3 tomorrow, and now we're seeing how the group stages are kind of shaping up. I have to ask, how your apples doing, Chocho?
Okay, wait, let me just recall. So today it was Wolves. Wolves, GW.
There we go. You can see it right there.
0-2.
Yeah.
0-2 as well as WBG winning. So ultimately, let me think. Yeah, my apples are still very, very safe. Very safe in fact.
Very okay. Okay.
Yeah, but what about the audiences though? How's the apples up
Oh
doing,
god.
bro?
Yeah, let us know how your apples are looking. While we go through the rankings here, see GW and GG are actually tied up. Group B though, AXZ and ZT are also tied up. Group C though, WBG is leading the charge with 2 straight wins, and Dowu was able to get 1 point there since it did go all 3 games. And GR versus Wolves is actually going to be a matchup that's going to be so intense that we have to see them break that tie. So that's why we're telling you guys it's so important when people are trying to get as much escapes as possible. It is right there. So talk us through the next match's schedule, Chocho.
Yeah, so this will be for tomorrow's one, same timing as today. It will be Scars versus ACT, AXZ versus RD, MS versus GH, as well as FPXZQ versus RC. So all different regions competing against each other, so that will be exciting.
That's correct. There, we are going to see I know we saw a mainland China showcase match, but here we are going to see like the clash of the regions here. If I may ask, what's your favorite match here tomorrow? What are you looking forward to seeing? Oh, it moved.
I would say Scars versus ACT. That's the first match, right? So yeah, I'm excited for that because high hopes for Scars though.
Oh, okay. I'm excited for MS versus GH. I'm not gonna lie. I think MS is hungry for those points, and we got Southeast Asia representatives. I mean, there's still FPXZQ versus RC. That's gonna be FPXZQ's first match, and of course, AXZ versus RD is gonna be a barn burner. So, I mean, I'm just so I'm just looking forward to. I have a hard time sleeping at night because it's like, oh, there's gonna be another match tomorrow. There's a lot to prepare for. So it really is
That's
co-season, as Eli would say, the favorite season of the year.
Yeah.
Oh,
like
one shout I got to give out. I just Tenshi. And anything else you want to say, Chocho, before we sign off?
Yeah, today was a great day. I mean, it's a long one, especially, so shorter than yesterday's though. But hope everybody rests well. And yeah, Posh, any last words as well?
No, that's about it. So thank you guys for tuning in. This has been Poch Spice and Chocho on the mic. We'll see you guys tomorrow for day number 3 of COA 6 group stage. See you guys. Good night. Drink some water and peace.
And starts to catch, to spark the rising up. Fear is afraid of the dark side of me. I'm not gonna stop, I'm not gonna break, no. I'm a fighter.